Chapter 1. The air was thick with darkness, dampness, and the stench of decay, provoking a twitch in the nostrils. The flickering candlelight on either side of the passage swayed precariously. Occasionally, the sharp sound of coughing would pierce the silence, mingling with an undercurrent of fear and despair that permeated the atmosphere, rendering the place ominous and frigid. This was the world's largest prison, impelled down. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of shackles clattering against the rocky floor echoed as a solemn line of guards emerged, escorting a group of silent pirates clad in prison garb, their heads bowed in silence. Phew! A gentle breeze stirred the air, causing the candle flames to dance once more as if they might be extinguished at any moment. General Jiang Lu, please wake up. Leaning against the prison gate, Jiang Lu, snoring softly, his disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders, was gently nudged awake. Behind him lay a cage, where the pirates inside were frozen in place, refraining from any movement or sound, fearful of disturbing the man before them. With a soft murmur, Jiang Lu regarded the man before him, who held a pitchfork. What is it, Hannibal? And I'm no longer a general. That title should not be thrown about carelessly. My current identity is merely that of a guard and impelled down, devoid of any rank or official position. Stretching his limbs, Jiang Lu gradually stood, gazing ahead. The familiar scene unfolded. Once more it appeared that powerful pirates had once again been apprehended and brought to this place. Yet this time, the pirate before him seemed somewhat different. General Jiang Lu, you jest. You shall forever be a general in my eyes, and indeed the strongest general, even now. At this, Hannibal discreetly glanced around, lowering his voice in flattery. Even the 3 current admirals would surely not be your match. Jiang Lu chuckled. Such flattery is unnecessary. Let us instead discuss the reason you roused me from my slumber. Hannibal's spirit lifted at these words as he leaned closer, grinning. This time, the headquarters has sent in an extraordinary batch of individuals. Hence, I would like to request your assistance in escorting one of them. After all, one of them is to be delivered to level 6, and I fear there may be unforeseen complications. At this, Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes, observing the man being escorted before him. He had some recollection of him, seemingly named Das Bones, the man known as Mr. One from the Baroque works. The fact that this individual had been sent to impel down today implied that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had been captured by the Navy. This also signified that the world outside had entered a brand new era. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lu could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. 20 years had passed as he languished in the pitch-black confines of Impelled Down, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber, never to reveal his face again. Once the mightiest of generals had faded from the world. General Jiang Lu. Hannibal called softly, his tone cautious. While others might see Jiang Lu as an inconspicuous guard, living a life of monotony, he was acutely aware that 20 years ago, this man had stirred the very currents of the world, contending with the pirate king, Roger, and the formidable Whitebeard, Newgate. However, due to a grave mistake, entangled in a significant affair, he had been stripped of all ranks and sent to Impel Down. Remarkably, even after 2 decades, this general appeared almost unchanged, save for his unkempt hair. He still exuded youthfulness, vitality, and an undeniable charm. Lost in thought, Jiang Lu glanced at Hannibal, offering a faint smile and a nod. Of course, I can assist. It is my duty as a guard. I must also thank you for your care over the years, Hannibal. Hannibal's face flushed crimson, clearly flustered, his body twisting in discomfort. Sir, you may call me Little Hannibal. Ha ha! Jiang Lu erupted in laughter. Hand him over to me, I shall ensure his safe passage. Hannibal, filled with renewed vigor, bellowed, yes. Without hesitation, he turned sharply. Bring out the 7 warlord, Crocodile. Das Bones lifted his gaze slightly, observing the disheveled guard with a long knife at his waist. He was perplexed as to why the deputy warden of Impel Down would show such deference to this individual. Moreover, he could hardly fathom why this man was to escort Mr. Zero. Who was this man? Moments later, the sound of clanking shackles echoed as a dark, imposing figure approached, clad in prison garb, yet standing tall and proud, exuding an air of defiance. It was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. He had suffered yet another devastating defeat in his life, this time at the hands of a straw hat-wearing boy, leaving him grievously wounded. This humiliation was insufferable to him. Moreover, being an impelled down, a prison notorious for its inescapability, further exacerbated his agitation. Is that him? A voice tinged with amusement reached him, and Crocodile felt a strange familiarity, lifting his gaze to look ahead. Upon seeing the figure, his body jolted, his pupils dilating, and then he fell into a profound silence. The others remained oblivious to this exchange as Jiang Lu swiftly completed the transfer with Hannibal. In addition to Mr. One and Crocodile, other members of Baroque Works would also be escorted to level 6. Clack, clack, clack. The distinct sound of footsteps reverberated through the passage. Apart from Jiang Lu, only Baroque Works members remained, prompting Crocodile's companions to exchange glances, their eyes shifting with unspoken communication. The meaning was clear. Shall we make a move? This may be our best chance to escape. The footsteps continued, the guards ahead seemingly unguarded, their backs turned, hastily making their way without uttering a sound. The opportunity is ripe, let us act. What about Mr. Zero? After a moment, they turned to Crocodile. Yet, they found him fixated on the figure ahead, his expression grave and serious. At that moment, the figure ahead suddenly halted, coming to a standstill. As he stopped, the members of Baroque Works froze in surprise, quickly halting their advance. What are you staring at, Crocodile? Only when the man spoke did Crocodile's expression marginally relax. He exhaled softly before responding with a calm demeanor. I merely did not expect a man like you to still be alive. Jiang Lu did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued to step forward. Is that surprising? Crocodile's eyes narrowed as his fists clenched, only to relax shortly thereafter. To survive such a monumental event is, in itself, a surprise. Jiang Lu burst into laughter. You are correct, it is indeed a surprise. Now, to celebrate our reunion here, let us revisit the invitation I extended to you 20 years ago. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Liu's tone grew serious. Will you join my ranks, Crocodile? The flickering candlelight cast shadows in the dim corridor of level 1 and impelled down, silence enveloping them. After a lengthy pause, Crocodile's voice emerged, raspy and tinged with irritation. Do not jest, Jiang Lu. 20 years ago, you sought to recruit me as a mere intern in the Navy. Now, 20 years later, you return as a guard to repeat the same proposal. Pausing, Crocodile let out a cold laugh. And in a place like this, Jiang Lu chuckled heartily, continuing his stride. This is a reunion ordained by fate. Crocodile. Indeed, it may be one of your few opportunities. Crocodile's pupils constricted, falling into silence. From Jiang Liu's words, he discerned a deeper meaning. Do you have a way to rescue me? After a moment, a tone of gravity tinged with anticipation broke the silence. Who knows? But you could take a gamble. Jiang Lu shrugged, his voice laced with intrigue. Crocodile inhaled deeply, his expression shifting as he found himself uncertain of Jiang Liu's intentions. This was the world's largest prison, impelled down, notorious for its claim that once one entered, escape was an impossibility for eternity. For any pirate, arriving here signified the end of life and an unending cycle of torment. How intriguing it is that a fellow like you has survived such monumental events. Given this perspective, your words possess a certain credibility. After a brief moment, Crocodile fixed his gaze upon Jiang Lu. Years ago, the man before him had committed transgressions that far exceeded his own. He had assumed that the world government and the Navy headquarters had executed him. Yet here he stood, very much alive. However, 2 decades have passed, and it is likely that few remain in this world who still remember this man. Take some time to ponder, Crocodile. You know, I have always harbored a keen interest in you, believing you capable of great deeds. Jiang Lu spoke with a subtle smile. Then, he paused before a cell, shoving a group of trembling pirates into it, much to the horror of the Baroque Works members behind him. It is utterly laughable for a Navy officer to express interest in pirates, and to suggest that I am capable of great deeds. Should I interpret this as mockery directed at me? Crocodile replied coldly. Kerala. The cell door clanged shut as the two made their way toward the elevator on the first floor. I never mock anyone. You should know well that with my power, there is no need for such trivialities. Jiang Lu shook his head, his tone earnest. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression turned serious and grave. Jiang Liu's power? For the outside world, no. Even for the Navy headquarters, this was an enigmatic subject. His own strength was undeniably formidable, incredibly strong. How could one not regard him as powerful, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Whitebeard and Roger? What was even more astonishing was that he seemed to possess the ability to enhance other strength, which was truly shocking. You possess great potential, Crocodile, yet you have always lacked just a little. As he spoke, Jiang Lu turned, bringing his thumb and index finger together before parting them. Just that little bit. Crocodile's expression darkened. And I can help you bridge that gap, as long as you associate with me. Jiang Lu pivoted again, activating the elevator and pressing the button. Crocodile's expression shifted, remaining silent for a long while. Oh, I hear you were defeated by a mere novice this time. How utterly humiliating. This is far worse than your past defeat against Whitebeard. For someone as renowned and ambitious as you, to find yourself in such a pitiful state in your twilight years is truly tragic. Jiang Lu spoke once more. Silence, Jiang Lu. You are still as verbose as ever. Crocodile's countenance soured. Huh. Jiang Lu chuckled softly. The atmosphere between the two fell into a tranquil silence. What appeared to be a harmonious exchange belied the fact that they had clashed in a fierce battle 2 decades prior. Crocodile had suffered a crushing defeat, while Jiang Lu had merely been an inexperienced Navy recruit at the time. Since then, Crocodile had continuously heard of this man's rising fame, capturing numerous high-bounty pirates, engaging in fierce battles with Whitebeard, and relentlessly pursuing Roger. Even more outrageous, this man had secretly established a mysterious organization. On the surface, he had risen from a mere private to the rank of admiral, with aspirations of competing for the next Fleet Admiral position. Yet in truth, he was the leader of a clandestine organization encompassing individuals from all strata of society. Among them, there were even celestial dragons. It was only after his true identity was revealed and he engaged in that notorious incident that he vanished from the world, never to be seen again. When it came to ambition, the man before him was undoubtedly more ruthless than Crocodile. In comparison, Crocodile felt like an utterly harmless lamb. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 4th floor, and the two emerged. The C's first floor only allowed access to this point. They continued through the 5th floor to the 6th floor. Upon reaching the infinite hell, the atmosphere grew darker and eerily silent, devoid of any sound. The two walked side by side, choosing to remain silent. All that needed to be said had been articulated. The decision ultimately lay with the other. Choose a comfortable place for yourself, though. I dare say, it matters little where you select. Jiang Lu remarked with a faint smile. Crocodile moved his lips, but ultimately chose not to speak further, finding a cell and stepping inside. Before this man, he had never contemplated escape. That would be tantamount to courting death. As the cell door closed, Jiang Lu turned to leave, but at that moment, "How shall I contact you?" Crocodile's voice suddenly echoed. "The guards here are well aware of my presence. Simply inform them." Jiang Lu replied with a grin. He then took his leave. Suddenly, from the previously tranquil 6th floor, a low, astonished voice emerged, tinged with shock. "You are Jiang Lu, the man, the one who battled against Roger. You are still alive." Jiang Lu turned to see a towering figure standing before the cell, gripping the bars and staring intently at him. "Douglas Barrett, you are alive. I am alive, so it is hardly surprising that everything else is as well." He grinned widely and turned to leave. "Stay here and behave yourself. Compared to the outside, remaining in this place allows you a far more peaceful existence for the remainder of your days." The voice soon faded, and Jiang Lu's figure vanished from sight. Moments later, he had descended to the 1st floor, where the light was more abundant and the warmth more comforting than on the 6th. Although the overall environment of Impel Down was exceedingly harsh, it was better than nothing. Escorting Crocodile was a trivial matter, yet the implications behind it caused Jiang Lu's expression to shift once he sat down. It had already been 20 years. With a gentle sigh, a glimmer of light ignited in his eyes. Ace must have grown up by now. Many referred to him as General Jiang Lu, yet few knew that his full name was Portgasti. Jiang Lu, indeed, upon entering this world, he bore an identity. He was the younger brother of Lu Jie. As time passed, 20 years slipped by, during which he had remained hidden within Impel Down, fading into obscurity. This was somewhat intertwined with his earlier quest for the bloodline of the Pirate King alongside his sister. 20 years had passed. Surely that was ample time, he murmured to himself, as a sense of yearning blossomed within him. The dark and damp confines of Impel Down, in stark contrast to the free and beautiful air outside, naturally made him long for the world beyond. That it was time to see what kind of world existed now. Was the air outside still as exhilarating as in those times? Gradually rising, Jiang Lu entered his bedroom. Moments later, when he opened the door again, he had donned an entirely new outfit and appearance. His cropped black hair framed a youthful yet mature and handsome face, complemented by a loose-fitting black robe and a sword at his waist. System, check my attributes, he silently intoned as he gazed at the panel before him. Soon, lines of text information swiftly emerged in a tabular form. Name, Portgasti, Jiang Lu. Position, Admiral, former, Impel Down Guard, current. Swordsmanship, Flying Slash, Great Swordsman level. Martial Arts, 6 styles, enhanced version. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Devil Fruit, Recovery Fruit, Awakened, enhanced version. Hockey, 3 types of hockey, ultimate. Talent, Eager Learner, can learn any skill without restriction. System ability, Enhancement, Skill, Evolution. His attributes were clearly presented, causing a flicker of nostalgia and wistfulness in Jiang Lu's gaze. 20 years ago, at the age of 15 or 16, he had been a promising youth, fortuitously joining the Navy after leaving Batarilla Island, thus embarking on an extraordinary life. He could learn any skill without limitation, mastering anything he wished to study in an instant, and coupled with his enhancement and evolution abilities, he attained the strength of an admiral within a mere year. He even possessed the formidable power to contend alongside the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. That era belonged to him and a select few. Rumors even circulated within the Navy that he harbored the potential to become the next Fleet Admiral. However, just as he was on the brink of his peak, circumstances took a sudden turn, leading to a significant event that caused him to plummet into the abyss, vanishing from the world. Ace, O'Hara, Marineford, he murmured, his gaze sharpening. The crocodile's imprisonment signified that the Straw Hat crew had embarked on their journey, and the plot of this anime had begun. An unprecedented era of chaos was about to unfold. And now, the dream he had aspired to realize 20 years ago, the untraveled path, could continue onward. It was time to contemplate how to escape Impel Down. In strict terms, he was still a man burdened by sin, bound by certain agreements with Sengoku, Garp, and others, until both parties reached an agreement. He could not step beyond the confines of this prison. This was both a means of protection for him and a compromise for certain actions he had taken in the past, such as ensuring his sister's safety. General Jiang Lu, I have just reported your escort of Crocodile to headquarters. This is a significant achievement. Those fellows at headquarters will surely allow your return. Hannibal approached with a broad smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu smiled back. Thank you, Hannibal. It was merely a small task, Hannibal chuckled, appearing somewhat simple-minded. Over the past 20 years, without his guidance and support, Jiang Lu would not have attained the position of deputy warden. Jiang Lu nodded, reaching out to pat Hannibal on the shoulder, only to realize how notably tall he was. Though his own height approached 2 meters, he still seemed half a head shorter in comparison. Fortunately, Hannibal was considerate enough to bend down. Jiang Lu smiled, patting his shoulder. I also appreciate all your efforts over the years in accumulating merits for me. Theoretically, that should suffice to atone for past mistakes. Narrowing his eyes, a ripple of emotion stirred within Jiang Lu. Yes, if General Jiang Lu can be released, that would be splendid. I've heard that the outside world is in turmoil. It is precisely a time when a strong individual like you is needed. Hannibal whispered conspiratorially. Haha, indeed. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, then patted Hannibal's shoulder again. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. He wondered how many long-lost friends were faring now. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral, Crocodile has been successfully imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down. known as the Infinite Hell.it, was personally escorted by Admiral Jiang Lu. The officer reporting stood straight, speaking in a subdued tone. Has he already been imprisoned? Excellent. Sengoku nodded upon hearing this. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and raised his head sharply. Wait, did you say Jiang Lu? The officer's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. Yes. Admiral, the Sengoku's interest piqued. He set down his pen and adjusted his posture in the chair. Very few know this name these days, and even fewer are aware of such an admiral. I once served under Admiral Jiang Lu. The officer stated that yes, that's so. Sengoku paused, his smile gradually fading as he fell into contemplation that it had been a long time since he had heard the name Jiang Lu. Now, suddenly reminded, he felt as if awakening from a dream. It had nearly been 20 years. With a soft sigh, Sengoku's expression turned complex, filled with sentiment. Whatever happened to that spirited, formidable youth? How tragic it was. He possessed boundless potential, yet made such choices in the face of those events. The officer continued to wait until Sengoku waved him away after a moment. Back then, it was both a means of atonement and protection for him, a compromise that led him to impelled down to guard this prison. Now, with 20 years past, his accumulated merits should suffice. No? Sengoku's gaze flickered. Undoubtedly, Jiang Lu was a double-edged sword, a formidable weapon against vicious and powerful pirates. However, he was also a double-edged blade, capable of wounding the enemy. He could just as easily harm himself. Moreover, Sengoku was well aware that this young man harbored ambitious aspirations. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku beckoned. Bring Garp to me. He resolved to discuss matters with his old friend. You mentioned Jiang Lu? Garp, seated opposite Sengoku, his white hair still framing a robust figure, displayed a look of astonishment. What has happened to that fellow? Isn't he an impelled down? With a cloud of confusion hanging over him. Garp questioned in perplexity. They are in impelled down, but can they truly cast him there for an entire lifetime? Such a person, he probably cannot endure another 20 years, Sengoku spoke in a somber tone. Furthermore, his strength will be of immense assistance in navigating the forthcoming world situation. Garp scratched his head. That lad harbors no ill intentions. He merely erred in his actions. Shall we then release him from impelled down? Upon hearing this, Sengoku rolled his eyes, as if to say that asking this man was tantamount to asking in vain. The deeds he committed during his time in impelled down, the time consumed, have sufficiently offset his past mistakes. Indeed, it is possible to extricate him from there. But Garp, we both understand the peril he represents. Rising from his seat, Sengoku leaned in, fixing a serious gaze upon Garp. Peril? Ha! Sengoku, even if he is dangerous, do you think the two of us cannot restrain him? Moreover, now, aren't Kazan and Akainu all grown up? Would they not surpass the likes of Jiang Lu from back in the day? Garp's words momentarily stunned Sengoku, compelling him to sit back down. You do make a valid point. 20 years have passed, and those three have continuously grown, becoming admirals, while Jiang Lu has been effectively imprisoned and impelled down. He has scarcely had any room for growth. As he spoke, Sengoku exhaled slowly. Let him emerge from impelled down as a naval intern. Your grandson has been causing quite the uproar lately, hasn't he? Let that lad seek him out. Garp's expression shifted dramatically. Hey, what are you joking about? Merely seeking an excuse for that fellow to catch a breath of fresh air, just emerging from there. With his temperament, he cannot remain in one place for long. Sengoku replied helplessly that it is worth mentioning that they were once very familiar friends. However, 2 decades have elapsed, and that youthful visage has grown increasingly blurred. Sengoku could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time, likening it to the changing of tides. After a moment, having reviewed the accolades Jiang Lu amassed during his time in impelled down, Sengoku hesitated slightly before stamping his seal on the document. He authorized the transfer of impelled down's records to the Navy headquarters, appointing him as a naval intern. This simple statement signified that from this moment forth, Jiang Lu's identity transformed, once again becoming a member of the Navy. Promotion is a rare opportunity. After all, in the eyes of some within the world government, he would surely be seen as a glaring anomaly. Gazing at the document before him, Sengoku shook his head. His expression was complex, feeling both regret and sorrow for that young man from years past. Perhaps this fellow's entire future would be confined to that of an ordinary naval officer. Simultaneously, a nagging unease lingered in Sengoku's heart. With his strength and character, would he genuinely be content with being an ordinary naval officer? Observing past events, Zhang Lu was certainly not one to remain docile. To simply be a naval officer would be quite sufficient. He should pursue whatever he desires. It is far better than languishing and impelled down for a lifetime. He ought to comprehend the virtues of satisfaction and gratitude. Soon, impelled down received the documents and appointment letter from headquarters. The document was brief, yet when placed in Zhang Lu's hands, it elicited a smile. Naval intern? That is more than enough. Stepping out of this place meant that everything would be different. It also signified the fulfillment and dissolution of the agreement between him, Sengoku, and Garp. From henceforth, he would feel unburdened. After all, Zhang Lu is a person of his word. Congratulations, Admiral Zhang Lu. Once you step out, you will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Admiral with utmost speed. Hannibal exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Lu, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, replying, Hannibal, I may never again become an admiral in my lifetime. The appointment letter clearly stated that the Navy has never issued a position for an intern. This implies the headquarters stance on him, that he may serve in the Navy, but promotion is out of the question. His naval career is essentially concluded. What? How could this be? With your strength, Hannibal replied in confusion. Zhang Lu smiled and began to tidy up, preparing to exit this dark and dismal prison. Just then, a guard hurriedly approached. Admiral Zhang Lu, Crocodile has sent word for you. Zhang Lu glanced at Hannibal, who showed no signs of discretion, leaning in to listen intently. Speak. Zhang Lu chuckled. After nearly 20 years in impelled down, Hannibal had certainly become his confidant. He said he agrees. At this revelation, a smile spread across Zhang Lu's face. That a wise choice. Hannibal looked puzzled. Agrees to what? What connection do you have with someone like Crocodile? He is a dangerous individual. Zhang Lu remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly. Can he be more dangerous than me? Hannibal shivered slightly. Of course not. Leave him to me, Hannibal, Zhang Lu stated, his tone unwavering, almost authoritative. What do you mean by leave him to me? Hannibal inquired cautiously. The nearby guard sensed something amiss and hurriedly fled, unwilling to listen any longer. Compared to the outside world, impelled down is undoubtedly a hell devoid of light, a realm of darkness and decay beyond the imagination of outsiders. I intend to take him with me, Zhang Lu declared straightforwardly. Hannibal trembled, his face paling. Are you joking? I never joke, Zhang Lu replied. Then, how shall I report this? Hannibal was trembling all over. This is a significant matter. A prisoner confined in the 6th level of hell, and Admiral Zhang Lu intends to take him out without authorization. That if discovered, the consequences are unimaginable. How could Admiral Zhang Lu dare to be so bold? How could he? More tragically, he too found himself unable to refuse the command and no need to report it. Simply act as though you are unaware of this matter, Zhang Lu said calmly. As your reward, I shall enhance your strength. With that, Zhang Lu extended his right hand and placed it upon Hannibal's shoulder. In the next moment, Hannibal's body quaked violently, his eyes alight with excitement and fervor, nearly bursting into a shout. In Zhang Lu's mind, notifications began to ring out. You are currently enhancing the target's swordsmanship level. Intermediate. Enhancement complete. Successfully advanced to advanced level. Can undergo vertical evolution. Evolution complete. Target has mastered the flying slash. You are currently enhancing the target's physique. Enhancement complete. Proceeding to evolution. Evolution complete. Target has mastered armament hockey. In just a few heartbeats, Hannibal's strength had significantly increased. Zhang Lu retracted his right hand. He gazed at the exuberant Hannibal, offering a slight smile. Do not disclose this to anyone, Hannibal. This shall remain our secret. Hannibal nodded vigorously, understanding that the plan to take away a world-class criminal must remain confidential. Exposure would spell doom for him. In fact, he was already scheming on how to shift the blame to Magellan at that moment. Hannibal's emotions were a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety, exhilaration and trepidation. He had never felt such power surging from deep within, an energy coursing outward. The rumors from the outside world were indeed true. Admiral Zhang Lu possessed godlike abilities and could even assist others. You arrange everything and leave the rest to me, Zhang Lu's voice echoed, prompting Hannibal to nod fervently. I shall do so at once. Subsequently, Hannibal fled from this place at a swift pace. That afternoon, Zhang Lu received word and proceeded to transfer Crocodile. Within a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the 6th level. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the 6th level, which had previously housed several guards, was now utterly devoid of life. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor, leaving him as the sole occupant. Before long, he found himself standing outside the cage that contained Crocodile. "Jiang Lu," came a low, gravelly voice. Crocodile slowly rose, peering through the gaps of the cage at him. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Do not utter a word along the way. Simply follow my lead," Jiang Lu instructed in a hushed tone. He then silently unlocked the cage door and handed over a hooded cloak and a demon mask to Crocodile. Crocodile nodded in acknowledgement, donning the garments and concealing his identity beneath the cloak. The two then departed in silence, one following the other. In the dark, infernal expanse of the 6th level, there was not a whisper to be heard. Only a few pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows. Moments later, their figures vanished from sight. "How intriguing!" A gentle voice resonated, reverberating through the air before it dissipated into nothingness. That moment, Jiang Lu stood with Crocodile, clad in a loose black robe, a sword slung at his waist, his expression unperturbed. He neither spoke nor engaged with the individual beside him. Soon, they reached the 4th level. Known as the Burning Hell, where the office of the Warden, Magellan, was located, the number of guards along the way had evidently dwindled to a minimum. With Hannibal's authority, it was not difficult to reassign guards. The remaining personnel fell under Magellan's jurisdiction, a matter beyond Hannibal's influence. However, this was of little consequence now. Jiang Lu led the way, Crocodile shrouded in his cloak, and neither uttered a word. As they passed the first guard checkpoint, the head sentinel paused momentarily, taken aback. "General Jiang Lu," he exclaimed. "Is there another prisoner transfer?" With a cigar dangling from his mouth and a smile gracing his features, Shiryu of the Rain scrutinized the cloaked figure before him. "Shiryu, are you in charge of this level today?" Jiang Lu inquired with a faint smile, but he could distinctly sense the tension emanating from the man beside him. "You are aware that our esteemed warden often suffers discomfort due to his fruit-based powers," Shiryu remarked, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the black-robed figure. He was no fool. He too sensed the ominous aura radiating from this individual. This was no ordinary prisoner, and such an unusual disguise begged the question, what kind of criminal warranted such caution? Clearly, there were secrets concealed beneath the surface, both within Crocodile and Jiang Lu. "Indeed, that pertains to Magellan's predicament," Jiang Lu replied with a smirk, slapping Crocodile's shoulder. The latter tensed momentarily, and the barely discernible menace surrounding him dissipated. "I shall not impede your duties any longer. I have matters to attend to," Jiang Lu stated, continuing forward. Shiryu appeared momentarily stunned, a contemplative expression crossing his face before stepping aside. "Very well, General Jiang Lu. Please carry on." The two figures swiftly brushed past him, eliciting curious glances from the surrounding guards. "Do not be anxious, nor reveal your ferocity here," Jiang Lu transmitted softly. Crocodile stiffened, offering a barely perceptible nod in response. It was undeniable that he felt an immense wave of anxiety. After all, they were within the world's most formidable prison, an escape from which was no simple feat historically. No one had successfully broken out. Of course, the Golden Line was an exception, but the Navy had since sealed all information related to him. The duo proceeded calmly towards the elevator leading to the 4th level. Along the way, they encountered 3 more groups of guards, who, upon seeing Jiang Lu at the helm, respectfully allowed passage without any hindrance. Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. Once they boarded the elevator, their chances of reaching the surface would increase significantly. Just then, a door to a nearby building abruptly swung open, and a tall figure emerged. Jiang Lu looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. "General Jiang Lu, what brings you to my domain?" The newcomer, clutching his abdomen, bent over as he approached. A look of confusion etched across his features. It was none other than Warden Magellan, just a prisoner in need of relocation. Jiang Lu replied coolly. "Are you in need of a restroom?" He added with a faint smile. Crocodile, having learned from experience, stood quietly, exhibiting no signs of unusual behavior. "Remove your hood," Magellan commanded. Jiang Lu's narrowed gaze sharpened. "It seems you harbor some doubt in my word." Magellan's expression grew serious. "It is my duty, General Jiang Lu. Please do not take offense. After all, I cannot afford any mishaps within Impel Down." Jiang Lu fell silent, recognizing the impasse to escape this place. He must first navigate past Magellan, a man devoted to his responsibilities, in stark contrast to Hannibal's demeanor. "Remove your garments," Jiang Lu finally said after a moment. Magellan observed the scene, tightening his grip on his belly and bending lower. Gurgle, the sounds emanating from within him were unmistakable. Crocodile remained motionless until Jiang Lu tapped him, prompting him to slowly lift his hand and remove the hood concealing his head. Beneath it lay a grotesque demon mask. Magellan froze, his gaze snapping to Jiang Lu. "General Jiang Lu, now that we've established this, can we proceed?" Jiang Lu replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, yet he maintained an air of calm and ease, devoid of any tension. Gurgle, Magellan's expression shifted dramatically, the sounds from within him growing louder. He opened his mouth but produced no sound in a swift motion. He turned and dashed towards the restroom in the blink of an eye. He had vanished from sight. Crocodile stared, momentarily stunned, before taking a deep breath and donning his hood once more. "Let us move," Jiang Lu said with a serene smile. The air was thick with an unpleasant odor. Only upon entering the elevator did Crocodile lower his voice. "I almost believed that Warden was one of your men." Jiang Lu chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. Who can say? Magellan's unexpected appearance had not hindered their progress. In mere moments, they reached the first level above the sea. Here, Hannibal had already seized control of everything. The surveillance creatures had been temporarily deactivated, and the guard rotations had been altered. "General Jiang Lu, your vessel is prepared. You may depart directly from here," Hannibal whispered in Jiang Lu's ear as he quickly passed by, striding away. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered as he and Crocodile quickened their pace. Soon, they could see the faintest sliver of light filtering through the open gates of Impel Down. On either side of the gate stood guards, their expressions impassive, spears in hand, failing to cast a glance at the approaching duo. They were finally on the verge of leaving this place. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Jiang Lu's eyes. Even he could not suppress his exhilaration at the prospect of escaping the 20-year confinement of Impel Down. A realm devoid of light, where not only the sunlight but even the air and sense of the outside world felt foreign. Beside him, Crocodile's body trembled slightly, equally stirred by the surge of emotions. As the footsteps of the two individuals quickened, they soon drew near and then passed through, as if stepping into an entirely new and foreign realm. The sunlight, the ocean, the gentle breeze, and the sky all converged in a cacophony of vibrant colors that flooded Jiang Lu's eyes, compelling him to suppress a shout of exhilaration. Words could scarcely capture the tumult of emotions surging within him. "General Jiang Lu, your ship awaits over there," exclaimed the guard with a gleeful grin. "Director Hannibal has made all the arrangements, though he insists we refrain from calling him Deputy Director." After inhaling deeply to compose himself, Jiang Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Exchanging a glance with Crocodile, the two hastily made their way toward the vessel. It was a small warship adorned with the Navy's flag, typically reserved for military branches at the school level. Yet for Jiang Lu, such a matter was evidently trivial. Having accomplished grander feats, commandeering a warship was hardly remarkable. Moments later, the warship slowly departed from the harbor. "Farewell, General Jiang Lu." The guard at the harbor waved cheerfully, blissfully unaware that he had just bid adieu to a world-class criminal. The vessel gradually navigated away from Impel Down, heading toward the whirlpool at the heart of Marineford. Crocodile lifted his hat and mused. "Does this count as a successful escape?" "Not yet," Jiang Lu replied. "There are numerous Navy ships patrolling these waters." Approaching the headquarters, "Your situation remains perilous." The smile graced Jiang Lu's face as he breathed in the air from the sea, which enveloped him in an indescribable sensation. He had never perceived this world as being so splendid. "Aren't you in danger as well, letting a criminal like me loose?" Crocodile remarked, his tone oscillating between jest and seriousness, the mask obscuring his true expression. "The moment you are discovered, I shall apprehend you immediately. Then I will inform them that you attempted an escape." Jiang Lu turned his head, suddenly breaking into a grin. Crocodile momentarily faltered, then retorted with a cold laugh. "You truly are a despicable fellow." "I never claimed to be a good person," Jiang Lu replied with a chuckle. The sea breeze intensified, rustling his robe and tousling his hair, signaling their approach to the great whirlpool. The colossal shadows of Marineford loomed into view. "What comes next? Do you have any plans? To dare recruit someone like me from Impel Down? You must have grand ambitions." Crocodile squinted, inquiring. "Plans? Not quite formed yet. However, I require a capable entourage. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. One cannot achieve greatness alone in this world. No matter how powerful, reliable companions and subordinates are essential. Capable subordinates? Crocodile questioned, puzzled. Yes, individuals akin to yourself. Jiang Lu responded with a smile. Crocodile paused, his expression growing serious. As a Navy officer, the actions of Jiang Lu would undoubtedly baffle many. I recall you previously established a mysterious organization, he inquired in a low tone. Organization? Are you referring to the Phantom Knight? Jiang Lu chuckled, his eyes glimmering. With his entry into Impel down, the organization under his command would inevitably face eradication. That IT was uncertain what state the Phantom Knight was in now, or whether any remnants of its members still existed. The Phantom Knight? Are they still around? Crocodile pressed. Jiang Lu's former organization had been quite renowned, operating in obscurity until a certain incident thrust it into the public eye. That time, everyone realized this man had amassed a formidable force among his ranks, comprising commoners, nobles, kings, and even celestial dragons. Can you imagine? This madman even recruited celestial dragons, although, after the incident, that celestial dragon took his own life, and his descendants were expelled from Marigeos. Are they still around? Who can say? Perhaps a few might remain. Jiang Lu mused with a sly smile. Where shall we head now? Crocodile asked again. The headquarters has instructed me to locate the Straw Hat crew, Jiang Lu declared with a grin. The Straw Hat crew, Crocodile exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to ice-cold. That it was precisely because of them that he found himself imprisoned, his long-held aspirations dashed. However, I have no personal interest in him. That I need to find a way to visit Skypiea. Jiang Lu soon added. Crocodile was further perplexed. Skypiea? What business do you have there? Does such an island truly exist? It most certainly does, Jiang Lu affirmed. Have you been there? I have. He had indeed visited, for the Phantom Knight's palace lay high above on Skypiea, serving as the headquarters of his organization. However, 2 decades had passed. The current state of that headquarters was unknown to anyone. Crocodile fell silent, his expression shifting. Agreeing to Jiang Lu's plan meant adhering to his commands. Yet he was filled with unease and a tinge of fear. This day, he remained unclear about Jiang Lu's intentions. What monumental scheme could this man, cloaked in Navy garb, be plotting? Is there a companion of ours on Skypiea? Jiang Lu then inquired. Point 1 from the Phantom Knight? Crocodile asked, intrigued. Not quite, but once I arrive, he shall be. Jiang Lu laughed. Enel, the wielder of the rumble fruit, was undoubtedly a fitting candidate to bolster his forces. Similar to Crocodile, that young man was merely a hair's breadth away from being a formidable ally, but that slight margin was one Jiang Lu could bridge. The two engaged in light banter. They remained vigilant as the warship approached the lookout established by the Navy headquarters. What do you know about Ace? Jiang Lu asked, his gaze penetrating, his voice low. He had expended considerable effort to ensure Ace's safe berth, leveraging his potential within the Navy. Regrettably, he had never laid eyes on him. Naturally, he harbored great curiosity about this nephew he had yet to meet. Ace? Ace? Crocodile asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Jiang Lu confirmed. Furthermore, it would be wise to conceal ourselves. The Navy's telescopes are far from blind. Jiang Lu nodded, casting a glance at the lookout not far away. Crocodile swiftly adjusted his position to blend into the blind spot. All I know is that he is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Beyond that, I am not well informed. The Baroque works discovered that he was recently spotted in Alabasta, Jiang Lu replied, gazing toward the lookout, and waved at the Navy personnel, holding a telescope. You know where he is now. After his capture, Baroque works disbanded, and my intelligence network has lost contact. Regain information will likely take some time, Crocodile replied solemnly. Then we are left in the dark. We can only hope to seek out others. Jiang Lu sighed. He was uncertain if time was on their side. According to the narrative, Ace's capture loomed imminent, and should he fall to Blackbeard, being sent to Marineford would herald the onset of the Paramount War. How events would unfold was beyond his prediction, yet conversing with this nephew was something he greatly desired at present. Crocodile regarded him with a quizzical expression, unable to fathom where this man could possibly find others. He had only recently been captured, and his own subordinates' influence had crumbled. The other party, however, had spent nearly 2 decades in Push City. Many once renowned events have faded from memory, transforming into distant recollections that have become increasingly nebulous. As the two engaged in conversation, a warship glided past the lookout, gradually steering away from Marineford. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku scrutinized the slowly emerging photographs, his gaze sharpening. Has Zhang Lu already departed from Push City? Has he not yet reported to headquarters? After a moment's pause, he set the photographs down. Perhaps it is for the best to grant him a brief respite. I shall inquire about Zhang Lu's situation through the communication device, ensuring we maintain contact. The soldier before him nodded and promptly turned to leave. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days slipped by. Zhang Lu's departure caught the attention of a select few, but only within a limited circle. Simultaneously, Push City remained tranquil. Clearly, Hannibal had suppressed all unrest, and even Magellan, who had discovered traces of dissent, opted for silence. Everyone was tacitly honoring Zhang Lu's reputation. In the Sabati archipelago, the journey to the town of Magic Valley would be impossible with the meager supplies available on our vessel. Moreover, that deputy director is exceedingly stingy, not even providing a single berry. Crocodile, adorned with his mask, grumbled in frustration. After 3 days, he had endured hunger for 2. Having finally reached this location, the provisions prepared for the 2 of them in Push City amounted to merely 2 days' worth. Divided between them, that translated to a single day's sustenance. Furthermore, both were hearty eaters, unable to endure such scarcity. Push City was inherently a place of food shortages. Hannibal had already been quite generous. Perhaps, in his mind, he did not even consider you worth including. Zhang Lu chuckled softly, his expression somewhat grim, for hunger truly is a formidable adversary. Pausing, he lifted his gaze to the array of vessels docked along the shore. However, we shall not lack for supplies here. No, we shall simply seize what these ruffians possess. Crocodile blinked in surprise, then followed Zhang Lu's gaze. Despite the flags being lowered, it was easy to discern that these individuals were far from reputable. The familiar scent immediately revealed their pirate identities. You truly bear no resemblance to a Navy officer. With a soft sigh, a glint of ferocity appeared in Crocodile's eyes. The Navy has never shown mercy to pirates. Have they? Zhang Lu smiled in response. Subsequently, the two maneuvered their warship closer to a larger vessel. Although the flag had been lowered, the fierce aura of those aboard was unmistakable, each armed and bearing scars etched across their exposed skin. Clearly, they were not the sort one would trust. What now? Crocodile signaled, sand swirling around his right arm as he prepared to strike. Just then, Zhang Lu unsheathed his long knife, grinning widely. There is no need for such gentleness. With that, he swung his blade, unleashing an inexplicable force that surged forth, hurtling toward the vessel. What? The pirates aboard felt a sudden gust and looked up in alarm, their expressions shifting dramatically, but it was too late. The blade's brilliance erupted in that instant. Boom! The air trembled as the massive ship was cleaved in two, splinters flying, the horror and confusion evident on the faces of the pirates. Who did this? A crew member, rising from the severed deck, shouted in fury. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a figure leapt high into the air, brandishing the long knife once more. Whoosh! The already severed ship was again sliced horizontally, leaving everyone in a state of shock, swiftly followed by terror. The vessel creaked ominously as it began to sink into the sea. Fortunate that this was a port, or none aboard would have survived. Run! My heavens, it took just an instant to cleave our ship. Who on earth is this? The pirates, in a panic, scrambled toward the shore. Not far away, the naval patrol, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. No other intentions here, merely a greeting. Zhang Lu descended gracefully, crouching on the ship's extension, surveying the panicked pirate officers. Recently, finances have been a bit tight, so I thought to borrow some treasures from your ship. With that, a grin spread across his face as he glanced at the treasure chest, now exposed from the earlier slashes. Open up. What a joke. One of the pirate officers exclaimed in outrage that I never joke. Zhang Lu swung his knife, the resonant whoosh cleaving a pirate before him in two, ripples expanding outward as a gust of wind swept through the area at that moment. A flurry of sand enveloped the treasure, pulling it into the warship. Caw! The sharp whistle signaled the arrival of the naval patrol team. Zhang Lu glanced up and leapt back onto his ship. Let us go. Crocodile immediately set sail, seeking to relocate. Creating such a ruckus meant they could not linger in this port. The naval contingent, led by a major, was taken aback upon spotting a warship. Who is this colleague? Such ferocity. And this group, they appear to be the Barbie Pirates. With a wave of his hand, the major commanded his men to raise their weapons and charge toward the panicked pirates on the shore. Moments later, Sengoku and Mariwa received the news. Have they already reached the Sabati archipelago? Only he could conceive of such bold piracy against pirates. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Sengoku rapped his fingers on the table, his expression turning grave and serious. Carp, Fire Fist Ace has also recently arrived in the first half of the sea. Something momentous must have transpired within the Whitebeard Pirates. While munching on a donut, Carp suddenly looked up. You mean Ace? Sengoku did not respond, fully aware of Carp's implication. Rising, he spoke in a hushed tone. The nefarious Doflamingo has also arrived in the first half of the sea. His father had a complicated connection with Jiang Lu. Carp's expression turned serious. Doflamingo has come too. The two pieces of intelligence instilled a sense of unease in the office. We must ascertain the purpose of their arrival in this sea. A captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, and the king of Dressrosa, if anything goes awry, it could shake the very foundations, Sengoku murmured, simultaneously, in a sparsely populated port of the Sabati archipelago. Jiang Lu and Crocodile brought their warship to a gentle halt and then leapt from the vessel. Must we procure supplies ourselves? How inconvenient. Crocodile frowned. Then I shall leave it all to you. Jiang Lu replied with a smile. Crocodile paused, his expression shifting dramatically. Hey, are you entrusting this task to me? How disrespectful. The two moved swiftly toward the island. Procuring supplies was not a daunting task. Food, daily necessities, fruits, fresh water, and so forth to in no time. Crocodile found himself burdened with a mountain of goods. Your strength is lacking just a tad. Primarily due to insufficient physical training. And I, indeed, can assist you in perfecting it. Jiang Lu, standing beside him, smiled encouragingly. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder thoughtfully. Moments later, he earnestly set to work that he believed it. To be defeated by Whitebeard was one thing, but not long ago he had been bested by an inexperienced brat. Meanwhile, in Jiang Lu's hands lay the ability to transform an ordinary person into a formidable force in a remarkably short time. Otherwise, how could one explain his immense power and the seemingly average yet surprisingly strong members of the Void Knight? I recall you mentioned you would help me grow stronger, Crocodile declared that of course. But there's no need to rush. For now, we need not engage in any fierce battles. Jiang Lu replied with a smile. Crocodile's gaze flickered. He could not fathom what thoughts were swirling in this fellow's mind. The Sabati archipelago had not improved. It was a place both were quite familiar with. After procuring the necessary items, they turned to head towards the port. The crowd was dense, the streets bustling with life. Vendors' shouts echoing everywhere. Yet, after taking a few steps forward, Jiang Lu's pace gradually slowed. What's the matter? Crocodile frowned. His identity remained sensitive. Although masked, being discovered would inevitably lead to trouble that I've spotted an old acquaintance. Jiang Lu halted, completely stopping in the street. A faint smile gracing his lips as his right hand rested on the hilt of his long knife. An old acquaintance. Crocodile looked up ahead and beheld a man with graying hair. Glasses perched on his nose, holding a bottle of wine. That it truly is remarkable to see such an individual. The elderly man with white hair had a glimmer in his glasses, his expression turning serious. Silver's Rayleigh. In the next instant, upon hearing the name from Jiang Lu's lips, Crocodile's body tensed. The white-haired, bespectacled elder was none other than the illustrious Silver's Rayleigh, the right hand of the pirate king Roger. A top-tier powerhouse of his era, a veritable legend. Admiral Jiang Lu, grave, solemn, and wary words escaped Rayleigh's lips. Admiral. This was indeed the code name Jiang Lu bore during his time as an admiral, seemingly incongruous with his essence. Only those who had truly battled him would recognize the name's authenticity. Like a ferocious, rampaging tiger, his assaults were brutal and suffocating. That I thought you had perished after nearly 2 decades of absence. To encounter you here today is quite a surprise. Rayleigh spoke in a low voice, his body on high alert. From the perspective of alliances, they were adversaries, especially since this man had long harbored inexplicable hostility towards Roger. It wasn't until Roger's death that he comprehended the reasons behind it. Your survival is the best news for me, Rayleigh. Jiang Lu grinned, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. Simultaneously, a wild, ferocious aura began to emanate from him. Crocodile, standing at the forefront, was taken aback. Hey, you don't intend to fight this old man here, do you? Hearing this, Jiang Lu furrowed his brow, surveying the surrounding crowd. Indeed, this isn't an ideal location. I have been in seclusion for over 10 years, Jiang Lu. I nearly vanished from this world alongside you. Now, I merely wish to enjoy my twilight years. Why must you linger in my thoughts? Rayleigh shook his head. Jiang Lu fell silent, not responding. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally looked up with a cold smile. There's no rush. We shall meet again soon at that time. Let me see if your skills have improved over the past 20 years. Rayleigh chuckled. I am but an old man now. My skills have naturally waned in comparison to yours. Jiang Lu ceased speaking, quickly brushing past Rayleigh, disappearing into the distance. Only after Jiang Lu had departed did Rayleigh's smile fade, replaced by a look of gravity and apprehension. Slowly, he twisted the cap off the wine bottle and took a swig. Run into this fellow here. How frightful indeed, he murmured, his expression grave. Yet he was relieved that he had managed to restrain himself. He could have truly instigated a fierce battle here. Back aboard the warship, Crocodile appeared somewhat pensive, observing the relaxed and smiling Jiang Lu, his expression grave. Did you genuinely intend to engage in combat just now? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow and laughed. How could that be? This is sobriety. After all, Crocodile certainly did not believe him. The murderous intent and the rapidly escalating aura had sent shivers down his spine. It was only then that he realized this man had been a terrifying powerhouse renowned across the world 2 decades prior, on par with the legendary 3 great pirates and the naval hero Garp. The seemingly gentle demeanor concealed the ruthless and wild nature of the day tiger. Let us set sail, Jiang Lu urged, seeing Crocodile in a daze. All right. Crocodile nodded and took the helm himself as the leader of Baroque works. Such tasks had always been delegated to subordinates, and it had been many years since Crocodile last steered a ship. However, with a figure like Jiang Lu accompanying him, it was only fitting that this small matter fell to him. It seemed necessary to recruit additional crew members, Crocodile mused. Given Jiang Lu's current state, it was unlikely they would encounter the Navy. Moreover, the endeavors this man intended to pursue seemed entirely unrelated to the Navy. He sought to rebuild his Void Knight, recruit new members, and assemble a formidable legion. That was precisely for this reason that he had set his sights on Crocodile, who was trapped in Impel Down. However, Crocodile was quite curious about the kind of members he would recruit next. From what he understood, this man was quite peculiar, and the members of Void Knight were an eclectic mix, each with diverse backgrounds. The warship sailed onward, swiftly departing from the Sabeti archipelago. 7 days later, they arrived at Long Land. After a brief stop for supplies, they soon departed again. Jiang Lu was pressed for time, and was also attentive to the clues left behind by Void Knight. However, neither the Sabeti archipelago nor Water 7 yielded any discoveries, which weighed on his heart. 2 decades may have truly obliterated the organization he once established. The world government certainly would not let someone like him slip through their fingers. Nor would they spare the former Void Knight. They could only take it one step at a time. Jiang Lu murmured softly. 3 days later, the warship reached Longchain Island. The supplies are quite sufficient. We should be able to hold out until we reach Magu Town, Crocodile stated. Over the days of sailing, they had encountered some pirates who had raided their food and treasure, providing them with ample spoils. Thus, the ship's hold was now filled with chests of wealth, and they had enough food to last them a considerable time. Then let us continue towards our destination, Jiang Lu declared. However, that afternoon, a pirate ship adorned with a fox head appeared in their path near the waters surrounding Longchain Island. Its flag resembling a skull with a fox's nose. The Foxy Pirates. Crocodile muttered the name of this pirate crew. Is it really them? Jiang Lu inquired, surprised. He had some recollection of this crew. Their captain was named Foxy, a user of the slow fruit. Although not particularly strong, his fruit ability was quite unique, belonging to the rare category of time-based powers. Let's steer the ship past them, Jiang Lu instructed. Are you interested in them? Unexpectedly, Crocodile, Silver Fox Fokushi, I find his abilities quite fascinating. Jiang Lu's gaze flickered. The power of time manipulation is undoubtedly formidable. The only issue lies in the individual wielding this fruit, whose strength is far too feeble. This renders the fruit's potential utterly unmanifested. However, such an ability can prove crucial at pivotal moments. Soon, as the warship drew nearer, the members of the Fokushi pirate crew noticed them as well. Captain, it's the Navy. A peculiar navy, with only 2 individuals aboard. They are heading straight for us. On the ship, the pirates gazed at the approaching warship, unable to contain their loud exclamations. Fukushi squinted his eyes, surveying the horizon, and chuckled. There's no need for alarm. There are merely 2 enemies. We shall eliminate them. Prepare for battle. Once they draw near, we will take them down. The crew erupted into laughter. Captain, such insignificant foes as 2 Navy men did not concern them. After all, their captain was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 24 million berries. Even in the Grand Line, he had garnered a measure of fame. Moreover, they were acutely aware of their captain's prowess. With the abilities conferred by that fruit, his true bounty would far surpass 24 million. Yet, as they approached, they were astonished to see a figure leap high from the enemy ship when they were still 200 or 300 meters away. Bang, 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 bang. Waves rippled through the air as the individual dashed swiftly through the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, a figure descended, crashing onto their deck with a thunderous boom, standing amidst them all. It has been quite a while since I last exerted myself. I hope you will allow me to warm up. Fukushi Pirates. Jiang Lu grinned, his eyes sparkling, his neck twisting slightly, producing a distinct cracking sound. Battle, indeed. It had been a long time since he had engaged in one, so long that it felt somewhat foreign to him. This guy is far too arrogant. Everyone, attack. The sudden appearance of the enemy caught the Fukushi pirate crew off guard. But they quickly grew enraged, Fukushi's eyes blazing with fury. In an instant, pirates surrounding Jiang Lu drew their weapons and charged at him. Fierce winds howled as attacks came from above, behind, in front, and to the sides, all filled with lethal intent. How exhilarating! Jiang Lu chuckled, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, several long swords swung down towards him, but Jiang Lu merely swayed his head. Thud, the sound of weapons slicing through flesh echoed, leaving all present momentarily stunned. This guy? Is he not evading at all? Is it that he cannot evade, or does he simply not care? Yet, he is already bleeding. At that moment, several long swords had indeed pierced Jiang Lu's body, with some even protruding from his back and abdomen. Any normal person would surely be doomed with such injuries. But the next second, the man who had been struck and impaled lifted his head and grinned. I truly apologize that it has been so long since I last fought that I forgot that fighting requires evasion. As he spoke, Jiang Lu reached down and began to slowly pull the swords from his body. Inch by inch, blood dripped as the sound of metal scraping against bone filled the air. Everyone witnessing this scene felt a chill run down their spines. This guy? Is he a monster? However, there is no need for concern. Such trivial wounds cannot harm me. Jiang Lu's voice, laced with laughter, sent shivers through the Fukushi pirate crew. What a joke. Their blades had pierced his abdomen. Surely his insides must be in disarray. Such wounds are merely trifles. Yet, soon, a shocking scene unfolded as the swords were extracted from his body. The gaping wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, when several blades were pulled free, and one was snatched from a pirate's hand and tossed onto the deck. All signs of injury and blood had completely vanished. My heavens. His injuries have completely healed. That was far too quick. Not even a trace remains. This fellow is truly a monster. Among the Fukushi pirate crew, some felt a growing dread and instinctively began to retreat. Silver Fox Fukushi, I have high hopes for you. Will you join my ranks? Jiang Lu grinned widely, his eyes shining even brighter. Who would want to join your nonsensical crew? Fukushi's heart raced as he shouted, but before he could finish, he saw the figure before him flicker and suddenly appear before one of his crew members. With a swift motion, Jiang Lu's hand pressed against the crew member's face, followed by a booming laugh that exuded the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, forcefully driving the crew member's head down against the deck. Boom! The deck splintered, dust billowing upward as the ship trembled. Looking down, they saw a figure embedded in the deck. Clang! Someone swallowed hard, their pupils constricting, their face turning pale. Chimberger? Fukushi stammered, in an instant. Merely a moment. He hadn't even seen the figure move, and his companion had already collapsed. Blood spread across the deck, quickly forming a pooled, I am Jiang Lu. Join me, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, today shall be the day you all sink to the depths of the sea. Jiang Lu continued to smile, yet his face, adorned with a grin, sent chills down the spines of all present, making them feel dreadfully uneasy. This fellow a madman. In just a fleeting moment, their perception of Jiang Lu shifted rapidly. From peculiar to monstrous, and then to insane. Fukushi's lips quivered as he attempted to speak again. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and another figure from the ship was hurled away with a scream. Tracing a high arc before plummeting into the sea, you have little time left to ponder. Fukushi, Jiang Lu remarked with a smile. Fukushi trembled all over, no longer daring to hesitate. I will join. I will join. I will join. Jiang Lu grinned at the terrified group before him. A wise choice. The disparity in combat prowess between the two sides was insurmountable. This battle would end as swiftly as it began. A quarter of an hour later, Fukushi, filled with trepidation, boarded Jiang Lu's ship, casting fearful glances at the menacing figure at the helm, shrouded in a ghostly mask. These two individuals did not appear to be normal at all. One faced attacks without flinching, healing rapidly after being impaled, while the other cloaked himself entirely in a black robe, his mask instilling terror in those who beheld it. What kind of organization have I joined? Meanwhile, Jiang Lu observed the fox-faced pirate captain. Though he claimed to be a pirate, his past misdeeds were not many. Yet, to say he was virtuous would be misleading. Jiang Lu accepted him solely for his fruit's capabilities. Fukushi, demonstrate your powers, Jiang Lu suddenly commanded. Fukushi was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. My abilities? Yes. Jiang Lu nodded, urging him on. Hurry. Fukushi's expression shifted. Regardless of what the other meant, he dared not refuse, extending his fingers. He revealed only his index and pinky, then pointed at Jiang Lu. Slow light. In the next moment, a photon appeared, illuminating Jiang Liu in an instant. It enveloped his entire being, and at that moment, he distinctly felt his perception of the surroundings slow dramatically. Time seemed to come to a standstill. I am slowing down my own time. While the external flow of time remains unchanged, the river flows as if in deep contemplation. This is fundamentally different from the nature of the fruit of response prior to one's awakening, which serves to heal one's own wounds. However, post-awakening, it enables one to revert oneself and the temporal essence of all encountered entities back to a previous moment. Similarly, the fruit of response is intrinsically linked to time, possessing the capacity to reverse its flow. In contrast, the fruit of dullness pertains to the alteration of temporal velocity. With a flicker in his gaze, Jiang Liu's armed color hockey trembled slightly, effectively dispersing the influence of the ability that affected him, allowing him to break free from the sluggish light. Foxy, on the other hand, stood agape in shock, witnessing Jiang Lu moving unperturbed. This is impossible. Jiang Lu looked up and chuckled. Nothing is impossible when armed color hockey reaches a certain level of prowess. It can diminish the effects of fruit abilities, even rendering one entirely unaffected. Clearly, your ability has yet to be fully developed. With that, he closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the moment he was struck by the dull light. In an instant, a multitude of complex insights surged through his mind. At that moment, his scholarly inclination awakened, as he endeavored to learn Foxy's sluggish light. Indeed, he was learning. The system bestowed upon him the capability to acquire any skill without hindrance, including those associated with the devil fruits. Previously, his rapid ascent left him with few opportunities to learn new skills, and some were not essential, merely embellishments. Yet, the ability of sluggish light, being time-related, undoubtedly holds paramount importance. Foxy, meanwhile, found himself engulfed in existential doubt, his demeanor somewhat dazed. Armed color hockey, capable of nullifying my fruit ability. Beside him, Crocodile's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, flickered slightly as he murmured, hockey. Throughout his endeavors, he had focused on studying fruit abilities, rarely paying heed to hockey, and until now had yet to awaken armed color or observation hockey. However, he understood well that a top-tier powerhouse like Jiang Lu must be a master of hockey. Perhaps he could seek guidance on its cultivation. After a moment, Jiang Lu opened his eyes, a series of notification sounds resonating in his mind. Congratulations to the host for mastering sluggish light. Skill enhancement extends the duration to 1 minute, allowing for vertical evolution, successfully evolving into time pause, halting time for 2 seconds. Specific effects depend on the target's strength. That a smile graced his face as he extended a finger. Foxy. Foxy raised his head in confusion. How about you experience my sluggish light? With that, a radiant beam shot forth from Jiang Liu's fingertip, instantly striking Foxy at once. Foxy found himself frozen in place, utterly motionless, His time was suspended in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It was not until 3 full seconds had passed that Foxy, in sheer terror and shock, opened his eyes wide, staring incredulously at the man before him. How is this possible? He could not be mistaken. Time around him had indeed been halted. This is... Foxy exclaimed in astonishment, flailing his arms. The time possibility, far surpassing his sluggish light, would suspend the surrounding space-time upon impact. Such an incredible power. What do you think? Jianglu inquired with a smile. This is extraordinary. The boss possesses such an ability, Foxy exclaimed loudly. Amidst his shock, a profound sense of awe and fear enveloped him. Just moments before, Jianglu had effortlessly vanquished his crew member. His domineering and fierce demeanor had already left a lasting impression. Now, he revealed such an ability. This individual is not only formidable, but truly terrifying. An entity that is undeniably beyond reproach. When did such an extraordinary, powerful, and unfathomable, intern navy suddenly emerge in this world? Foxy then realized that Jiangliu's identity was that of an intern navy. Crocodile, observing Foxy's animated reaction, felt a flicker of intrigue in his exposed eyes. Time pause, an almost invincible power, indeed. He reflected, gaining a clearer understanding of Jiangliu's terrifying capabilities. Clearly, the world's perception of this man remains limited. The warship had not changed. It was merely accompanied by a ship bearing a fox head, and naturally, Foxy's crew set sail alongside. With additional subordinates, both Jianglu and Crocodile would have ample time to rest. Tasks such as resupplying and procuring goods could be entrusted to these individuals. May I inquire, who might you be? Foxy, having experienced Jiangliu's prowess, turned cautiously to face the man in the ghost mask. Crocodile remained silent, offering no response. Ahem, Foxy felt somewhat awkward. This fellow was even more difficult to engage with than his newly appointed captain. The two ships departed in tandem. After passing Longchain Island, they would soon arrive at Water 7. The journey was relatively uneventful. The vast sea appeared devoid of pirate vessels, with patrol warships being far more common. Upon the warship's arrival at Longchain Island, Jianglu and the others did not disembark, halting only for the morning. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard Foxy's ship busied themselves with procuring supplies. Hey, who exactly is the newly appointed captain? Do you have any impressions? That guy is utterly terrifying. If it weren't for his navy uniform, I would have almost mistaken him for a ruthless pirate. Who knows? But the captain has already capitulated, and we are compelled to serve him. Sigh, that guy is truly frightening. Once a distance was established from the warship, the group finally mustered the courage to engage in hushed discussions. They had grown to fear Jianglu deeply. Yet fleeing was not an option. However, during this period of interaction, he did not seem overly fierce and appeared rather amicable. The female crew member, Gina, blinked her eyes and remarked, "Indeed, he speaks to us crew members with great gentleness. He hardly resembles the person we battled that day." As they exchanged thoughts, their attention was drawn once more to Hamburger, who lay on the ship with his head still bandaged. The fact that he, a combatant of the Foxy Pirates, was instantaneously defeated was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jianglu stood on the deck, squinting as he gazed toward the distant Water 7. Water 7 exudes an artistic charm, with its tiered layout beautifully showcased. Where streets and rivers intertwine perfectly. It is vibrant and rich with captivating local customs. What are you pondering? Rasped a voice from behind, as Crocodile, adorned with his ghost mask, stood beside him, also surveying the city before them. I suddenly recalled some individuals here whom I admire, Jianglu replied with a smile, his eyes glinting. Shall we not recruit them? Crocodile inquired. Not far off, Foxy perked up his ears, listening intently. He had just joined the crew and was unaware of what these two were up to. Now seemed like the perfect opportunity to gather information. The time has not yet come. Jianglu shook his head and chuckled. What he referred to was undoubtedly the CP9 squad currently hidden within Tom's shipyard. Without a doubt, both their captain, Rob Lucci, and his team members are exceptionally talented and elite warriors. Should he manage to incorporate this group into his own ranks, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Yet, as he stated, the present moment was not ideal for such endeavors. Inviting members and expanding the organization requires careful consideration. For exceptional talents, it is not merely their own strength that should be relied upon to dominate or intimidate. Rather, one must possess the acumen to gauge the situation and resonate with the hearts of others. Take Crocodile as an example. He acquiesced to join only after satisfying the needs of his counterpart. That afternoon, the warship set sail once more. After Jiang Lu and his companions departed, within an office at Tom's shipyard, a cold man with bare arms and a dove perched upon his shoulder gently picked up a sheet of paper from the desk. After a cursory glance, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. "Day Tiger, Jiang Lu," he murmured, his eyes reflecting both confusion and seriousness. He then continued to peruse the relevant documents, his expression growing increasingly grave. Moments later, he arrived at a dimly lit tavern in Water 7, where foot traffic was scarce. Locking eyes with the man at the front desk, he pulled aside the curtain and entered the courtyard. "Lucci." Upon his arrival, a long-nosed man in the yard called out. "It was Kaku, a member of CP9. Have you received the orders?" Glancing around, Rob Lucci asked in a low voice, "What jest is being played by the higher-ups? We have concealed ourselves here for so many years, and success is finally within reach. Yet at this critical juncture, we are tasked with such an odd assassination mission. If this task is exposed, our infiltration mission will come to a premature end." As his words fell, the other members in the courtyard immediately began to voice their discontent. "This is a mission from our superiors, and the target is but one individual," Rob Lucci stated impassively. "Regardless of success or failure, we are to obey the orders and launch an attack on this man named Jiang Lu." His declaration darkened the faces of those present. Regardless of success or failure? What an absurd mission! And who exactly is this Jiang Lu? Lucci raised his head, meeting the eyes of those assembled, his tone serious and resolute. "The mission must be executed. But I hope that each and every one of you present," he paused, his gaze growing complex, "will survive." Jiang Lu, codenamed Day Tiger. This was the first line of text that Rob Lucci encountered in the S-level confidential document sent by his superiors. A peculiar codename that initially eluded his understanding, yet soon revealed its weighty implications. Heavy enough to collapse this elite CP squad that a former admiral of the Navy. The second line caused Lucci's pupils to constrict, a tremor of shock rippling through him. Who would have thought? Moreover, it was even more astonishing that such an admiral-level powerhouse remained obscure in this world. Throughout his years of undertaking missions, from his debut to the present, he had never heard of this individual. A man who, during the old era, fought fiercely against Whitebeard and Roger, reputed to be the strongest naval force capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with those legendary pirates. Masterful in swordsmanship, martial arts, and hockey, he was an immensely dangerous figure. He had once wreaked havoc on the world government in the year 149 of the Sea Circle. The information abruptly ceased at this point, with the document bearing clear tier marks, evidently having been discarded by the relevant personnel. This signified that the confidential contents were beyond the reach of even intelligence operatives like him. The final note of the intelligence was emblazoned in crimson letters. "This information is of utmost secrecy. Destroy after reading and must not be disclosed to outsiders." Reflecting on what he had just read, Lucci's demeanor grew even more solemn. "The mission must commence immediately. We must set out at once," he stated firmly to the team members before him. Having been on the Pluto infiltration mission for several years, they had built deep friendships, whether through masks or camaraderie. Rob Lucci truly wished that none of his companions would perish, even if it was an inevitable aspect of their work. "Let us depart at once. After eliminating the target, we shall hasten back," he added. "By the way, I still have unfinished business on my hands. I have a screw to tighten." It's quite vexing to be interrupted by such a mission. A group of individuals murmured softly as they began changing their attire, while Khalifa adjusted her glasses. Appearing somewhat silent, from Rob Lucci's grave expression, she sensed the impending peril. Perhaps this task would exceed their wildest expectations in terms of difficulty. Rob Lucci refrained from elaborating on the intelligence regarding Jiang Lu. Besides him, no one else was privy to the details, only aware of the general mission outline that a former admiral of the Navy, an exceedingly confidential figure, had prompted the superiors to issue such a directive for resolution. Regardless of the outcome, this implied that their sole purpose was to act as scouts to gauge the strength of this target. Upon, perhaps, Rob Lucci scoffed inwardly that a surge of anger rose from deep within him. Yet it only served to further chill his expression, deploying a CP9 team solely to deal with a former admiral of the Navy. While the pressure was immense, their abilities might still afford them an opportunity. As he pondered, Lucci thought this could serve as a clear judgment of just how far they stood from the pinnacle of this world. Time flowed onward, and soon it was evening. The half-risen sun, a brilliant red orb, hung over the horizon, casting a warm glow upon the distant waters, where ripples shimmered like crimson waves. Diffuse seagulls flapped their wings, gliding gracefully by. The sea breeze was refreshing, evoking a desire to hum a tune. Such a picturesque scene it was, a breathtaking sunset. The boss heading to Magic Valley Town. That's a notorious gathering place for pirates, filled with some truly fearsome characters. Foxy remarked with a click of his tongue. Newcomers from the Four Seas invariably congregated on that island. It's a chaotic mix of all sorts. Even, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, that I heard a rumor that a significant figure from the New World has extended his influence to that island. He secretly controls certain forces in the underworld, and several pirates have already pledged their allegiance to that individual. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, do you know who it is?" Foxy shook his head. "No idea. A pirate like me might still hold some sway in the first half of the Grand Line, but once we reach the New World, we're merely cannon fodder, hardly surviving a day. As for such a prominent figure, I know little about them. Only that they are one of the 4 emperors who command respect across the world." Jiang Lu chuckled. "Well, you certainly have a clear understanding of your own position. To survive, the most crucial thing is to have clarity of awareness. That's why I unhesitatingly submit to your might." Foxy laughed heartily. Suddenly, a ghostly face peeked in, glancing at Foxy, causing his laughter to falter and a sheen of sweat to form on his brow. "Magic Valley Town harbors the influence of Don Quixote da Flamingo," Crocodile stated in a low voice. Da Flamingo. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. A familiar name indeed. Crocodile was taken aback. "You know him?" Jiang Lu shook his head but remained silent for a moment before gently sighing. "I know his father. He was quite an amiable fellow." Pausing, he gazed toward the sunset. Suddenly, he felt nostalgic. Crocodile was even more astonished. This man before him actually knew the father of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Don Quixote homing. "My friend, I never even had the chance to see you off properly." A faint sound emerged from Jiang Lu's lips. Crocodile's entire body stiffened, and the pupils behind his mask suddenly constricted in shock. Saint. The name carried with it a profound significance that Crocodile was all too aware of. Could that person truly be a celestial dragon? Taking a deep breath, Crocodile spoke softly. "Celestial dragon?" Jiang Lu caught the words, letting out a light chuckle. "Celestial dragons are still human." This was a theory steadfastly upheld by Huominggu, and it was precisely due to such a belief that the two had forged a friendship during a chance encounter, striving towards a shared dream. Yet, this simple statement sent tremors through Crocodile and Foxy, leaving them utterly astonished. In a world where class distinctions were stark and rigid, such an unremarkable remark wielded immense power. Akin to the rallying cry of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang during their uprising. Why should nobles and commoners be different? Nightfall swiftly approached, and the vessel's speed began to wane imperceptibly on the darkened sea. Fish occasionally leapt from the water, creating soft splashes as night deepened. The military ship beside the Foxy ship was soon filled with the faint sound of snoring that a small, solitary boat stealthily glided through the darkness, revealing 7 indistinct figures standing at its bow and stern. An atmosphere of impending danger silently enveloped the sea. The CP9 members, who had been pursuing all day, finally arrived at this moment. The surface of the water rippled gently, and curious fish poked their heads up, drawn by the silvery glimmer on the surface, observing the newcomers. The crescent moon was obscured by dark clouds, casting a dim light over the night. "That we are nearing our target. Prepare yourselves," Rob Lucci said gravely, fixing his gaze on the military ship ahead. Kaku, Bruno, and Califor exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily stunned as they focused on the ship and the pirate vessel. Intelligence indicated that their target was indeed aboard the military ship, accompanied by a mysterious figure wearing a ghost mask, whose identity remained unknown, as well as the notorious pirate Foxy, who had a bounty of 24 million. Califa whispered, "Since the world government has dispatched them on such an urgent mission, even prioritizing it over covert operations, they must possess relatively detailed intelligence. This also implies that Jiang Lu has been under surveillance since his emergence from Impel Down. Prepare for action," Rob Lucci instructed in a hushed tone. The solitary boat advanced steadily, slicing through the water, now considerably close to the military ship. After a brief pause, Lucci glanced up at the crescent moon, which was slowly emerging from behind the clouds. Be cautious. If you find yourselves outmatched, retreat immediately. Our enemy is, Lucci began, but abruptly halted. For you. Facing this target, fleeing is no disgrace. A chill ran down Kaku and the other's spines, a gravity settling upon them. Anyone who could provoke such trepidation in Lucci was undoubtedly formidable. In the next moment, the boat shuddered slightly, and the 7 figures vanished without a trace. Swish, shadows flickered through the air, and in an instant, they had arrived on the foxy ship, soundlessly, utilizing the ship's masts and ropes. Lucci and the others swiftly altered their positions, soon finding themselves aboard the military vessel. Swish, 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 as figures flickered in and out of sight. The once empty deck of the military ship became crowded with silhouettes. Target acquired, chirped the dove perched on Rob Lucci's shoulder. Instantly, Bruno, Kaku, and the others sprang into action. All were exceedingly cautious, minimizing any noise that might alert the opposition. This was an assassination mission, a stealth operation. Far from a straightforward challenge, successfully eliminating the target without arousing suspicion was undoubtedly the safest and most secure approach. Meanwhile, within the ship's cabin, Zhang Lu's eyes suddenly shot open. Interesting. A smirk crept across his face as he rose from the bed. It seems they have come to find me before I sought them out. Simultaneously, in another room, Crocodile expressionlessly descended from his bed, grabbing the ghost mask beside him as he approached the door. Outside, Kaku stealthily arrived at a bedroom door, holding his breath as he prepared to unlock it. Suddenly, the door was yanked open with force and a figure clad in crocodile-patterned pajamas and a ghost mask immediately came into view. "Enemy spotted," Kaku exclaimed, swiftly retreating. Just as he withdrew, a golden hook whistled past, glinting ominously in the moonlight. "Quick on the draw," Crocodile scoffed coldly. On the other side, Zhang Lu opened his door to find a tall, elegant woman with long legs, clad in high heels, her golden eyes exuding a mature sophistication. "My dear lady," he remarked with a smile, "it is rather impolite to intrude without the host's consent. And how would you prefer me to show politeness?" Khalifa responded with a flirtatious smile, yet her actions remained undeterred as her right foot lifted, aiming a fierce strike at his neck. The heel of her shoe revealed a glimmering, lethal weapon. Swish. At that moment, the air seemed to split. Zhang Lu's gaze sharpened as he swiftly grasped her outstretched leg, halting the deadly heel mere inches from him. Drip, viscous green poison dripped onto the deck, producing a distinct sound. Carrying such a thing is exceedingly perilous. With a sudden exertion of strength, Zhang Lu grinned. The Khalifa's expression shifted as she felt a sharp pain in her leg. Twisting her waist, she lashed out with her other foot. Zhang Lu released his grip, ducking to evade the attack. The fierce wind howled as the sharp strike cleaved a deep gash into the door behind him. Upon lifting his gaze, he found 7 figures now before him, all eyes fixed on him with grave intensity. Eliminate them all. Crocodile, still clad in his crocodile pajamas, wore a grim expression, his eyes as cold as ice. He had been soundly asleep moments ago, raising his left hand slightly. Grains of sand began to levitate ominously. "Return to your slumber. I shall handle this. After all, your identity is not one to be carelessly exposed just yet." But at that moment, Zhang Lu spoke up. As he moved forward, he twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds that I did not anticipate that the intelligence personnel from the world government would take such an interest in me. Hearing those words, Crocodile paused, looking once more at the figures before him. "World government personnel?" Zhang Lu nodded. Observing the familiar yet unfamiliar faces before him, CP9 had indeed assembled and stealthily boarded his ship in the dead of night, an occurrence he had not foreseen. After all, in his mind, these individuals should have been lying in wait in Water 7, plotting to secure the blueprints of the Pluton. Some simply would not let him go. With a soft sigh, Zhang Lu's gaze turned icy. Crocodile lowered his left hand, his expression becoming serious. The presence of these individuals was undeniably formidable. It was his first encounter with personnel from the world government. While the world was aware of the numerous strong figures within the Navy, few understood the caliber of experts within the world government itself. Yet, a moment's thought would reveal that the world government, which governed over 300 nations, undoubtedly possessed equally powerful individuals. "You must be CP9. Zhang Lu surveyed the group, his gaze locking onto the figure with a dove perched on his shoulder. "That scoundrel Spandam certainly," seems to be living quite comfortably." Upon hearing these words, the members of CP9 were momentarily taken aback. Fully aware that their identities constituted the most significant secrets in this world that in theory, aside from their superiors and those within the CP system, no one else could possibly know who they were. Yet this individual had accurately named their affiliated group and direct supervisor. "Now, speak up. What is it that you, fresh out of your training, intend to accomplish here?" Jiang Lu remarked calmly. Crocodile stood silently to the side, carefully assessing the situation. Upon grasping the identity of the other party, he became even more cautious about concealing his own. The presence of world government personnel posed a potential threat if he were to expose himself. The sea breeze rustled, stirring the garments of those present. After a moment, Rob Lucci gravely fixed his gaze on Jiang Lu and spoke. "The only reason for CP's involvement can be one." The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy and tense. Although Rob Lucci did not vocalize his thoughts, the implication was abundantly clear. The purpose of CP9's mobilization was singular: to resolve the troubles and issues arising from their mission. At this moment, without a doubt, Jiang Lu was that trouble. That so? Slowly lifting his head, a smile graced Jiang Lu's face, yet his eyes glinted with a chilling coldness. The sea wind intensified suddenly, a terrifying aura swiftly rising in that instant, causing Rob Lucci and the other CP9 members to feel a shiver run down their spines. "Action!" Rob Lucci shouted suddenly. In that moment, 7 figures sprang forth, with Gabra leading the charge, leaping swiftly to confront Jiang Lu. Shave. The air trembled as the winds surged violently in front of Jiang Lu, a formidable pressure descending upon him. With a sudden grin, Jiang Lu displayed an almost maniacal smile. "Let me see if you fledgling eagles have truly learned to fly." Gabra's expression turned icy as he soared through the air, his right foot poised to strike downwards. Storm leg, buzz. The sharp strike descended upon Jiang Lu with blinding speed. The latter raised his right arm to shield his head. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a crack formed on the battleship's deck, dust swirling into the air. Yet, Jiang Lu remained entirely unscathed. Witnessing this, Gabra's pupils contracted, and the other CP9 members felt a jolt of shock. The powerful storm leg had been blocked by Jiang Lu's body without any apparent effort. "You have no time for astonishment, kid." Jiang Lu grinned. "I mastered the 6 styles 2 decades ago." As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure twisted violently, vanishing from sight. "What?" Gabra gasped, his vision losing track of Jiang Lu. "Behind you." Khalifa cried out, her mind in a frenzy. Her right calf still throbbed painfully, revealing a distinct handprint that had turned a deep purple. This man had nearly shattered her fibula with a mere grasp. What unfathomable strength! Gabra spun around, only to be met with a colossal hand descending upon him. Whoosh! The frenzied wind howled in his ears, the pressure causing his skin to ripple, while his braided hair stood on end. "You must be joking," he thought, as the opponent was using an open palm strike. Smack! In the next moment, the sound of a resounding slap shattered the tranquility of the night sky. In another room, Foxy, who had been snoring, was abruptly awakened. The CP9 members exchanged glances, their expressions grave, eyes filled with trepidation. Gabra was sent flying like a cannonball from the ship, splashing into the sea below, his fate uncertain. Yet, several teeth, propelled through the air, were distinctly visible, embedded in the ship's railings and mast, akin to bullets. The sheer force of that blow was terrifying. "Now, it's your turn." Jiang Lu grinned malevolently. "Be cautious. A moment's inattention could lead to your demise." His voice echoed as he moved from obscurity to proximity in the blink of an eye, an overwhelming, domineering aura enveloping them. "Bruno!" Khalifa shouted in warning, instinctively covering her mouth. She could no longer bear to witness the impending scene. The battle had barely commenced for a few minutes, yet they found themselves in a situation that felt utterly hopeless. Who was this individual before them? Bruno shuddered but did not turn around, as the threat was barreling straight at him. His pupils dilated in shock as he roared. Iron body, his muscles and skin vibrated, becoming as hard as steel, melding into one. This was the strongest defensive skill among the 6 styles, capable of withstanding bullets and cannon fire. However, as he looked up, he caught sight of the derisive and nonchalant smile in Jiang Lu's eyes. "Iron body, you say? My strength can shred even steel apart." The words echoed in Bruno's mind as a massive hand pressed against his face, 5 fingers sinking into his skin, leaving 5 deep impressions. Then, an explosive force erupted. Bruno trembled, his eyes glazing over, blood gushing from his nostrils and mouth. Boom! Jianglu's hand pressed forward, sending Bruno crashing backward onto the deck. Crack! The deck splintered, embedding Bruno within the ship's structure, and he lost consciousness. Hey! This must be a joke. Kaku's pupils constricted, his heart racing in fear as he gazed at this man before him. Paralyzed by terror, Daiti is known that those who rise to CP9 undergo unimaginably brutal training, enduring countless battles, forging themselves into the most formidable individual combatants. Yet, before this man, they felt as fragile as paper. Who on earth was he? Lucci, Khalifa stammered. This mission target was far beyond their capability to contend with. It was an absolute rout. Rob Lucci's lips moved, yet he remained silent. Let us attack together. Charging in one by one against such a foe will lead to our individual demise. Taking a deep breath, he surged forward first. Kaku and the others gritted their teeth and followed suit. Shave. In that moment, the remaining 5 moved as one, surrounding Jianglu from all directions. Ha. Come at me. Allow me to teach you misguided souls a lesson. Jianglu laughed heartily. He pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to the side. The head eagle, caught off guard, stammered, Zababa, it's over. Bang! The kick landed squarely on his abdomen, sending the head eagle flying into the sea with a splash. At the same time, Kaku executed his storm leg with fierce intent. Jianglu twisted at the waist, laughing heartily as he met the attack with his own storm leg. Bang! Kaku's strike was instantly shattered, and he was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew away. The others watched in horror as 2 of their comrades fell in an instant, their hearts sinking into despair. Lucci. At that moment, Jianglu suddenly spoke, raising his hand to block Khalifa's incoming left kick. Feeling the smoothness of her skin, that I truly admire you. Perhaps you should consider another path. Rob Lucci was momentarily taken aback by the words. But in the next instant, he lunged forward, his right index finger thrusting out directly towards Jianglu. Finger gun. Yellow lotus. With a sharp sound, the air itself seemed to be pierced by the pointed finger, followed by countless phantoms that howled forth, cascading like a torrential downpour towards the front. Jianglu's eyes flickered as his form became erratic at that moment. He twisted and transformed into an illusion, swaying like willow fluff in the wind, deftly dodging amidst the relentless barrage of jabbing fingers. Paper drawing. Lucci's heart jolted as he recognized the technique being employed. It was indeed one of the 6 styles. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and accelerated his offensive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Khalifa, the newly risen Kaku, and the lion-hearted figure all cried out and charged forward. Jianglu turned, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he glared at the trio. At that moment, a domineering aura surged forth, sweeping through the air, causing the advancing 3 to suddenly stiffen, unable to move an inch. I can't move. My entire body is trembling. What on earth is happening? Fear, primal and instinctual, enveloped them entirely. Who is this formidable presence? The 3 trembled in place, standing not far from Jianglu, yet utterly incapable of advancing a single step. The intimidation they felt was absolute. They were completely paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Turning his gaze back to Rob Lucci, Jianglu smiled broadly. Let me see your true caliber, Rob Lucci. With that, his fist trembled, shattering the air as it swung forward. Lucci's pupils contracted, his form flickering as he stepped into the void, creating ripples to evade the punch. Immediately, he raised his right leg high and brought it down with force. I too wished to witness the might of the former admiral. The Day Tiger, classified as an S-rank secret. As his murmurs filled the air, the atmosphere was cleaved apart, and a powerful slash surged forth. Jianglu grinned, lifting his head to reveal a gleam of delight in his eyes. He raised his right foot and kicked out in response. Boom! The shockwave erupted, swirling around them. As Lucci's gale foot was shattered, in the next moment, Jianglu stepped forward, and his figure abruptly twisted and vanished from sight. Disappeared? No, it's Shave. Lucci's pupils constricted in shock that T.O. wield Shave with such mastery, to the point where his form could not even be detected. It was evident that Jianglu's mastery of the 6 styles had reached an extraordinarily high level. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable practitioner of the 6 styles. I'm right behind you. Jianglu's voice rang out as his large hand reached for Lucci's head. Though not towering among pirates, he stood over 2 meters tall, comparable to Lucci. Upon hearing the voice, Lucci swiftly turned, his feet pounding against the ground as he retreated, creating distance. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his expression grew gravely serious. An unprecedented foe, the might of an admiral exuded a terrifying pressure that felt like a mountain upon him, even the simplest of movements instilling a sense of dread. How does it feel? Rob Lucci, to be regarded as the most powerful and ruthless weapon in the CP organization, the strongest in 800 years. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Jiang Lu's eyes flickered as he spoke softly. He held a deep admiration for Lucci. This man possessed remarkable talent and boundless potential, coupled with a chilling heart that revered necessary evil and upheld a dark sense of justice. How vast is the chasm between us? I wonder, Lucci pondered quietly. Even now, his opponent had yet to unleash his full power, effortlessly countering the entire CP9 team's assault as though swatting flies. Indeed, he was a classified S-rank threat. Once more, Rob Lucci. Let us see what damage your current strength can inflict upon me. Jiang Lu beckoned with his hand. Lucci's eyes sharpened suddenly, his form lunging forward, morphing into an illusion that appeared before Jiang Lu in an instant. Gale foot. Jiang Lu's gaze brightened as he opened his fingers, meeting the slicing strike of Lucci's gale foot head-on. Bang! The shockwave dispersed, shattering the gale foot strike. He advanced boldly, closing in on Lucci. The latter, feeling overwhelming pressure, swiftly extended both hands, clenching them into fists, channeling his ultimate technique. Ultimate art, 6-king puncture. Without hesitation, facing the enemy now merely a step away, Lucci unleashed his most powerful move. Boom! A tremendous shockwave burst forth, causing the very air to seem to collapse as the fierce wind and overwhelming force swept towards Jiang Lu's face. Just as the impact was about to strike, Jiang Lu tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The 6-king puncture was effortlessly evaded. He actually dodged it. What a jest! That was Lucci's strongest technique. It was as if he had foreseen Lucci's movements. Kaku and the others stood aghast, disbelief coursing through them. Simultaneously, Rob Lucci fell silent, faced with an enemy merely a meter away. Even his most potent move had been easily evaded. It felt akin to a silent mockery directed at him. The disparity between them was as if they existed in different dimensions. Are you in despair now, Lucci? Have you given up on defeating me? At that moment, Jiang Lu spoke again. Lucci's eyes narrowed, and in the next heartbeat, he surged forward once more, thrusting his fingers towards Jiang Lu. Yet, just as with the previous 6-king puncture, Jiang Lu effortlessly evaded each strike, as if he had anticipated Lucci's every motion that he couldn't land a hit. It wasn't just Kaku and the others who realized this. Lucci himself recognized the weight of despair settling in his heart. Despair. In his entire life, from birth until now, he had never felt such profound despair. Your strength, it mirrors your life. Lost and misguided, Rob Lucci. Jiang Lu's voice resounded once more. Grinding his teeth, Lucci bellowed. Launching another frenzied assault, he refused to allow anyone to so easily judge his life. Yet, he still could not land a single blow, not even once. This onslaught of finger strikes, rapid as a deluge, failed to graze even the hem of Jiang Lu's attire. I can alter your life, make you stronger. Perhaps you should consider joining my ranks. At these words, Rob Lucci's heart trembled. Change his life, make him stronger? What on earth was this man saying? Or rather, what secrets did he harbor? Despite possessing the might of an admiral, he remained obscure, watched over by the world government. Who is he? What does he intend to do? The world government cannot offer you a future. Only by joining me can you unleash your full potential. As the voice echoed, Lucci suddenly noticed that the flickering figure before him had come to a halt. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the finger strikes pierced into Jiang Lu's body. Madman. Lucci was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting. Drip, drip. Blood began to fall, quickly staining the deck beneath his feet crimson. Every person on the ship was taken aback, their eyes flickering with shock. He actually hit him. Yet, Lucci seemed bewildered. Jiang Lu grinned widely, his smile appearing somewhat eerie and sinister in the eyes of Rob Lucci. That it was astonishing that someone could face such fierce attacks without any attempt at evasion, willingly inflicting harm upon themselves. The warmth of blood was palpable, and even the sensation of flesh and blood within the opponent felt undeniably real. Puffed. Rob Lucci withdrew his finger, stepping back a few paces, and looked up at his adversary. What do you mean? Jiang Lu beamed. What do I mean? It's quite simple, for even if you strike me. As he spoke, the wounds on his body began to heal at an astonishing rate, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind that it would cause me no harm whatsoever. Rob Lucci's pupils contracted as he gazed at Jiang Lu in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. To have inflicted a direct hit, yet achieved no damage was unfathomable. With your strength, whether compared to me or the world, you are but a drop in the vast blue ocean. Insignificant, utterly unremarkable. In the next moment, a fierce wind surged towards him, and a fist landed heavily on his abdomen. Bang! The tremendous force resonated through him, causing the air behind him to tremble and swirl into a tempest. Only by witnessing the vastness of the world and the enormity of existence can one gain a clear understanding of oneself. Realizing what one truly needs, Rob Lucci shuddered, his waist bending as he bowed his head and fell to his knees with a thud, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. This strike caught him completely off guard, leaving him no chance to evade. Today, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. When we meet again, I hope you will have considered my proposal carefully. Jiang Lu retracted his fist and spoke softly. The members of CP9 all heard this, their hearts trembling slightly in astonishment. Does this imply that he intends to let them off the hook? Why? Rob Lucci gritted his teeth, suppressing the blood that threatened to spill forth, and asked that I have great admiration for all of you, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to work together. Jiang Lu replied. After a brief pause, he seemed to recall something. By the way, please convey a message to your superior. Soon, when I find the time, I shall pay him a visit. Lucci fell silent, deeply studying the man before him. Powerful, enigmatic, and possessing a peculiar nature that bordered on madness, despite having the capability to crush and annihilate them all. He chose to spare them, expressing a desire to recruit them instead. Undoubtedly, this was an act of benevolence. Thank you. Thank you, Kaku stammered, his voice trembling. This night, he had faced a shadow of terror that would haunt him for a lifetime. Mere steps away from death, the group flickered and vanished from the warship. Moments later, the sea breeze swept in, and the night sky once again fell into tranquility. Continue to rest, Jiang Lu smiled. Are they truly your targets? Crocodile inquired curiously, his eyes glinting. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and respect towards Jiang Lu's prowess. CP9 was undoubtedly not a group of weaklings. At the very least, even he found the man with the pigeon on his shoulder to be an exceedingly formidable adversary. Yet, before the man standing before him, he was effortlessly overwhelmed. Just how powerful is this individual? A team with immense potential. With a little honing, they could astonish the world. However, they have chosen the wrong path. Jiang Lu remarked softly. The CP team led by Rob Lucci possesses astonishing strength. He was well aware that this group would soon face defeat in the battle at Eni's lobby, subsequently falling into grave peril as they became targets for the world government's forces. Yet, 2 years later, Rob Lucci would stage a dramatic comeback, returning in a position of even greater authority. This too indicated that the man had gained formidable strength by then. Then you should not have let them go. Crocodile stated solemnly, let the bullets fly for a while. We may yield greater rewards. Jiang Lu's gaze flickered as he chuckled softly. He awaited the moment this team would consume the devil fruit. At that point, they would undoubtedly possess even greater power. All he needed to do was wait patiently, ready to reap the fruits of victory. Subsequently, Jiang Lu turned and entered the cabin, with the troubles resolved. He could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. As he departed, Crocodile's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, flickered restlessly. Gazing out at the sea, watching the ship swiftly disappear into the distance, he exhaled slowly. What exactly are you planning? This recruitment display is certainly not the conduct of a Navy officer. It was nearly certain that Jiang Lu harbored ambitions beyond the imagination of ordinary men. 20 years ago, he established the Wano Kingdom. 20 years later, he subdued him within Impel Down, and now he is engaged in this recruitment endeavor, by sparing the CP9 team and deliberately inviting the leader's attack. He was clearly extending a gesture of goodwill. Yet simultaneously, he exerted his overwhelming strength to suppress and intimidate them. The dual display of thunderous might and benevolence was undoubtedly an act of recruitment. One could imagine that if any problems arose, Jiang Lu would appear without hindrance to gather them in. Furthermore, It seemed he was privy to secrets that ordinary individuals could hardly perceive. Murmuring, Crocodile's gaze deepened. Zhang Lu's intentions were clear, and his choices were deliberate, suggesting a profound understanding of his targets. This man undoubtedly harbors secrets known only to a select few. Meanwhile, in the depths of the night, a solitary boat glided across the water, swiftly heading towards Water 7. The vessel was enveloped in silence, as the entire CP-9 team remained utterly mute. The brief skirmish had obliterated their previous confidence and pride. The figure of that man lingered in their minds. Utterly indelible. Lucci, who exactly is he? Khalifa inhaled deeply, looking down at her right calf, unable to restrain her curiosity any longer. The unmistakable purple bruises, the distinct impressions of 5 fingers and a palm, were the marks left by that man upon her. Still unable to voice it. In this mission, we have evidently become mere pawns. Such a character surely knows that we are no match for him. Kaku growled through clenched teeth. The soul-shaking aura that instilled fear still clung to them, refusing to dissipate. Lucci, in contrast to those nefarious individuals, our current target appears to be far more amicable. Does he wish to recruit us? Gabra suggested gravely. Rob Lucci sat in silence, listening to his comrade's words, before finally raising his head. This is classified as S-tier intelligence. Speaking of it may expose you to unimaginable dangers. After a pause, he spoke with a serious demeanor. Are you certain you wish for me to continue? The answer was, of course, affirmative. In the presence of such a man, all were deeply shaken, leaving lasting psychological scars. If we do not even know the identity of our opponent, how tragic would that be? His name is Zhang Lu, the former Marine Admiral, Day Tiger. Now that you know his identity, remember this name. As for his proposition, taking a deep breath, Rob Lucci's expression shifted. We are still agents of the world government CP. I kindly ask you not to overthink things. Yet, the efficacy of his words remains uncertain. Whether it be Khalifa or Gabra, their gazes flicker with hesitation. Subjugation to the powerful is almost an inherent trait, particularly within the stark and ruthless confines of CP, a realm where the law of the jungle prevails, and survival hinges upon submission to the mightier. Moreover, this formidable individual has already extended a gesture of goodwill towards them. Even Rob Lucci has fallen into silence, his mind mulling over the man's utterances, weighing and deliberating. Power in the future, perhaps. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze towards the shimmering sea ahead and murmured. Although the world government does provide training and instructs them in the 6 forms, subjecting them to various harrowing drills, it is undeniable that more potent techniques are concealed from their view. At their level, such knowledge is completely inaccessible. Furthermore, should a crisis arise, the CP-9 squad is little more than fodder, as evidenced by this very instance. In other words, to those in the higher echelons, they are merely tools, ready to be exploited, sacrificed, or discarded at a whim. The former Navy Admiral, the Day Tiger, his eyes glimmered as Rob Lucci began to ponder. What, precisely, is your objective? Decisions are not easily made, as he stated, at the very least. His current identity remains that of a CP-9 member. Until he can glean more information about Zhang Lu, Rob Lucci has no intention of readily accepting the man as overtures. Such a move would pose significant risks for both himself and the CP-9 team. He could faintly sense that there exists a substantial secret and danger intertwined between that man and the world government. We shall meet again, he softly declared, closing his eyes. That seemingly simple punch inflicted grave injury. Yet it also signified the terrifying power of that man. His martial prowess, strength, and the ability to heal rapidly from myriad wounds render him virtually indestructible. Such a being is bound to astonish the world in the future. The sea rippled gently as the solitary vessel gradually receded into the distance. Time passed, and life upon the ocean became monotonous and dull. Fortunately, Zhang Lu's crew was steadily expanding, and with the arrival of Foxy and his band of crew members, the atmosphere transformed into one of liveliness. Through their interactions, Foxy's group came to realize that their newly appointed captain was not the cruel and vicious figure they had initially feared. Instead, he proved to be quite amiable, possessing a gentle demeanor, devoid of an overbearing presence, often regaling them with tales of the extraordinary. What, Captain, do you truly believe that Sky Island exists? How could an island possibly float 10,000 meters in the air? It is simply marvelous. I long to see it. Might there be beautiful angels with wings appearing? In the New World, are there moving giant elephants, an island perched atop their backs? Wow, Captain Zhang, you possess such vast knowledge. The crew of Foxy, filled with excitement, bounded around Zhang, incessantly imploring him to share more stories. As familiarity grew, the distance between them dissipated, fostering a sense of intimacy that in their exchanges, they quickly bridged the gap in their relationships. Hee. In the future, I shall take everyone to see it. Soon, we shall witness the wonders of Sky Island. Just so happens I have matters to attend to there as well, Zhang remarked with a light chuckle. Compared to the solemn and grave ambience aboard the ship, he favored this relaxed atmosphere. Wow, Sky Island. Are we truly able to go? That is 10,000 meters in the air. Angels, white islands. Will there be a heavenly realm? Will there be deities? Everyone erupted in exhilaration, firmly believing that Zhang was not indulging in fanciful exaggerations. Such a powerful figure would never indulge in frivolous boasts that, of course, had such preposterous claims emerged from another's lips. They would undoubtedly scoff and deride them mercilessly. Sky Island, you say? Crocodile, adorned with his grotesque mask, stood quietly at the helm, his eyes alight with intrigue. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days later, Captain, our ship is nearing Magic Valley Town. Foxy exclaimed joyfully, peering through his telescope at the sea ahead. The purpose of their journey was finally within reach, and the ship's supplies would soon be replenished. More importantly, Captain Zhang indicated that one could ascend to Sky Island from here. This was undoubtedly an exhilarating revelation. That's so? What splendid news! Zhang, reclining in a beach chair, remarked with a smile as he set aside the bounty notice in his hand. Crocodile, standing nearby, felt his pupils constrict as he glanced at the bounty notice featuring the straw hat emblem. Monkey D. Luffy got a bounty of 100 million berries. Clearly, it was due to his defeat of that young man that the bounty had soared to such heights, given the time elapsed during their voyage. It was highly probable that they would encounter that young lad on this island. The crocodile's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath. The Navy's warships are specially designed, and coupled with their familiarity with this leg of the journey, they undoubtedly possess a speed advantage over newcomers. If the opportunity arises, he would certainly wish to redeem himself from this humiliation. The esteemed Shichibukai, defeated by a mere newcomer, such a reality was intolerable to him. The ship gradually docked at the harbor of Magic Valley Town 2 hours later. Foxy and the others cheered exuberantly, leaping off the ship and racing towards the island. Zhang and Crocodile were the last to disembark, leaving the ship in the care of the previously injured Hamburger and other crew members. Observing the bustling streets ahead, filled with the cries of vendors, shouts, and an array of clamor, with a diverse crowd continuously flowing. Zhang remarked, "What a lively little town." This was indeed the island with the highest concentration of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, a place teeming with all manner of characters. Naturally, it was also rife with trouble. Crocodile replied in a low voice, "Fighting and killing in the streets is a commonplace occurrence here." The two swiftly entered the town, where taverns thrived as the primary gathering spots for pirates. The air thick with the pungent aroma of strong liquor. Scanning the surroundings with a smile, Zhang mused, "So, where might I find clues about that scoundrel Doflamingo, Don Quixote Doflamingo?" This name had become widely renowned across the world. One of the Shichibukai, and the king of Dressrosa in the New World. Simultaneously, his dark identity instilled fear and trepidation in countless souls. Many around the world, Doflamingo was a nightmare, a dangerously cruel and mad criminal. Yet for Zhang, the man's identity was rather straightforward. He was the son of his dear friend, the numbered figure of the Wandan, Don Quixote Homing. This also implied that he possessed the right to inherit the legacy of the Wandan. Doflamingo, you say? At the mention of the name, Crocodile's expression sharpened slightly. There exists a certain subtle connection between him and Doflamingo. In fact, they had once engaged in clandestine dealings. Crocodile was well aware of Doflamingo's character and strength, and held a degree of apprehension towards him. The son of an old acquaintance deserves a glance. Zhang chuckled softly, recalling that he had once cradled the two sons of Homing. Doflamingo had always been cold in demeanor, while Corazon was gentle and lively. Yet, he was curious to see how they had fared after 2 decades as they wandered the streets of Magic Valley Town. They remained oblivious to a group approaching from a nearby alley. The leading man was rugged in appearance, missing several teeth, with a burly physique, wild black hair tied with a headscarf, and adorned with various rings on his fingers. The flintlock pistol hung from his left hip, and he clutched a bottle of rum in his hand. Staggering slightly, he approached with a grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! What a lively place this is! The rum here is quite potent." The man laughed heartily. Accompanied by 4 individuals of varying appearances, all wearing smiles on their faces. However, the moment they stepped out of the alley and onto the street, the leading man caught sight of the figure of Jiang Lu walking ahead. "Wait, whose silhouette is that?" His steps came to an abrupt halt, the smile on his face vanishing instantaneously, his pupils constricting sharply. "What's wrong, Teach?" A voice from behind, belonging to Van Oka, pierced through the air. Laden with evident confusion, it cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly that man. How can he still be alive? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the next instant, his figure abruptly swayed and vanished from the street, retreating into the alley. Simultaneously, Jiang Lu, who was walking ahead, sensed a gaze upon him and abruptly turned his head. The street was bustling with people. Yet he noticed nothing amiss. A hint of perplexity crossed his features as he scanned his surroundings, still failing to detect anyone watching him, before turning his head once more. Inside the alley, Van Oka and the others observed their captain, who pressed against the wall, his body seemingly weakened, and exchanged bewildered glances. "What on earth is the matter? Who is that man?" Lafitte inquired. It was evident that the captain had spotted someone shocking, prompting such strange behavior. "That fellow, he is actually still alive. I thought he perished in that grand event long ago. Yet here he is. Damn it, how can he still be alive? It's impossible." Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach muttered repeatedly, his gaze filled with trepidation and profound fear. "Who exactly is he? Teach, with your temperament, you wouldn't act like this without reason." Van Oka exclaimed in a low voice that he realized the gravity of the situation. Someone who could provoke such a reaction from their captain was likely no ordinary character. Huff, taking a deep breath, Marshal D. Teach regained his composure and finally uttered a name, his eyes filled with tumultuous emotions. "Jiang Lu, the Marine Admiral, Day Tiger Jiang Lu." Slowly lifting his head, he locked eyes with his 4 crew members, his tone grave and trembling. "A man who nearly brought about my demise." The brevity of his words caused Van Oka, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Jesus Bages to change their expressions drastically, their pupils narrowing to mere slits. "The man who nearly killed the captain? Why has such a man never been mentioned in the world? There's no one like him in the Navy either." Lafitte voiced his confusion. "That's because you are unaware of what transpired 20 years ago." Blackbeard sighed softly, and as he reached this point, he suddenly froze, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes, 20 years ago. It has now been 2 decades. I am no longer that frail, powerless youth." After uttering this, Marshal D. Teach's gaze turned fierce, a palpable killing intent emanating from him without reservation. A series of strange laughs escaped his lips, prompting Van Oka and the others to exchange looks of helplessness as they regarded their captain's peculiar behavior. It was clear that the captain bore a significant shadow from that man. After a moment, Blackbeard finally calmed down. "Captain, if you harbor such hatred for him, we can join you in avenging and eliminating that guy." Bages chuckled. "Now is not the time. Moreover, that fellow is not someone easily dealt with." Blackbeard replied, "Let us continue with our plans. If we can capture the Straw Hat Brat, we will be one step closer to our goal." Pausing briefly, he added with a grave expression, "But before that, we must avoid any direct confrontation with that man." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Just as I am eager to kill him, for some reason, that man seems intent on eliminating me." Upon finishing this statement, Blackbeard's emotions grew complicated, for he truly did not understand why Jiang Lu harbored such intense hatred toward him. 2 decades prior, he was merely an inconspicuous intern in the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet that man had relentlessly targeted him. This was also a point of ridicule from others on the streets of Magic Valley Town. Jiang Lu and Crocodile paused momentarily before the entrance of a tavern. "Care for a drink?" Jiang Lu suddenly smiled, glancing toward the bar. Crocodile was taken aback, following his gaze to see a golden-haired man with a buzz cut sitting with his back to them, raising a glass to drink. While drinking, he spoke loudly and arrogantly, instilling fear in those around him. Amidst the din, Jiang Lu caught a phrase. "Bellamy, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 55 million. What a ruthless fellow. It is best not to provoke him." Though unaware of what his captain was thinking, he clearly had no intention of opposing him. All right. Thus, the two entered the tavern, one after the other. As they did, the pirates inside raised their heads to look at them. Upon seeing Jiang Lu and Crocodile, who was cloaked and masked, they were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter at a masked figure in broad daylight. A newcomer whose identity remains a mystery? This promises to be entertaining. Surely someone will deal with them. Amidst the cacophony, Jiang Lu and Crocodile remained unfazed, making their way directly to the bar, occupying the seats adjacent to the golden-haired man. Then, they sat down slowly, flanking him on either side. "Bartender, 2 rum shots, please." Jiang Lu smiled as he called out. Unbeknownst to him, the once boisterous tavern had fallen into a profound silence, some gazes filled with shock, others with mockery, and some with malice. Simultaneously, the golden-haired man sandwiched between them slammed his glass heavily onto the bar, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "My apologies, gentlemen." The golden-haired man suddenly extended his arms, encircling Jiang Lu and Crocodile. "There are already people here." Jiang Lu's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly donned a radiant smile, turning to face the man beside him. Golden hair, a long scar over his left eye, and a face twisted into a vicious and arrogant grin. This was the infamous Bellamy, the captain of the Bellamy Pirates, a spring fruit user with a bounty of 55 million. He was also the tragic figure who was defeated in a single blow by Luffy in the original story. Later manipulated by Doflamingo and defeated once more. Tio is right. Crocodile's mask obscured his face, revealing no discernible expression. Yet, an unmistakable aura of coldness emanated from him. Clearly, this crocodile did not appreciate such close contact with others. Moreover, Bellamy's current actions were anything but friendly. "Have you heard of Skypiea?" Suddenly, Bellamy asked, looking at the man on his left with a mocking smile. "Skypiea?" Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, and then a cold, derisive smile flickered in his eyes. "You still believe in fairy tales? Skypiea is merely a ruse concocted by a group of foolish individuals to deceive children." As he spoke, Bellamy exerted force with his hands, pushing downwards. "This foolish question displeases me, and you've taken my seat. That only serves to make me detest you even more." As his words fell, he prepared to extend his hand and take action against the 2 loathsome individuals. However, in the next instant, a large hand appeared at the back of his head, pressing down with such force that it sent a tremor through his entire body. The man on the left suddenly lost his smile, his eyes turning icy cold. "The Sky Island is no fairy tale." Bellamy opened his mouth to speak, but it was already too late. The hand pressing against his head exerted tremendous force, and with an overwhelming power, he was slammed down onto the bar top. "You, a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, cannot see the vastness of the outside world and are unwilling to believe in the existence of things beyond your comprehension. How tragic." Pausing for a moment, Jiang Lu slowly rose to his feet, gripping the golden hair atop his opponent's head, and yanked him up. Cough, cough, cough. Bellamy's face was drenched in blood, and he spat out crimson stains. His eyes now filled with confusion. He had been dealt with using his own tactics, the very methods he intended to employ against these 2, even more absurdly. Throughout this ordeal, his body felt as though it had been immobilized, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Just a mere thug. The detached voice entered his ears, causing Bellamy's heart to shudder and his eyes to widen. This phrase reminded him of his encounters with that man, the one he had idolized for so long. In facing that individual, he had uttered a similar line. "Cough, cough, cough. You." Bellamy seethed, wanting to roar in fury. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Jiang Lu strode forward, seizing his head and forcefully crashing it into the wall ahead. Boom! The entire bar trembled, the wooden ceiling vibrating, while the decorations hanging from the walls shook violently. Ugh! Bellamy's roar was choked in his throat, his eyes glazed over, his face marred with multiple bruises and abrasions. "While I may not fully endorse the so-called dreams many hold dearly in this world, I at least understand the importance of respecting others." The calm voice reached his ears. Bellamy gasped for breath, but found himself unable to respond. Just 2 simple strikes had nearly shattered his skull. "You, scum like you, deserve nothing but to lie on the streets." Gasping for breath, Jiang Lu's voice resonated again, and with a flick of his wrist, Bellamy was tossed aside like a sack of potatoes. That he then turned and returned to his previous seat. Crocodile remained seated, seemingly indifferent to the events that had transpired, a gaping hole between the 2 men. The tavern fell into an abrupt silence. The pirates who had witnessed the entire scene now wore stiff expressions, their gazes fixed on the 2 men who had turned their backs to them. Their hearts filled with dread, the bounty of 55 million on Bellamy. How could he be so effortlessly subdued? Who are these two individuals? Fear and tension quietly spread through the air of the tavern. Undoubtedly, the two who had easily dealt with Bellamy, whom they regarded as a formidable and untouchable adversary, had become the new figures of intimidation. Clang, clang, someone swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on their forehead. "Boss, my drink." Just then, a light-hearted voice broke the silence. The tavern owner, who had been left in a stupor, finally reacted. "Ah, sure." He promptly poured the drink while observing the man before him, who wore a smile. This man, appearing decisive and formidable, seemed far more agreeable than Bellamy. Around the tavern, some patrons began to stand up quietly, tiptoeing toward the exit. As the first left, others soon followed suit. Jiang Lu and Crocodile paid no mind to these departing souls, raising their glasses to clink together before taking hearty gulps. "There must be a reason for dealing with such a petty thug, right?" Crocodile inquired lightly. "Ha, you know me well. Indeed, you are a perceptive individual. This is precisely why I value you," Jiang Lu replied with a smile, then paused slightly, narrowing his eyes. "Soon, the ones we await shall arrive." Crocodile set his glass down on the table, addressing the eavesdropping tavern owner coldly. "Pour the drinks." In the streets of Magic Valley Town, Bellamy lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His mind was not only clouded but also engulfed in deep shame. The gathering crowd intensified his feelings of anger and humiliation, while a wave of fear washed over him. "That man will kill me." His heart trembled, curling inward, leaving him momentarily lost. In a nearby courtyard, a solemn-faced man dashed inside, and after a series of inquiries, he finally arrived at a room deep within. "Young master, Bellamy has been gravely injured," he whispered through the door, his tone heavy. He understood well that while Bellamy might be insignificant to the young master, he bore their family's mark. This incident represented a disgrace to the entire clan, and given the young master's temperament, Bellamy would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Bellamy." After a prolonged silence, a cold, deep voice resonated from within the room. "That thug? What a disgrace!" As the words echoed, the man felt a weighty, oppressive aura envelop him. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in sunglasses, a pink coat, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes. "Young master." The man immediately bowed his head, unable to meet his gaze. His heart racing with anxiety, he knew that the man before him not only held an esteemed position, but also possessed terrifying strength. "I have come to ascertain the veracity of the rumors circulating from the Navy. Not to handle such petty thugs." A low, icy voice pierced the air as the man strode past him. It was he who had knelt before me, pleading and making promises, which led me to grant him a chance to prove himself. Yet, clearly, he had failed to seize that opportunity. Pausing for a moment, the man's gaze turned frigid. "Go and see. Those who dare to cause a ruckus in my territory will not be spared." Moments later, the pressure around the messenger dissipated, allowing him to exhale. As he straightened up, a chill crept down his back. Such an oppressive presence. What a terrifying man. No wonder he is known as the Night Demon. The man thought to himself. Indeed, the figure before him was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, referred to as the Night Demon, the sea scoundrel, the king of Dressrosa in the New World, and the ruler of the dark underworld. Simultaneously, he was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this world, he was undoubtedly a true sovereign and a figure of infamy. What will unfold next? The anticipation and tension are palpable. The man murmured, gazing toward the courtyard's entrance, that it was not far from where Bellamy was beaten, and they would arrive soon. Meanwhile, at the tavern's entrance, Bellamy lay silently on the ground, his mind swirling, waves of pain suffocating him. His body drenched in cold sweat. "I must have a concussion. Damn it, that guy was too ruthless. Those 2 heavy strikes nearly shattered my skull." A myriad of thoughts surged through his mind, and Bellamy began to reflect on his life. But suddenly, the commotion around him fell into silence. His heart skipped a beat as he opened his eyes. His pupils dilated as his entire body began to tremble. The crowd parted rapidly, creating a path as a figure in pointed shoes, cropped trousers, and a pink coat approached, step by step. Don Quixote da Flamingo." Bellamy's voice trembled. Soon, a pair of pointed shoes came to a halt before him, and a towering figure bent down to scrutinize him. After a moment of examination, a sudden grin broke across the face of Don Quixote da Flamingo. "What did I say, Bellamy? You little rascal, you've disappointed me quite swiftly." Doflamingo's laughter was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. No, it's not my fault. It's that person. Bellamy quivered, attempting to explain further, but Doflamingo abruptly lifted one foot and forcefully planted it on Bellamy's head, silencing him instantly. Weakness is your fault, if you were strong enough, even if you were vile. The one lying here would not be you. As Doflamingo pressed his foot down, Bellamy's face quickly became caked in dust, and he struggled helplessly, emitting pitiful cries for mercy. Spare me, just this once. Doflamingo, however, chuckled. Spare you? This time, there's no reason to fulfill your wish, Bellamy. His gaze suddenly turned icy, and the foot that had been crushing Bellamy's face slowly lifted. A gasp of terror rippled through the onlookers. It was evident to all that he intended to crush Bellamy beneath his heel. The crowd behind Doflamingo trembled in fear, yet dared not utter a sound. They were acutely aware that this formidable figure was indeed capable of such an act. Before everyone's eyes, Doflamingo's foot rose slowly, then came crashing down. But in the next moment, Doflamingo's pupils abruptly contracted, and the expression of terror on Bellamy's face froze. A foot appeared just a centimeter above his nose, firmly blocking the pointed shoe above. Who is it? Bellamy inhaled sharply, straining to open his eyes to see the person who had saved his life. Yet when he recognized the figure, he trembled, rooted to the spot. The very person who had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Doflamingo glanced at the foot that obstructed him, gradually lifting his head. Upon seeing the familiar face before him, his eyes narrowed, and his expression grew grave and serious. After 3 breaths, a smile unexpectedly curved at the corners of his mouth. What an extraordinary individual I have encountered. Jiang Lu also looked up at the towering man before him, grinning broadly. To strike down the weak is hardly a glorious feat. Have you forgotten? I taught you that when you were young. Those brief words caused the smile on Doflamingo's face to freeze, and Crocodile, who had just exited the tavern, wore a look of astonishment. The relationship between these two seemed to exceed any of his previous speculations. Jiang Lu, Doflamingo said coldly, what if you severely injured him? Jiang Lu answered earnestly. He slandered my dream. Dream? Doflamingo was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You, of all people, dare speak of dreams? How absurd. In the next moment, his expression turned icy once more, and black-red lightning flickered upon his right foot, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. He lifted his foot, then brought it down with tremendous force. Now, I must deal with my own affairs. You are of no concern. Jiang Lu, too, exuded a fierce and dominating presence, his right foot crackling with lightning as he kicked out violently. Bang! The 2 feet collided, electricity crackling, and a terrifying aura surged outward in all directions. The clash of conquerors hockey. Crocodile stood at the tavern's entrance, his expression grave. Bellamy lay shivering beneath the feet of the 2 combatants. Engulfed in dread, his heart shadowed by immense fear. It was terrifying. He would rather die right then and there. Do you truly wish to oppose me? A glint flashed across Doflamingo's sunglasses, his face as cold as ice. His expression bore hints of anger, clearly infuriated. I merely wished to crush his skull. The ominous words that escaped Doflamingo's lips intensified the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. I have matters to discuss with you. Jiang Lu stated calmly, his right foot like a rock, blocking the way before Doflamingo, preventing any advance. Is that so? Doflamingo retracted his right foot, his gaze sharpening to as Jiang Lu observed the withdrawal. He too pulled back his right foot. Phew! Bellamy exhaled a sigh of relief, beads of sweat forming densely on his now pale cheeks. The danger seemed to dissipate, and he had survived. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Bellamy's pupils constricted once more. Buzz! The air trembled, and Doflamingo's chilling laughter echoed through the space once more. Do you think it's still 20 years ago? I must follow your commands. The terrifying, domineering aura surged forth, the conqueror's hockey vibrating toward Jiang Lu. Do you wish to fight me, Doflamingo? Jiang Lu's expression turned cold, his eyes narrowing as he clashed his conqueror's hockey fiercely against Doflamingo. The boom, crackling and sizzling filled the air as if invisible currents were buzzing ominously. The nearby spectators felt the tremors, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Quick, run! They realized that the battle would undoubtedly affect them. Damn it, who are these 2? I only recognize one of them, the warlord Don Quixote. Doflamingo. What? It's him. Fearful whispers surged through the crowd, followed by a flurry of figures turning to flee. If they didn't leave now, they would surely perish. The terror was palpable, as the oppressive and domineering aura escalated at a visible pace. Doflamingo grinned. 20 years have passed, Jiang Lu. The death of my father, your teachings back then, are all vividly etched in my memory, as if it were yesterday. His face bore a smile, yet his words dripped with frosty malice. Do you harbor a grudge against me? Jiang Lu replied coolly. Behind him, Crocodile stepped forward, raising his right hand as the dust on the ground began to swirl, stirred by an unseen wind. But in the next moment, Jiang Lu raised his hand, causing Crocodile to halt in his tracks. Doflamingo tilted his head, glancing at Crocodile with a look of confusion. This figure, cloaked and wearing a ghostly mask, seemed vaguely familiar. His eyes flickered as a grin broke across his face, and he swiftly slashed his right hand sideways to 5 colored threads. The air was sliced by invisible lines, and 5 subtle cracks appeared on Crocodile's body. But quickly, sand poured forth, healing the fissures. Doflamingo's pupils constricted as he stared at Crocodile for a moment before bursting into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. He suddenly turned his attention back to Jiang Lu. Are you planning to make a comeback? Then, has the trial for the new batch of candidates begun? He posed 2 consecutive questions. Yet no one answered him. Jiang Lu merely gazed at him with calm composure, revealing no emotion. It seems you still lack proper education, Doflamingo. His fist clenched suddenly, and within his eyes erupted an endless cold radiance. Let it be known, he declared, in the face of my might, your predicament is no different from that of 20 years ago. Doflamingo also held his breath, the aura emanating from him intensifying with each moment. A fierce wind swept through, rendering the streets desolate, while Bellamy lay unconscious beneath him, his eyes glazed over. Overwhelmed by the onslaught of Conqueror's haki, he had long since succumbed to oblivion. Doflamingo mused, I am equally curious to know if your strength has waned over the past 2 decades. With that, he thrust his hands backward, and dozens of fine threads swiftly intertwined, before he abruptly swung them towards Jiang Lu. Supreme Strike Whip. It resembled a long whip, which in an instant was upon Jiang Lu. The latter swiftly dodged to evade the attack. Boom! Buildings ahead were cleaved asunder by the force of the strike, splinters flying and dust swirling. Is it not rather impolite to treat your elders so? Jiang Lu's voice resonated from behind, causing Doflamingo to momentarily halt, only to erupt in laughter once more. He pivoted sharply, his right leg launching forward in a powerful kick. Foot shave line. Jiang Lu raised his leg, redirecting Doflamingo's right foot toward the sky. One could clearly see countless fine lines resembling steel threads emanating from Doflamingo's foot. In these 20 years, my growth is beyond your wildest imagination, Uncle Jiang Lu. Doflamingo grinned, his form retreating swiftly before leaping high, his pink coat billowing in the wind like a bird unfurling its wings. Since we have crossed paths, I implore you to enlighten me on my shortcomings. With that, Doflamingo spread his arms and dove towards Jiang Lu. 5 colored threads. The sharp lines swiftly sliced through the air, closing in on Jiang Lu from both sides. The latter calmly lifted his gaze, unperturbed by the descending attack, extending his right hand. Die. As the distance closed, Doflamingo's eyes turned fierce, and he bellowed. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of threads cutting through the air echoed, yet simultaneously, Doflamingo found himself suspended in midair, a robust arm encircling his neck. His pupils constricted as he beheld the man before him, who had captured him with a single hand. The areas sliced by the 5 colored threads bore no scars. Not even a tear in his robe. But how could this be? He had undeniably struck his target. You perhaps underestimate me too much, Doflamingo, Jiang Lu said coolly, lifting Doflamingo's neck and tilting it toward the sun, which shone brightly at noon, almost blinding. Now, reveal your true abilities. In the next instant, he tightened his grip. Crack! A distinct sound resonated as Doflamingo's neck snapped, his movements abruptly ceasing. Not far off, Crocodile's expression faltered. Marshal D. Teach, concealed within an alley, chuckled slyly. Ha! What a splendid battle this is! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind swept across the skies over Magic Valley Town. Once a cacophony of human voices, the streets now lay silent, debris and dust swirling in the air. Those who had fled in panic sought refuge behind distant cover, anxiously watching the scene, their hearts trembling as they swallowed hard. A deep, echoing laughter suddenly filled the air, Jiang Lu raised his gaze to the rooftops, where Doflamingo, clad in a pink feather coat and towering at 3 meters, looked down upon him, the glint of his sunglasses flashing. Fighting with an elder such as yourself truly heightens the pressure in my heart. Doflamingo grinned. Enough with the idle chatter, Doflamingo. Jiang Lu replied coldly that he recalled how, 20 years prior, this man, though contrasting in temperament with Corazon, had been quite obedient to his words and held him in esteem. Indeed, obedient children often become bothersome adults. Show me your true strength, and let me witness what growth you have achieved over these 2 decades, he stated, his stance slightly bent on the path of a child's growth. One often strays into misdirection, and thus it falls upon adults and elders to guide and educate them. The renowned Don Quixote Doflamingo, in Jiang Lu's eyes, appeared merely as a mischievous child. The times have changed. Uncle Jiang Lu, have you not realized? Doflamingo continued, after 2 decades in Impel Down, the world outside has transformed dramatically. The number of pirates continues to surge, and the global landscape shifts daily at this moment. As he spoke, Doflamingo grinned, bending his knees before hurtling downwards. This is no longer your era. His pink feather coat trembled violently, and he transformed into a streak of pink light, hurtling toward Jiang Lu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind surged, and in Jiang Lu's eyes, Doflamingo grew larger, ultimately closing the distance. You speak of eras? The ground upon which I stand is my era. Raising his right hand, he clenched it into a fist, an inexplicable aura enveloping his arm like armor. Armament hockey. This was the first time Jiang Lu had employed hockey since emerging from Impel Down, and it was certainly warranted in facing his nephew, who was no mere third-rate character. With a sudden, forceful stomp, the ground quaked, the bricks beneath him shattering. In the next moment, his body shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward the descending Doflamingo. Unleash your power. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing death, Jiang Lu declared coldly. In an instant, the 2 figures collided, Jiang Lu delivering a powerful punch, direct and effective, devoid of any superfluous flair. Doflamingo's pupils contracted as he raised his arm to defend. Bang! The air rippled as an overwhelming force erupted. His diving form halted abruptly, only to be propelled backward at an even greater speed. Jiang Lu maintained his punching posture, gradually rising to his full height. Gazing ahead, boom, 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 a series of explosive sounds echoed as Doflamingo was sent flying by Jiang Lu's punch, crashing through vast structures in Magic Valley Town. It was not until he landed in the outskirts, amidst the forest, that he finally came to a stop. Dust billowed, and a distinct trench was carved into the street. What? Those watching from the shadows trembled at the sight. That was Doflamingo, and he had been sent flying by a single punch. Seemingly devoid of any ability to resist, they soon witnessed the man with slightly bent knees, causing the ground to fracture beneath him as he shot towards the outskirts like a cannonball. Moments later, Jiang Lu observed Doflamingo rising unsteadily between the broken trees. Is this truly the extent of your power? With his aching arms resting against his side, Doflamingo managed a faint smile, yet the gaze hidden behind his sunglasses was fraught with an intensity that bespoke utmost seriousness. He had never underestimated the man before him. Regardless of the era or world, one could scarcely find another individual as monstrous and gifted as he'd in the mere span of a year. He had ascended from a mere naval intern to a formidable force capable of standing alongside the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. Such a feat was beyond human capability. It was nothing short of legendary. Similarly, Doflamingo was acutely aware of the secrets harbored by this man, that he wielded a terrifying power that could incite madness across the globe. Even Doflamingo, deep within, yearned for the assistance and endowment from this individual. Now, it was my turn. With a sudden surge of motion, Doflamingo charged forward, his right fist enveloped in the dark, armament-infused Hakai. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Jiang Lu, unleashing a straightforward yet powerful punch. Jiang Lu looked up, clenched his fist, and retaliated. Bang! The shockwave erupted, causing the ground beneath Jiang Lu to crumble, dust spiraling outward in all directions. Doflamingo's expression shifted slightly as he felt the overwhelming force surge toward him, propelling him backward to crash through several trees before finally halting. The disparity in strength was glaring. It was a power that could rival that of a monster. No, it was the very essence of physical prowess. Doflamingo rose once more, his demeanor now grave. Let me show you my strongest power. He swayed his body, arms outstretched, eyes gleaming with ferocity. The awakening of the devil fruit, beyond mere control, encompassed a higher tier of mastery. As he stepped forward, the weeds, ground, and surrounding trees morphed into strands of white, undulating like gentle waves. And I have reached such a state, when the number of white strands reached a critical point. Doflamingo swung his arms forward with force, raging white wave. Thousands of white threads surged toward Jiang Lu with the ferocity of a tidal wave, twisting and spiraling, seeking to ensnare him like a great serpent intent on crushing him. Awakening? Quite impressive, Jiang Lu remarked coolly, observing Doflamingo before him. In the next moment, he was engulfed by the white waves, obscured and enveloped. Doflamingo chuckled softly, his eyes flickering. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The multitude of white threads converged violently, attempting to crush the center where Jiang Lu stood. However, Doflamingo's smile froze once again. The formidable white threads began to snap apart rapidly. Jiang Lu's figure emerged unscathed from the chaos. Not a single hair was harmed. The potent raging white wave inflicted no damage upon him. Yet, the level of development was something I had mastered 2 decades prior. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Lu extended his right hand, lightly tapping the void. Uttering 2 words, "Restore." In an instant, the white strands resembling waves rapidly receded, and in the next moment, the weeds and surrounding trees returned to their original state. Everything reverted to its appearance prior to Doflamingo's use of his power. As if time itself had reversed, the restoration fruit, this paramecia-type ability fundamentally allows one to revert their injuries and negative states to a previous condition, with the passage of time enhancing its efficacy. Yet, when Jiang Lu reinforced and transformed this fruit, it evolved into a powerful ability capable of restoring the surroundings and affecting objects. It even touched upon the realm of time. Its scope of influence expanded, reaching astonishing levels. In simple terms, he could rewind time in the vicinity. Undoubtedly, this was a bug-level ability. However, when compared to the myriad of devastating fruits in the pirate world, it was not excessively remarkable. Nonetheless, its auxiliary capabilities and formidable healing potential were astounding. It could even reverse a person's life and death. This was precisely why Jiang Lu had chosen this ability. Immortal and unscathed, it granted him an absolute advantage in any battle. Are you surprised? The fruit is not yours alone to possess. Achieving the level of awakening is not something only you can accomplish, Jiang Lu stated as he stepped closer, his gaze steady upon Doflamingo. It seems you still lack a clear understanding of this world, Doflamingo. The latter's expression darkened, and in the next moment, his hands trembled, transforming the surrounding objects into white lines at an accelerated pace and broader scope. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air vibrated, and the colossal white waves surged, roiling tumultuously. Jiang Lu too sprang into action, his figure darting forth, arriving before Doflamingo in an instant. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hands in response. Shield white line, a vast expanse of white threads erupted from the ground, rapidly coalescing to form a gigantic shield before him. In the very next moment, Jiang Lu's fist collided with it. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. The immense shield buckled inward, the sound of splintering would echoing, before it shattered completely. The astonishing defensive capability of the shield white line failed to even momentarily impede Jiang Lu. Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively began to retreat. Yet, that punch had already found its mark, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The force erupted, sending Doflamingo hurtling away, his feet carving deep furrows in the ground. Puff! Blood spewed forth as Doflamingo looked up. Raising his hands, oceanic white wave, the white threads within a radius of nearly several thousand meters surged and churned, coiling toward Jiang Lu to stab, pierce, and slice at him. Impressive momentum, indeed. Jiang Lu surveyed the surroundings, chuckling lightly. Yet for me, it holds no significance. With a single step, he trod upon the oncoming white threads, which instantly dissolved into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, he darted toward Doflamingo. The howling wind surged, and in an instant he reappeared before his opponent. So fast. Doflamingo's expression shifted abruptly. The white thread's assault paled in comparison to Jiang Lu's blinding speed. Just how formidable was this individual's physical prowess, as he pondered. Jiang Lu's fist descended upon him. The gale rushed forward, the pressure from the wind stinging his face. Doflamingo's gaze hardened as he raised his arms, enveloped in armed haki, bracing for impact. Bang! Once more, his body was sent reeling. A shock of astonishment and fear coursing through him. Merely throw a punch and exert such immense pressure. It was a sensation he had never encountered before. After being propelled nearly 500 or 600 meters away, Doflamingo bellowed, halting his retreat. He beheld the figure charging toward him once more. The terrifying velocity sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, akin to a person blowing a whistle. The spectacle of the approaching form was enough to instill fear within him. Zhang Lu's figure shimmered closer, and within moments, his face became strikingly clear. Is this all you have, Doflamingo? Such strength brings me no pressure whatsoever. A chilling voice resonated, igniting Doflamingo's fury. Of course, this could not be the end. With a forceful declaration, Doflamingo's aura surged, and he ascended into the air, declaring, "You cannot evade my attacks." While standing there, Zhang Lu swiftly pivoted, his feet seemingly treading upon the air, maintaining his velocity as he charged towards Doflamingo. Drawing a deep breath, Doflamingo abruptly raised both hands, a sharp glint flashing across his sunglasses. A barrage of piercing threads, akin to 1,000 arrows, erupted forth. That moment, the ground trembled with an unending array of white lines, enveloped in a purplish-red aura, growing even more resilient and razor-sharp. Instantly, thousands of armed lines entwined like wings, hurtling towards Zhang Lu with great speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was pierced by a cacophony of shrill sounds, reminiscent of countless birds and song. In the blink of an eye, thousands of lines were upon Zhang Lu, aiming to penetrate his form. Repel, Zhang Lu uttered coldly. However, the threads hesitated, dissipating only partially, as the remainders surged towards him. Did the encasing of armed haki interfere with my devil fruit abilities? Zhang Lu pondered momentarily. In the next instant, his right hand extended, slowly curling into a fist. He clenched his fist. Blossoms of energy, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, swirled around his right hand, fluttering into the air. Flowing sakura, mountain crumble. In response to the multitude of whistling purplish-red threads, Zhang Lu swung his fist, the impact swelling to in that instant. Boundless radiance erupted forth, and a violent wave of energy began to churn, ripples expanding outward. The myriad of purplish-red lines was firmly halted beneath this strike. After a brief standoff of 4 or 5 heartbeats, Zhang Lu propelled himself backward, and the countless penetrating lines, as if losing momentum, plummeted downward. Doflamingo observed this scene, his gaze darkening. Remarkably, it still bore no fruit. His hands trembled slightly, and the ground quaked violently as 16 colossal, densely entwined lines of armed haki surged into the air. This was his final strike, Doflamingo murmured, his eyes turning fierce. He had long recognized that his opponent was formidable, unimaginably so. Yet, he still yearned to ascertain whether his 2 decades of effort had brought him closer to his adversary, to enter his line of sight, not to mention that coveted void night number. With this thought, Doflamingo's expression turned wild, the aura of his conqueror's haki erupting unabashedly. 16 sacred death bullets, divine annihilation. The 16 purplish-red colossal lines twisted and howled, soaring skyward, only to pivot abruptly and charge towards Zhang Lu. Was this the final gamble? Zhang Lu sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent, his eyes narrowing slightly. His right hand rested upon the hilt of his blade at his waist. But he soon released it again. Quite the spectacle. Yet, my blade need not be drawn just yet. Doflamingo was undoubtedly profound in his development of haki. He was an exceptionally gifted man. The awakening of his devil fruit and mastery of haki were feats not easily accomplished by ordinary warriors. At this moment, the colossal lines infused with high-density armed haki surged forth, tearing through the void towards him. The untrained eye. They bore the oppressive force of a multitude of cannons converging. Zhang Lu relinquished his grip on the hilt of his blade, slowly raising it, his gaze now grave and commanding. The ability to fuse armed haki with awakened powers was undeniably devastating. Even he could feel the threat it posed. While the powers of the devil fruit were formidable, the haki of this world could indeed counter or neutralize them. A potent aura began to swell from Zhang Lu's being, causing his raven hair to billow wildly as an invisible ripple of energy enveloped him. Open the door, now. Rest door, open. Life door, open. Injury door, open. Doom door, open. Scenery door, open. As he uttered these words, his aura intensified considerably. The moment the scenery door opened, A brilliant green light erupted from his being, that a tumultuous wave of energy surged forth. His visage contorted in a fierce and frenzied demeanor. 8 Gates of Duanjia. These 6 enhancements, birthed from Jiang Lu's skills, allowed him to unleash the full potential of his physical prowess through the opening of all 8 gates. Yielding his utmost combat strength, this, too, served as his trump card. 2 decades prior, in battles against figures like Roger and Whitebeard, the strongest state witnessed by his opponents and allies alike was the opening of the 7th gate, the shock gate. It was the use of that technique, Day Tiger, that earned him the moniker of Day Tiger, Screech. The overwhelming green energy crackled against the air, producing a sharp sound reminiscent of birds screeching around Jiang Lu. "Come forth, Doflamingo." With a thunderous roar, Jiang Lu glared fiercely at the 16 colossal lines infused with high concentrations of armed hockey, now less than 100 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air resonated with the sound of slicing currents as the 16 purplish-red lines crossed the distance in an instant. Reaching him, Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Jiang Lu's surrounding green energy surged as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Peacock strike. In a heartbeat, countless fiery fist imprints manifested in the air. In that moment, Jiang Lu unleashed a furious barrage, his fists slicing through the air, his physical capabilities reaching unprecedented heights under the 8 gates. Countless minor injuries appeared upon him, his skin scorched, yet swiftly reverting to its original state. The regenerative powers of his fruit counteracted the negative effects of the 8 gates. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Tens of thousands of fist imprints appeared in the void, enveloped in flames, shooting forth like meteors, the green energy radiating from Jiang Lu boiled, his formidable presence even distorting the surrounding space. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the fiery fist imprints collided violently with the 16 purplish-red bullets. The sky trembled as the imprints and bullets clashed, shattering and unleashing a cascade of ripples. "Ha!" Jiang Lu bellowed, his fists a blur. The 16 purplish-red bullets traced long arcs through the sky, their assault impressively fierce. Doflamingo's all-in final strike was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Bang, 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 bang. The sky over Magic Valley echoed with a continuous, thunderous roar that reverberated through the ears of everyone present. The pirates were nearly suffocated, unable to fathom how the 2 figures high above could manifest such a spectacle. Such powerful beings still existed in this world. Is this the might of the new world? It was utterly breathtaking. The sheer force of their battle threatened to tear anyone too close to shreds. The tremors of sound persisted, as the pirates felt a profound sense of awe and dread towards the 2 combatants. The deafening clash continued for a full 2 to 3 minutes. High above, ripples spread, flames exploding like fireworks, cascading down to the ground below. Everything seemed to settle once more into tranquility. Huff, huff, huff. Doflamingo's expression darkened as he bent over, gasping for breath, gazing at the figure enveloped in green energy not far off. A shadow of gloom loomed in his heart. His most powerful attack had been effortlessly neutralized. His opponent stood like an insurmountable mountain before him, an overwhelming aura pressing down, causing him to tremble. Is this the end, Doflamingo? Is this truly all your strength? Jiang Lu, shrouded in green energy, exuded a formidable and ruthless presence, his voice deepening. It appears that before you, I remained this utterly incapable being. For 2 decades, I have tirelessly labored, striving to cultivate my power, to expand my influence, and to surpass my father. To transcend Razanani. Suddenly, Doflamingo erupted into laughter. Amidst his mirth, tears streamed down his cheeks. Hidden behind his sunglasses, indeed, for the past 20 years, he had ceaselessly endeavored, fought, and grown stronger, elevating his status. But for what purpose? The sole reason lay in the profound impression left by that man 2 decades ago. He yearned for the other's recognition, to enter his line of sight, to be praised and acknowledged. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed, and today, he finally stood before his rival once more, issuing a challenge. Yet, that unfathomable strength cruelly struck him down. Before the other, he was nothing. In the end, he remained as he was 2 decades ago. In your eyes, I am inferior to all. My ambition, my desire for vengeance, are utterly meaningless. Doflamingo trembled, his heart engulfed in despair. 2 decades of effort culminated in this moment, seeking merely to enter the other's sight, to be acknowledged. Yet, As the battle raged on, it was clear that it had all come to an end. He had suffered a devastating defeat, one that left him powerless to retaliate. In the heights above, Doflamingo's voice echoed. Jiang Lu stood in silence, before finally raising his gaze to the man before him. In my memory, you were never one to wallow in despair after failure. Doflamingo's body shuddered, his head snapping up. In the next moment, the air before him trembled with green energy, a fist rapidly enlarging in front of him. Bang! Doflamingo plummeted, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Immediately, a pair of feet appeared before him. It was Jiang Lu, gazing down intently. The child you once were, resolute and fiercely independent, displayed a personality starkly different from others in this world. A foul temper and an incredibly annoying little brat. Jiang Lu's voice resonated. Doflamingo shivered, tears welling anew at the corners of his eyes. Yet I know you hold great respect for me. Thus, my guidance to you shall be no less than that of Razanani. After a pause, Jiang Lu leaned down, locking eyes with him. My love for you is equally profound. Doflamingo gasped, then began to sob. 2 decades have passed, and you appear before me in such an arrogant manner, challenging me that I ask it for my recognition. Doflamingo. Jiang Lu suddenly broke into a grin, his gaze softening. I do not, Doflamingo protested, tears streaming down his face. Yet he stubbornly denied it. Truly a foolish child. Then, I acknowledge your talent, Doflamingo, Jiang Lu said with a smile. You were merely a fraction away, just that little bit. That I shall help you bridge that gap. Doflamingo's breath hitched, his eyes widened in comprehension of the other's meaning. Then, Doflamingo, do you wish to inherit the number of Horning? Indeed, the next moment, exhilarating, trembling words reached his ears. I am willing. After a brief silence, Doflamingo's quivering voice emerged. A smile graced Jiang Lu's face as he leaned down, placing his right hand on Doflamingo's shoulder. Rejuvenate. Doflamingo's body trembled as an invisible force surged forth, restoring his already injured body to its former state. Number 3, Doflamingo, I hope you will not betray the significance of that number in the days to come. Jiang Lu spoke softly with a smile. That I will not. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, stating earnestly, as a reward for inheriting Horning's number, I shall elevate and bestow upon you new power. Jiang Lu lifted his right hand, speaking slowly. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, excitement and exhilaration coursing through him. This moment had finally arrived, his reason for wanting to join the Void Knight. Apart from seeking the trust of the man before him, it was also for this precious number. Only those who possessed a number could receive the bestowal of the Lord of the Void Knight. Hold your breath, close your eyes, and quietly feel the power surging from deep within your being. Jiang Lu's words echoed, and Doflamingo closed his eyes, calming his mind. In the next instant, an indescribable, mysterious force enveloped him, followed by faint whispers, as if a deity were imparting wisdom, revealing to him the essence of power. Then, he beheld his conqueror's haki transforming into swirling golden cherry blossoms, a flash of red glimmering in his eyes. You are enhancing the target's conqueror's haki, enhancement successful, evolving into flowing sakura. You are enhancing the target's observation haki, enhancement successful, evolving into precognition. As Jiang Lu heard the notification sound, he withdrew his right hand. Doflamingo's expression trembled as he opened his eyes. In an instant, his conqueror's haki and observation haki ascended to a new realm, signifying a significant leap in strength. Among the 7 warlords, his ranking would surely rise once more. Perhaps even reaching the 4 emperors was within his grasp. Moreover, this underscored the mystery and might of the man before him. If he could bestow such immense power upon others, what staggering heights had he himself attained? It was simply unimaginable. How does it feel? Jiang Lu inquired with a smile. Unprecedentedly powerful. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, the sunlight glinting off his sunglasses, speaking in a low voice. This is the very power your father once wielded. Jiang Lu remarked. Doflamingo's body jolted, a familiar visage flickering across his mind. That man who chose to take his own life had once possessed such formidable strength. Indeed, in the original narrative, he was slain by his own son, Don Quixote homing. Following that cataclysmic event, his family chose to end their own lives, possessing such immense power yet opting for suicide. Doflamingo scoffed, though a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes behind the sunglasses. This is where he differs from you, and it leads me to believe you will achieve greater heights than he ever did. Jiang Lu stated calmly. Homing was ultimately too gentle, possessing great power, yet unable to conquer his own inner demons. In contrast, Doflamingo's steadfast beliefs were perhaps the most effective in this chaotic world. As long as he was granted sufficient power, he could undoubtedly leave the world in awe. I require your intelligence. Doflamingo, Jiang Lu then spoke. Compared to me, the Baroque works has a broader sphere of influence in these initial seized. Doflamingo's eyes flickered as he spoke softly. He had recognized the man donning the ghostly mask as Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, and the very ally he had long sought to collaborate with. In the Alabasta incident, his forces were indeed dismantled. Jiang Lu remarked. Then, what do you wish to know? Doflamingo inquired. He no longer resisted, disregarding any sentiments. Even from a standpoint of mutual benefit, the man before him was worthy of collaboration and investment. I wish to know the whereabouts of Port Gas D.Ace. Jiang Lu stated solemnly. Emerging from Impel Down, aside from rebuilding the Void Knight and seeking candidates for the number, Ace was undoubtedly his primary concern. The 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Doflamingo paused, bewildered. Indeed, Jiang Lu nodded slightly. Recently, indeed, some news had emerged regarding this fellow in the earlier part of the journey that I will send someone to inquire. But it may take some time, Don Quixote. Doflamingo said gravely. The man before him was inexplicably interested in the Whitebeard Pirates. That elderly figure, Whitebeard, was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Then I shall trouble you, Doflamingo. Jiang Lu replied with a smile. It is my duty, Uncle Jiang Lu. Doflamingo responded with a grin. The 2 men, who had moments ago been embroiled in conflict, now presented a picture of familial warmth and harmony, leaving Crocodile, who had just arrived, momentarily bewildered and unable to discern the situation. So, you 2 are putting on a family drama here? In Magic Valley Town, the streets were bustling with people, newcomers jostling past one another in a ceaseless throng. The cacophony of voices resonated from all directions after the fierce battle of the previous day. The pirate town had returned to a semblance of peace. The damaged buildings were swiftly being reconstructed. The casual observer. Everything appeared as usual, yet those who lived here were acutely aware of the 2 absolutely untouchable monsters that roamed the island. Yes, monsters. In the forest beyond the suburbs, trees within a radius of several thousand meters had vanished, replaced by eerie, resilient white threads. Such a sight instilled a sense of dread among the townsfolk. What manner of ability could alter the state of matter? They had never heard or seen anything like it. In the eyes of the people of Magic Valley Town, those capable of such feats were undoubtedly monsters, in a manner slightly removed from the bustling streets. A group of individuals sat, their gazes varying as they scrutinized one another. The innermost part, seated on the steps, was Jiang Liu. To his left and right were the mask-clad Crocodile and the flamboyantly dressed Doflamingo, while in another corner cowered the trembling Foxy, Doflamingo. The man seated on the stone to Jiang Lu's right was none other than the illustrious warlord, Don Quixote. Doflamingo. Even more shocking to him was the identity of his own leader and the masked figure beside him. The gaze of the warlord betrayed no hint of alarm. Entirely unlike his own frantic demeanor, MY people are already gathering information on Port Gas D.Ace. I expect to receive a response shortly, Doflamingo stated after a brief moment of silence. Good, Jiang Lu nodded, seemingly lost in thought. However, I do not agree with your proposal to take action against Whitebeard's men at this time. After all, at this point, Doflamingo cast a glance at the other 2 present. They did not seem to even qualify as numbered individuals. Your numbers are not yet complete. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered with surprise at these words. Then he raised his head and chuckled. You may be somewhat mistaken. I do not intend to strike at Whitebeard. Even if I were to confront him, it would not be at this moment. Doflamingo, taken aback, nodded slightly. Crocodile, however, wore a look of confusion as he turned to Jiang Lu. What is this numbered individual? You truly know nothing. A numbered individual is an incredibly rare entity, a source of power and status. Doflamingo laughed heartily. Now is not the time to bestow upon you a number. Jiang Lu replied with a nonchalant smile. Meanwhile, not far away, Foxy's eyes were nearly popping out of his head. What had he just heard? Whitebeard. Does the boss wish to confront Whitebeard? My goodness, he is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. The legendary pirate, the strongest man in the world. And what is this numbered individual? At that moment, Foxy felt as though he had stumbled upon an unimaginable, earth-shattering secret. Don Quixote. Doflamingo suddenly. The mysterious, cold figure behind the mask spoke up. "Oh." Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, looking at the masked figure across from him. "Oh, you know of the Straw Hat Kid?" Crocodile inquired coldly. "Straw Hat Kid?" Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of puzzlement, but he quickly recovered. A smile spreading across his face. "Ah, I remember now. You mean that rookie who defeated you?" Crocodile's countenance darkened. "He should be arriving on this island soon. What does this mean? Do you want me to deal with a fledgling rookie?" Doflamingo laughed in astonishment. "Do not forget, you are not yet a numbered individual, and thus not my equal. I have no obligation to assist you." Doflamingo's words. Crocodile fell silent. His eyes flickered with uncertainty regarding the term numbered individual. What could it possibly mean? A mere number could evoke such pride and arrogance in the formidable Don Quixote. Doflamingo, one of the warlords of the sea. Jiang Lu had risen too rapidly in the past, only to vanish just as swiftly. The organization he established, the Void Knight Organization, was perhaps known by name, but its true significance remained unclear to the masses. The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy? Jiang Lu chuckled lightly, a peculiar glint in his eyes at the mention of this name, as if recalling a memory or finding it intriguing. "Do, are you also interested in him?" Doflamingo noticed his expression and asked intently. He had a somewhat promising LAD.AS for interest. "It is too early to say." Jiang Lu shook his head. Although Luffy was the protagonist of this world, the child of destiny, the gap between them was still vast. "Your words only serve to pique my interest further," Doflamingo remarked, somewhat taken aback. "No need to dwell on it," Jiang Lu replied. The atmosphere within the courtyard then returned to a serene stillness. They awaited Doflamingo's command over the underworld, for he possessed his own methods for gathering intelligence. His sources of information often surpassed even those of the Navy and the world government. After all, which island or ship in this world lacked individuals entangled with darkness? In the afternoon, a hurried figure suddenly entered the manor, making his way to the innermost chamber. After casting a glance at Jiang Lu, who was lounging on the steps, the man quickly approached Doflamingo and whispered a message in his ear. He then bowed respectfully before swiftly departing. It seemed these individuals were remarkably swift in their information gathering. Doflamingo chuckled, turning to Jiang Lu. "Where is he?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu understood that news regarding Ace's whereabouts had arrived. He was spotted over 50 miles northwest of Alabasta, in a town called Rimbois. Indeed, it was today. Pausing briefly, Doflamingo continued with a smile. Interestingly, they also saw a pirate known as Blackbeard in the same location not long ago. "It seems that Fire Fist Ace is heading there for Blackbeard." As he spoke, Doflamingo's eyes glimmered. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, was indeed a subordinate of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Doflamingo's interest was piqued. 2 members of the Whitebeard Pirates had ventured into the first half of the Grand Line. What could be the reason behind this? Rimbois Town, is it? Jiang Lu remarked, not far from their current location. Upon hearing this, he did not respond to Doflamingo's question, but instead rose to his feet. "Let's go." With those 2 words, he strode purposefully toward the exit. The mask-wearing Crocodile, still reeling from shock, quickly followed suit upon seeing his leader stand. "In such a hurry?" Doflamingo mused, momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering. The man who could capture Jiang Lu's attention must be extraordinary. Could it be that he shared a connection with Fire Fist Ace that others were unaware of? Stepping out of the estate, Jiang Lu and his companions made their way towards the port of Magic Valley Town. On the streets, anyone who caught sight of them hurriedly cleared the path, evidently having deeply etched Jiang Lu's appearance in their memories. In but a moment, the trio approached the docks, their own warship and the Foxy ship coming into view. Were they finally departing? Hidden amongst the crowd, the elusive Marshal D. Teach, who had refrained from revealing himself during this time, observed Jiang Lu with flickering eyes. He had effortlessly triumphed over Doflamingo and, with his extraordinary powers, restored his adversary's condition unscathed. This man's abilities were nothing short of divine. He had concealed himself well, fully aware that now was not the time to provoke Jiang Lu, especially since he had no certainty of overcoming him. Meanwhile, as Jiang Lu strolled towards the port, he encountered a group disembarking from a ship. At the forefront was a jovial youth, laughing as he conversed with his companions, adorned with a straw hat, while a green-haired man behind him sported 3 swords at his waist. What a coincidence! A smile graced Jiang Lu's lips. Just as he was about to leave Magic Valley Town, the Straw Hat crew arrived. Beside him, Crocodile's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, turned icy, and his left hand, holding a golden hook, involuntarily rose in agitation. The Straw Hat crew, clenching his teeth, Crocodile uttered those 4 words through gritted lips. Stay calm. We have far more pressing matters at hand. Jiang Lu suddenly interjected. Crocodile halted his raised hand, stifling the impulse to attack. Who was that boy to incite such fury in the wraith-faced man? Foxy observed quietly, pondering that as both parties continued to advance, the distance diminished until they stood face to face. It seemed as if Luffy, the Straw Hat boy, sensed something, his gaze shifting toward them. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Lu, Crocodile, and Foxy, he paused momentarily before greeting them with a friendly wave. Ha ha ha, hello there. Jiang Lu nodded with a smile. While Crocodile's expression remained cold and Foxy wore a grinned eye in an instant, they were about to brush past each other when suddenly, a tall woman at the back halted abruptly, turning to fix her gaze intently on Jiang Lu. Robin-san, what's the matter? Sanji, the golden-haired cook, asked in confusion, also looking at the man before them. The entire Straw Hat crew halted, curiosity piqued as they turned their heads. They glanced at Robin, then back at Jiang Lu. Clearly, this new companion, who had boarded their ship following the Alabasta incident, recognized him. Is it really you? Nico Robin's voice trembled, laced with a mix of anxiety, excitement, and anticipation. Jiang Lu smiled as he beheld the familiar yet foreign woman before him. His memories lingered on the image of her as a child, barely half his height, her head reaching his legs in the blink of an eye. Over a decade had passed, and the girl he once knew had blossomed into a tall, striking beauty. Crocodile's icy gaze fixated on this familiar ally, lost in thought. He hadn't anticipated that after his capture, she would choose to stand alongside the crew that had defeated him, that wretched woman. At that moment, Jiang Lu broke the silence with a smile. It has been a long time. I hardly expected you to have grown so much, Robin. The sun shone warmly, and the familiar tone of his voice sent a shiver through Nico Robin. Tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. It's so wonderful that you're really alive. In the next instant, the tall, mature, and alluring woman threw herself into Jiang Lu's embrace, holding him tightly. I thought you were dead. Whoa, I believed I had no family left in this world. You're alive. You're truly alive. Jiang Lu. Nico Robin's voice quivered as tears overflowed, quickly soaking Jiang Lu's attire, rendering him momentarily speechless. He then wrapped his arms around her securely. Have you forgotten, Robin? I told you, I cannot die. Yet Robin seemed not to hear him. Who would believe such an absurd claim? How could anyone be immortal? It's so wonderful that you're not dead. I still have a family. Her voice trembled as she spoke, overwhelmed with emotion. Robin-san. Sanji, standing behind, was left utterly petrified by the scene. The expressions of the other crew members varied as they began to reassess the sudden presence of this woman on their ship, their curiosity about Jiang Lu intensifying. All right, Robin, I assure you, I will be fine. If you continue like this, your companions will tease you. Jiang Lu comforted her with a smile, gently patting her back while feeling a mix of emotions. Memories of the O'Hara incident flooded back, how he single-handedly stood against the 3 admirals, the death of Saul, the thrashing of Spandam, and his repeated confrontations with the admirals until Sengoku, Garp, and Kong united to force him to retreat. Despite his efforts to save a number of O'Hara scholars and help Robin escape, it came at a tremendous cost, distancing him from the Navy and the world government. The past replayed in his mind. Jiang Lu's expression grew serious. This world is fraught with issues. Since his arrival, he had been committed to altering this reality. The establishment of the Void Knight Palace, the attempts made 2 decades ago to understand the world's background, the power of the world government, and the obstacles ahead, all were endeavors he had undertaken. Thus, he chose to remain hidden, striking a pact with Garp, Sengoku, and Kong to guard Impel down for 20 years. Finally, he had stepped out not long ago. His plans were set to resume, his grand ambitions ready to be unveiled to the world, ultimately delivering a profound impact on all allies. Nico Robin paused for a moment upon hearing his words, then recollected that others were present. They are all worthy companions, deserving of your trust, Jiang Lu remarked, gazing at the familiar faces before him with a smile. Monkey D. Luffy, Roronoa Zaro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami. The entire Straw Hat crew stood before him. Is this a reunion after 20 years, a reminder for me? Robin inquired, studying the earnest expression on Jiang Lu's face with a smile. Indeed, that I have matters to attend to. Finding suitable allies will grant me peace of mind. Jiang Lu affirmed with a nod that I can join you. Nico Robin's eyes sparkled, her teeth clenched in determination. That will entail dangers beyond your imagination, Robin. Jiang Lu smiled faintly. He then cast a serious glance at the warships in the harbor. I am afraid I must take my leave now. Pausing for a moment, he broke into a grin. Enjoy your new life, Robin. We shall meet again. With that, he took strides towards the port, swiftly disappearing from sight, leaving the Straw Hat crew filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Who is he? Luffy wondered aloud. And why do I feel like that wraith-faced man is also familiar? You may soon discover who he is. Robin's eyes flickered, her expression laden with complexity. That man, who once sat by the sea, engaging her in conversations about the world, life, and dreams. Thus, she was acutely aware of his intentions and fully comprehended the implications. Now that he had reemerged, it was inevitable that this man would astound the entire world in unimaginable ways. The ocean, vast and awe-inspiring, bore witness to the passage of time, marked by the scars of history. In almost every era, a few towering figures would rise to the pinnacle of the world, radiating an intensely brilliant light that eclipsed all others. Yet, no matter how resplendent a shooting star, it too must eventually fall to the earth. Losing its luster, the Sea Overlord Rocks and the Pirate King Roger were once formidable forces that echoed throughout this world, yet both ultimately fell, their legacies buried beneath the waves. However, there exists a man who, as he himself proclaimed, stands in an era that is undeniably his own. As long as he occupies that time, he shall undoubtedly shine with his own brilliance. This man is none other than Jiang Lu. Nico Robin felt a tumult of emotions. She had not anticipated encountering the man who had left such a profound impression on her life. Even more surprising was the fact that he was indeed alive. Unlike Doflamingo's reverence for Jiang Lu, yearning for validation, Robin regarded him as family, the only remaining kin on this vast ocean. Given her understanding of Jiang Lu, it was likely that soon, the seas would tremble, heralding an event of unimaginable magnitude. After their brief encounter with Jiang Lu, the Straw Hat crew continued their journey towards Magic Valley Town. Meanwhile, in a secluded estate, before Doflamingo, Bellamy knelt, his face marred by desperate wounds. Spare me, Doflamingo. I promise there will be no next time. I will never again bring shame upon you. Having narrowly escaped a previous calamity, he was acutely aware that his survival hinged upon the man's mercy. Spare you? Doflamingo chuckled ominously. You are fortunate, having been injured by that man yet protected by him. I find you increasingly interesting. Those favored by fortune often achieve remarkable feats. Doflamingo's eyes glimmered as he regarded Bellamy. A low laugh escaping his lips. I want you to undertake a task, and upon its completion, you shall still carry my emblem with pride. Bellamy, taken aback, quickly nodded. Whatever it is, I am willing to do it for you. Doflamingo chuckled, recalling the young man Crocodile had mentioned, a person whom even Jiang Lu seemed to regard with considerable attention. Today, a group has arrived at Magic Valley Town, led by the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy, I want you to test him. Bellamy eagerly responded. No problem. I will accomplish this perfectly. Leave it to me. Doflamingo observed the man before him, suddenly finding him ludicrous. Ha ha ha. After a hearty laugh, he waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Bellamy exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly departed. Upon gathering information about the bounty on Straw Hat Luffy, he paused, momentarily taken aback by the 30 million berries displayed, before a sinister smile crept across his face. I shall excel in this task. Just the opportunity to vent my pent-up frustrations on you. Straw Hat Luffy. The narrative of Magic Valley Town unfolded slowly, simultaneously, at Marine headquarters in Mariawa, within the marshal's office. A loud thud echoed as Sengoku slammed his fist upon the desk, abruptly lifting his gaze to the officer before him, his countenance grave. Jiang Lu and Doflamingo clashed in Magic Valley Town? What was the outcome? In an instant, Sengoku's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of tension. He anticipated Doflamingo's catastrophic defeat. However, after the battle, it seemed there had been no significant escalation in conflict. Our personnel observed the two, along with a man donning a skull mask, entering Doflamingo's estate, the officer reported. Regarding Admiral Jiang Lu, Sengoku was well aware of why this marshal was so concerned. True strength cannot be confined by status. Jiang Lu epitomized this principle. Even as a mere intern in the Navy, he wielded the power to disturb the world. Jiang Lu and Doflamingo. Sengoku's expression grew somber, and after a moment of contemplation, it darkened further. I hope it is not as I fear, yet the probability is alarmingly high. After all, Who among the world would dare to forge friendships with the celestial dragons and coexist as equals? To outsiders, it would seem utterly preposterous. For the celestial dragons, it would be an unfathomable horror, absolutely intolerable. The descendants of the 20 kings represented the gods of this world. How could deities befriend mere mortals? Reduced to equal status, yet, 20 years ago, one man dared to do just that. Both he and that celestial dragon transgressed the world's taboos. This individual truly is a dangerously troublesome figure, just having emerged from impelled down. He has already made contact with Doflamingo de At this moment. Carp, seated nearby, chuckled that you're worrying far too much, Sengoku. While Jiang Lu may appear reckless, his heart is firmly aligned with justice, though his thoughts may diverge from ours. He tends to engage in unorthodox actions. Yet, I must admit, witnessing his exploits is quite exhilarating. Carp laughed, reminiscing about Jiang Lu's past grand deeds, which commanded even his admiration. Few possess such audacity in this world. Forming bonds with the celestial dragons, halting the demon slayer order, storming Marineford, and confronting a horde of celestial dragons, the audacity to stand against the elders, such feats would be beyond even Roger's reach. In the world of pirates, figures like Whitebeard, Shiki, and Roger abound, and within the Navy, there exists men of Jiang Lu's caliber. Regrettably, it seems neither the world government nor the Navy can accommodate such a rebellious spirit. Carp, let us not forget our roles, Sengoku responded gravely. Regardless, Jiang Lu's current position is that of a Navy officer. Instigating conflict with the 7 warlords is ill-advised. We must issue a warning. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly dialed Jiang Lu's transponder snail that on a warship en route to Rimbwa town. A deep voice suddenly resonated. Brew, brew, brew. Jiang Lu, slightly taken aback, retrieved the transponder snail from his pocket. The familiar visage of the snail bore a serious expression. Hello, Sengoku. Without hesitation, Jiang Lu connected the call, marking his first conversation with the former comrade since emerging from impelled down. Upon hearing the familiar yet distant voice, Sengoku's gaze sharpened slightly. Long time no see. Jiang Lu. Indeed, it has been a while, Sengoku. Jiang Lu looked ahead at the ocean, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Behind him, Crocodile and Foxy turned their gazes, their expressions solemn. Why have you not reported to headquarters since your release? Why not visit me? Carp and Zephyr, your old friends, Sengoku inquired, his tone serious. Carp, opposite him, munched on a donut, his ears perked up, listening intently. 20 years ago, Sengoku, Carp, Zephyr, and Jiang Lu were the backbone of the Navy, their status akin to the current 3 admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. They were not only colleagues, but also close friends who shared everything. Haha, as an intern in the Navy, it seems I can hardly even step through the gates of justice. After a brief moment of silence, a faint sound of laughter floated over from Jiang Lu, leaving both Sengoku and Carp momentarily taken aback, their expressions becoming intricate. Once exalted admirals, they now found themselves limited even in their roles as mere naval trainees. Their life paths starkly visible and seemingly constrained. Anyone else in their position would undoubtedly feel discomfort. If you have the time, do come and meet with us old friends, Sengoku said with a soft sigh. His words tinged with nostalgia. Moreover, I truly relish this moment of freedom, Jiang Lu replied. Have you fought against Don Quixote Doflamingo? Sengoku felt the need to abandon the small talk. The awkwardness of their respective positions compelled him to address the matter directly. It seems the Navy's intelligence is remarkably swift, Jiang Lu chuckled. Creating discord with the 7 warlords is not a prudent choice, Jiang Lu, particularly with someone as sensitive as Doflamingo. Sengoku's words carried an implicit warning. Jiang Lu understood the underlying message, responding with a smile. I merely saved an innocent bystander on the brink of death at his feet. That I ask for the rest. Marshal, let us not indulge in wild speculations. Along with those who have been secretly observing me, Sengoku fell silent. Renowned for his wisdom, he recognized that Jiang Lu was no fool either. Clearly, their dialogue held deeper meanings. He was alluding to Jiang Lu's encounter with Doflamingo. While Jiang Lu was equally aware that those who had been covertly watching him were already aware of the situation. Jiang Lu, let us be forthright. Other matters can be set aside. However, I hope you will remain vigilant regarding your future actions. As an old friend, I genuinely wish to avoid a repeat of the events from 20 years ago. After a moment, Sengoku sighed once more. That of course not. I have never been one to seek trouble. On the contrary, I dread complications, Jiang Lu laughed. That is good to hear. Sengoku nodded. Soon thereafter, the transponder snail clicked off. After 2 decades apart, their conversation felt markedly stiff and unfamiliar. Sigh. Sengoku exhaled, his expression a mix of complexity. I feel as though we are drifting further apart. Carp? Carp, taken aback by the remark, chuckled. You are being overly sensitive, Sengoku. Meanwhile, on the bow of the warship, Jiang Lu faced the sea breeze, a complex expression emerging on his calm visage. Followed by a gentle sigh. Sigh, time and experience wield a formidable power, capable of transforming everything about humanity, including the bonds between individuals. 2 decades is a considerable span for human beings, sufficient to effect significant change. Like Sengoku, Jiang Lu sensed the widening chasm between them. From the moment he stepped out of Impel Down, a vague feeling had lingered, culminating in the certainty that emerged after their conversation. If this were 20 years prior, Sengoku would have unleashed a torrent of curses rather than expressing veiled reproach. The once careful friendship had begun to distance itself. Perhaps it is for the best. After all, what I am about to undertake in the near future will also set me apart from many within the Navy. Jiang Lu murmured. Gazing towards the faint outline of the island ahead, he steeled himself. Rambo Town, situated on an unnamed island not far from Magic Valley Town, was not marked on any map due to its anonymity. Only by chance navigation or knowledge of its precise location could one arrive there. In truth, such islands are not uncommon across the seas. Rather, they are quite numerous. The small island came into clearer view. A smile gradually graced Jiang Lu's lips. His family in this world is undoubtedly limited. Lucy is one, and Ace is another. Despite his disdain for that scoundrel Roger, he held immense affection for his nephew and sister. The warship swiftly reached the island shore. To his astonishment, Rambo Town appeared to be bustling with activity, the streets teeming with passers-by, its vibrancy even surpassing that of Magic Valley Town. The angel statue at the town center imbued the place with a sense of sanctity and artistic flair. The absence of curses and violence rendered Rambo Town significantly more tranquil and harmonious. Sir, please follow me. A figure approached Jiang Lu, speaking in hushed tones as he walked through the streets. Jiang Lu inquired. Perplexed, it was Lord Don Quixote Doflamingo who instructed me to wait for you here, the man replied. Understanding dawned on Jiang Lu, his eyes brightening. With assistance, navigating this sizable town would undoubtedly become much easier. Fire Fist Ace had arrived in this small town the previous evening, seemingly in search of someone. He had spent the entire day wandering the town and was currently at a small restaurant on the eastern side. His appetite is quite substantial, the man accompanying Jiang Lu whispered quickly, providing updates on Ace's situation. Listening to these mundane details, Jiang Lu's smile broadened. They moved swiftly along the way, and in no time, they reached the small restaurant the man had mentioned. The exterior appeared somewhat desolate, and the interior situation was immediately apparent. A few patrons dotted the space, and there was Ace, his black hair cascading over the table as he snored. Bubbles of mucus rhythmically expanding and contracting, surrounded by a towering stack of plates. He is asleep, the man reporting the news remarked, looking at Ace with a hint of embarrassment. Just moments ago, the fellow had been animatedly devouring his meal. Who could have anticipated he'd fall asleep so abruptly? You may leave now, Jiang Lu said with a smile, then approached Ace. The man, stunned, opened his mouth to say something, but was promptly pushed out by Crocodile. While Foxy brandished his fiery pistol menacingly. Did you not hear? The boss wants you gone. The man initially wore a face of anger, but upon recalling something, his expression shifted to fear, and he fled in haste. Jiang Lu stepped closer to the black-haired man, whose freckled face was currently resting on the table, and gently sat down opposite him. Behind him, Crocodile and Foxy followed suit, understanding his unspoken cue and finding their own spots to sit. No one disturbed Ace, and for a moment, the restaurant was filled solely with the sounds of his gentle snoring. At last, we meet. Ace. Jiang Lu's gaze was complex as he quietly observed the young man before him. The restaurant remained eerily quiet, while the curious owner behind the bar scrutinized Jiang Lu and his companions. Instinctively, he sensed that this group was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Ace, still resting his head on the table, stirred slightly, causing the bubble of mucus on his nose to pop. My apologies, boss. I just dozed off, Ace said, sleepily smiling and offering an apology. The owner did not respond, but as Ace lifted his head, he noticed the unusual man sitting across from him. After a brief pause, he instinctively nodded in greeting. Boss, check please. He then called out to the owner at the bar. Ace, Jiang Lu interjected with a smile. Pausing for a moment, he emphasized. Fire Fist Ace. Upon hearing someone call his name and title with such familiarity, Ace's gaze sharpened, and he scrutinized the man across from him once more. "Who are you?" he asked, a hint of wariness creeping into his heart. "I in the vast ocean. There are always those seeking powerful individuals to elevate their own status by claiming their heads. For a pirate, danger lurks around every corner. A stranger who knows one's identity is undoubtedly the most perilous of all." "Jiang Lu replied, offering a warm smile, "that I have been searching for you for quite some time." He sighed softly, shaking his head. "It has been 20 years since we last met." Upon hearing this, Ace was taken aback. He was precisely 20 years old this year. The man claimed to have seen him 2 decades ago. Did that imply he was referring to Ace's infancy? Such a notion struck him as utterly ludicrous. "Ha, you certainly have a penchant for jokes, my lord. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Ace rose from his seat, casting a glance to either side. One figure, clad in a grotesque mask and shrouded entirely in a cloak, and another, gesturing oddly with his right hand directed at him. Undoubtedly, these 2 men were allies of the one before him. "Ace, I am not jesting," Jiang Lu asserted earnestly. Ace stood, crocodile, beside him, revealed the golden hook of his left hand. "Sit down, Fire Fist Ace," a deep voice emanated from beneath the grotesque mask. Simultaneously, Foxy's gaze remained fixed on Ace, and his right hand twitched suddenly. Buzz! In an instant, a slow beam of light surged toward Ace. His expression shifted, his eyes sharpening with intensity. In a flash, he evaded the incoming light and lunged toward Jiang Lu. To capture the leader first, for these 3 were clearly conspirators, and it was evident that the man before him was at the helm. Yet, a peculiar sensation tugged at him. The man's visage bore a slight resemblance to his own. However, Ace was acutely aware of his true parentage. At that moment, Crocodile darted forward, his golden hook colliding forcefully with Ace's fist. Bang! Ace's countenance altered slightly as his other fist ignited in flames. This spectacle left the patrons of the restaurant, including the bartender, wide-eyed in astonishment. In the next instant, Ace unleashed a punch, the flames swelling dramatically. Fire Fist, he controlled the intensity, conjuring flames approximately the size of a basin. Yet, to his shock, the opponent's other hand swung out once more, colliding with his flames. Bang! Sand particles danced as the flames roared. The clash between sand and fire crackled before Jiang Lu, producing a hissing sound. "Who are you?" Ace's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the masked man, a mixture of gravity and confusion flickering within them. The user of the sand fruit could only be Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, he had been defeated by Luffy and was supposed to be imprisoned and impelled down. So, who was this man before him? What astonished him even more was that as the conflict escalated, the man named Jiang Lu remained seated, his expression unchanged, signifying an extreme self-assurance. "Sit down, Fire Fist Ace," the mysterious figure with the grotesque mask said coldly. At that moment, Foxy's slow beam of light surged forth once again, making contact with Ace. Instantly, Ace's pupils contracted, his body freezing in place, his face revealing an unmistakable display of shock and disbelief at an observable rate. Time itself seemed to delay for him in that moment. Crocodile, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of astonishment and glanced at Foxy. Though timid and cowardly, Foxy's fruit ability was undeniably formidable. Even if Crocodile were to endure it, he knew the outcome would not be favorable. It was not until 30 seconds later that Ace broke free from the sluggish state, inhaling deeply as he regarded the trio before him with a grave expression. "Who are you exactly?" The enigmatic user of the sand fruit, seemingly resembling Crocodile, and the peculiar individual wielding time manipulation abilities, alongside the calm Jiang Lu. "Ace, there is no need to harbor suspicion or hostility towards us. I alone would never wish you harm in this world." Jiang Lu chuckled lightly, pausing before continuing. "For we are family, closer than Newgate." Even Ace was momentarily stunned, observing the man before him, and he indeed sensed a striking resemblance. Could he be a long-lost brother? "You are Portgas D. Ace, correct?" But swiftly, the man across began to introduce himself, leaving Ace's mouth agape and his eyes wide. "And my full name is..." At this point, even Crocodile leaned in attentively. For many, Jiang Lu's existence was shrouded in mystery. His background, his strength, and his abilities were nearly enigmatic. At this moment, simply knowing Jiang Lu's identity, even just his full name or surname, was enough to stir excitement within Ace. "Is Portgas D. Jiang Lu?" The succinct proclamation left Ace utterly bewildered, and Crocodile's pupils constricted before clarity dawned upon him. Port Gas, Jiang Lu and Fire Fist Ace shared the same surname. Did that imply they were father and son? The same surname, separated by precisely 20 years. Ace was also 20 this year. Such a deduction was undeniably valid. Port Gas? Ace inhaled deeply, his gaze brightening as he looked at the man before him. Lugio is my sister. Jiang Lu continued. Ace was thrown into turmoil, his expression becoming increasingly complex. He would not question the man's identity, for such matters were deeply secretive to him as well. Few were aware of his lineage in this world, unless they were his kin. So, you are my uncle? Ace asked gravely. Jiang Lu nodded with a smile. Indeed, I have been searching for you for a long time, Ace. Crocodile looked momentarily taken aback. Not a father-son relationship, but an uncle-nephew one. His expression became increasingly peculiar. The weight of this revelation was immense. He could not comprehend it. This should not be the case, based on his understanding of Jiang Lu. He was not the sort of man who would engage in such terrifying matters. I follow my mother's surname, Ace explained, his expression darkening as he sensed Crocodile's gaze. I see. Crocodile responded, dawning realization washing over him, yet confusion lingered. With a brother like Jiang Lu, Ace's father must also be an extraordinary individual. After all, earning the recognition of the man before him was already a daunting feat. Jiang Lu cast a dark glance at Crocodile, who quickly averted his eyes. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew notably peculiar. Ace stared intently at the man before him, his expression intricate. He wished to articulate something but found himself at a loss for words. They should have been intimately familiar, yet this was indeed their first encounter. 20 years ago, I rescued your sister and you from the hands of the Marines. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Lu spoke with a tone laden with complexity. Ace paused, listening intently. He had never seen his mother after his birth, nor had he encountered the man before him. Before your father passed away, he entrusted you to Garp, for at that time, neither he nor I could care for you any longer. After a brief pause, Jiang Lu continued. In comparison, Garp was the more trustworthy guardian. Understanding dawned upon Ace, as he realized that he had seldom heard Garp mention his parents. He had long believed they were deceased. What about my mother? Suddenly reminded, Ace inquired hastily. Jiang Lu fell silent, and after a moment, sighed softly. I do not know. This uncertainty was precisely what had prevented him from revealing himself to the outside world for the past 2 decades. A compromise or perhaps an agreement forged under certain threats, established for the safety of Lugio and Ace, had led to this moment. This time, I have come to find you and locate Lugio. To rescue her. This is one of my objectives, Jiang Lu stated gently. Ace was taken aback and gritted his teeth. Is there something I can assist with? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Is your target this time Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach? Ace's gaze became complex. Indeed, he bore the weight of a mission and responsibility in coming here. Yet, compared to the task at hand, his mother held great significance as well. Indeed, he had stealthily killed his comrades aboard the ship, thus breaching the taboos of the Whitebeard Pirates. I must apprehend him and return to await Father's judgment. Jiang Lu chuckled softly. It seems you have been getting along quite well with Whitebeard's crew. But have you considered that in your battle against Marshal D. Teach, you may find yourself in a dire predicament? Ace's pupils constricted, his gaze sharpening. I do not believe that despicable, vile man could ever be my match. He is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere Blackbeard? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. 20 years ago, I struck at him. I shattered his teeth, yet I did not manage to take his life. His expression turned grave as Jiang Lu spoke solemnly. That man carries a certain destiny for this world. In this regard, you are entirely different. Pausing slightly, Jiang Lu sighed again. Compared to him, every time you survive feels more like defying fate. If you insist on confronting him, you must be prepared for failure. Ace's gaze turned icy as he stared at the man before him. These words were undoubtedly ones he found exceedingly unwelcome. From the new world to here, he had expended so much energy and time to capture Blackbeard, to claim his head. He was but a step away from achieving his goal. Yet this man sought to impede him. I will not fail, Ace declared resolutely, his determination unwavering. How could he possibly be defeated by such a scoundrel? Is that so? What if I were to forcibly stop you here? Jiang Lu replied with a faint smile, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Then you may certainly try. Ace's eyes narrowed, preparing for battle. The man before him claimed to be his uncle. There could be substantial truth to that. Yet deception was also a possibility. More importantly, The inexplicable desire to thwart him in capturing Blackbeard left Ace feeling uncomfortable. You are quite confident in your own strength. Are you not? Jiang Lu shook his head with a bemused smile, slowly rising to his feet. Then allow me to test just how much resolve you possess now to as he spoke in the next moment. His eyes suddenly widened. Buzz. A wave of energy rippled throughout the restaurant, a domineering aura swiftly expanding. Those affected, including the bar owner, had their eyes turn white. Losing consciousness and collapsing limply. Ace's dark hair stirred without wind. The terrifying oppressive force pinning him in place, rendering him momentarily rigid, as if unable to move. Show me your prowess. Ace, let me see how much you have grown under Whitebeard's tutelage, Jiang Lu said lightly. Extending a hand forward, swish, 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 swish. Flames erupted from Ace's body, rapidly swirling and enveloping him entirely, leaving only his sharp eyes visible. That I do not care who you are or what your intentions are in claiming to be my uncle. However, to obstruct me from capturing Blackbeard, do you have some connection with that man? The flames rolled and spiraled around Ace, transforming into a whirlwind. Immediately, they roared and surged toward his fists. Do you not believe me? Jiang Lu chuckled. In the next moment, Ace swung his right fist fiercely, the flames flaring, morphing into the shape of a fist. Fire fist, he shouted, the massive fire-encased fist hurtling towards Jiang Lu, who stood merely a breath away. I truly detest your father. Jiang Lu's cold words rang out, causing Ace's entire body to tremble, and he retaliated with even greater force. He understood precisely whom the man referred to as his father. This implied a high likelihood that the man before him was indeed his uncle, for such deeply confidential matters were not known to outsiders. Boom! In the next moment, the flame surged, a hand firmly grasping his fist. Ace's pupils dilated as all the flames vanished in an instant. His ability seemed to falter at that moment. Your strength is still woefully inadequate. Ace, Jiang Lu said calmly, facing him directly. What are you playing at? Ace's expression changed dramatically, but before he could finish his sentence, an immense force surged forth, seizing his fist and flinging him away. Crash! Wooden frames, flagpoles, and buildings on the street were shattered in an instant. Ace, with a grim expression, struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the restaurant. Jiang Lu stepped outside, his eyes equally locked on him. I have no need to deceive you, Ace. I merely wish to prevent you from falling into a perilous situation. His calm voice echoed through the street. Ace's expression shifted, his hands suddenly extending, forming the shape of a gun. He aimed at Jiang Lu and fired repeatedly. Fire gun. Instantly, flames shot forth like bullets towards Jiang Lu. The latter raised his hand, sweeping forward, effortlessly swatting the fiery projectiles aside, which struck the wall, igniting sparks. Childish tricks should not be performed before me. Ace, that I simply wish to have a proper conversation with you. Ace's expression grew serious, and he scoffed coldly. Who wants to engage in idle chatter with you? I have pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. It seems your obsession with Marshal D. Teach runs quite deep. That man killed my comrade. Ace shouted through gritted teeth. Temporary fervor cannot determine the outcome of a war. Anger will cloud your judgment, leading you to failure, Jiang Lu replied coolly. You need not concern yourself. For the past 20 years, I have never encountered you. This man who claims to be my uncle, Ace retorted mockingly, his tone laced with derision. Immediately, he charged forward, his hands behind him. And with a hissing sound, he conjured two flames in his grasp, resembling long spears. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and in the blink of an eye, he was merely 10 meters away from Jiang Lu. Ace, wielding the two fiery spears, let out a low growl and hurled them forward. Divine fire, unknowing flame. The fire spears spun and shot forth, reaching Jiang Lu at breakneck speed. The latter's eyes flickered, extending his hands. Bang! In the next moment, the hurled spears were firmly grasped in his hands, unable to advance an inch. This scene left Ace in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? He actually caught my fiery spear attack with his bare hands. In the following instant, the fiery spears vanished before him, as if they had never existed. Useless, Ace. Your attacks are far too slow for me, Jiang Lu remarked indifferently. Who exactly are you? Ace shouted, flames surging once more. Swirling around him, the intense heat raising the temperature of the entire street. Subsequently, he raised his arm, swinging it fiercely forward. Mirror fire. A vast expanse of flames surged toward Jiang Lu, who stood within arm's reach. I have already stated that I am Portgas D. Jianglu. I am your uncle. Amidst the flames, Jianglu's voice emerged gently, and in the next moment, he stepped forth from the inferno, positioning himself directly opposite Ace. Who would believe you? Ace bellowed, his fist engulfed in flames as he swung fiercely at the man before him. The latter did not flinch or evade. Instead, he merely raised his hand, enveloped in the color of hockey, effortlessly seizing Ace's flames and accurately capturing his fist once more. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged forward, overwhelming Ace to the point where his feet left the ground, yanked upward against his will. Then, with a resounding crash, Ace was hurled into the air, spinning once before landing heavily on the ground. Stay calm. Ace, if you attack me again, I shall not hold back, Jianglu remarked coolly, lying on the ground in a starfish position. Ace felt the pain coursing through his body, but what astonished him even more was the sheer terror of the man's strength. Flame ring. After a brief moment, Ace yelled again, flames swirling around him as he charged towards Jianglu. Yet it was futile. The man simply uttered 2 words, revert. The flames dissipated, and Ace's body quivered as the raging inferno abruptly ceased. As if it had been snuffed out, Ace's fire had been extinguished. Are you now willing to have a proper conversation with me? Jianglu inquired, gazing down at the visibly shocked young man before him. All right. Ace, who lay in silence on the ground for a while, finally managed to utter a word. What choice did he have? This enigmatic figure before him possessed unfathomable abilities, and no matter how hard he tried, he was no match for him. Strangely enough, it seemed the man bore no ill intentions. If you refuse to heed my advice and cease your pursuit of Blackbeard, I shall not press the matter. Even if you venture into peril, I will personally ensure your safe return, Jianglu said with a gentle smile. Now, let us discuss your experiences over the years. Ace was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to the man before him, his expression softening. Subsequently, the two found a secluded spot and engaged in quiet conversation. They delved into Jianglu's past and the events of Ace's upbringing, fostering a profound understanding between them. After a night of dialogue, Ace was utterly convinced that this unexpected visitor was indeed his own uncle. Many details and nuances could only be grasped between close kin, and the faint connection of their bloodline further solidified his belief. Teach has violated the taboos of the Whitebeard Pirates. I must capture him. Making Whitebeard the Pirate King is my dream, Ace declared resolutely, facing the full moon that hung over the is that so? Jianglu mused softly. What a fine dream it is. Yet he was acutely aware that if he did not intervene, Ace would undoubtedly face defeat in his confrontation with Blackbeard, leading to the impending war at Marineford. At that point, dreams of Whitebeard and aspirations would fade into oblivion. The following day, as dawn broke, Ace set off. I am pressed for time, uncle. Please take good care of my life card. We shall meet again. Standing aboard his small vessel, Ace waved goodbye with a smile. Jianglu reciprocated the gesture. Take care, Ace. At that moment, 2 figures approached from behind. On the left, Crocodile, donning a mask, spoke coolly. You truly believe he will be defeated by Marshal D. Teach, yet you let him go? After a pause, Crocodile's gaze sharpened. You do not strike me as someone who acts without purpose. In response, Jianglu's smile remained unfazed. Yes, Ace will indeed lose, and quite spectacularly. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. Then why not stop him? I have tried, but to no avail. Between family, if one is excessively forceful, it will only serve to alienate each other further. Only through personal experience will he come to understand, Jianglu explained, since I have attempted it and failed. I shall go with the flow. He chuckled softly, his gaze piercing as he stared ahead over the sea. Moreover, I genuinely require his failure to ignite that warfare. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Jianglu's words. Though the latter showed no inclination to elaborate. A quarter of an hour later, the warship and the Foxy ship set sail. Finally reuniting with Ace fulfilled Jianglu's wish since his escape from Impel Down, bringing him great joy. As for the whereabouts of Nico Robin, Jianglu stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes glimmering. Naturally, he could not personally seek her out. The most likely to possess information about Robin was Sengoku and his crew. However, it was evident that simply asking would not yield results. This matter had already been entrusted to Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, whose ambition and capabilities were formidable. Having long established a network of spies within the Navy, perhaps news would arrive soon. Thus, the next objective became clear: Slowly raising his head, Jiang Lu gazed at the sky. The numbering of the Void Knight had long since ceased after 20 years. And many of the original numberers had departed this world, such as the legendary Roger. Furthermore, the original numberers were already few in number. This time, emerging from Impel Down, his goal was to select new numberers and expand the influence of the Void Knight Palace. Just wait. It won't be long until the day I step onto the world stage once more, Jiang Lu murmured, his eyes alight with determination. To gather a cadre of the world's most promising individuals. To resurrect the Void Knight Palace, and then to thoroughly disrupt and reshape this world. Life is meant for grand endeavors, is it not? Jiang Lu stood at the precipice of his era is not merely defined by individuals. Rather, it is individuals who define the era. Terms like the Roger era and the Whitebeard era pale in comparison. The vast ocean is selfish, belonging only to a select few in the blink of an eye. Another day had passed. The warship and the Foxy ship were nearing the town of Magu Valley. The captain says our next destination is Skypiea, but how do we get to Skypiea? The crew engaged in fervent discussion. This indeed posed a daunting challenge, confounding everyone, as their knowledge and imagination fell short of envisioning how a ship might ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The most direct yet perilous method was to ride the nearby knock-up stream. However, we may have already missed the optimal timing, Jiang Lu remarked softly. When he departed, the Straw Hat crew had just arrived at Magu Valley, and according to the timeline, they should have been preparing to ascend via the knock-up stream. The knock-up stream. Crocodile paused, his expression turning grave. That was the so-called calamity known as the monster current. If it affected a ship, the survival rate was alarmingly low. Jiang Lu chuckled. Every adventure carries its risks. Does it not? As they approached the waters surrounding Magu Valley, they indeed beheld a colossal knock-up stream surging skyward, resembling a spiraling bridge leading to the heavens, shrouded in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down, while colossal lightning danced among the clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Foxy, with keen eyes, soon spotted a winged ship atop the massive current. Wait, is that a ship? There really is a vessel riding the knock-up stream into the sky. This is madness. The others aboard the ship were taken aback, gazing toward the knock-up stream, where they could faintly discern a ship with a sheep figurehead racing upward, propelled by the currents. Jiang Lu also looked up at this scene, a smile gracing his lips. It is the Straw Hat crew. Crocodile spoke in a hushed tone, as everyone tilted their heads to gaze at the sky. The tumultuous sound of the winds resonating powerfully, sweeping across the surrounding waters. The surface of the sea churned, waves rising and falling incessantly. Guldong-dong. A spiral vortex slowly rotated, bubbles frothing in the water, creating a scene that was both alarming and mesmerizing. The sky darkened, thunder rumbling ominously. Look, not far ahead. Someone is actually navigating such a rudimentary vessel. Hamburger, whose body had long since recovered, exclaimed loudly, pointing towards the pirate ship that bobbed amidst the waves. Is this some sort of joke? Such a vessel is, without a doubt, a pirate ship, and it is propelled solely by human strength. How formidable must that individual be? The crew aboard the Foxy ship cried out in unison, following their line of sight. Jiang Lu soon spotted a pirate ship constructed from 4 logs, with a pirate flag hanging in the center. The vessel was exceedingly crude, barely worthy of the term ship. Perhaps raft would be more apartment, yet this ship, and the individuals upon it, caused Jiang Lu's gaze to sharpen. The Blackbeard Pirates. The group that now lay before him was none other than the Blackbeard Pirates, led by Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach, Jiang Lu murmured softly. He is Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. At this, Crocodile turned his gaze forward. Soon enough, he noticed a tall man at the bow of the ship, with wild black hair and a few missing teeth. That guy? With just a glance. Crocodile sensed the inherent danger posed by his counterpart. That a man daring enough to traverse these treacherous seas aboard such a rudimentary vessel is certainly extraordinary. Bring the ship closer, without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Lu commanded. Marshal D. Teach is undoubtedly a perilous figure. He concealed his strength for 20 years while lurking within the Whitebeard Pirates, all for the sake of a single fruit. Such a person is a born tyrant. Even now, having briefly clashed with the Yonko-level Shanks, he remains relatively obscure. Just how formidable is his strength? Ordinary individuals could never fathom it. Who would have thought that the target sought after by Fire Fist Ace would now appear before us? Crocodile chuckled softly. He is dangerous, Jiang Lu declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's smile faded. Meanwhile, aboard the rudimentary pirate ship. Captain, do you see? That is the man you dread so much. Bagus, wielding or with both hands, rowed vigorously while laughing. Of course, I see him. Who could have imagined such a twist of fate? Encountering him under these circumstances, Marshal D.Teach's eyes flickered, a shadow of gloom crossing his face. Allow me to take a bit of revenge for the captain. Behind him, Van Oka readied his long spear, aiming it directly at the forehead of the man standing at the front of the warship. This is fate. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. He was confident that no one could evade his shot once he had them in his sights. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire resonated, quickly drowned out by the crashing waves that in such an environment. The accuracy of the shot would be even greater. It is certain to hit, Van Oka thought to himself. Yet, this shot also caught the attention of Blackbeard. He abruptly turned, shouting, "No!" His expression darkened as he witnessed the smoke rising from the gun's muzzle. This is bad. Van Oka maintained his calm demeanor, holding his stance as he continued to observe the man at the bow of the ship through the sight. He was confident in the precision of his shot. It was destined to strike true. No one could survive a shot to the forehead. Captain, this shot is guaranteed to hit. The sea breeze was strong. The bullet might experience some delay, but soon you will see him fall. A calm voice emerged from Van Oka's lips. Yet Blackbeard's face remained grim, his fists clenched in tension. All members of the Whitebeard Pirates turned their gazes towards the warship, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, they saw the man's head sway before he toppled backward. Hit! Van Oka's eyes widened, clearly seeing a blood hole appear in the man's forehead. Even the splatter of blood was vividly apparent. He lowered his weapon and turned to his captain, smiling. "It's done, Captain. Now you can rest easy." However, before he could finish his sentence, his companions erupted into cries of alarm. "Quickly, turn the ship around. We must flee." Marshal D.Teach shouted, his face paling considerably. Bagus froze momentarily, then began to paddle frantically, his hands moving like fan blades. The already battered raft, now further impacted by the rushing currents, seemed on the verge of disintegration. Van Oka stared in confusion towards the warship. The man he had just shot. The blood hole in his forehead had vanished, and his swaying head had lifted again, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Even from a distance, Van Oka felt an icy chill envelop him. As if his blood had ceased to flow, he could hardly believe that someone could survive a shot to the forehead. That man is invincible. Van Oka, next time, do not act on your own initiative. Blackbeard's voice dripped with menace. You will lead us all into peril. Van Oka, his expression grave, continued to observe the man on the warship. Nodding slightly, he sensed the strangeness of his opponent. The bullet had pierced his forehead. Yet within mere moments, he had returned to his former self. Just then, in the sight, the man suddenly raised his hand, pinching a lead bullet between his thumb and forefinger, aiming it at himself. Van Oka's expression shifted, recognizing this as the bullet from his long rifle. "Now it's your turn." The man's lips moved, uttering those words. In the next instant, the pinched bullet shot forth with tremendous force. Van Oka's face paled, as he even glimpsed the ripples in the air surrounding the bullet as it was propelled. This indicated that the bullet's speed surpassed even that of his gun's discharge. What kind of formidable finger strength must one possess to achieve this? Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Marshal D.Teach heard it. All members of the Whitebeard Pirates heard it, their expressions shifting dramatically as they turned abruptly. Puff! Just as they turned, they witnessed the bullet pierce through Van Oka's shoulder, then strike the mast behind him. Bang! The mast exploded. The flagpole displaying the skull flag shattered and collapsed. The force of the bullet propelled Van Oka's entire body backward, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters before landing with a thud on the deck. "Damn it!" Blackbeard roared. The others rushed to assess Van Oka's condition, finding him drenched in blood, his mouth spilling crimson as his pallor turned ghostly, motionless. His eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and terror. "Captain!" Just then, Bagus shouted, "He's coming!" With those 3 words, every member of the Whitebeard Pirates trembled, turning their gazes toward the warship. They beheld Jiang Lu, seemingly walking on air, each step creating a cyclone as he charged towards them. He was actually walking on thin air. Marshal D.Teach's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Row, Bagus, with all your might. Fighting against him in these waters will undoubtedly lead to our annihilation." "Aye, Captain," with a thunderous roar. Bagus's arms whirled like a tempest. The wooden sail, crafted from logs, suddenly shot forth, hurtling across the undulating sea like an arrow. Jiang Lu advanced with measured strides, his countenance frigid as he gazed down at the frenzied escape of the raft ahead. Even he had to concede that this group possessed considerable prowess. The ability to propel a raft at such speed spoke volumes of their formidable strength and stamina. With a subtle motion of his right hand, he rested it upon the hilt of his blade. In the next instant, with a sharp sound, a slender, obsidian-hued longsword materialized in the void. "Since you have struck at me, be prepared to bear the consequences." Jiang Lu intoned coldly. As his words echoed, the longsword in his grip swung forth with ferocity. Voom! The air quivered, and a crescent-shaped wave of slashing force erupted, expanding to a size of several dozen meters just 5 or 6 meters away. After a few breaths, the wave burst forth in a crimson glow, striking the surface of the sea. Whoosh! A shrill sound of slicing air resonated as the waves parted, creating a gaping chasm on the water's surface. Moreover, its momentum remained unyielding, racing toward the raft occupied by Blackbeard and his crew. Is this a jest? He cleaved the sea with a single stroke. There is no escaping this. On Blackbeard's ship, chaos ensued as they faced the sheer magnitude of Jiang Lu's attack. Their hearts gripped by shock. What does this mean? You have yet to witness his true strength, Blackbeard bellowed. Think of a way to flee quickly. I have no desire to confront him in this vast ocean. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle, Bagus exerted himself to propel the raft, his muscles straining as sweat poured from him, his breath coming in thunderous gasps. Yet, no matter how fiercely he fought, the slashing wave relentlessly pursued. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it cleaved the raft in two, sending Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who stood at the center, trembling as torrents of blood erupted from his body, his screams echoing. Captain? Teach, Bagus, Poison Q, Lafitte, and Van Oka all changed countenance. Shouting in alarmed, in the next moment, the sea churned violently, waves crashing down and engulfing the entire ship. The Whitebeard Pirates were swallowed by the waves, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lu hovered in the void, sheathing his long sword as he gazed down at the sea, remaining in contemplation for a considerable duration before he finally turned to depart. You struck him. Upon returning to the ship, Crocodile spoke in a deep voice. That fellow has a tough life. He won't die easily. We shall meet again. Jiang Lu's eyes flickered as he replied softly. He then lifted his gaze to the darkening sky. The tempestuous winds had dissipated. Torrential rain poured down, and the sea gradually returned to tranquility. However, the next task at hand was to contemplate how to reach the Sky Island. Undoubtedly, this was a rather troublesome endeavor. Approximately 3 hours later, waves crashed as 5 individuals were expelled onto the sandy shores of an unnamed island, their crimson blood quickly soaking the ground. Captain, wake up. Van Oka, are you alive? The crew of Blackbeard, who had encountered Jiang Lu and fired the first shot, found themselves in a state of utter disarray. Bagus frantically rushed around the two, beads of sweat cascading down his chin. Ship's doctor, quickly. Lafitte shouted anxiously. Do not worry. Both the captain and Van Oka are favored by fate. Their value is immense. They will not perish so easily. Poison Q replied languidly after assessing their injuries and coughing twice. Just then, Marshal D. Teach, who had been lying still, suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a series of agonized cries. Ah, it hurts, he shrieked, trembling as he tore open his clothing, revealing a deep gash that extended from his neck to his abdomen. Flesh was torn open, blood gushing forth. Ah! Blackbeard continued to wail, but soon he gritted his teeth. Dark water, a thick, inky mist erupted forth, swiftly transforming into flames that encircled the wound on his body. Flickering and swaying, darkness enveloped him. The scars on Blackbeard's body began to vanish at an astonishing rate. Yet simultaneously, his cries grew louder. After a prolonged moment, his screams gradually subsided, and Blackbeard turned over, propping himself up on the sandy beach as he gasped for air, sweat dripping down his brow. Huff, huff, huff. That was close. So very close. I almost met my end. His expression twisted in a grimace as he uttered, Damn it, that guy. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury. I will not let him escape. He swayed unsteadily, gradually rising to his feet, his complexion pale and drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. What of Van Oka? Blackbeard inquired coldly, turning to glance at the unconscious figure lying nearby, whose shoulder was a gruesome sight. Cough, 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 Captain. Do not worry. He will not die. Poison Q reassured him. His value is significant to you and our crew, so he is fortunate. But had that wound been just a bit deeper, he would have undoubtedly perished. Was it a stroke of luck? That man likely wouldn't make such an error. He spoke. Poison Q's eyes glimmered. We must rest a moment, and then leave this place in our current condition. Encountering that man again would spell our doom. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard spoke solemnly. The others exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement as Bagus hoisted the unconscious Van Oka and made for the town on the island. In that moment, they understood why their captain held such dread for that man. Just a flick of his finger, and the power of his bullets surpassed that of cannonballs. That single strike had cleaved the sea, rendering them unable to evade and striking their captain directly. It was evident that their encounter with him marked the greatest crisis the Whitebeard Pirates had faced thus far. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Magic Valley Town, Sengoku clung to the shoreline, emerging from the water, and trudged wearily toward his home. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, he suddenly halted, his gaze narrowing at a peculiar group before him. "Who are you?" Kulik furrowed his brow, asking in a low tone. The leading man bore black hair, a sword at his waist, and donned a loose black robe. Beside him stood a figure cloaked in a hooded cape, their face obscured by a ghostly mask. The others bore a somewhat robed demeanor. Sengoku, do you not remember? 20 years ago, we sat here discussing the existence of Sky Island. Jiang Lu chuckled as he spoke. At these words, Kulik faltered, staring at the man before him, a growing sense of familiarity washing over him until suddenly, he was struck by realization. Jiang Lu. You were Jiang Lu, the Navy from back then. He recalled a day 20 years prior when he witnessed a peculiar naval officer gliding across the surface of the sea, approaching his doorstep. That scene had left him astounded. Indeed, he had seen the man striding upon the water, seemingly at ease, riding the waves, arriving from an unknown origin. That bizarre spectacle had left an indelible impression on him. Subsequently, the man had approached him, requesting a drink of water, and had revealed his purpose. I am in pursuit of the Roger Pirates. I have heard their next destination is Sky Island. You are a descendant of Rolando. Then, could you tell me how to reach Sky Island, as the last sip of water was consumed? The man, with his back to the sun, broke into a broad grin. Whether it was a leisurely stroll by the sea, the pursuit of Roger, or discussions about the fabled Sky Island, all these topics filled the young Kulik with an exhilarating enthusiasm for the Navy. Thus, that evening, they sat together and conversed for an extended period, delving into tales of the Sky Island, the world, and the long-lost land of gold. He speculated that the land of gold had sunk beneath the waves, while the Navy insisted that the ancient Sandia had been thrust high into the heavens, 10,000 meters above. Gradually, his thoughts transitioned from reminiscence back to the present, where Kulik gazed at the man before him. 20 years had passed, yet he still appeared as youthful as in the past. His words were tinged with astonishment, yet accompanied by a distinct smile. The reunion of old friends was indeed a cause for joy. He strode forward, and Jiang Lu approached, their hands clasping firmly in a hearty shake. You seem to have aged considerably, Kulik remarked, shaking his head. Back then, you seem to have forgotten to share the answer to the riddle with me. An unexpected event delayed me for 20 years. Now, I shall disclose the answer. Pausing, Jiang Lu fixed his gaze earnestly upon the man before him, inhaled deeply, and spoke solemnly. The Sky Island exists. I have witnessed everything with my own eyes. The legendary land of gold and the Sandians now reside atop the Sky Island. Kulik fell silent, and after a moment, he shook his head with a soft sigh. Is that so? Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that such words lacked persuasive power. This old friend had merely taken his words as consolation. I came to inquire if there are any other methods to reach the Sky Island. Jiang Lu asked once more. Clearly, this old friend was an expert on the subject of the Sky Island, and after exhausting all his thoughts to no avail, he had sought out Kulik for guidance. Do you wish to venture to the Sky Island again? What is your purpose this time? Kulik inquired in a low voice. There is someone I admire on the Sky Island whom I wish to invite to join my crew. Jiang Lu replied with a smile. Is that so? Kulik raised his head and cast a glance at the people behind Jiang Lu. You have changed quite a lot in these 20 years. He then gently shook his head. Originally, there was a massive updraft capable of propelling a ship into the clouds at 10,000 meters. However, you have missed it. Not long ago, the Straw Hat crew utilized it to ascend. Their current fate remains uncertain. Jiang Lu sighed at this. Is that so? It seemed there were no other methods left. At that moment, Kulik looked up. Isn't the method you used to ascend the island 20 years ago still applicable? But having said that, he shook his head again, glancing at the people behind Jiang Lu. I almost forgot. This time, you are not alone. If you can wait, it seems there will be another updraft in this sea area soon. But I cannot guarantee its occurrence. The method from 20 years ago, Jiang Lu's eyes brightened with contemplation. If there truly were no other options, he would have to resort to the method he had employed to ascend the Sky Island 2 decades prior. Then we shall wait. The group decided to stay with Kurik for the time being. He preferred to be swept up by the updraft rather than relying on the previous method of ascent. Compared to the last updraft, my predictions for the next one may not be entirely accurate. After all, time is of the essence, and if anything goes awry, I hope for your understanding, Kurik stated that IT matters not. If necessary, I will resort to the old method, Jianglu replied with a smile. Crocodile, Foxy, and the others were filled with curiosity about the method their captain was reluctant to employ. Days passed swiftly. Each day, Kurik would dive into the depths, searching for evidence of the land of gold's former existence, and to recalibrate his predictions for the next updraft. When he emerged from the water once more and saw Jianglu, he shook his head. I still cannot make an accurate prediction. However, in terms of strength and range, it is likely incomparable to the last event. Hearing this, Jianglu felt a pang of disappointment. To reach the Sky Island. The strength of the updraft from the ocean to the clouds was undoubtedly a crucial factor. If the strength was insufficient and it dissipated midway, all aboard would likely plummet to their demise. You must be prepared to utilize the old method, Kurik advised. It seems we have no choice but to wait. Jianglu replied with resignation. It was not that he was unwilling, but that method posed a significant challenge to one's stamina, energy, and strength. Another day passed, and on that day, the sun shone brilliantly as everyone basked lazily in its warmth. Suddenly, a crisp, resonant chime echoed from the heavens. The next moment, sunlight burst forth from the clouds, casting a blinding radiance. What was that sound? How could there suddenly be a bell ringing, as if it came from the clouds above? Could it be from the Sky Island? Is it possible for humans to exist at such heights? Foxy and the crew were startled, voicing their astonishment. Meanwhile, Kurik, who stood on the shore, intently observing the sea currents, felt a jolt and abruptly looked up at the sky. In that fleeting moment, he thought he glimpsed a glimmer of gold shimmering between the clouds. The chimes continued to resonate, echoing through the air, heard by all beneath the vast expanse of the ocean. At that instant, countless gazes turned skyward, their faces a mixture of confusion. The bells of Xiangwala. Jianglu whispered as he approached Kurik. The latter trembled slightly, slowly turning to face Jianglu, tears welling in his eyes, and two streams flowed down his cheeks. So, everything you said was not a lie? Jianglu gazed into the tear-streaked face before him and nodded with a smile. Of course, I did not deceive you. I have witnessed everything firsthand. After a brief pause, his voice took on an ethereal quality, and I left behind evidence of my visit there. Kurik yearned to smile. Yet what escaped him was a choked sob. For centuries, generations upon generations had sought to prove that their ancestor, Dunbulang Luolandu, had not been speaking falsehoods to vindicate the injustices of the past. Finally, today, all of it had been substantiated. The ancient Gaia Island, the land of gold, Xiangwala, truly existed. They were not buried beneath the ocean but had been thrust into the mysterious Sky Island high above. I must take my leave now. Kurik, Jianglu said, turning to depart. The ringing of Xiangwala's golden bell signified that the Straw Hat Captain, Luffy, had utilized his protagonist's luck to defeat the divine Enlil. If they delayed any longer, that man, who yearned for boundless lands, might soon board the Ark Maxim and journey to the moon. At that point, recruiting him would likely prove quite challenging. All hands on deck. Assemble on the Foxy ship. Jianglu called out loudly to the crew still stunned in place. Stop dawdling. We must set sail. Foxy shouted, quick to react. In a quarter of an hour, the Foxy ship was filled with people. Jianglu stood on the shore, watching the crew on board, his eyes flickering, compared to his own warship. The Foxy ship could undoubtedly accommodate more individuals, yet it was also heavier and larger. However, at this moment, he had no other choice but to employ the method from 20 years ago to ascend to the Sky Island. Now, hold on tightly to your belongings. The journey to the Sky Island may be a bit turbulent. Jianglu smiled faintly, letting out a soft chuckle. Curiosity enveloped everyone as they struggled to fathom the method their leader would employ to ascend to the floating island high above at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the next moment, they watched as Jianglu leapt from the shore, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. Not far away, Kulik managed to steady his emotions, trembling as he lit a cigarette. Was the scene from 2 decades ago about to unfold once more? With a quaver in his voice, Kulik uttered this thought, unsure whether his agitation stemmed from the excitement still coursing through him or the awe-inspiring spectacle that awaited him. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the sea erupted violently, a powerful gust of wind swelling forth, contorting vast amounts of water skyward. sending sprays flying. The foxy ship trembled violently. Boom! A powerful tremor reverberated through the water. And in an instant, the sea erupted, causing the expressions of those aboard the Foxy to shift dramatically. Soon, they realized that the immense vessel beneath them had detached from the surface of the water, ascending rapidly into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. A series of sounds emanated from the ship's hull, ripples radiating outward as the air currents expanded, forming concentric rings of force. Their leader below was hoisting the ship upwards. Good heavens, what colossal strength this must entail. Wait, wait, wait. Are you joking? Is he really dragging us up to the floating island like this? The crew erupted in disbelief, with Crocodile leaning over the ship's edge. Gazing downwards, the ripples pulsed, the massive circular air currents continued to spread, and it became glaringly evident that Jiang Lu was literally treading upon the air, his hands grasping the Foxy, lifting it higher and higher. Boom! The air trembled as Jiang Lu's feet struck the void, generating immense upward force that propelled the Foxy swiftly aloft. With almost every second, his feet would strike the air, creating tremendous lift on the shoreline. Kulik looked up at this breathtaking scene, his expression a mixture of awe and complexity. It was unfathomable just how powerful this man had become. No wonder he had gained worldwide renown 20 years prior. Jiang Lu's actions were undoubtedly astonishing, as he dragged a vessel with sheer physical might, striving to ascend to the floating island. Such an endeavor was a grueling test of strength, stamina, and willpower. Even the world's greatest warriors might struggle to achieve such a feat. Bang, 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 bang. The whirlwinds beneath surged forth, and the Foxy soared swiftly towards the cloud sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In Kulik's eyes, Jiang Lu and the ship swiftly transformed into a mere speck, then shrank to the size of a bird, ultimately vanishing from sight. Unable to contain his concern, Kulik murmured to himself, aware that failure could lead to the ship's destruction and loss of life. Meanwhile, in the New World, a vessel was gradually making its way toward Dressrosa. Brew brew. Suddenly, a low, resonant call from a din-din mushy echoed. After a brief moment, a hand reached out to connect the call. Yet, in the first instant, no one spoke, leaving the din-din mushy enveloped in silence. All right, Joker. After approximately 10 heartbeats, a deep voice resonated. How did the inquiries I entrusted you fare? Doflamingo's laughter rang out, tinged with a note of seriousness and gravity. Although he was uncertain why he was tasked with such investigations, the information regarding that woman was equally classified for the Navy. It seemed to hint at even more significant matters lurking in the shadows. The voice on the other end of the din-din mushy was laden with weight. Virgo, all I require is results. This mission must be accomplished, regardless of the cost. Doflamingo's tone was cold. Understood. I've approximately located the target's whereabouts, but the forthcoming actions will necessitate some of your support. Virgo spoke solemnly. What kind of support? Personnel, finances, resources? I will do my utmost to assist you. However, you must ensure that woman's absolute safety. Doflamingo's sunglasses glimmered ominously as he grinned. As long as there's news, that's sufficient. This way, I can report back to Uncle Jiang Lu. Shortly, I will send you a list. It will require substantial funds and might even necessitate leveraging your influence within the world government and the Navy. Replacing the guards surrounding the target with our own people will be a cumbersome task. Virgo's voice was grave and serious. Understood. Proceed without hesitation. Virgo, once this task is completed, you may even retire. Doflamingo jested. I merely wish to return to your side and serve you. Virgo replied blandly. Is that so? After a brief silence, Doflamingo nodded. As you wish. Subsequently, the din-din mushy was disconnected, leaving Doflamingo in contemplative silence. He had become the third numbered individual, inheriting his father's digit and acquiring formidable powers that surpassed previous limits. This was undoubtedly an advantageous position for him. Strength assured confidence in all matters. This ocean will soon plunge into chaos. The four emperors, the Navy, the world government, which faction will ultimately emerge victorious? How thrilling! Pausing for a moment, the gleam in Doflamingo's sunglasses intensified, but my choice shall never be erroneous. Above Magic Valley Town, beads of sweat adorned Jiang Lu's brow as he treaded upon the void, the sound of straining emanating from his hands, dragging the Foxy while employing the Six Styles moonwalk. He boldly surged toward the floating island, an undeniably audacious approach, simple and direct, yet it proved to be a tremendous trial for him. 2 decades ago, he had attempted this very method. Upon reaching the floating island, he had felt utterly drained and sore. Now, It seemed that halfway through the journey, his body began to falter. I cannot do this any longer. Relying solely on physical strength was insufficient. With a soft sigh, Jiang Lu's eyes narrowed. Open, close, life, injury, block, view, open. In an instant, all 6 doors of the 8 gates were unlocked, enveloping him in a layer of green energy, his visage transforming into a fearsome countenance, but a more immense explosive power surged forth from the depths of his being, revitalizing Jiang Lu's condition instantaneously. Boom! His feet struck the void with force, propelling both himself and the Foxy as a streak of light soaring into the sky. The speed surged once more in that fleeting moment. Several hours later, Jiang Lu, dragging the massive Foxy, breached the clouds, traversing the pristine white sea at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. The scenery before him transformed, revealing a vast expanse of white. Was this truly the White Sea? The crew aboard the ship was rendered speechless. Before their eyes lay an expansive, ethereal sea of white clouds, with marvelous fish occasionally leaping from the depths. We've arrived. Now, it's time to attend to business. At this moment, Jiang Lu clambered aboard the vessel, gasping for breath. Dragging the ship to an altitude of 10,000 meters had drained him of energy, stamina, and willpower, far more than engaging in battle would have. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, his heart raced, and he panted heavily. He was utterly exhausted. Even with the opening of the 8 doors of Duanjia, the consumption of physical strength, energy, and stamina remains ever present. Undoubtedly, this presents a monumental challenge. Yet the results are undeniably pronounced. As rest settles in and breathing gradually calms, a tremendous surge of energy wells up from deep within, swiftly fortifying an already robust physique. The body-forging technique acquired through transformation indeed proves formidable. After a brief moment, feeling the power coursing through him, Jiang Lu offers a soft commendation. Every instance of physical refinement yields results that multiply 100-fold or more. Although the effectiveness may diminish as one's strength increases, it remains ample. This is also the reason he has become so extraordinarily strong, akin to a monster, relying solely on his physical prowess. Following Jiang Lu's guidance, the Foxy ship navigates toward the Sky Island. His objective is crystal clear: to sail past Angel Island and traverse the White River directly toward God's Island. Remarkably, there exists an island here. Is it the City of Gold, Xiangdwala, as described by Kulik? The captain mentioned that this island had been thrust thousands of meters high by shock waves. It is truly unfathomable to consider the magnitude of the force required to elevate such a landmass to such heights. The crew observes their surroundings, marveling at the spectacle. Who is your target here? Crocodile inquires in a low voice. Jiang Lu gazes ahead, a smile gracing his lips instead of being referred to as a deity. His eyes glint with intensity as Crocodile abruptly raises his head, repeating the words gravely. A deity? The thunder god, ennobled a user of the rumble fruit, a natural type ability that grants mastery over thunder and a plethora of extraordinary powers. The rumble fruit is considered one of the most potent natural type fruits in terms of offensive capabilities. With the ability to control lightning, Ennal's physical form transforms to electricity, rendering most physical and energy attacks ineffective. While allowing him to merge with conductors such as metal. He can traverse the electrical field at incredible speed, enhancing the range of his observation hockey and even serve as a power source for ships. It is safe to say that Ennal is undoubtedly a formidable force within the Grand Line. Even in the New World, his strength should not be underestimated. However, he encountered Luffy, a protagonist imbued with a narrative aura, and suffered a crushing defeat. This moment, Ennal finds himself in a state of despair and disillusionment following his defeat. If Jiang Lu were to find him now and extend an invitation, the chances of success would be significantly high. With a little guidance and training, Ennal's abilities could become a tremendous asset to his ranks. Crocodile is evidently intrigued by the deity Jiang Lu speaks of. Murmuring to himself, a deity in the skies? I eagerly anticipate our meeting. Jiang Lu chuckles. He will astonish you. As time flows, the Foxy ship winds its way along the river, following Jiang Lu's directions. By the afternoon of that day, the vessel gently docks at a small island. Is this the place? Crocodile queries, noticing the peculiar island ahead, where a cloud island lies below, and above it, an ancient structure made of soil and sand. Distinctly visible, layered steps lead directly to the top, resembling a temple. Not quite. Jiang Lu shakes his head, gazing intently at the familiar architecture. Memories flooding back 20 years ago. He had chased the Roger Pirates alone to this world suspended thousands of meters above sea level, where he met a young boy and established this island. The crew disembarks from the ship, ascending the steps, and as they approach the structure, they notice the plaque inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Xihua Palace. Crocodile's pupils constrict as he instinctively glances at Jiang Lu beside him. Indeed, this is my creation, Jiang Lu affirms, leading the way. As his footsteps echo, a gentle breeze stirs, sweeping up the fallen leaves on the steps. Soon, they arrive at the entrance to the pavilion, where the door stands ajar, revealing an inky darkness within, concealing its interior. Suddenly, Crocodile's gaze sharpens as he peers inside. Raising his right hand, grains of sand materialize in his palm. Who is there? Step forward. His keen senses detect the presence of someone within the pavilion. Jiang Lu maintains a calm demeanor, eyes fixed ahead. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps resonate, and a towering figure emerges before them, with dark skin and white feathered wings extending from his back. My, what a colossal presence, the crew gasps, overshadowed by the man who steps out of the pavilion, casting a shadow that obscures the sunlight. This man stands nearly 4.5 meters tall, with robust limbs and well-defined muscles, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. After 20 years, you finally appear. Upon the man's first glance at Jiang Lu, he is instantly fixated on him. A powerful, oppressive aura radiates from him, causing Crocodile, Foxy, and the others to feel a surge of tension. Nian, you are still here guarding this place, Jiang Lu remarks, his expression complex upon seeing the newcomer. I promise to be your guardian, Nian rumbles, his voice deep and resonant. He is bare-chested, wearing loose shorts, and stands barefoot, wielding an enigmatic metallic staff that gleams with a dark luster. Thank you, Jiang Lu sighs softly. The Nian of 20 years ago was saved by him from the river. Standing over 2 meters tall at the time, yet merely 12 or 13 years of age, now, he towers at 4.5 meters, his physique impressively formidable. However, I cannot leave this place, and therefore, I remain unaware of the circumstances of the other numbered individuals within Xihua. Nian states solemnly. At that time, Xihua had just been established, and this man had become his guardian, thus receiving immense power from him. He had encountered several numbered individuals, all seasoned warriors of great strength, but since then, he had lost all contact. Is that so? Jiang Lu muses softly. The former numbered individuals have either perished or faded into obscurity. He has emerged from impelled down, without a single clue. Yet, he holds no other expectations. Rebuilding Xihua and recruiting new numbered individuals is all that matters. 20 years ago was merely the beginning. I have returned to this place to reconstruct Xihua and gather new numbered individuals. Jiang Lu finally states after a moment of contemplation that I shall fully support you. I will continue to be the guardian of Xihua. Nian vows earnestly. Excellent. Jiang Lu beams, pausing before adding, but I need to understand the current situation on Sky Island. Share everything you know with me. Nian abruptly sits down, cross-legged, and begins to speak slowly. Sky Island was once ruled by the god Entail, a formidable character. He visited me years ago and subsequently departed. These words caused Jiang Lu's eyes to narrow. Given Entail's nature, it is unlikely that he merely paid a visit. A confrontation with Nian is highly probable. Just a few days ago, some surface dwellers came. They defeated Entail. Nian continues, raising his gaze and asking intently, so, my lord, your purpose for this journey must be to confront the defeated Entail, correct? Jiang Lu momentarily pauses, then realizes that this individual possesses a remarkably high level of observation haki. When he encountered Nian, he had already awakened his observation haki. Indeed, my target is Entail. Nian nods in agreement. He is indeed suitable to become a numbered individual. Then, he rises slowly, slamming the metallic staff onto the ground, causing a resounding thud that splits the earth beneath. I know where he is. His bright eyes gazed ahead, shimmering with radiant light. I can see everything and everyone here. Jiang Lu chuckled, wishing to pat the shoulder of his companion. However, he quickly realized that this lad had grown too tall to reach. Then I shall entrust this to you, Nian, with Nian leading the way. The group's pace quickened. After traversing through the dense jungle for approximately 3 hours, as evening approached, they beheld a figure shimmering with arcs of blue lightning in a deep valley, with long earlobes. A white cloth adorning his head, bare-chested, and surrounded by thunderous drums, he sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut. Suspended in the void, he appeared somewhat disheveled, seemingly engaged in self-healing. Zizizizi, the blue arcs of electricity encircled him, emanating an aura of authority and suppression. Suddenly, the seated figure lifted his head, abruptly opening his eyes to fixate upon them. It was as if a bolt of lightning sliced through the void. Mortal. The commanding voice reverberated through the air. Icy eyes locking on to each member of the group. Foxy and the others were taken aback, their pupils constricting in terror, their bodies trembling. He was a deity. Mortal. The cold, deep voice echoed, the crackling of electric currents resonating densely. That piercing gaze descended upon everyone, an inexplicable aura of authority enveloping them. You have disturbed this god's rest. The figure, still seated, slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger. The electric light blazed, illuminating the dusky evening as if it were daylight. The sharp, cold gaze looking down upon Foxy and the others intensified their unease. God. Crocodile's expression turned grave. The imposing presence, surrounded by lightning, and the aloof demeanor of the figure made it impossible to treat the situation lightly. 1,000,000 volts. A soft voice emerged as lightning surged from Ennal's fingertips, erupting in a myriad of electric sparks, only to suddenly amplify. 10,000,000 volts. The figure of Ennal, seated in the void, tilted his head slightly. Pointing a finger at one member of the group, released the electricity. In an instant, a surge of electricity shot forth, creating a winding blue arc in the air, which descended upon Hamburger in the blink of an eye. Hamburger barely had time to scream before he was struck by the lightning, enveloped in black smoke, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed to the ground. Hamburger. Foxy's face changed dramatically as he shouted. The speed of the lightning was so swift that he could hardly react. Just then, a sudden flash of electricity flickered in the void, and the figure that had been nearby vanished in an instant. This is easy. The sound of electricity crackled in Foxy's ears as he looked up to see a hand already hovering above his head, fingers splayed wide. Another one from the Sky Island. You lot are truly insufferable. The cold words echoed in his ears. Foxy froze, and as he looked down, he saw another hand appearing simultaneously, the index fingers of both hands extended, pointing at each other, and with a loud crack. Arcs of electricity erupted, shooting towards him. Boom! Foxy was engulfed in smoke, collapsing to the ground with a thud. In mere moments, 2 members of Jiang Lu's team had been effortlessly dispatched. Ennal slowly raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion, coldly scrutinizing the remaining group. There was no hint of other feelings in his eyes. The defeat against the Straw Hat Kid left him both frustrated and furious. Now, facing yet another intruder from the Sky Island, he felt the need to unleash his pin-up rage. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me at my most irritable moment. His words were flat and icy, and his body crackled with intense electric sparks, enveloped in blue arcs. Thunder God. Ennal. Nian then spoke up, his massive form exuding a commanding presence, his bulging muscles radiating strength. We are not here to cause trouble, so do not seek it. His serious words reached Ennal's ears. Oh, is that so? I recognize you, the enigmatic Sky Islander hiding within the temple. Ennal sneered. He stepped forward, electricity flashing violently, his figure suddenly disappearing. This is easy. The sound of electricity intensified as he reappeared behind Nian. But you are overly confident to dare speak with a god at this moment. You truly believe I cannot handle you? With a swift downward motion of his right hand, a colossal pillar of lightning descended from the sky in an instant. Nian looked up, his pupils constricting, his massive frame swiftly evading as the thunderous pillar struck the ground where he had just been, turning it to charred earth. He raised his head to gaze at the spot where Ennal had stood. But his expression faltered. He's gone. I'm right here, Nian. Ennal's cold voice echoed from behind, executing a flip in mid-air. As he spoke, his body twisted, his feet connecting with Nian's back with a resounding thud, sending him flying. Boom! Nian's immense body soared into the nearby jungle, crashing through dozens of trees before landing heavily on the ground, carving a path of destruction. Thud! As his feet hit the ground, Ennal's gaze turned to the remaining members. He would not make the same mistakes again. Having faced the Straw Hat crew, he had learned the perils of carelessness, pride, and underestimation. Initially, he intended to head directly to the endless land to fulfill his dreams. However, the appearance of this group only amplified his fury from previous failures. This guy's speed, attack power, and presence are terrifying, Crocodile remarked, a cigar clenched between his teeth. One of the strongest Logia-type devil fruits. The Rumble fruit, he is a formidable opponent. Jiang Lu grinned widely. The more exceptional Ennal appeared, the more it validated his choice. In truth, the man wielding the Rumble fruit was indeed powerful, far beyond the capabilities of the current Luffy to defeat. The high-temperature lightning that could melt metal, was it truly incapable of instantly igniting rubber? Such fruit interactions were indeed one of the many mysteries within the narrative. I'll give him a try. Crocodile stepped forward, his eyes steely. As a fellow Logia user, Enlist's self-proclaimed godhood and his lofty demeanor irked him. Another fool who dares to challenge a deity. Enlist's icy gaze fixed upon Crocodile. The next moment, he leaned forward, lightning flashing suddenly, illuminating the void as his figure appeared right before Crocodile. With his right hand extended, amidst the flickering lightning, he pointed directly at Crocodile's forehead. Yet, Crocodile remained unmoved. The cigar in his mouth still smoking, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. 10 million volts. Released the electricity. Enlist's lips curled into a cruel smile. The lightning coalesced at his fingertips, transforming into a shimmering beam before erupting forth. Aimed directly at Crocodile's forehead, at such close range, the strike was inevitable. It pierced through, the lightning entering through Crocodile's forehead and exiting through the back of his skull, scattering a flurry of swirling sand particles. Sand particles? Enlist's pupils narrowed in confusion, but in the next moment, he saw the man he had just struck, a golden hook raised in his left hand, swinging towards him. Oh, you think I am someone to be trifled with? Enlist was taken aback, for his lightning had inexplicably failed him once again. The last time such an occurrence transpired was during his encounter with that straw-hatted boy. However, he quickly regained his composure. Twisting the golden staff in his grasp, the electric currents surged forth, melting the tip into a spearhead that he thrust directly towards the man before him. In the next instant, the golden hook pierced through the man's body. Accompanied by crackling currents, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Simultaneously, the spearhead also penetrated the opponent's chest, stirring up a cloud of sand. "Who are you?" Enlist exclaimed in shock, watching as the man's form visibly transformed into a heap of sand. Then, in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original state. Wisps of smoke ascended, and the sparks that flickered in the dimming twilight appeared almost blinding. "Are you astonished?" the self-proclaimed deity scoffed. "You are merely a fortunate user of the rumble fruit, grossly overestimating your own abilities," Crocodile coldly taunted. "There are countless like you upon the seas." Enlist's pupils contracted as he thrust his golden spear, crackling with blue arcs of electricity at an alarming speed. Yet, to his disbelief, the man before him remained stationary, unflinching. Thud, thud, thud. Nevertheless, the spear tip once again pierced through the man's form, yielding only more drifting sand. The masked figure, adorned with a ghostly visage, stood unperturbed, leisurely puffing on a cigar. "Futile, you wretched boy," Crocodile declared, slowly raising his right hand. A tremor rippled through the air as grains of sand began to swirl, coalescing into a small whirlwind within his palm. With a steely gaze, he swung his right hand towards Enlist. Sandstorm. The sand vortex erupted from his grasp, expanding rapidly, buzzing ominously, and in a heartbeat, it engulfed the unsuspecting Enlist, propelling him into the distance. Damn it. Moments later, a flash of lightning erupted from within the sandstorm, twisting and writhing as it materialized before Crocodile. Enlist's figure emerged, golden spear raised high, striking down fiercely. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, lifting his left hand, adorned with a golden hook, to block the blow. Clang. The two clashed, producing a resounding metallic clang. Subsequently, Crocodile retreated, his lower half transforming into sand as he surged toward Enlist once more, swinging his hook with ferocity. Enlist, too, moved with astonishing speed, his form crackling with electricity, deftly avoiding each assault. Observation hockey, perhaps? Crocodile's expression sharpened, a sense of seriousness washing over him. Both were users of Logia-type devil fruits. Although their attributes differed, their elemental transformations granted them immunity to all non-hockey physical and energy attacks. This implied that, absent a restraining relationship, neither could gain the upper hand against the other. Nevertheless, the revelation that this inhabitant of the sky possessed observation hockey struck a blow to Crocodile's confidence. He had yet to master any form of hockey himself. As night descended, casting a shroud of darkness over the island. Enlist's crackling electricity illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight. His vision unimpeded. "Curse you," he roared, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. Yet, it was to no avail. The man's form could effortlessly morph into sand, rendering Enlist's strikes akin to futile attempts at assaulting a mere pile of sand. Likewise, the adversary could not land a blow upon him. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand at enough. That moment, Jiang Lu interjected. Crocodile paused, his movements faltering as he withdrew. "What are you doing?" "Our battle has yet to determine a victor." Enlist bellowed, electricity surging from his form as he lunged once more at Crocodile. Yet, In the next instant, a gust of wind erupted, and a figure materialized before him, causing his entire being to tense. Their faces nearly touching, their gazes locked, Enel felt an overwhelming, formidable aura emanating from the man, causing his heart to constrict in an instant. Thunder God, Enel, you are a man of great potential. Thus, I have come to invite you to join us. In return, you shall gain even greater power and witness a broader world filled with formidable beings. Jianglu extended his right hand, a sincere smile gracing his face as he offered his invitation. Enel recoiled, his eyes flickering as he scrutinized the man before him. Clearly, the one who toyed with sand was obedient to this individual, suggesting that this man's strength might surpass his own. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, a cold smirk forming as he twirled his golden staff, pointing it defiantly at Jianglu. I hardly believe you possess the qualifications or strength to recruit me as your subordinate. Just look at the charlatan playing with sand, or your seemingly unremarkable self, truly laughable. With that, Enel's form crackled with electricity once more, his golden spear striking the thunder drum behind him. Did you think what you witnessed earlier was all of my power? As he spoke, the thunder drum resonated, electric currents surged forth, visibly coalescing into a vivid blue thunder dragon, 0.60 million volts. Thunder Dragon, he bellowed, the dragon roaring as it surged toward Jiang Liu in terms of both speed and destructive power. Lightning was undoubtedly supreme. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Dragon reached Jianglu, its electric assault a force that no ordinary human without elemental transformation could withstand. Yet, in the following moment, the onlookers beheld Jianglu clench his fist, extended, and then unleash a punch. Boom! The air trembled as the blue Thunder Dragon was sent hurtling away, scorching the ground and trees in its wake. Twisting and flickering before vanishing into the jungle. Enel's entire being trembled, his mouth agape as his eyes bulged in disbelief. Was this some sort of jest? How could anyone merely use their fist to send his 60 million volts Thunder Dragon flying? Everyone present shared in his astonishment. Armament hockey? No, it might be an even higher level of hockey, Crocodile murmured, standing to the side, his gaze narrowing in realization. Mastery of advanced armament hockey could weaken and even defend against devil fruit abilities, especially those of the Logia type. In that moment, Crocodile finally comprehended the source of his weakness. If only he could master hockey. My strength. Silently, Crocodile clenched his fist. Within the arena, Jianglu grinned at the stunned Enel, amusement dancing in his eyes. Are you surprised? Such power is exceedingly common in the Blue Sea. He paused, stepping forward. Since you have initiated an attack, it is now my turn. With that, he vanished in an instant. Enel looked up in shock, his heart racing. So fast. His mind raced to open up, but it was already too late. The opponent was upon him, right fist clenched and poised to strike. In the next second. Boom! That punch landed squarely against his abdomen, a tremendous force erupting from within, sending shockwaves that shattered the treetops in the distance. Enel's 8-pack abs visibly contorted and caved in as his form bent. His eyes wide and mouth agape, a crimson spray erupting forth. Splutter. Blood gushed as Enel's body trembled violently under the might of the blow, his ribs cracking under the strain. Cough, cough, cough. He staggered backward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. That punch had claimed his very life. A formidable force reverberated through the abdomen, cascading to the chest, causing the heart to momentarily halt, rendering him breathless and engulfing him in anguish. Moments later, lying prostrate on the ground, Enel appeared lifeless. What a frail physique, Jianglu remarked softly, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Despite the considerable strength behind that punch, he had not anticipated it could incapacitate Enel so swiftly. This clearly indicated the man's physical constitution and martial prowess were severely lacking. Once his fruit abilities were neutralized, facing a combat specialist like Luffy, it was no wonder he succumbed. He can't be dead. Can he? Crocodile approached and asked in a low voice, the user of the Rumble fruit. Such an individual was undeniably a rare powerhouse and allied in the first half of the Grand Line. Even those without hockey would find it challenging to contend with a devil fruit user. No, he isn't, Jianglu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the very next moment, Enel's body flickered with electric sparks, and fine currents began to stimulate his heart. Thump, thump. After 3 beats, Enel suddenly opened his eyes wide, sitting up abruptly and gasping for breath. So close. He had nearly perished. Enel's gaze was filled with shock and anger, gradually lifting his head. He fixed his eyes on the man before him. Feeling a sense of trepidation, even fear, the power behind that punch had surpassed the previous attack from the Scipion Weber. It was almost inconceivable that human physical strength could exceed that of a reject dial. Did this imply that this man could unleash a punch equivalent to a projectile's impact? What kind of formidable physical prowess must one possess to achieve such an effect? Enel, at that moment. The man spoke. How is it? Still alive? Such words felt humiliating to Enel, causing him to jerk his head up. That meager attack couldn't possibly harm me. On the contrary, he vowed, you will soon witness the terror of a deity. Enel gritted his teeth, lunging forward, conjuring an arc of electricity as he surged towards Jiang Lu, the golden staff crackling with lightning as it swooped down. Die. Jiang Lu smiled, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. The lightning whizzed past him, crashing into the ground and leaving a charred mark. One must admit that with the aid of lightning, Enel's speed and attack velocity were far beyond that of an average person. Almost akin to teleportation. For one without the awakened observation haki, there was hardly any time to react. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast, witnessing his attack so effortlessly evaded. Enel's fury intensified as he struck the thunder drums behind him. Roar, a howling, raging beast surged forth from the drums, lunging at Jiang Lu with ferocity. However, even at such close proximity, within 2 to 3 meters, the strikes still failed to connect. Enel's expression turned icy as he relentlessly swung his attacks. Jiang Lu deftly dodged the series of strikes with ease. How is this possible? Enel was astonished at such a close range. Combined with the lightning's rapid attributes, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to evade. Yet, this man appeared to predict where the attacks would land, dodging with remarkable ease. Nothing is impossible, Enel. Your mastery of the mind's eye is merely the rudimentary form of observation haki, Jiang Lu stated calmly. In a flash, he appeared before Enel, lifting his right foot and striking down. Storm kick. Enel raised his arms to shield himself, but with a resounding thud, Jiang Lu's kick connected with his forearms. The tremendous force of the slash erupted forth, causing Enel to grunt as he was sent flying. I was actually hit by him. In midair, Enel's eyes widened, his mind racing in confusion. How could this be happening? His elemental transformation had failed against this individual. After crashing through dozens of trees, Enel coughed up blood, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. He had never anticipated sustaining such grievous injuries when facing someone who appeared so unremarkable. Cough, cough, cough. After expelling a few mouthfuls of blood, Enel unsteadily rose to his feet, gazing at the man who approached him. Your martial skills are truly lacking, Enel. Join us, and I can help you grow stronger, allowing you to glimpse a broader horizon. Compared to the limitless land you envision, you will witness a far grander world. A clear voice resonated in his ears, causing Enel to stiffen, his gaze fixed on the other man. How do you know? His dream of reaching the limitless land was known only to him. How could this man from Qinghai be aware? I understand you, know all about you, Enel. I also recognize that you are better suited to join us in the pursuit of a new world. Jiang Lu smiled as he stood before Enel. Is that so? Enel muttered, but in the next instant, he swung his right hand downward with immense force. Divine judgment. A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing directly towards Jiang Lu's head. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, his figure flickered and appeared closer to Enel. Enel's expression darkened as he swung his hand once more. Another divine judgment fell, yet it was futile. As before, Jiang Lu's form flickered, easily evading the strike. Damn it. Enel gritted his teeth. Watching Jiang Lu draw closer, he suddenly struck the thunder drums behind him. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous sound resonated, and a torrent of lightning surged forth, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Enel transformed into a mass of blue lightning, his form swelling to an enormous size. Blue arcs of electricity shot forth, crackling around his massive body. 200 million volts, God of Thunder. With all other means exhausted, Enel unleashed his ultimate attack, releasing all the lightning energy from the drums. His form transformed into a colossal entity, brimming with concentrated electrical energy. With a mere wave of his hand, he could unleash terrifying lightning assaults, his body continuously radiating electricity. How could a mere mortal hope to surpass a deity? You have gone too far. Transformed into the God of Thunder, Enel's confidence surged anew, his deep voice reverberating through the air. Then, he swung his golden staff, morphing it into a trident, charged with potent lightning aimed at Jiang Lu. Die. The next moment, he sprinted forward, charging at Jiang Lu. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal form of the God of Thunder surged forward, echoing with a thunderous roar. In the blink of an eye, the shimmering blue arcs of lightning had reached Jiang Lu. The trident poised to stab down with ferocity. Whoosh! The air split with a piercing shriek as the golden trident, crackling with lightning, surged towards Jiang Lu. What a commendable display! Jiang Lu remarked softly, his eyes glinting with a crimson hue as his form began to blur. With observation haki, he foresaw the attack. The trident pierced through his body, striking only the shadow Jiang had left behind, crashing into the ground and unleashing a massive explosion of electricity. Instantly, a charred crater formed on the surface. Roar. Enel pivoted, his other hand reaching out to strike at the airborne Jiang. The electricity crackled, revealing a pillar of lightning forming in his palm. Whoosh. However, the figure of Jiang vanished once more. The colossal hand of the thunder god, accompanied by pillars of lightning, once again pierced through the illusion, obliterating vast expanses of forest, igniting flames in its wake. Damn it. Enel roared, having failed to touch his opponent despite 2 consecutive assaults. He felt a profound blow to his psyche. Soon after, he beheld Jiang manifesting not far from him, a smile gracing his lips. To Enel, that smile was unmistakably mocking. Ah, the thunder god, Enel, was on the brink of madness. Howling to the heavens, boom, in an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted from his being, snaking outwards, reaching hundreds of meters, shooting in all directions. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a barrage of artillery fire. There were no blind spots, no angles left unguarded. The air was saturated with lightning, making it nearly impossible for anyone to evade such an onslaught. Swoosh, 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 thousands of lightning serpents hissed, piercing through the forest, charring the ground, as if the day of destruction had arrived, descending from the skies. Jiang surveyed the scene before him, his eyes narrowing as they sparkled with a blinding crimson light. The 200 million volts of the thunder god's power were not to be underestimated. This apocalyptic thunderstorm barrage could annihilate any foe. In terms of range, destructive capacity, and speed, Enelu's rumble fruit was indeed second to none. The power of thunder had always been an energy-type attack with devastating might. Taking a brief breath, Jiang body began to sway gently. In the next moment, a bolt of electricity surged towards him. With a flicker, he evaded the current, shattering the illusion and darting towards a nearby massive tree, which exploded upon impact, engulfed in flames. Yet, in rapid succession, an unending stream of lightning bore down upon him. Jiang figure entered a state of rapid flickering, his body swaying and twisting as he stepped forward, seemingly moving slowly yet actually advancing swiftly, dodging the oncoming barrage of lightning. Boss, dodged the lightning. It was utterly incredible, as if he had foreseen the impending attacks, allowing him to evade in advance. Enelu's lightning was capable of obliterating everything. At that moment, Foxy and his crew, standing at a distance, watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their minds reeling. To them, Enel in thunder god mode resembled the true deity of thunder descending upon the earth. Yet, Jiang effortless evasion of the lightning made him the true god. With an almost imperceptible movement, he dodged the countless bolts of lightning that shot towards him, something beyond the capability of any mere human. Amidst the seemingly endless barrage of lightning, Jiang form flickered, creating numerous illusions around him. Each of these phantoms was struck and dispersed by the lightning, while he steadily advanced, reaching Enelu's front in just a few breaths. Impossible. This cannot be. Witnessing all this, Enel was struck with disbelief. Unable to comprehend his most formidable technique, the attack unleashed by his 200 million volts of thunder god power, had seemingly failed to inflict any harm on his adversary, who had effortlessly evaded it all. It was a shocking revelation. He had never seen or imagined such a phenomenon. Who is this man? Enel bellowed, raising his hands. With a thunderous roar, lightning descended from the stormy sky, striking his palms. In the next moment, 2 enormous lightning tridents, each several dozen meters long, were grasped in his grip. Jiang stood 10 meters ahead of him, their sizes contrasting starkly. Yet at this moment, Enel felt an unsettling pressure from his opponent's aura. He appeared flustered, enraged, fearful, and frenzied. In stark contrast, Jiang maintained a tranquil demeanor, his right hand resting on the hilt of his long blade. I am Jiang. Remember this name, from this moment forth. You shall never forget me. His deep, commanding voice pierced through the cacophony of crackling thunder, resonating in Enel's ears. Enel's pupils constricted, his expression twisted in rage as he roared, "Are you joking?" The lightning tridents in his hands swung down with tremendous force. At that very moment, the thunderclouds above rumbled ominously, and a bolt of lightning, stretching thousands of meters, descended upon his tridents, and even greater energy and momentum illuminated Enel's thunder god form, rendering him imposing. As if a deity, around them, vast swathes of forest were ablaze, the brief clash between the two transforming the surrounding trees into a sea of fire for thousands, even tens of thousands of meters. Boom! The thunder roared deafeningly as lightning cleaved the night sky. Enel, wielding the lightning tridents, loomed above, cleaving down towards Jiang, his voice a cacophony of fury. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, from a distance. Crocodile's pupils dilated in shock. What is that? He perceived a glimmer, a faint yet chillingly sharp light that was the gleam of Jiang Lu's blade, emanating an incomparable and overwhelmingly terrifying power. A purple-red electricity flickered, swirling around the blade that measured no more than 3 inches, its aura eclipsing the might of the thunder god. Then, amidst the blinding lightning, he beheld the figure of Jiang Lu, wielding his long blade, slowly raising it in a diagonal slash. Simultaneously, 2 cold, authoritative words shattered the air: divine avoidance. Immediately, everything fell silent. The sound ceased. The long blade met the 2 lightning tridents with ease, slicing through them effortlessly, severing the overwhelming aura that had enveloped Enlil. The crackling of electricity faded, the blue arcs dimmed, and the colossal thunder god form visibly weakened, revealing a visage of shock, fear, and awe. Bang! The purple-red electricity surged forth, causing Enlil's body to lurch forward, bending, before he was abruptly propelled into the sky, hurtling away to in that moment. Silence reigned. Boom, 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 boom. Enlil, struck by that single blow, crashed through countless trees before finally landing in the distance. Motionless. Divine avoidance. This was a technique used 20 years ago by the pirate king Roger, which he employed to send the legendary samurai Kazuki Odin flying when he clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates. Similarly, during his nearly year-long battle with Jiang Lu, he had utilized this technique several times. Throughout the skirmish, he had naturally learned it, even enhancing and adapting it to better suit his own style of swordsmanship. The same divine avoidance had been improved and transformed into his own technique. Slowly sheathing his long blade, Jiang Lu gazed toward the forest ahead, where dust was still swirling. The night was eerily silent, and the dissipating lightning cast a shadow over the area, allowing only the faintest traces of moonlight to illuminate the surroundings. Huff, huff, huff. Enlil lay on the ground, staring up at the night sky, his expression a complex mix of dejection and despair. That single strike, truly as he had said, left an indelible impression in his heart, one he might never forget. How could there be such a formidable man in this world? He murmured to himself. Feeling the stillness around him, his mind seemingly emptied. Dust floated down around him, and his body felt as though every bone had shattered, rendering him utterly immobile. Who on earth was that guy? What manner of person was he? Unable to suppress his thoughts, he pondered and speculated about his opponent, in his hollowed heart. Only the image of Jiang Lu remained, his every movement etched into his memory. Unlike the Straw Hat Kid, this man had completely overwhelmed him with sheer, positive strength. The disparity between them was stark, as if a chasm lay between them. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, appearing even larger than it did in the blue ocean. Silver-gray light cascaded down, casting a gentle glow upon Enlil, who breathed softly. A broader world awaited him. Am I the kind of person who can have as much as I desire? Do they hail from Qinghai? There must be numerous formidable individuals there, I presume. At this moment, my thoughts flit chaotically, and Enlil's gaze is laden with complexity. Having witnessed Jiang Lu's power, an intense yearning suddenly burgeons within him. He yearns to grow stronger, to behold a broader world. Just how many individuals akin to Jiang Lu exist in this world? And can he, too, become as powerful as that individual? Is he beckoning me to join him? Enlil's eyes flicker slightly. Just then, a face comes into view, looking down upon him. None other than Jiang Lu, who strides closer. Now, do you believe I am qualified to invite you to join us? Enlil, he says, his voice gentle and accompanied by a smile, prompting Enlil to fall silent. After a pause, he finally raises his gaze to meet the man's eyes. You come from Qinghai. Is there truly a more expansive world there? Jiang Lu chuckles softly. Indeed, the vastness of the ocean is beyond your imagination. Just like this island you inhabit, it is but a commonplace sight in the world below. Upon hearing this, Enlil's eyes widen in astonishment, followed by another question. Are there even more powerful beings in Qinghai? Jiang Lu nods once more, like fish crossing a river. Even I dare not claim to be the strongest. The ocean is boundless, capable of harboring countless powerful beings, coexisting together. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Lu adds with a smile. The sky you inhabit may seem infinite, yet for humanity, it is akin to a dry well, limiting your perspective of the world. Your vision is confined to such a narrow scope. He then bends down, extending his hand toward Enlil. With your strength, you are merely a step away, just a fraction, from ascending to a higher realm. And I am the one who can assist you. Enlil's eyes tremble as he contemplates, weighing his options. Despite the enhancement of his observation abilities, he finds himself unable to perceive the man's thoughts. This, too, signifies the other's enigma and strength, capabilities beyond his imagination. Is that so? He replies. Then take me to see this so-called boundless world of yours. Ainalu responds solemnly, extending his right hand to clasp the other's. However, if I discover you are deceiving me, I shall not let you off easily. Jianglu bursts into laughter. I have never been one to deceive. In that instant, their hands clasp tightly, producing a resounding crack. At that moment, Ainalu feels a jolt coursing through him. He stares wide-eyed, astonished to find that the injuries he had previously sustained have miraculously healed in an instant. What? The next second, he leaps to his feet, gazing incredulously at the man before him. What? You don't think the power of the devil fruit is something only you possess, do you? Jianglu chuckles that I have healed your wounds. This is a simple matter for me. Ainalu remains astounded. In his eyes, the man's strange ability seems godlike. Such severe injuries, restored merely through contact. Unbelievable, utterly astounding. Just then, Crocodile, holding Foxy, strides over, and upon seeing the clasped hands of the two, exhales a plume of smoke. It seems you two have reached an agreement. Now, let us awaken these two fellows. With that, Crocodile tosses Foxy and Hamburger before Jianglu with a thud, almost having forgotten them. Jianglu chuckles as he approaches Foxy and the others. Meanwhile, Crocodile observes Ainalu, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Undoubtedly, this individual before him is destined to become the mightiest presence within their team, potentially stirring great upheaval in the world. And what are you? Capable of transforming your body into sand and using it to attack others? Ainalu coldly inquires, scrutinizing Crocodile. I consumed the natural type sand fruit. Crocodile replies nonchalantly. At that moment, a massive figure appears, looming before the group, a towering presence akin to a small mountain. Ainalu, I knew you would join us, Neen declares gravely. Humph. Ainalu scoffs, his eyes narrowing as he notes the absence of any wounds on the other. This undoubtedly signifies that the individual is formidable in strength. Welcome aboard, Ainalu. Trust me, you are about to embark on a new chapter, one that will be worth reminiscing about even in your old age. After awakening Foxy and Hamburger, Jianglu turns with a smile. Is that so? Ainalu's eyes shimmer with contemplation, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. What kind of life awaits him? Perhaps it will be quite intriguing. Under the sparse moonlight, silver beams cascade down, draping the forest in a layer of silvery frost. Within the woods, various insects and beasts emit faint calls, merging together to create a unique symphony of the Sky Islands. Crackle. The central bonfire crackles, illuminating the faces of those gathered around it, casting a rosy hue. Qinghai, a brand new world. Ainalu sits there, his gaze flickering. Silently pondering. He observes his so-called new companions before him while reflecting on the Straw Hat crew he had encountered not long ago. Compared to the Sky Islanders, these individuals from Qinghai exhibit immense differences. With a keen sense, he can perceive that even the most ordinary among them harbors grand ambitions. Simultaneously, these individuals are undeniably powerful. Ainalu. At that moment, Jianglu calls out with a smile. Ainalu raises his head, his expression stoic, devoid of any smile. As a defeated foe joining their ranks, he naturally lacks the mood to smile. You possess a ship capable of flight. The ship of prophecy, correct? Jianglu inquires. Indeed, but it sustained damage in a recent battle, and certain areas remain incomplete. It will require repairs before it can be used. Ainalu nods in response. Is that so? That vessel of yours is quite remarkable. Let it serve as our means of transport. Jianglu exclaims with a grin. Certainly. Ainalu nods, offering no objections. The ship of prophecy was crafted by him for his journey to the infinite lands. Now that he has joined them, it can continue to be utilized. Once the ship of prophecy is repaired, we shall depart from the Sky Island. Jianglu claps his hands, smiling. Crocodile listens to their exchange in silence, quietly tending to the bonfire before him. Foxy and the others continuously flash smiles at Ainalu, seemingly eager to appease him. The newly joined powerful ally has thoroughly intimidated them. Ordinary individuals. Ainalu's might is akin to that of a deity. The group gathers around the bonfire, engaging in casual conversation, with Jianglu often steering the dialogue. Crocodile speaks only when prompted, and Ainalu responds in kind. The atmosphere feels somewhat awkward yet warm. Jianglu remains unfazed. As long as he is not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Nevertheless, it must be said that such idle chatter proves effective. After a night, Ainalu becomes considerably more familiar with everyone. The next day arrives swiftly. The sun rising, birds flapping their wings in the forest. The sunlight on the Sky Island is exceptionally abundant, even somewhat blinding. Follow me, and I shall show you the ark of prophecy that I crafted. Ainalu declares with evident pride when mentioning his ship. Besides being a deity of the Sky Island, he is also a highly skilled shipwright. Having constructed the ark of prophecy, the group begins to weave through the jungle. And soon, they encounter an ancient, crumbling ruin. This must be Zyangwala, the legendary city of gold. Crocodile ignited a cigar and, with a peculiar glint in his eyes, remarked, "Indeed, this is the very place where the Sandians once thrived." Jianglu nodded in agreement. "I am unfamiliar with what you refer to as Zyangwala, yet I have heard legends that it appeared here suddenly on a certain day hundreds of years ago." Enel spoke in a detached manner. As they engaged in casual conversation while surveying their surroundings, the group navigated through the ruins of Zyangwala. "Wait, what is that?" Suddenly, Crocodile halted, his eyes widening as he beheld a colossal stone block standing prominently on a raised platform ahead. "Is that it?" Jiang Lu also looked up, a smile gracing his lips. "This is the ancient historical text, scattered across the corners of this world." After a brief pause, he turned to Crocodile and cryptically added, "It is said that it records the locations of ancient weapons." The mention of ancient weapons, Crocodile's entire being quivered, and a fierce light gleamed in his eyes. The Alabasta plan, meticulously laid out over the years, was intended to uncover the secrets of these ancient weapons, only to be thwarted at the last moment by the Straw Hat crew, a conclusion that had long haunted him. "Shall we take a look?" Jiang Lu inquired with a smile. Crocodile's expression turned serious as he nodded emphatically. Absolutely. He had invested immense effort and time to ascertain the location of the stone in Alabasta, but this one seemed to present itself effortlessly. "Then let us see." Jiang Lu chuckled, fully understanding Crocodile's fervor for the historical text. Taking a deep breath, Crocodile hastened towards the ancient inscription. Moments later, he extended his right hand to caress the stone. His eyes, visible beneath the grotesque mask, sparkling with excitement. Sizzle, a flash of lightning surged, and Enel materialized before him, scoffing at Crocodile's animated demeanor. "That it's merely a stone, yet it stirs such excitement in you." Crocodile whirled around, coldly retorting, "What do you know? This stone bears the record of ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world. With it, any ambition can be realized." Enel was taken aback. "Ancient weapons capable of destroying the world? I have observed this stone countless times over the past 6 years, and its material is indeed extraordinary. No matter the assault, it remains unscathed. However, you assert it contains the records of world-destroying weaponry, which I cannot bring myself to believe. Or do you actually comprehend the script inscribed upon it?" Crocodile fell silent at this, shaking his head. "I do not understand. Alas, if only Nico Robin were here. We could then uncover the messages inscribed on this stone tablet." Upon saying this, a look of disappointment and regret crossed his features. "Oh, you wish to know what this tablet says? It is quite simple. I shall tell you. At this moment, Jiang Lu approached with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Crocodile and Enel were astonished. "You can decipher such ancient script?" Jiang Lu nodded. 20 years ago, I studied this ancient script in O'Hara. And it was then that I met Robin. As he spoke, he reached out to touch the tablet before him. One by one, mysterious characters were traced by his fingers, before he pointed to a particular section of the stone. "Long ago, I visited this place and inscribed my name here." Crocodile and Enel followed Jiang Lu's finger, their bodies trembling in shock. There, engraved, was a passage written in contemporary language, unmistakably clear. "I have come here." Leading this inscription to its final destination, Pirate Joel D. Roger. Crocodile's eyes widened in disbelief. This was left by Roger. He soon noticed a line through the text, next to which was another inscription. "I pursued Roger to this place. Yet he escaped before my very eyes. Moreover, the content on this stone is rather dull." Navy, Jiang Lu. The two different styles of handwriting conveyed contrasting tones. The former was grave and serious, while the latter was somewhat playful and lively. Crocodile's gaze flickered as he regarded the man before him, utterly unable to fathom how he had accomplished so much in just a year. The historical text atop Skypea bore his mark, and the information contained therein was vast. Chasing Roger, he fled, and the information inscribed here is mundane. Navy, Jiang Lu. I almost forgot that your current identity is still that of a Navy officer. Crocodile spoke with a complex tone. Reflecting on the matter, this fellow, since emerging from Impel Down, hardly resembled a Navy officer. What Navy would recruit such powerful allies? He appeared more pirate-like than any pirate, and if he were to declare the formation of a pirate crew, Crocodile would not be surprised in the least. Given the strength of those present, The pirate crew they could assemble would undoubtedly be formidable. We are the architects of history, resonating with the chimes of the great clock tower. Jiang Lu gazed at the stone tablet, softly reciting the inscription, Poseidon, the Sea King, its location. Crocodile's gaze sharpened, becoming intensely bright. The ancient weapon of Alabasta, known as Pluton, was recorded here as Poseidon. Where is it? His eyes fixated on Jiang Lu. Clearly intrigued by the existence of the ancient weapon, the Sea King, naturally, it lies beneath the sea. If you wish to know, perhaps Fishman Island can provide you with the answer, Jiang Lu replied with a smile. Fishman Island. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, but soon saw Jiang Lu turning to depart. After a brief hesitation, Crocodile decided to follow suit. What precisely is the nature of this ancient weapon? Jiang Lu did not evade the question. Instead, responding with a smile, it could be a ship, or perhaps a creature. Each possesses different forms of power. After a pause, Jiang Lu continued, however, you need not be overly curious about them. Comparatively, enhancing your own strength is far more reliable. Is it not? Crocodile hesitated, falling into silence. The Ark Maxim was situated in some corner of this ancient ruin, buried within the jungle. When they finally found it, the ship, gilded in gold, was heavily soiled, ensnared by vines, and bore numerous damages, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Enel also fell into a contemplative silence, recalling his recent encounter with the Straw Hat Boy, a battle that had left him utterly speechless. Repairing the Maxim would naturally not be a task for a single individual. Jiang Lu, Crocodile, Foxy, Hamburg, and others joined forces. Observing the enthusiasm of his companions, Enel's previously sullen expression softened somewhat. At present, having such a group of allies felt rather agreeable. Hey, that part isn't installed like that. With a flicker of his eyes, Enel shouted as he transformed into lightning and shot forward. The grand ship repair operation commenced, with trees surrounding the Maxim swiftly felled, creating a bustling scene. The Maxim was severely damaged, with numerous scorch marks from lightning, and much of the wooden structure required replacement. Enel continually moved about the golden vessel, meticulously inspecting the breaches that needed mending. He occasionally furrowed his brow, only to break into a light-hearted smile moments later. How much longer until this ship is repaired? Jiang Lu approached, smiling as he inquired. I will be making some improvements, but with everyone's assistance, it shouldn't take long, Enel replied. Excellent. Jiang Lu nodded in acknowledgement. As time passed, the group had been on the Sky Island for approximately a week. On this particular day, aboard the Ark Proverb, Inaru sat upon the golden chair behind the helm, his hands resting on the armrests. After a sudden surge of electricity crackled through the air, a resounding buzz filled the atmosphere. The propellers began to spin rapidly, generating a tremendous force that propelled the Proverb skyward in an instant. We did it. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. The smile graced Inaru's face. It seemed at last he could embark on a new adventure. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, and as the Ark ascended higher, it soared forward. Several hours later, the group descended from the clouds, arriving above the azure sea, and continued their flight towards the vast ocean. As the Proverb descended, the details of the sea below gradually became more distinct. Above them, the wind howled fiercely, and their garments billowed in the gusts. They were nearing the water's surface. Where could this be? Surely, they were still within the Grand Line. Foxy and the others shouted in excitement. Meanwhile, below them, a small vessel resembling a coffin bobbed gently with the waves, moving steadily forward, its green candlelight flickering ominously. A man atop the boat, donning a black top hat and a wine-red patterned shirt beneath a black trench coat, with hawk-like piercing eyes and a cross-shaped black blade slung across his back, gazed silently ahead. Suddenly, his expression sharpened, his figure enveloped by an immense shadow. He slowly lifted his gaze, his keen eyes narrowing with intensity. What met his sight was a ship shimmering with golden light, hurtling down toward him. The coffin boat came to a halt as the golden vessel rushed forward, its propellers whirling, stirring up a tempest that caused the white fur on the man's top hat to flutter violently. The hawk-eyed man's gaze flickered. Despite the looming danger of being struck by this mysterious ship, he maintained an air of calm, fixated on the approaching craft. Whoosh! The shadow loomed larger, darkening the ocean beneath, and the wind howled ferociously. Yet the man remained composed, showing no signs of alarm, as if he were certain that the ship would not collide with him. Hey, there is someone below us, came a panicked voice as the ships were now mere dozens of meters apart. Then, with a thunderous crash, the colossal golden vessel landed on the ocean's surface, sending up a massive spray of water that surged backward, causing the sea to dip beneath it. Splash! Water droplets soared toward the coffin boat. The hawk-eyed man's eyes sharpened, and he raised his right hand, unsheathing the cross-shaped black blade from his back. In the next moment, the black blade sliced through the air. Swish! The powerful slash cleaved through the void, causing the water droplets to freeze in mid-air, reversing their trajectory, while that sharp strike aimed directly at the golden ship. On board the Ark Proverb, Jiang Lu, who had been calm just moments before, suddenly sensed an extraordinarily sharp intent of the blade. In an instant, he leapt into action, drawing the long sword at his waist. Swish! The long sword swept through the air, unleashing a massive, soaring slash directed at the encroaching sword intent. The sound of water crashing echoed. Invisibility ahead vanished. Just a heartbeat later, boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, shaking the entire proverb, sending ripples cascading outward, slicing through the water droplets that whizzed overhead. The two strikes collided in a fierce clash, neutralizing each other. Aboard the coffin boat, the hawk-eyed man squinted, his eyes brightening. On the Ark, Jiang Lu landed firmly on the deck, his gaze sharp. That moment, both men turned to face one another. Splash! Water splattered and fell, like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, creating an endless array of tiny ripples on the undulating sea. As the surface gradually calmed, the people aboard the proverb could finally discern the scene ahead, revealing the coffin-shaped boat with a lone figure seated atop. That guy? Who is he? This must be a joke. How could it be such a coincidence? Crocodile's eyes widened beneath his grotesque mask, while Foxy and the others stared in shock at the man sitting cross-legged with a cross-shaped black blade in hand. It was Dracul Mihawk, the man known as the world's greatest swordsman. Jiang Lu slowly rose, gripping his sword in his right hand, and softly called out to the man opposite him. Jiang Lu, the man in the black top, had also rose, his hawk-like eyes glinting with a fierce light. The man before him was none other than Dracul Mihawk, renowned as the world's foremost swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Possessing unparalleled strength, the intricacies of fate are indeed exquisite. Who would have thought that descending from the Sky Island would lead to such an unexpected encounter with this legendary swordsman? It truly exhilarates me to meet someone of your caliber today. Mihawk gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his hawk-like gaze radiating intensity. What do you intend, Mihawk? You exude such fierce battle intent, and yet you just attempted to ambush us, Jiang Lu inquired solemnly. This was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, a man who had honed his swordsmanship to perfection, embodying a sharpness akin to a blade's edge, having just ascended from the Sky Island. Encountering such a figure left Jiang Lu uncertain whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate. What you perceive as an ambush is merely a manifestation of your own awareness of the impending attack, Mihawk replied, his eyes glimmering with insight. Furthermore, encountering someone like you, a renowned warrior from the previous era, naturally compels me to test my mettle. How far apart are we in our strength? He paused, his gaze fierce. Or perhaps, I have already surpassed you. Mihawk's words resonated with a powerful conviction, sending ripples of trepidation through those who heard them. How intriguing! A commendable spirit of competition, and a promising junior indeed. Jiang Lu replied with a smile. That meet the world's greatest swordsman provoked a stirring within him that was unmistakable from the moment their eyes locked. The battle intent within him surged, and the long sword at his waist trembled violently, as if attuned to its master's will. Whoosh! The sea breeze whipped around them, billowing their garments, while the surrounding ocean gradually calmed. Foxy, Crocodile, and the others observed the two, acutely sensing the palpable tension in the air. With the boundless ocean surrounding them, if a battle were to erupt in the next moment, the scene would be beyond imagination. Clang! The next instant, Jiang Lu's grip on the sword hilt tightened, his eyes cold and sharp. So, do you wish to duel, Mihawk? Just as the words left his lips, a powerful and domineering aura surged forth, sweeping toward the man opposite him. Conqueror's haki, perhaps, yet such pressure holds little sway over a swordsman of my caliber, Mihawk replied indifferently. The battle intent between them escalated, the impending clash almost palpable. The black blade, Yoru, glided slowly through the air, its tip turning to point at Jiang Lu. Since we have crossed paths, it is only natural to test our mettle. In this world, there are few who have achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I have no rivals left, Mihawk stated calmly, his expression returning to tranquility, as if even his battle intent had dissipated. Yet Jiang Lu understood that such a state was the most precarious of all. Behind him, Foxy and the others could hardly suppress their trembling. Why am I shaking? I feel an uncontrollable shiver coursing through me, a deep-seated fear welling up from within. How terrifying. Clearly, they have yet to engage in combat. The crowd is engulfed in anxiety, their hearts tumultuous. To one side, a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag is steadily approaching, its pace unhurried. Captain Buck exclaims, "There are individuals ahead. It seems they are at a standoff." A pirate aboard the ship, gazing through a telescope, shouts loudly. Moreover, their vessel is crafted entirely of gold. Upon hearing this, the pirate named Buck is momentarily taken aback. A ship made of gold. Indeed, there can be no mistake. It sparkles brilliantly. His crew responds with excitement. Let us steer our ship closer and seize their treasures. Anyone who can fashion a ship from gold must be immensely wealthy, Buck cries out in exhilaration. Aye, Captain, the crew replies with fervor. Thus, this sizable pirate ship, accommodating around 50 to 60 men, swiftly advances toward the position where Mihawk and the others are located as the sea breeze whips through the air. The two men exchange glances yet remain unmoved. Neither speaks, fully aware that the moment they unleash their power, it will undoubtedly be cataclysmic. Time flows slowly as Buck and his crew draw nearer. And soon they are merely 30 to 40 meters away on the water's surface. Are these the strongmen of the blue sea? Allow me to witness their prowess, as no one makes a move. The atmosphere thick with tension, Enel steps forward, lightning crackles, and in an instant he appears before the famed swordsman Mihawk. Following this, the lightning morphs, revealing his figure, as he brandishes a golden staff and strikes down with ferocity. Boom! The thunder rumbles, a bolt of electricity snaking through the void. Mihawk's eyes gleam as he looks up at Enel. Just as the golden staff is about to strike his head, he deftly rotates his black blade. The edge facing upward, and with a swift motion, slashes diagonally. Buzz. The air quakes, a powerful flying/hurtling forth. That moment, Enel's entire body stiffens. Instinctively, he tilts his head back, narrowly evading the fierce attack that grazes his nose. Following the strike, he vanishes, retreating back to the pinnace, gasping for breath, his eyes flickering with disbelief. After swallowing hard, he gazes skyward. The once orderly white clouds are cleaved in two, revealing a distinct chasm in the middle. Are you jesting? Is this the strength of the blue sea? He stammers. The casual slash has indeed split the heavens. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu bends his knees, standing atop the pinnace, immense power causing the bow of the ship to sag under the weight. In the blink of an eye, he darts forward like a cannonball, wielding a long knife, and instantly reaches Mihawk, bringing down his blade. Let the battle commence. Mihawk's pupils constrict, a smile gracing his lips as his black blade slices through the air. Let us engage in a grand duel. What does a battle between great swordsmen entail? It is as straightforward and direct as their long blades, simple, unembellished, and unyielding. As their gazes lock, a brilliant flicker of lightning seems to ignite the void. The two immense presences colliding at that moment. In the next heartbeat, black blade meets the purplish-red edge with a thunderous clash. Boom! The violent shockwave erupts, sweeping outward, the wind howling fiercely. The sea beneath them visibly distorts, sinking under the force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air trembles, ripples radiating outward, the waves churning, even the sea frothing into whitecaps, spreading far and wide. Sizzling. Dark, intricate currents of electricity swirl between the two blades as their immense energies explode forth, transforming the previously tranquil sea into a roiling cauldron. The pinnace and the coffin ship are both pushed back by the force of this collision, drifting with the waves. A clash of world-class swordsmen. This will be a battle of unimaginable proportions. Look at the sky. The onlookers aboard the pinnace tremble, caught in a mix of fear and inexplicable excitement. Enel's expression is grave as he joins the others in gazing upward. In the next moment, he is jolted, fists clenched, his eyes filled with profound shock. A vast chasm, intersecting with the fading rift, materializes in the sky, even longer and more spectacular. The clouds shift, lightning flashing within. They have cleaved the sky. Foxy stammers. This scene is unlike anything he has ever witnessed. After the initial fear and tension comes a deep sense of reverence. Meanwhile, the two swordsmen clash above the surface of the sea, their blades colliding with a sharp, sizzling sound. Below them, the water is a swirling vortex, ever in motion. I have long awaited this battle. The warrior's fervor ignites within him. Mihawk's eyes shine brightly as he proclaims. Who is not eager? 20 years have passed, and those once obscure figures have now risen to formidable prowess, truly terrifying. Jiang Lu grins. Enough jesting. You have long stood atop the world. Mihawk retorts coldly, retracting his grip on the hilt before launching another strike. Jiang Lu bursts into laughter, sheathing his sword before countering with a swing of his own. Dang! In an instant, the clear resonance of metal reverberates across the sea, a gust of wind howling forth. Rolling outwards. At the center of their clash, electricity crackles, the purplish-red compressed energy pulsating incessantly. The sheer force of their physical might is astonishing. You are indeed remarkable, Day Tiger Jiang Lu, Mihawk exclaims. These two simple exchanges of blades serve both as displays of their overwhelming power and as tentative probes to gauge each other's strength. In the path of swordsmanship, you have reached your limits, my hawk, Jiang Lu remarks with a smile, though seriousness lingers in his brow. The strength of the world's greatest swordsman is undeniably formidable, even he must treat it with gravity. After their exchange, they once again clash blades. The powerful force surges forth, propelling them backward as they return to their respective ships. Their gazes meet, still heavy with intensity. The battle is far from over. It has only just begun. Not far away, on the surface of the sea, the members of Buck's pirate crew stand in stunned silence, mouths agape and eyes wide with shock. Captain Buck himself trembles, his legs quaking, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Quick, turn the ship around, he shouts, his voice quaking. The nearby crew member remains bewildered. Damn it, turn the rudder now, stop dawdling, Buck bellows, cursing vehemently. He had initially envisioned plundering the golden ship. But after witnessing those brief yet intense exchanges, his courage has evaporated. A fierce wind howls overhead, the terrifying aura pressing down upon him, nearly forcing him to his knees. Captain, that man is the world's greatest swordsman. My hawk, a crew member stammers, recognizing one of the figures. My hawk? Buck's body stiffens, feeling a cold sweat drench his back. It is said that this man possesses a notoriously foul temper. He would pursue a pirate crew across the Grand Line for the mere offense of being disturbed during his rest. At that moment, on the surface of the sea ahead, two figures leap high into the air, their long knives swinging down with ferocity. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted once more, sweeping forth with a formidable force, causing the air to roll violently. The entire surface of the sea was shrouded in this overwhelming sword intent, taking on a grim and heavy aura. Whoosh, 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 the sails of the ship Buck were billowing, and the vessel began to retreat at an astonishing speed. In the void, the two figures withdrew, their expressions grave. Bang! Jiang Lu's feet pressed against the void, his form flickering as he brandished his long knife once more. The pressure was relentless. Hawk-eyed Mihawk's gaze sharpened, realizing Jiang Lu had closed the distance, the long knife slicing down decisively. With a swift motion, the knife skimmed past his robe, cleaving towards the sea surface. Buzz! The void trembled as a purplish red slash howled forth, crashing down upon the ocean. In an instant, the sea was cleaved open, creating a chasm that rapidly extended into the distance. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 10,000 meters, and finally, 15,000 meters. What appeared to be a seemingly ordinary slash had carved a terrifying gorge into the ocean. Clang, 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 at the same time. A peculiar figure was pedaling a bicycle across the sea, advancing slowly. Suddenly, the bicycle came to an abrupt halt, leaving behind a trail of ice that stretched into the unknown depths of the ocean. It seems some remarkable individuals are engaged in battle. The man on the bicycle opened his eyes, gazing at the chasm that had just sliced past him, slowly turning to look in the direction from which it came, muttering to himself. Then, his bicycle's front wheel slightly turned towards the direction of the gorge, and he resumed pedaling leisurely. Meanwhile, hawk-eyed Mihawk felt his black blade tremble, thrusting it directly at the imminent Jiang Lu. Each strike was straightforward yet lethal. Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes. It was too late to retract his slashing long knife. With a slight twist of his wrist, the tip of the blade pointed downward, raising the handle to directly strike the edge of Mihawk's black blade. Clang! A crisp sound of metal resonated as Mihawk's blade redirected, pointing towards the empty space ahead. Buzz! A sharp slash surged forth from the blade, heading straight for the crew of the Buck Pirates, who were just adjusting their ships to face this direction. Whoosh! The slash rapidly closed the distance, and the crew on the ship screamed in terror upon witnessing this scene. It's over. Whoosh! The sharp slash pierced directly towards their location, like a streak of light. Quick! Dodge! Buck shouted in panic, leaping sideways to evade. Just as he moved, he felt the terrifying slash whistle past him, barely grazing his back, before crashing violently against the ship beneath him. Creak! The sound of splintering wood echoed, fissures immediately spreading across the ship's hull. Moments later, with a thunderous crack, it split in two. The crew's faces turned pale as the explosive shockwave surged into the air, cries of anguish filling the atmosphere. Simultaneously, the two figures in the air twisted their wrists, their long knives once again slicing through the void towards each other. Clang! The clear sound of metal clashing echoed, creating a shockwave that spiraled outward, stirring up waves of water around them. It seems you have found us a splendid arena for our duel, Jiang Lu remarked with narrowed eyes. It was merely a matter of convenience, Mihawk replied nonchalantly. The blades clashed, hissing with intensity, and in the next moment, both figures were propelled backward by the reaction force, landing on the deck of Buck's pirate ship, gazes locked in a fierce exchange. Between them lay the neatly severed cut, surrounded by terrified and wide-eyed pirates, their throats dry, swallowing nervously. These two have come for us. They intend to battle on our ship. Quick, run away. Fearful shouts echoed aboard the pirate ship, as some crew members scrambled and tumbled off the vessel, leaping into the sea with a splash. Yet Jiang Lu and Mihawk tightened their grips on their long knives, readying themselves for the serious confrontation ahead. "Let us begin," Jiang Lu murmured. His feet firmly grounded on the deck provided a sense of stability, enhancing his power. "Come forth," Mihawk replied, his voice deep and resolute. A gust of sea wind swept by, causing their long knives to tremble, radiating an inexplicable, formidable aura. Even the blades seemed to bear mysterious patterns at that moment. Armament hockey enveloped their weapons, and the next instant, they surged into the air, reaching the jagged edge of the ship's break. Without any form of preamble or flamboyant gestures, they executed a swift and decisive slash. Boom! The blades collided, unleashing an even greater wave of force, causing their garments to flutter wildly as the wind howled behind them. The very fabric of space twisted, rippling in layers. The sea beneath them visibly shattered, revealing countless even squares, cleaved apart before their eyes. Moments later, the two figures shot backward, returning to the deck. They locked eyes once more. The air trembled as they bent their knees slightly and leaped again. Clang, 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 clang. The next second, their blades transformed into streaks of light, clashing continuously, unleashing an endless barrage of shockwaves, sparks, and flashes. "You are formidable indeed." Jiang Lu's gaze grew increasingly solemn. "Our ages are not vastly different." Mihawk's eyes sparkled as he spoke calmly. Their strikes grew more forceful, the speed of their blades increasing. After a brief flurry of strikes in the void, they vanished and reappeared on the deck once more. In their hands, the single blade morphed into countless shadows, slashing towards one another. The neck, abdomen, chest, and legs. Every vital point became the target of their relentless assault. The battle raged silently yet was imbued with brutality and danger. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless energies erupted from the shattered deck, plunging into the sea and carving out enormous fissures. Some unfortunate pirates were caught by the slashes, erupting in blood, staining the waters crimson. "Flee! Flee! Where to?" they cried in desperation. Even a single casual slash from them could extend infinitely across the ocean. There was no escape. This was akin to the end of the world. The pirates wept and screamed in terror. Yet, the two figures upon the broken ship disregarded the chaos surrounding them, their minds and focus entirely locked onto one another. This was a world-class pinnacle confrontation. Any lapse in attention could determine the victor. The blades radiated blinding light as they retreated, only to charge towards each other again in an instant. On the fractured deck, a whirlwind emerged, lifting with chips and dust into the air. In the blink of an eye, they stood face to face once more. 20 years ago, you were still obscure. Now, you have become the world's greatest swordsman, Jiang Lu remarked softly, bringing his long knife down. "Perhaps you have been absent from this world for too long to witness my transformation," Mihawk replied, his voice low. His eyes gleamed as he slightly shifted his form, evading the descending slash, then thrusting his black blade diagonally towards Jiang Lu's neck. A lethal move. Should this strike connect, Jiang Lu's head would undoubtedly be obliterated. The latter swayed, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow, and in the next moment, they pivoted, their long knives sweeping towards one another's waist. Bang! Once again, the two blades clashed, causing the remnants of the ship beneath them to tremble as if in fear. That moment, the attacks they had unleashed just a second prior erupted with tremendous force. With a sharp whoosh, a bottomless chasm tore through the sea, while above, a dark abyss materialized amidst the clouds, intermittently illuminated by flickering lightning. Each swing of their swords and every strike was as formidable as another's ultimate move. This absurd spectacle rendered the onlookers aboard the ship proverb grave with concern. What kind of battle is this? Even the sky and the ocean bowed and quaked before them. Awestruck murmurs escaped the lips of those on the vessel. The remnants of the ship were assailed by the howling sea breeze. As the two figures collided continuously, their violent impact sending ripples across the water, unleashing towering waves that reached nearly 100 meters high. The ocean seemed to roar in fury as it surged towards the two combatants. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a resonant sound echoed, and a colossal slash cleaved through the waves, instantly reducing their momentum and restoring tranquility. The fierce, intense combat unleashed countless shockwaves from the wreckage, shattering the surface of the sea. Numerous fissures stretched far across the water, drawing the attention of many. What the devil is happening? The ocean itself has been cleaved. What transpired there? Even the sky has changed color. The vigilant navy, passing merchant ships, and the inhabitants of nearby islands all lifted their gazes, astonished at the unfolding scene. The atmospheric disturbances caused by the battle radiated outward across the far reaches of the sea. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flashing and emitting a deep, resonant growl. The conflict between the two men had stirred the ocean and sky into unrest. And as time flowed, the intensity only escalated. The incessant clang of metal resonated throughout the air, waves of pressure radiating in all directions. The light in Jiang Lu's eyes grew sharper and more brilliant, his aura swelling in strength. Likewise, the presence of Hawkeye Mihawk became even more terrifying. In the realm of swordsmanship, there exists no precise delineation of levels, only a broad summary as articulated by numerous sword masters. Cutting through iron, severing dominion, and slicing through anything in existence, both combatants had undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of their craft. Each of their strikes could cleave the sea, the sky, and even slice through mountains. Wielding power of a truly fearsome nature. In such a contest, what was pitted against one another was the will, spirit, and the synthesis of physical prowess. Gradually, as their strikes grew more powerful and their speed increased, fine wounds began to appear upon both their forms. With a swift movement, the black hat of Mihawk was pierced by a surge of energy, severing the brim and causing his pupils to constrict as he swiftly retreated. Exhaling slowly, Mihawk's expression turned grave. To sustain a setback in such a world-class duel was far from a favorable omen. Truly formidable, Mihawk murmured to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he felt his stamina and energy waning. Yet, gazing at his opponent, he noted that Jiang Lu remained in peak condition, as if he were an eternal motion machine, showing no signs of fatigue despite the fierce exchanges. Taking a deep breath, Mihawk's gaze sharpened further, his grip tightening around the hilt of his dark blade. In the blink of an eye, he stepped forward, his form flashing as he appeared above Jiang Lu, the tip of his blade spinning downward with lethal intent. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Lu evaded just in time, the deck beneath him punctured by the strike. Peering down, he noticed a tear in his robe. How amusing. He truly is unwilling to concede even the slightest disadvantage. Jiang Lu grinned, raising his long blade, pointing its tip towards Mihawk. A ripple of purplish-red energy surged upward, staining the blade with an eerie hue. Is he preparing to unleash his full power? Mihawk pondered gravely, his aura erupting as he gripped his weapon firmly. With a series of rapid footfalls on the deck, a crisp sound echoed, and he charged toward his opponent with fervor. This time, his speed was not as swift as before. Even the distant spectators could clearly perceive his movements. Yet, his presence was more terrifying and powerful than ever. In just 2 breaths, Mihawk's gaze became razor-sharp, and he vanished into thin air when he reappeared. He soared high above Jiang Lu, both hands gripping his black blade, descending with formidable force. Ha! Jiang Lu laughed, his right hand grasping the hilt as purplish-red lightning crackled along the blade, which he swung fiercely toward the sky. Divine avoidance! Time seemed to slow at that moment as their blades drew near, poised to collide. However, at the very instant of contact, Jiang Lu's purplish-red blade pivoted, evading Mihawk's black sword. Mihawk's pupils dilated in shock. In the next heartbeat, Jiang Lu's blade struck his body. With a series of hisses, blood erupted almost instantaneously as Mihawk felt an overwhelming force crash upon him. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb so easily. Clutching his black blade tightly, he unleashed a surge of inky darkness, then cleaved downward with tremendous might. Jiang Lu tilted his head slightly, dodging a fatal blow, but a long gash was still carved into his side. His eyes narrowed, and he took a step back. Mihawk landed lightly, breathing heavily. Drip, drip, their blood dripped onto the deck, producing a clear sound. You truly are a monster, Mihawk stated solemnly. That last strike managed to bypass his weapon. Striking directly at his body, there was simply no way to evade it. Indeed, you are worthy of standing atop the world as the greatest, Jiang Lu replied gravely. This is a competition of swordsmanship, and I am eager to engage in a pure duel of skill with you. Undoubtedly, in terms of pure swordsmanship, the man before me is an incredibly formidable opponent. Inch by inch, the battle's outcome could hinge upon the minutest detail. Swordsmanship is an intricate art. The two resumed their grips on their long blades. Drip, drip, blood fell, staining the deck crimson. Neither Mihawk nor Jiang Lu paid any heed to their wounds. This battle would not conclude until one of them fell. Even Jiang Lu, who possessed the power of recovery, refrained from utilizing it at this moment. I shall engage you in this battle with pure swordsmanship and technique. This is a mark of respect for you. The world's greatest swordsman, Jiang Lu's form slightly bent as he slowly sheathed his long blade. His aura began to consolidate, as if it too was being concealed within the scabbard alongside the blade. If you truly respect me, then you must unleash your full power. Whatever strength that may be, it is your true capability. A true battle between swordsmen must be fought with all one's might. Mihawk declared, gripping his blade firmly, inhaling deeply. Is that so? Jianglu paused, vaguely realizing his oversight. Very well, I shall engage you with all my strength. With that declaration, the long gash upon his body began to heal, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this, Mihawk's lips quivered as he fell into silence. He suddenly recognized that he had spoken too soon. The pressure had intensified. What is the notion of an adversary that cannot be harmed or killed, yet possesses unparalleled strength? Henceforth, with this strike, I shall summon all my might. Mihawk. Jianglu's right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword at his waist as he spoke in a deep tone. Allow me to witness your prowess, a force that has already shaken the world in the previous era. Hawkeye Mihawk's form slightly stooped, his hands gripping the black blade firmly, he declared with gravity. Blood continued to drip from his body, yet it did not diminish his imposing aura in the slightest. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by as the two faced each other, their presence intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, they both lifted their heads, sharp light erupting from their eyes. Their feet pressed against the deck, and in an instant, they vanished, surging towards one another. Clang! The crisp sound of swords being drawn resonated. Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils constricted as he wielded his sword, swinging it down with ferocity. In that same moment, Jianglu's sword hilt trembled, yet paradoxically, the long blade had already appeared in the air. The speed of unsheathing the sword was akin to a flash of lightning. In another blink, he had arrived before Mihawk. Roar! Faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Mihawk opened his eyes to behold a colossal dragon emerging behind Jianglu, its eyes blood-red, fixated upon him. Dragon-slaying sword technique. Jianglu uttered softly. In an instant, the two figures swiftly pulled apart, their swords crossing as they stood back to back. The phantom of the dragon dissipated with a crack, letting out a wail before vanishing into nothingness. The sea breeze rustled, lifting the hems of their garments. Drip! Blood fell upon the deck with a clear sound, accompanied by faint gasps that emerged at that moment. Is this the art of dragon slaying? Mihawk, with his back to Jianglu, inquired gravely. Indeed. Jianglu gently nodded. The dragon-slaying sword technique, a style of supersonic unsheathing. The sword remains sheathed, its entirety of momentum and power concealed within. Yet at the moment of drawing the sword, it unleashes its utmost strength, speed, and brilliance. Before that strike, even a ferocious dragon would be cleaved asunder. In that era, while the world praised your martial prowess and strength, few recognized that your swordsmanship is also among the finest in the world. I am truly grateful for this battle. Hawkeye Mihawk reigned in his imposing aura, slowly sheathing the black blade behind him. Then, he abruptly turned, arms wide, a broad smile spreading across his face. You have ignited within me a newfound vigor. I have glimpsed the radiance of the path ahead. Jianglu's gaze sharpened as he regarded the formidable man before him. A long gash extended from his chest to abdomen, blood still dripping. Yet his presence remained robust as if untouched. Come now, Jianglu. To be struck in the back is a disgrace for a swordsman, especially for a man such as myself, Mihawk proclaimed loudly. Jianglu's eyes narrowed slightly as he responded solemnly. Do you understand what this signifies? More than you, I assure you, Mihawk declared, his expression resolute. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, numerous black dots appeared, merchant ships and naval vessels converging from all directions. What is that? The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. What is he doing? What calamity has befallen this sea and sky? A battle of unimaginable proportions. The officer holding the telescope and the captain of the merchant ship exclaimed in astonishment. The name of Dracul Mihawk is known to all, and his distinctive features are easily recognizable. But who is his opponent? At that moment, everyone was taken aback. A man capable of engaging in combat with Hawkeye Mihawk is undoubtedly extraordinary. Ding ding ding. In a corner of the sea, a figure riding a bicycle had entered the area, leaving a trail of frozen marks behind. A duel between great swordsmen. Raising his gaze, the man observed the two figures upon the shattered vessel. It seems the victor has been determined. His eyes passed over Mihawk and settled on the man opposite him. Upon recognizing the face, he paused slightly. This visage seems somewhat familiar. Who could it be? Suddenly, his body shuddered, pupils constricting, his expression turning grave. I remember now. That man has emerged. After a moment's thought, the man pedaled his bicycle towards the remnants of the ship. Yet this time, are you friend or foe? His gaze sharpened at that moment. The memories of that fierce defeat from their previous encounter loomed as if it had transpired yesterday. Day Tiger, Jiang Lu. A low, solemn voice escaped his lips. The sea surface echoed with a series of ringing sounds. Upon the wreckage, the wind howled more fiercely. Is that so? Then, I shall unceremoniously claim the title of the world's greatest. Jiang Lu raised his right hand, gripping the sword, and spoke with resolve. If I survive this battle, one day, I shall reclaim this trivial name from you, Mihawk declared, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Then I await you, Dracul Mihawk. Jiang Lu's voice was deep, his expression utterly serious. Likewise, he wielded his sword with gravity and steadiness. Whoosh! The long blade sliced through the void, arriving before Mihawk in the blink of an eye, his eagle-like gaze narrowing into a line. The blade cleaved through flesh, a long crimson line appearing, intersecting with the previous wound. Blood splattered forth as Hawkeye Mihawk's body trembled. Gazing at the proximity of Jiang Lu, a grin broke across his face, blood seeping from the corners, yet he laughed, the long-lost fervor of a warrior. It is boiling once more. Subsequently, he remained standing there, motionless, impressive. Jiang Lu spoke solemnly, retracting the long blade and sheathing it. Hawkeye Mihawk made no reply. He had sustained grave injuries and endured this pinnacle battle, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Jiang Lu chose not to utter another word, slowly stepping away from the scene. The duel among warriors, fighters, and swordsmen is inherently a confrontation of life and death. In the face of blades, death is but a fleeting moment, regardless of who lives or dies. It is all but natural. Suddenly, Jiang Lu halted his forward stride. Crack, crack. Before him, a wave of icy air surged forth, freezing the sea surface, while the sinking wreckage came to a standstill, blanketed in frost. The surrounding temperature plummeted to zero in an instant, and fragments of snowflakes danced and twirled in the air. Settling upon his shoulders, lifting his gaze, he beheld a figure now close at hand upon the frozen sea, tall and robust, clad in a white vest, deep blue shirt, and draped in a navy coat, with a green eye patch adorning his forehead. It was the Marine Admiral, Akiji. Phew. Exhaling gently, Akiji stepped forward to the wreck, gazing up at Jiang Lu. You truly are an unexpected sight. As he spoke, the chill surrounding him intensified, freezing an even larger expanse of sea. The shattered vessel, riddled with wounds, was now entirely encased in ice. Former Admiral, Day Tiger, I had thought you had perished. As he spoke, Akiji bent his knees and leaped onto the deck, treading upon the snowflakes and ice. Creak, creak. The crisp sounds drew Jiang Lu's attention. Kazan, it has been some time. You have undergone considerable change, the river murmured softly, and as the other party drew near, a thin layer of frost clung to his legs, waist, and arms. Yet, it wasn't merely a fleeting moment. It has been 20 years, Akiji stated with a calm demeanor, halting 10 meters in front of the river. An overwhelming aura of pressure surged forth, crashing against him. In the air, snowflakes danced and swirled, transforming the sky above the sea into a tempest of snow within the blink of an eye. The temperature plummeted, descending to several degrees below zero in an instant. Crack. The river's form began to freeze. Behind him, Mihawk had already turned into an ice sculpture, the bloodied wound now sealed by the frost. Exhaling a cloud of white vapor, Akiji's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the man before him. So, you have re-emerged into the world's sight. What identity do you bear this time? The river smiled faintly. Of course. It is justice. The Navy. Akiji fell silent, recalling everything the other had done 2 decades prior, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. Such nonsense. Who would believe that? Amidst the swirling snow, the azure sea was now encased in ice. The cold intensified, mingling with an almost imperceptible solemnity as a heavy atmosphere hung in the air, a faint battle intent gradually rising. Gazing at Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, the river grinned, his body trembling slightly as he shattered the encasing frost. You, languid as you are, have come before me merely to spout such drivel. Akiji's expression turned frosty, shaking his head slowly. I have never truly subscribed to your notion of justice. Your actions do not align with what a Navy officer should embody. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the distant sea, where the purgatory ship lay. Conversely, you should be considered the most unstable and dangerous element within the Navy. The river fell into a brief silence before breaking into laughter. Justice? His right hand rose slightly, resting on the hilt of his sword. There was a hint of melancholy in his eyes as he sighed softly. Kazan, your understanding of justice is still rather vague. The snowflakes began to descend more rapidly, the chill penetrating to the marrow, as those far from here on the sea trembled from the cold. Yet, the river, clad in thin garments, seemed impervious to the icy grasp. Crack! Another layer of frost enveloped him, swiftly freezing his legs and creeping upwards to his torso and arms. In the next moment, the river's body trembled slightly, shattering the ice, his gaze sharpening in an instant. If you mean no harm, then turn and leave. Otherwise, your actions here have already marked you as an enemy. Akiji extended his right hand, leaning slightly forward, yet remained unmoved by the words, conjuring a frozen military knife that he gripped tightly. A creature as unstable as you ought to be eradicated at the earliest opportunity, he murmured, his form flickering as he vanished, reappearing before the river with a swift slash. Enough of the jest. You clearly seek vengeance for that battle 20 years ago, the river retorted coldly, raising his sword to parry. Clang! The long sword clashed with the frozen military knife, producing a clear, metallic ring as the force radiated outward, sending swirling snowflakes into the air. Both are warranted, Akiji remarked indifferently, his form transformed into ice, glimmering under the sunlight, merging with the military knife in his hand. Advancing towards the river, the bone-chilling aura surged forth, enveloping the river's body, causing the sword in his grasp to frost over, and in an instant, his right hand froze. His gaze narrowed slightly as the river retreated. Almost instantaneously, he lost sensation in his right hand. This terrifyingly low temperature had frozen his blood, skin, muscles, and marrow. It seems I cannot underestimate you. The river lifted his head and spoke softly, shaking his right hand to dispel the frost and return it to its original state. 20 years have passed. No one remains stagnant, Akiji replied coolly, his figure flickering and vanishing. Shave. As the Navy's strongest force, he had mastered the 6 powers of the Navy with remarkable skill. When he reappeared, he was already behind the river, ready to deliver a vicious downward strike with the military knife. The river's eyes flickered with a crimson glint, his body shifting slightly to evade the blow. Crack! The icy energy surged forth from the military knife, once again layering the ice surface with a chaotic frost, presenting a unique beauty. Akiji's gaze shifted slightly as he turned to the side. What met his eyes was a long sword emanating an inexplicable aura, slicing towards him with blinding speed. Swish! The long sword effortlessly sliced through his abdomen, causing Akiji's body to stiffen, cleaved in two, transforming into a pile of ice shards that clattered to the ground. This strike has brought back the sense of pressure from 20 years ago. You remain an exceedingly dangerous individual. As the ice shards vanished, Akiji materialized 3 meters away, his eyes dark and his expression grave. Enough of the jest, Kazan. You are now an admiral, the river shouted, his form flickering as he appeared before Akiji, his long sword vibrating as the advanced armament hockey enveloped it. Soon after, golden cherry blossoms swirled around the blade. Akiji keenly sensed the dangerous aura, raising his hands as 2 frozen spears materialized behind him. With a swift motion, he hurled the ice javelins towards the river. The latter's longsword trembled, shattering the hardened ice spears in half before vanishing, reappearing before Akiji once more, the longsword poised to strike again. This terrifying aura was indeed akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Akiji's expression turned serious, a layer of solid ice forming over his arms as shields to block the impending attack. He could no longer evade this blow. The opponent's speed was akin to thunder. Bang! The long sword's blade struck the solid ice, unleashing a terrifying force that sent him flying. Boom! 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 The remnants of the ship shattered as Akiji was flung out, rolling across the icy surface for nearly 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. Rising once more. Ha! Exhaling a cloud of white vapor, Akiji gazed up, his eyes fixed on the figure standing at the bow of the wreckage, his expression marked by solemnity and gravity. Undoubtedly, the opponent was the most formidable adversary. This was a truth he had recognized 20 years prior. The brutal defeat had left an indelible shadow in the hearts of both him and his comrades, Palyasolino and Sakazuki. It was precisely after that incident that the 3 of them intensified their training, striving to grow stronger, ultimately achieving the former's accomplishments. Now, facing this man once more as an admiral, what would the outcome be? The gap seemed to have narrowed, he murmured, wiping the traces from his cheek, his gaze sharpening once again. Subsequently, he dashed forward at great speed. Simultaneously, the river leaped high, landing on the frozen sea before swinging his sword fiercely. Buzz! The void trembled as a sharp, purplish-red slash cleaved through the ice. Surging toward Akiji, a mere casual strike could cleave mountains and seas. Akiji inhaled sharply, his form flickering to evade the incoming slash. In the next moment, his right hand shot out, aiming at the figure before him. Frozen time capsule. An icy gale erupted, instantly engulfing the river, who had raised his sword, transforming him into an ice sculpture. But that was not the end. Akiji murmured softly, his form flickering once more, appearing at the river's left side. Crack. At that moment, the river, transformed into an ice sculpture, shattered as the icy shell broke apart with a thunderous crash, re-emerging anew. A fierce glint flickered in Akiji's eyes as he hovered in the air. His right hand outstretched, sharp shards of frigid ice forming between his fingers, unleashing a bone-chilling blast of cold. You've improved quite a bit since 20 years ago, Kazan. Jiang Lu turned his head. Brandishing his sword with a grin. It was then that Akiji's eyes widened, his hand pressing down upon Jiang Lu's head. Ice Age. A sudden gust of cold wind erupted, radiating from Akiji's hand in all directions. Jiang Lu's smile froze in an instant, his entire body succumbing to the icy onslaught. Encased within an ice sculpture, Akiji gazed upon the frozen figure, exhaling a slow breath that formed a mist in the frigid air. His eyes narrowed, and he extended his index finger, poised to strike the ice sculpture, intent on shattering it into countless fragments. The chilling aura unleashed by Ice Age surpassed all his previous techniques. Displaying its might in full force, not only did it possess an extensive radius capable of freezing an entire ocean in an instant, but it could also immobilize foes in a state of suspended animation. Even someone as formidable as Jiang Lu found himself unable to resist such an overwhelming freeze, destined to be encased in ice. End of the line, Jiang Lu. With a soft exhale, Akiji's finger struck the ice sculpture. Clang. The sound of his finger meeting the ice resonated like steel being struck. Almost immediately, the sculpture began to crack, a clear fissure appearing on its surface that rapidly multiplied into a network of fractures. Like shattered porcelain, the ice sculpture that was once Jiang Lu became riddled with tiny cracks. Then, with a resounding bang, shards of ice flew into the air as the sculpture shattered into pieces. However, Akiji's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively recoiled, staring at the figure that stood amidst the flurry of ice shards, silently imposing like a mountain. Well done, Kazan, the figure amidst the ice debris grinned. Exuding a chilling, menacing aura. It was as if a slumbering tiger had awakened, letting out a low growl of fury. With a slight tilt of his head, Jiang Lu produced a crisp cracking sound. Then twisted again, emitting another crack. I warned you. You've stirred my excitement. Pausing briefly, his eyes turned cold and frigid. I almost froze to death. His right hand moved slightly, sheathing his long sword. At that moment, Jiang Lu surprisingly put away his blade. Akiji, observing the man who had just withstood the Ice Age unscathed, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What a monster! He sighed softly, leaning forward and exhaling, readying himself for battle once more. It seemed that ending this confrontation easily would be far from simple. Such a creature, not even absolute zero, could freeze him. It was truly exasperating. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu's expression was equally grave, his heart racing. The terrifying cold had almost instantly encased him. This freezing was profound, encompassing cells, flesh, bones, and blood all at once. Even his consciousness felt a void in that moment. This underscored Akiji's prowess as a Marine Admiral, truly at the pinnacle of power in the world. Are you prepared, Kazan? Suddenly, Jiang Lu roared, the chill in his eyes unmistakable. Next, you shall endure the despair and terror akin to that of 20 years ago. The frigid wind surged, and snowflakes swirled. Akiji's gaze contracted, flames igniting within. I never intended to face such a thing again. The atmosphere abruptly turned still, yet it grew increasingly oppressive, heavy, rendering the air stifling. In the distance, on the naval vessel, a Marine major stood with a telescope, observing the unfolding scene. Upon spotting Akiji, his eyes widened in shock. Is that the Marine Admiral, Akiji, and that man facing him? The Marine major quickly turned his gaze to Jiang Lu. And upon recognizing him, he was further astonished. Who is he? How can he contend with Admiral Akiji? Taking a deep breath, the major shouted to his fellow Marines. Quickly, report the situation here to headquarters, and send a description of the man battling Admiral Akiji. Anyone capable of standing against a Marine Admiral is undoubtedly extraordinary. The major sensed that this would be an earth-shattering event. Yes. The Marines responded loudly, immediately turning to act. On the Xinyan ship, a man who had just cleaved the sea and sky with a single strike now faced another who could freeze the vast ocean in an instant. This world is truly remarkable. Enlist stood atop the ship, trembling with excitement, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with awe and exhilaration. His blood surged with fervor. The presence of such powerful beings made for a splendid world. Murmuring to himself, Enel's worldview was profoundly shaken. Just as he had descended from the blue sea, he now witnessed two grand battles in quick succession. What astonished him further was Jiang Lu. In two consecutive confrontations, his state remained peak, fiercely unyielding. The extent of his terrifying power was hidden beyond comprehension. The Marine Admiral, Akiji, Crocodile, exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes filled with a serious expression. He had not anticipated that Admiral Akiji would confront Jiang Lu, a fellow Marine. Another battle that would shock the world was about to unfold. Crocodile murmured, his gaze sharpening. Such a world-class confrontation would undoubtedly broaden their horizons and reveal the chasm between them and the world's top powers. It was an invaluable experience not to be missed. At the heart of the battlefield, whoosh, 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 the cold winds howled, whipping up the snowflakes on the ice, swirling and dancing about. Suddenly, Jiang Lu sprang into motion. Open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, shut gate, view gate. Open. In the beginning, his figure was visible, but as he surged ahead, a terrifying energy aura rapidly boiled around him. With a thunderous boom, a green wave of energy enveloped him. His black hair shot upwards, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace, and his robes billowed violently. The ferocious aura painted Jiang Lu as a descending tiger. In the instant all 6 gates swung open. In a flash, his form transformed into a green phantom, darting left and right across the ice. Within moments, he stood before Akiji, leaping high into the air. Kazan. Feel it well. Our reunion bears no resemblance to 20 years ago. The guttural roar pierced the air, reaching Akiji's ears, prompting him to look up sharply. His figure shuddered as the cold coalesced upon his right arm, swinging toward the skybound Jiang Lu. Violent Akiji, a massive ice bird screeched, flapping its wings as it ascended, carrying with it a tremendous force. In midair, Jiang Lu beamed at the side of the ice bird, his right fist swinging out fiercely to strike it. Crack! The colossal ice bird was pierced through, and in the next instant it ignited with green energy, hurtling down towards Akiji's head. So fast. The latter's pupils constricted, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, a massive hand with outstretched fingers appeared above him. Reminiscent of the moment he unleashed the ice age. A fraction of a heartbeat later, that colossal hand pressed firmly against his head. A tremor coursed through Akiji's body, his heart pounding violently. He sensed the ominous breath of death. Before he could even react, the enormous hand grasped Akiji's head, yanking his entire body backward. The fierce wind surged, distorting and shaking his pale visage. His legs swiftly carved a long trail upon the ice, shards scattering in the air, while Jiang Lu's hand clutched him relentlessly. At that moment, Akiji's consciousness blanked, leaving him utterly incapable of any response, visible to the naked eye. A figure enveloped in green energy emerged on the icy surface, reaching out with a single hand to seize Akiji's head, propelling forward with astonishing speed. Yet, the renowned admiral felt as though he had lost all strength, helplessly dragged along by the titanic hand. With a resounding crash, after being pulled nearly 1,000 meters, he was violently slammed onto the ice. The surface shattered with a loud crack, revealing a massive pit. Akiji lay sprawled on the ground, blood spewing forth as his skull was pulverized, leaving only a headless body. In the next instant, the headless form jolted, momentarily distancing itself from Jiang Lu, as ice gathered above the neck, reshaping the outline of his head. Akiji gasped for breath, blood staining the corners of his mouth, and clear imprints of fingers marred his forehead. Gazing at the man before him, despair engulfed him. The speed at which he was overwhelmed was staggering, and the ferocity of the power he faced was beastly. Even as an admiral, he felt a chilling tremor at that moment. Was this truly the might of the world's strongest? It instilled profound terror. Murmuring to himself, Akiji trembled, and the ice beneath him quaked, summoning sharp ice spears that erupted into the sky, obscuring half of it in an instant. Without hesitation, he swept his arms forward. Swoosh! Countless ice spears pierced the air, hurtling toward Jiang Lu in an instant. The latter grinned wickedly, leaping high into the air. Give it your all, Kazan. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror that of 20 years ago. Jiang Lu sprinted through the void, and within 3 strides, he had leaped onto the shaft of an ice spear. With a swift motion, he transitioned to another spear. Thus, he traversed the field of ice spears, leaving behind a green blur as he rushed forward. Such absurdly exaggerated physical prowess. Akiji's pupils contracted, his very soul trembling at that moment. How could someone navigate through a barrage of ice spear attacks? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lu reappeared before him, fists clenched as he dove downwards, unleashing a powerful strike. Chao Kongke. Boom! The air trembled and collapsed as a fist engulfed in flames tore through the atmosphere, aimed directly at the stunned Akiji. Bang! Countless fiery fists, akin to shooting stars, illuminated the ice surface, quickly blanketing it in an overwhelming fury. Such an assault! Akiji's expression turned grave as his right hand struck the ice before him. A wave of icy mist surged forth, the bone-chilling cold erupting as the solid ice beneath him trembled violently. splitting apart to thrust upward, creating a barrier before him. Rumbling, a towering ice mountain, nearly 100 meters high and jagged in shape, firmly obstructed Jiang Lu's oncoming fists. In the next moment, boom, countless fists hammered against the ice mountain. Point one imprint, two imprints. Within a breath, thousands of imprints emerged. Then, the massive, unyielding ice mountain began to fracture, revealing deep cracks. Crack. Fine fissures spread across its surface, and within 3 seconds, the enormous ice mountain shattered, exploding into a flurry of ice shards, veiled in green energy, hair standing on end, and a fierce expression on his face. Jiang Lu continued to unleash his fists. Bang! The first punch landed squarely on the wide-eyed, shocked Akiji. Then came the second punch. Bang! 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 The third, fourth, and fifth punches followed in relentless succession, each strike reverberating through Akiji's body. He was sent flying, trembling under the force of the blows, as deep craters formed in the ice behind him. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed continuously across the frozen sea, fissures rapidly spreading outward. Puffed. Blood trickled from Akiji's lips, his body fracturing into ice chunks, only to swiftly reform and heal. It was as if he were trapped in an endless cycle of disaster. Powerless to resist, unable to evade, he was utterly suppressed. A ferocious, savage aura enveloped the entire icy expanse, instilling terror and overwhelming authority. As the endless barrage of fists finally ceased, the green figure descended gently onto the ice. Everything fell silent. Akiji lay sprawled, his body riddled with fine cracks, akin to shattered glass, gasping for breath. His eyes flickered while his white robe, stained with blood, hung heavily upon him, his face marred with bruises, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth to his neck, a ghastly sight, bearing the marks of a brutal beating. Huffing, Jiang Lu too breathed heavily, yet his aura remained robust as he stood, looking down upon his adversary. It seemed just like 20 years ago. My apologies for prompting you to recall that moment. Akiji trembled, his gaze sharpening once more. His body convulsed, transforming into ice, and almost immediately reappeared in a standing posture. The battle was far from over. Jiang Lu, I am no longer the feeble, powerless individual from before. His voice reverberated through the void, and though gravely injured, Akiji was still prepared to fight. Observing the other rise once more, Jiang Lu paused momentarily, then broke into a grin. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. This is the spirit befitting a Grand Admiral. With a surge of energy, he prepared to elevate his own power once again. Suddenly, both their transponder snails rang out simultaneously. After exchanging glances, they seemed to arrive at an unspoken understanding. Jiang Lu frowned, looking down to see the transponder snail had transformed into the serious, grave visage of Sengoku. Meanwhile, Akiji's transponder snail displayed the familiar face of Garp. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Lu answered the call. Hello, Admiral Sengoku. I'm currently occupied with important matters. I'll speak with you shortly. He was about to hang up when a roar erupted from the other end. Damn it, Jiang Lu. If you dare hang up, I will come alongside Garp to confront you. Right now, stop this at once. Ceasefire. The furious roar reverberated across the icy expanse, soon dissipating with the cold winds. Silence ensued, an icy stillness enveloping the area, broken only by the howling of the wind. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Lu's cold voice finally broke the silence. Then come and try, Sengoku. It has been quite a while since we last sparred, and do not forget, you are still a Navy officer. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku realized that his tone had been inappropriate. He calmed his emotions and spoke in a solemn voice. This battle was not instigated by me, Jiang Lu stated calmly. On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback by his words, then sighed. Let us consider it a request on my part, shall we? This is not the time for discord within the Navy. Jiang Lu fell silent, lifting his gaze towards Kazan, who was also explaining something into the phone bug. Sensing his gaze, Kazan raised his head as well, their eyes meeting, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Neither spoke. Instead, they once again directed their attention to the phone bug. Very well, but there will not be a next time, Sengoku sighed, as if he could discern an underlying meaning in Jiang Lu's words, and nodded. Thank you. Jiang Lu hung up the phone bug and turned to leave. He had little desire to converse with Kazan. Though the latter might be a rather righteous individual, it was clear that their paths diverged in response to the request from Sengoku, an old friend. He ultimately chose to refrain from further involvement. The final stage awaited him atop the heights, where he could truly let go and unleash everything. In the near future, during the world-shocking war, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the world. He would sever all ties with his past, his former self, in the Navy. The battle was not one to be rushed. Jiang Lu, the voice called out, causing Jiang Lu to pause, his back turned to the speaker. I hope you can still grasp the true essence of justice in the future, Kazan spoke in a low tone, pausing briefly as his eyes turned frigid. Otherwise, you may become the greatest scourge this world has ever known. Jiang Lu smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. So, Kazan, have you ever considered a possibility? Perhaps it is not my understanding of justice that is flawed, but rather the justice you pursue that is inherently misguided? His voice deepened, a hint of indifference gracing his features. Is justice, when crushed under the weight of mountains and unable to be expressed, still considered justice. It is merely the justice of the victors. Kazan's body trembled, his expression frozen in place, left speechless. He wished to retort, but Jiang Lu had already turned away. After a moment of silence, Kazan also turned, finding his bicycle and pedaling off into the distance. Cough, cough, cough. A faint sound of coughing drifted in the cold wind. Kazan's expression grew serious. He wiped the corner of his mouth to find it stained with crimson blood. He had indeed sustained a significant injury. For the first time, he was so close to death. He then steadied himself on the bicycle and dialed the phone bug in his pocket. This is Admiral Kazan from headquarters. The Straw Hat crew is heading towards Water 7. The Navy, upon receiving this information, was momentarily stunned. Yes, Admiral Kazan, we acknowledge your report. Kazan nodded, hanging up the phone bug and placing it back in his pocket. Then pedaled towards Water 7. His expression remained grave and serious. Jiang Lu's strength was far too formidable. Even after 20 years spent in the dark confines of Impel Down, he still possessed such terrifying power. Such an individual, if left unchecked or driven to madness, would undoubtedly be a ticking bomb for the Navy and the world. Just as he had stated, and as he had always believed, it was far too dangerous. Yet, paradoxically, every action and behavior of this man posed no moral issues in terms of benevolence and righteousness. He had always walked the fine line of justice as defined by the Navy and the world government. Thus, was it merely a matter of factional relationships that led him to believe Jiang Lu's sense of justice had gone astray? Kazan murmured to himself, falling into contemplation. He was pondering, assessing, and re-examining the stance he had upheld all along. What, after all, is justice? It seemed to be an elusive topic, with differing interpretations from the perspectives of civilians. The Navy, pirates, and nobles. What kind of justice do you cling to? Or rather, his expression grew complex. What do you intend to do next? The scars on his body testified to the strength of his opponent. While their brief exchange affirmed that Jiang Lu possessed his own unwavering sense of justice and dreams. 20 years had passed, yet the fervor in his heart remained undiminished, and his dreams still existed. Huff, huff, huff. Kazan gazed up at the sky. The azure expanse was devoid of clouds, with occasional flocks of seagulls soaring together. The biting cold wind enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. What had you truly seen and understood back then? Jiang Lu, a faint voice echoed, soon dissipating in the sea breeze. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Marineford. Bang! Sengoku's fist slammed onto the table, sending a flurry of documents flying into the air. Damn it, these two nearly caused a catastrophe. How could they engage in battle near Long Chain Island? His expression darkened, his body trembling with anger. He had heard that before Admiral Kazan's clash with Jiang Lu, another had already fallen to this Navy officer. A nearby officer spoke softly. Who was it? Sengoku asked, momentarily stunned, as he had just received intelligence regarding the cause of this conflict. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The officer replied gravely. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's pupils constricted, and he was momentarily left in shock. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head and asked earnestly, Mihawk was defeated. The officer nodded solemnly. If that is the case, Sengoku murmured, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, has fallen. Then, the new world's greatest swordsman must be Jiang Lu. This was news potent enough to send shockwaves through the world. Moreover, Sengoku believed that this news would soon reverberate throughout the globe. This was truly troublesome. Just after emerging from Impel Down, another major incident had occurred. How could the news of your survival be concealed? If that group were to find out, Sengoku furrowed his brow. Additionally, another troubling matter weighed on his mind. He cast a serious gaze towards another thick file on the table, detailing a figure who had long since vanished from sight. Huff. Exhaling a breath, Sengoku opened the first page of the file. A man with a ship's will atop his head, golden hair flowing, exuding an aura of dominance and disdain, came into view. Truly, it was a time fraught with complications. This individual had begun to resurface in the East Blue. The expression of this admiral had turned grave. He then softly uttered a name, Golden Lion, Shiki. The world is vast and boundless. Even the mightiest pirate crew cannot behold every picturesque sight it offers. Different eras are marked by their own iconic figures. The throne of the world's strongest is not one that just anyone can ascend, and its transitions are bound to attract global attention. It has been 2 days since the fateful battle between Jiang Lu and the legendary swordsman Mihawk. Fresh reports, emblazoned with crimson headlines, have already been dispatched to every corner of the world. In the east blue, thousands of meters above the sea surface, fluffy clouds drift lazily as a floating island glides gently through the air. The enormous landmass boasts visible forests, rivers, lakes, and fields from the highest pavilion. The sounds of lively cheers and shouts resonate. This is the first floor, bustling with a multitude of pirates, their voices rising in a cacophony. Everyone is indulging in drink, as platters of meat and dishes are swiftly served. Amidst the clinking of glasses, excitement dances across their faces. Occasionally, they glance upward, their eyes revealing a mix of reverence and anticipation. All the pirates present have answered the summons of a great figure. For only that legendary man possesses such extraordinary charisma to gather so many in one place. On the second floor, in a spacious room near the window, the sound of metal clashing against the floor rings out, followed by an imposing figure striding towards the balcony. Tall and robust, exuding an aura of grandeur, his golden hair cascades down to the ground like a lion's mane. More peculiarly, a ship's helm is embedded upon his head. Phew, phew, phew. As he steps onto the open balcony, a gust of wind rushes in, causing his golden locks to billow dramatically. Whoosh! The newspaper in his hand shakes violently, revealing bold red headlines that a new era dawns. The world's greatest swordsman has been defeated, and the victor is an obscure man. Who is he? The enigmatic swordsman, the world's greatest swordsman. The brawny man with a mane-like golden hair flashes a grin, erupting into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Today is truly a joyous day for me. He abruptly raises his head to gaze at the azure sky, then looks down at the boundless sea, rippling with waves. Whoosh! He raises his right hand, and the newspaper quakes even more fiercely in the rising wind, before suddenly disintegrating into countless tiny fragments. Buzz! A formidable aura emanates from him, sweeping across the entire ocean like a tidal wave. So you have finally emerged, Jiang Lu. His voice, deep and commanding, resonates like thunder. I have awaited you for far too long. This warm world has remained silent for too long. After a moment's pause, a fierce glint ignites in his eyes as he laughs heartily. Next, let chaos reign. The wind howls, his golden hair dances, and his footsteps echo with a resounding clatter. I eagerly await our reunion. A piercing light radiates from his gaze, and simultaneously, the spirit of battle within him surges to life. 20 years have passed, and I am still not old. Your skills, it seems, have not diminished. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the Grand Line, the new world, a colossal ship, resembling a whale, looms silently upon the sea. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick appears solemn and grave. This man? Mihawk has actually been defeated. Who is he? It seems old man knows him well. He has been clutching that newspaper for quite some time. Who is he? The new world's greatest swordsman. In the quiet ambience, the pirates aboard whisper amongst themselves. Their expressions varied. Marco, Diamond Jozu, and the flower sword Bista stand gravely beside their father. It is unimaginable that this man still lives. The former admiral, the day tiger Jiang Lu, renowned as the most notorious admiral in history, he is also one of the most brilliant and formidable admirals. Once, he stood shoulder to shoulder with old man Roger. Rumor has it that he thwarted the O'Hara massacre order, severely injuring 3 admirals and privately releasing numerous archaeologists. Subsequently, due to this incident and a certain individual under his command, he stormed Marineford, injuring and killing the world nobles as a Navy officer. His actions were indeed atrocious. Marco and the others speak softly, their tone laced with jest, yet underscored by gravity. Despite his affiliation with the Navy, he has committed these unimaginable deeds. However, there is no doubt about his strength. Has he truly re-emerged in this world? It is said that he is an indestructible, unkillable monster. It seems the legends are true. A hushed murmur escapes, prompting Whitebeard, who had been intently reading the newspaper, to suddenly look up and laugh heartily. Gwahaha. Your chatter is quite entertaining. After a moment, his expression turns serious. Who in this world can elude death? Even the mighty Roger could not escape fate's design. This fellow is merely a being with some peculiarities. Slowly, Whitebeard rises, gazing out at the sea with profound eyes. Yet, his return may unleash unimaginable upheavals upon these waters. As he speaks, Whitebeard's eyes flicker, and his expression grows complex. That man is not one to remain complacent. 20 years ago, he emerged as a Navy officer, only to clash irreconcilably with the world government, inciting a grand incident before vanishing from sight. What will happen 20 years later? As the sea breeze sweeps past, Whitebeard's robes flutter and his eyes narrow. While he contemplates gravely, a hint of anticipation stirs within him. The scene shifts rapidly to a deserted island. What did you say? My hawk has been defeated. How is that possible? Even I hold immense admiration for that man's swordsmanship. He is the world's greatest swordsman. A voice of shock and disbelief suddenly breaks forth. Shanks, this is true. The news is spread across the globe, and we may be among the last to know. Ben Beckman states gravely. Opposite him, the red-haired one-armed man clutches the newspaper tightly. To bear such a defeat. My old friend must be in great sorrow. However, his opponent appears somewhat familiar. Shanks's expression grows curious. Doesn't he resemble the former admiral? The day tiger Jiang Lu. Ben Beckman replies in a low voice. Shanks trembles, his pupils constricting. It's him. The one who chased Captain Roger around the world. He is still alive. In just a few short days. The news of Jiang Lu's victory over the formidable Mihawk has spread across the globe, and his visage has appeared before the eyes of many. Numerous individuals wear solemn expressions, their hearts heavy with the weight of this revelation, while others gaze in bewilderment, unsure of who this sudden newcomer may be. This moment, within a magnificent palace at the pinnacle of the Grand Line, the atmosphere is thick with tension. This is Marineford, the sacred land and a stronghold of the world's aristocracy. The opulent crystal chandeliers illuminate the spacious palace with an ethereal brilliance. The floor is adorned with luxurious carpets, and at the center, 5 elderly gentlemen of diverse postures gather around, intently scrutinizing the newspaper laid out before them. In addition to the newsprint, they also possess a substantial stack of documents, which elaborate upon the events beyond what the outside world has received. 20 years have passed. He has once again made his presence known. This truly is a striking event that captures the old man's attention. The world's greatest swordsman. What an impressive figure. His current identity is that of a naval intern. Still with the Navy. How intriguing. Despite such a monumental occurrence, he has not severed ties with them. Perhaps he merely seeks to maintain a semblance of balance. He is not only immensely powerful but also possesses considerable intellect. A man capable of playing chess with us is certainly not as simple as he appears on the surface. The voices of the 5 elders rise and fall, their remarks brief yet laden with significance. What could be his purpose in resurfacing now? Does he still harbor delusions of toppling the world as he did 2 decades ago? How ridiculous! An aged voice, tinged with mockery, rings out, yet the gravity of the sentiment is unmistakable. Clearly, even these 5 venerable figures, perched at the apex of the world, regard Jiang Lu with palpable trepidation. As long as he remains within the structure of the Navy and the world government, he will not stir up too much chaos, unless one elder, grasping a sword, suddenly sharpens his gaze. He seeks to expel Jiang Lu from the Navy. At this pronouncement, the elders in the palace fall silent. The atmosphere growing even more oppressive. The virtual night organization was dismantled by us 2 decades ago. Every member hunted down and eradicated. Now, after so many years, is it feasible for him to rally another faction to oppose the world? After all, the Navy remains the most formidable power in this world. In this era, as he speaks, one elder wears a knowing smile. The arrow of Whitebeard, the arrow of Roger. What the masses laud is but a veneer for their own desires, rendering it particularly laughable. We are the true sovereigns of this world. The era has always belonged to us. Yet, not all present seem to fully concur with this sentiment. Jiang Lu may indeed be different. His terrifying potential was evident to us 2 decades ago. Lacking a solid foundation and depth, what could he possibly use to contend with us? To thwart O'Hara? O'Hara still lies submerged beneath the waves. To assault Marineford alone, yet he could not inflict substantial damage. He merely aligned himself with a delusional celestial dragon. The tides of change are relentless. The number of pirates on the seas now exceeds any previous era. And we must remain vigilant. I am most curious to witness what upheaval he can stir with his solitary strength. The equilibrium of the sea cannot be disrupted by a single individual. No matter how powerful, within the palace, the voices of authority resonate with a somber gravity as the 5 elders articulate their opinions, further thickening the air with tension. The attendants and maidservants awaiting outside are now drenched in beads of sweat, their bodies rigid with anxiety, too fearful to move. In any case, They must continue to monitor his actions closely. The Navy must issue orders. This man can, under no circumstances, be permitted to hold a significant position within the Navy again. Ultimately, the deep, aged voice reverberates, slowly dissipating within the palace at the same time. 2 days prior, upon the battlefield that had witnessed fierce combat, a biting wind swept across, stirring the icy debris upon the frozen surface. Amidst the wreckage of a ship, an ice sculpture, cloaked in snow, stood silently. Beneath the transparent ice, one could discern the form of a seemingly lifeless body. The sun shone brightly overhead, casting rays that fell upon the ice sculpture. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. A fissure appeared upon the surface of the ice, rapidly expanding until, with a resounding crash, it shattered. The body, which had seemed frozen in death, slowly opened its eyes. Still alive, I see, with a soft sigh. Mihawk looked down to reveal 2 intersecting scars, their wounds encased in frost, thus devoid of blood. Fate seems to be favoring me still. The clash between Akiji and Zhang Lu inadvertently encased him in ice, stanching the flow of his injuries. Though he had lost consciousness and succumbed to a state of oblivion thereafter, his life had been prolonged that in such a state, he could sustain himself long enough to seek out a skilled physician and survive. Taking a tentative step forward, the crunch of ice beneath his feet resonated. Mihawk inhaled deeply, gauging his strength before continuing onward. After a few strides, he quickened his pace. Moments later, he discovered his coffin boat amidst the frozen expanse. Then, extending his right hand, he unsheathed the black blade from his back and swung it forward. Whoosh! The flying slash whistled through the air, cleaving the icy surface and allowing the seawater to surge forth, filling the chasm created. Mihawk boarded his coffin boat and closed his eyes. The throne I lost shall be reclaimed next time. The vessel drifted with the currents, the green ghostly flames flickering quietly as it sailed further into the distance, disappearing from view after a brief moment. Meanwhile, near Longchain Island, the golden arc Jinyan glided gracefully across the sea, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun, embodying opulence and extravagance. Enel sat at the control panel, serving as the battery, the crackling electricity coursing through him, traveling along specialized conduits to every corner of the ship. Zap! Occasionally, arcs of blue electricity crackled across the vessel's surface. The world's greatest swordsman. Boss, your illustrious name is known to all. Foxy exclaimed excitedly. A mere title, hardly worth noting. Zhang Lu replied with a nonchalant smile, displaying no concern for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. His indifference to fame is truly admirable, Foxy marveled, prompting cheers from the crew behind him, who were equally exhilarated. Zhang Lu waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in their ostentation. Buzz buzz. Just then, the transponder snail nestled in his arms began to ring. He glanced down to see the snail morph into the likeness of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zhang Lu answered the call. Dafla. Hee. I've recently come across some intriguing information that I believe will pique your interest. Da Flamingo's deep laughter resonated through the line. What news? Zhang Lu asked, momentarily taken aback. Concerning the legendary pirate of yore, Da Flamingo paused before revealing a name. The news of Gold Lion Shiki. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu's gaze sharpened instantly. Gold Lion Shiki. That man, he is certainly familiar to him. After the capture of Pirate King Roger, in a fit of rage, he had stormed the Navy headquarters alone, only to be ultimately defeated and imprisoned. Yet imprisonment did not mark the end. 20 years ago, shortly after Zhang Lu entered Impel Down, Shiki had audaciously severed his own feet, which had been shackled by Seastone, and executed a daring escape. Huh? Zhang Lu, do you truly believe you can remain confined in this lightless prison? Da Flamingo mocked. I have heard of your exploits. You are quite the nefarious character. Allow me to depart until the day you step forth from Impel Down. Perhaps we could join forces to disrupt this world. 20 years have elapsed, yet the resounding laughter of the Golden Lion still echoes in my ears, clear and vibrant. A promise made 2 decades ago, perhaps, Zhang Lu murmured. His gaze wandered, fixed upon the sky ahead, suddenly sharpening. One wonders if a person like you will still abide by the words spoken that day. He then softly addressed the transponder snail. Convey to me all that you know. I am deeply intrigued by him. Don Quixote da Flamingo chuckled. I anticipated this. You are in dire need of a fellow who once shone brightly in the previous era, yet has now lost his luster. A brief pause, and the amusement in Da Flamingo's words was unmistakable. I shall relay all the information I gather to you. I hope Uncle Jiang can succeed in bringing him under his command. Jiang narrowed his eyes and subsequently hung up the transponder snail. Standing at the bow of the Mistral, he gazed forward, clearly seeing the island shaped like a growth chain. According to the recent intelligence, the Straw Hat Pirates have already made their way to Water 7. This also signifies that the battle for Bonero Island is about to commence. The curtain of the Marineford War has been drawn. Preparations must be made. Jiang murmured, his eyes glimmering. Is it Doflamingo? Crocodile inquired, his gaze sharpening. Jiang nodded. It seems he has mentioned something significant. Crocodile spoke softly. He brought up a name. Jiang grinned. Who? The Golden Lion, Shiki. Jiang uttered a name. Crocodile's body trembled, his eyes narrowing sharply. And after a moment, he regained his composure. He is indeed an extraordinary individual. Jiang nodded with a smile, then addressed Crocodile. I require you to re-establish the Baroque works under my command. That is certainly feasible. I have recently contacted other members and am in the process of constructing a network. However, I need my original subordinates. Crocodile's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low tone. You are quite a loyal boss. Jiang fixed his gaze on Crocodile's eyes, speaking with a hint of depth. Yet, finding new subordinates will be time-consuming. Crocodile remarked coolly. Is that so? I will manage this. But time is of the essence. Jiang smiled, not intending to unmask Crocodile's facade. Both Crocodile and Doflamingo, despite their overtly sinister personas, possess unique qualities. Their subordinates hold deep respect and fear for them. Crocodile's followers would risk their lives to save him during his imprisonment. Doflamingo's family would unconditionally obey his orders, even to the point of death, without hesitation. Thank you, Crocodile said softly after a brief silence. As time passed, the Mistral resupplied at Long Chain Island, replenishing ample food and daily necessities, ensuring that the crew's supplies were plentiful. By the evening, Doflamingo's intelligence had been compiled into a document and delivered to Jiang. It was reported that he had recently recruited a group of former subordinates and new pirates, embarking on a grand plan located in the East Blue. He truly is a restless character. Had you not mentioned him, I might have been oblivious to the fact that such a notable figure still exists. Doflamingo's laughter drifted through the transponder snail, carried by the sea breeze. Jiang's expression turned serious as he perused the document in hand. It vividly detailed the activities of the Golden Lion Shiki following his prison break. It meticulously recorded that after his escape, he arrived at an island named Wormiu, where he discovered ferocious animals that had consumed plants containing IQ components. Subsequently, he claimed this island as his own, naming it Floating Island, and began researching IQ alongside his lieutenant, achieving notable progress. Recently, he summoned a multitude of his former pirate crew to gather on Floating Island. Intending to undertake a significant endeavor, that it was precisely due to this considerable movement that Doflamingo, having been tipped off by Jiang, managed to track his whereabouts. The restless, vengeful return of the Golden Lion. Stepping out of Impel Down, I commence anew. Jiang chuckled softly, gazing at the darkening sea. Truly, they are partners capable of fruitful collaboration. They share a promise from 2 decades ago and a robust foundation for cooperation. Simultaneously, he is confident in his ability to bring the Golden Lion under his command. Undoubtedly, Shiki will become a formidable subordinate, playing an exceedingly vital role in future endeavors. Yet, before that, a grand battle may be necessary. Jiang's gaze hardened. Like a lion, the Golden Lion would not easily submit. His pride and dominance would not permit anyone to challenge his authority. Even the former pirate king, Roger, was someone he sought to conquer and nearly annihilated. Despite the defeat suffered 20 years ago, which had seemingly sapped his vigor, he remains the same overbearing man, brimming with colossal ambition. Only a comprehensive victory in war would compel such a man to yield. Who is the boss? That is equally crucial, Jiang murmured. Night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, the Mistral had already ascended from the sea, soaring at an altitude of several thousand meters. The destination, one of the 3 legendary pirates of the previous era. The flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, Foxy stood at the ship's bow, his voice trembling with excitement, his black hair blown back by the wind. Others were equally exhilarated, trembling with anticipation and exclamations. Even Crocodile, upon learning they were to seek the legendary pirate, felt a jolt of shock within. The other 2 legendary pirates include the pirate King Roger and the current world's strongest man, the Yonko Whitebeard. The voices echoed aboard the Mistral, dissipating with the winds. The golden-hued vessel radiated brilliance under the sun, swiftly sailing towards the East Blue. The East Blue, once renowned as the mightiest sea among the four seas, even the birthplace of the legendary pirate Roger. However, after enduring the Navy's cleansing decades ago, it has now devolved into the weakest sea region. Yet, certain individuals in this world harbor a unique sentiment and attachment to this sea, the azure sky. Clouds drifted, and from the sea's perspective, a faint dark spot was visible amidst the soaring seagulls. Little did anyone know, this was a massive island suspended in the air, known as Floating Island, the territory of the legendary Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment, within the highest tower of Floating Island, a dense murmur of conversations filled the spacious hall, blending into a buzzing sound reminiscent of countless insects in flight. Flanking the central passage were low tables adorned with drinks and fruits, exuding delightful aromas. Behind these tables sat a cadre of serious-faced, formidable pirates, their expressions fierce. They were the leaders of pirate crews summoned by that prominent figure from all corners of the world. Now seated in quiet anticipation, since their arrival here days ago, they had yet to encounter the legendary pirate himself. However, no one harbors the slightest discontent. Instead, they exhibit remarkable patience. One of the three great legends of the world. The famed sky pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, once brought the pirate king, Roger, to the brink of despair. His renown is such that it justifies their weight. The rules among pirates are simple. Strength reigns supreme. Reputation, wealth, status. These coveted treasures of the world are easily attainable when one possesses power. Today marks the moment when this legendary pirate makes his appearance at the gathering. Thus, captains from various pirate crews have converged, eagerly and anxiously awaiting his arrival. Ding! Suddenly, a clear sound resonates from the top of the staircase on the second floor. All eyes turn upward, their gazes fixed, and all noise vanishes in that instant, leaving only the sound of heightened breaths. Ding! The sound of metal clashing against the floor echoes once more, and a figure comes into view. Golden hair, long and flowing like a lion's mane, drags on the ground, adorned with a ship's wheel atop his head, while his feet have been replaced by two gleaming, icy blades. Ha 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 ha. A booming laughter rings out as the man descends the stairs. Facing all present, his eyes suddenly sharp as daggers. Buzz. The entire hall trembles, every individual sensing a heavy pressure that compels them to swallow hard. This is the overwhelming aura of a legendary pirate. Not merely the result of bravado. The fabled sky pirate, Gold Lion Shiki. Once, he had brought the pirate king Roger to his knees, standing only a step away from the title himself, possessing ambitions vast enough to engulf the four seas. Along with an unfathomable resolve, he had single-handedly stormed the Navy headquarters after Roger's capture. Though imprisoned and impelled down, he escaped without a trace. His legend is a tome too vast to fully recount. Akin to a thick tome of history, the pirates' eyes blaze with excitement, their bodies trembling in anticipation. The moment that figure appears, it captivates every gaze, sending waves of exhilaration through them, their souls quaking with fervor. Clang, 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 clang. Gold Lion Shiki, with a faint smile gracing his features, steps down the stairs amidst the gaze of the crowd. Behind him follows his loyal aide, Indigo. Upon reaching the ground and standing before everyone, he suddenly breaks into a broad grin. Ha 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 ha. Welcome, everyone, to this grand feast. This simple declaration ignites a frenzy of excitement throughout the hall. Roar. Long live Gold Lion Shiki. The legendary great pirate is speaking to us. I'm on the verge of fainting from excitement. Countless voices erupt in a cacophony, shaking the hall with a thunderous roar, transforming the atmosphere into utter chaos. No one can fathom the stature, reputation, and influence the legendary pirate holds in the hearts of the people. Countless souls revere and idolize the heights he has achieved, even developing a fervent devotion. Such occurrences might astonish in the realm of Jiang Lu's past life, yet in this world where might reigns supreme, it is the most ordinary of phenomena. The purpose of gathering all present is quite straightforward. Despite the clamor in the hall, Gold Lion's voice remains crystal clear, commanding attention and restoring silence. He slowly surveys the assembly. The smile on his face gradually fades, replaced by a chilling sharpness. This era is far too gentle. It is time for certain individuals to comprehend the cruelty of life and the coldness of the world. Pausing momentarily, his gaze icy, he declares, I shall commence with the East Sea that I will obliterate the entire East. Eto announced to the world. His entire being trembles, arms spread wide, golden hair billowing like a lion's mane. Exuding an overwhelming, domineering presence that I, Gold Lion, have returned. We have returned. The hall falls into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of someone swallowing nervously. Yet soon enough, a fervent roar erupts. Roar. Destroy the East Sea. We will dominate the entire world under Gold Lion's command. In this exhilarating moment, my body trembles uncontrollably. The roar reverberates like thunder, filling the entire building with its resonance. Observing this scene, Gold Lion flashes a maniacal grin. 20 years have passed. It is time for vengeance. After a prolonged silence, he intends to astonish the world once more. Meanwhile, a vessel shimmering with golden light under the sun suddenly appears above Floating Island. Sailing swiftly toward the highest tower, the enormous sail bears the inscription Suyi, set against the backdrop of a white skull mask, exuding a chilling aura. What is that? Pirates stationed around the tower gaze up in astonishment at the rapidly approaching ship. A golden vessel soaring through the air. Realizing the anomaly, the pirates shout in shock, "Quick, quick, quick! Inform Captain Shiki. A ship of unknown origin, capable of flight, is evidently not a common sight." Just as they are about to turn and rush toward the hall, a figure suddenly leaps from the bow of the flying ship. Whoosh! A graceful arc is traced through the air, followed by a resounding crash as dust rises, revealing a large crater before the tower. A silhouette emerges before their eyes. Shiki, is he here? As the dust settles, a figure clad in black robes, a sword at his waist, materializes, casually inquiring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind sweeps in, swiftly dispersing the dust. The newcomer's appearance becomes clear to the pirates stationed at the tower. A young man, around 20 to 30 years old, with a black buzz cut and dressed in loose black robes, carries a long sword at his side. Yet, his eyes betray an unexpected depth of experience. In that moment of scrutiny, the pirates shuddered, instinctively feeling a surge of fear, as if he could see through their very souls. However, they quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons. You? Did you just call the captain by name? How audacious! Who is their captain? None other than the legendary Gold Lion Shiki, one of the 3 great pirates. How dare this young man display such boldness? Do you even know who he is? The pirates shout angrily, prepared to charge at the young man. But at that moment, the youth unexpectedly grins, his eyes narrowing. "Oh, you know who I am." Buzz. The pirates freeze, and in the next instant, a tremendous, overwhelming, and tyrannical aura surges forth. The air seems to whip into a frenzy. The void trembles, ripples radiating outward toward the tower. The pirates standing at the entrance are suddenly rigid, their eyes glazing over, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Thud, thud. One by one, figures slump to the ground, losing consciousness. Jiang Lu remains impassive, gazing ahead at the towering edifice. Though he has yet to enter, he can already sense the splendor and revelry within. The intoxicating aroma of liquor, the deafening cheers, all echoing in a harmonious cacophony. What a noisy scene. Let my arrival add a touch of spectacle to your banquet. Shiki, Jiang Lu calls out softly, stepping forward. Buzz. With this step, Conqueror's hockey envelopes the area, crashing forward. The air quakes, sending ripples through the atmosphere, and the wooden pillars at the entrance crack ominously. Then comes the second step. Buzz. A grand and overpowering aura surged forth, radiating mightily into the inner sanctum of the pavilion. Jiang Lu advanced with deliberate steps, a terrifying and domineering presence pressing ahead of him. Thud, thud. The pirates near the entrance were struck by this aura, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground. Unconscious at the deepest part of the hall, the Golden Lion Shiki suddenly raised his head sharply, gazing forward. The pirates in the first-floor hall wore expressions of shock, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they turned to glance at the entrance. Clop, clop, clop. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. What came into view was a young man, adorned with a faint smile that, paradoxically, exuded an overwhelming dominance. Buzz. Another wave of energy surged forth, causing the pirates standing before him to fall like harvested straw, one after another. Instinctively, some began to sidestep, seeking to avoid this enigmatic man. Who are you? How dare you trespass on Shiki's territory? One pirate shouted furiously, brandishing his blade as he charged toward the approaching figure. Yet, the man paid him no mind, even too lazy to evade, simply continuing his stride forward. Buzz. A violent shockwave erupted, causing the attacking pirate to tremble, his eyes turning white, as his sword clattered to the ground before the man. Jiang Lu pressed on, his gaze transcending the throng of bodies. Locking onto the golden lion standing there, who was also observing him intently. Shiki, he grinned, uttering the name of his counterpart, Jiang Lu. A flicker of surprise flashed in Shiki's eyes, quickly followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha, I never expected you would come seeking me out. What a delightful surprise. Jiang Lu chuckled in return, taking a step forward, his conqueror's haki intensifying rather than waning. Buzz, crack. The pillars supporting the pavilion and the walls cracked under the pressure. While the pirates on either side, unable to withstand such overwhelming force, collapsed to the ground, unresponsive. What a domineering man! Indigo exclaimed in astonishment behind the golden lion. Though the man wore a smile, the raw, tyrannical aura emanating from him was soul-shaking, sending shivers through Indigo's body, evoking a primal instinct that this man was as dangerous as a wild beast that conquers haki. He is far more than mere haki. Indigo, that man is Jiang Lu. The golden lion fixed his gaze on the approaching figure, his grin fading into a serious and grave expression. He witnessed his summoned pirates falling one after another. Frothing at the mouth, unable to endure even a moment under the man's imposing presence. Rein in your haki, Jiang Lu. After 20 years apart, do you wish to intimidate me upon our reunion? Taking a deep breath, the golden lion bellowed. Jiang Lu, upon hearing this, smiled widely, unleashing another wave of haki, causing more pirates to collapse into unconsciousness. He surveyed the spacious hall, filled with sprawled, unconscious pirates, a mocking grin playing on his lips. Is this some grand endeavor, Shiki? But with these mere fish of the sea, what can you truly accomplish? Upon hearing such words, the golden lion's eyes flared with anger as he gazed at the fallen pirates around him. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. You come to me merely to spout such meaningless drivel. Jiang Lu continued his advance, his black cloak flowing without wind, his gaze sharp and his haki expanding relentlessly. Crashing against Shiki. Moments later, he stood 5 meters away from the golden lion. 20 years ago, I was the one who facilitated your escape from Impel Down. At that time, we made a pact, with a piercing gaze. Jiang Lu looked up at the lion-like man before him. Have you already forgotten? The golden lion paused, then regarded Jiang Lu with a strange expression, his face breaking into a smile as he burst into laughter. Ha! Of course, I have not forgotten. I once said that when you emerged, we could join forces to shake the very foundations of this world. His eyes narrowing slightly, the golden lion's voice turned grave. So, your journey across countless miles to stand before me is to fulfill that promise made 2 decades ago. Jiang Lu's gaze was fierce. Otherwise, what could possibly draw me to a place like this? The golden lion's smile broadened, his excitement palpable. If someone like you were to ally with me, it would be but a matter of time before this world falls into our grasp. He then waved his hand grandly. Bring forth the wine. I wish to celebrate with my old friend. And while we're at it, his gaze fixated on Jiang Lu, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Let's discuss our collaboration. Laughter echoed throughout the vast yet tense hall, resonating with an air of excitement. The remaining standing pirates trembled, their eyes glued to the 2 figures, swallowing nervously as sweat soaked their backs. Indigo's expression was grave, a sense of urgency taking hold as he hurried to fetch 2 jars of wine and large bowls, placing them before the 2 men. Thud, the golden lion plopped down onto the ground. Sitting cross-legged, the tips of his 2 gleaming long swords pointing outward. Jiang Lu also settled down slowly, his gaze fixed on Shiki, then bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! The golden lion joined in, their mirth reaching far and soothing the tension among the surrounding pirates. Who eyed Jiang Lu with cautious curiosity. Who is this man, capable of sitting alongside the legendary pirate? Just his aura alone has sent so many formidable foes into unconsciousness. He is no ordinary individual. Indigo stepped forward, holding his breath as he poured the clear wine into the bowls, bubbles rising in a frothy cascade. Jiang Lu observed intently, nodding in approval. Excellent wine, the golden lion responded. This is a rare spirit I found in the East Blue. It surely suits your palate. Then I shall not hold back, Jiang Lu exclaimed, raising his bowl. The golden lion mirrored the gesture, and the 2 clinked their bowls together with a resounding clang. The clear sound resonated as both men tilted their heads back, downing the potent liquor in one go. Moments later, they set their bowls down on the ground, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter once more. The golden lion shook his head, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. 20 years. At last, we meet again beyond Impel Down. Jiang Lu nodded gently. Indeed, I have awaited this bowl of wine for 2 decades. Suddenly, the Golden Lion fixed his gaze upon Jiang Lu. This era is far too tranquil. Too gentle, Jiang Lu. Oh, what do you propose we do? Jiang Lu inquired with a calm smile. That I shall commence from the East Blue. With our collaboration, we can turn this world upside down. Have you seen this island? The creatures I have collected, those with enhanced IQs, their combat prowess will astonish you, the Golden Lion declared with excitement. The Navy's attitude towards you is evidently one of aversion. This identity no longer suits you. Why not join me as a pirate? As he spoke, the Golden Lion's body trembled, his golden hair billowing as his aura surged. Become my right arm, Jiang Lu. With your assistance, I will effortlessly ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. Then, let us together reign over this entire world. The voice reverberated with fervor, laying bare an immense ambition for all to witness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu fell into a contemplative silence, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke with a faint smile. Pirates, you say? Merely a profession devoid of future. Pausing briefly, he raised his gaze, fixating on the Golden Lion. Why not join me, and become part of Shuya? Shiki, together, we shall alter the very fabric of this world. Surely, this endeavor is far more meaningful than merely becoming the Pirate King. Your illustrious name shall echo through history, sung and recited by countless souls. A century hence, you shall stand as an eternal monument, forever etched in the annals of time. These words, equally impassioned and stirring, resonated throughout the hall. Yet, the surrounding pirates wore expressions of trepidation, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads once more. Indigo, pouring the wine, froze momentarily. This enigmatic man had come here to discuss collaboration with their captain, and Captain Shiki, too, harbored aspirations of recruitment, yet the other party was also attempting to draw their captain into his fold. The Golden Lion Shiki fell silent, his gaze flickering as he scrutinized Jiang Lu. After a moment, he erupted into a hearty laughter. Ha! Observing the floor already awash with wine, Shiki lifted his cup. Let us drink. The 2 cups clashed once more, the clear, translucent liquid spilling slightly, and then they tilted their heads back to gulp it down. However, the taste of this cup, now swallowed, was evidently different from the previous one. Jiang Lu, unlike you, I was renowned across the world 20 years ago, possessing immense fame and a multitude of followers, the Golden Lion proclaimed, gesturing towards the individuals in the hall. And you, once the mightiest Marine Admiral 2 decades ago, were indeed a force to be reckoned with in that era. Yet now, you have faded into obscurity. Alone, what great deeds can you achieve? As he spoke, his gaze turned frigid. Should we collaborate, following my lead? You shall lack for neither fame, status, nor wealth. His words echoed, but for a moment, none responded. Jiang Lu placed his cup on the ground, bowing his head as if lost in thought, rendering his expression inscrutable to others. After some time, he slowly raised his gaze to meet that of the Golden Lion Shiki. That a true powerhouse confronts 1,000 troops with but their own strength. He paused, allowing a cold smile to escape his lips. Shiki, this is precisely the reason for your defeat at the hands of Roger and Whitebeard. The Golden Lion Shiki shuddered, his expression resolute, yet he did not succumb to anger. These insignificant fish beside you. Even if they all struck, what could they accomplish? Jiang Lu scoffed, casting his gaze over the remaining pirates in the hall. That I alone am sufficient to sweep them aside. He then added nonchalantly, 20 years ago, I released you from Impel Down with the intent to collaborate, to achieve something monumental, but I did not seek to be your right-hand man, to dwell beneath you. As he spoke, Jiang Lu cast a glance at Shiki's legs and aged visage. You have grown old. The words struck the Golden Lion Shiki like ice, igniting a torrent of fury within him. He was a tyrant of the seas. Such acknowledgement of his aging, of his departure from the era, was something he would never concede. And your legs, 20 years have passed. How much of the strength you once possessed, the power that stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard, remains? Jiang Lu continued. Such a you would likely be engulfed by the surging tides of time before accomplishing anything substantial, fading into oblivion, vanishing from the world's sight. Fire blazed in the Golden Lion Shiki's eyes as he growled. Jiang Lu, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Jiang Lu grinned coldly. What? Is the objective truth so piercing to your ears? The glory of yesteryear has obscured your vision, preventing you from seeing your true self. Crack. The golden lion's right hand suddenly exerted force, shattering the wine cup, his garments swirling without wind, his golden hair billowing. The words of his counterpart pierced his heart like daggers, igniting his rage and causing him to tremble. In other words, the golden lion's defenses had been breached. Within the hall, all present fell into a hushed silence. A terrifying aura swept outward, causing some to shiver and freeze, paralyzed with fear. The two seated at the center of the room made every soul tremble with their every move. At this moment, it was clear that their conversation was anything but amicable. In fact, there loomed a palpable threat of violence should a disagreement arise. Anger, Shiki. Your ire stems from your waning strength, from a lack of self-confidence. You are no longer what you once were. Jianglu paused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Shiki's furious countenance. Why not join my ranks? I can aid you in reclaiming your former glory. You know, I possess the ability to do so. The thought echoed in Shiki's mind, the anger on his face faltering, that he recalled that this man before him was shrouded in mystery, possessing powers capable of transforming the weak into formidable forces in a short span. Moreover, his abilities were imbued with exceptional healing properties, earning him the moniker of an almost indestructible monster. I can offer you a designation. You shall become a member of Shuya, reclaiming your greatness, your name resounding throughout the globe once more. Jianglu's words were calm, devoid of emotion. Yet for the golden lion, they were laden with an irresistible allure, even causing a momentary haze in his mind. While his words were harsh, they were undeniably grounded in truth. The passage of time, the decay of his body, compounded by the myriad of hidden injuries sustained over countless battles, would all converge upon him in his twilight years. The severed legs severely hampered his combat prowess. After all, a sword is wielded by hands. Once replaced by legs, agility and strength would be diminished significantly. Did he still possess even 30% of the strength he once wielded at his peak? This question lingered, one he could not answer with certainty. Moreover, I could restore your severed legs. Jianglu followed up with another statement. The golden lion Shiki abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions as he stared at Jianglu. You, sir, are truly formidable. Initially, he had envisioned subduing Jianglu as his right arm. Abandoned by the navy and having committed great misdeeds, Jianglu was left with no avenues for retreat. With Jianglu's formidable combat capabilities, their union would surely cause the world to tremble. However, he never anticipated that Jianglu would seek to reverse their roles and recruit him, presenting terms so compelling that he found them nearly irresistible. To reclaim the power of his prime, to once more possess legs that could carry him, this was a dream he had longed for. What say you, Shiki? Join me. Jianglu extended his right hand, laughing heartily. You know well that together, we shall wield the power to shake the very foundations of the world, to astonish the vast seas. This is the most advantageous scenario, is it not? The golden lion Shiki gazed at the outstretched hand, his expression shifting, his heart in tumult. Crack. Suddenly, his gaze hardened, and he forcefully swatted the hand away. What nonsense is this? Jianglu, do you take me for a fool? You think to subdue me and make me your subordinate? His golden hair danced wildly, and everything around him, the tables, the wine cups, seemed to levitate at that moment, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Then come and defeat me. Between us, the stronger shall be the leader. The furious roar reverberated through the air as the golden-haired figure of the golden lion surged into the fray with wild abandon. Jianglu lifted his gaze, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Is that so? Who is stronger? Who shall claim the title of the leader? What a splendid method indeed. Perfectly suited for individuals like us to determine the true ruler. The sharp gaze of the golden lion Shiki pierced through the atmosphere, and upon receiving the opponent's acquiescence, he raised his right foot, his long blade gleaming with a chilling light, and struck down with ferocity. Wave slash. Almost simultaneously, Jianglu, seated cross-legged on the ground, swiftly shifted his body to the side. Crack. The keen edge of the strike cleaved into the earth, creating a slender fissure that stretched far into the distance, vanishing from sight. Does he yearn so desperately to witness his own downfall? Shiki. Jianglu raised his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I have long heard of your unpleasant words. Now I finally witnessed them firsthand. 20 years ago, I yearned for a worthy battle with you. Yet, the opportunity eluded me. The golden lion spoke coldly, his form hovering above. Today, let us determine the victor, Jianglu. The The winner shall become the other's leader. Jiang Lu slowly rose, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. A sudden smile breaking forth. Since we have both consented, let us engage in battle. The golden lion, suspended in the air, his robes billowing, golden locks dancing wildly, his eyes fierce, suddenly dove downward at in an instant. He was above Jiang Lu. His right foot lifted once more, poised to strike. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept forth, akin to a blade slicing through the air. Clang! In the following moment, Jiang Lu's long sword was drawn from its sheath. Positioned above his head, clang, the clash of metal rang out, sparks flying as a shockwave radiated outward, stirring the curtains that hung in the hall. That to press the sword against my thigh is no easy task. Lacking the advantage of both hands, yet it is powerful, Jiang Lu remarked coolly. In the next heartbeat, Shiki retracted his right foot, pivoted his body, and with a ferocious strike of his left foot, he brought it crashing down once more. Clang! The resounding clang echoed again, a tremendous force reverberating, as Jiang Lu was propelled backward. Do not underestimate me, boy. These legs are far more effective than the arms of certain individuals. The golden lion, Shiki, sneered in the next moment. He lunged at Jiang Lu again, his legs relentlessly chopping down, spinning like a top. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp sounds rang out continuously, as Jiang Lu was thrust backward by the overwhelming force. The three legendary pirates are certainly not mere names without substance. The golden lion, Shiki, cannot possibly be as feeble as depicted in the theatrical version. They is a formidable figure of the same era as Roger and Whitebeard. How could he be undeserving of his reputation? With mastery in hockey, strength, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities, he has reached the pinnacle of power, standing tall at the apex of the world, earning such acclaim that as they retreated, in the blink of an eye, the two had burst forth from the pavilion. Energy surged, dust swirling. Ha! A booming laugh erupted as Jiang Lu withdrew, creating distance between them. Shiki, at your age, you are still quite capable. With that, Jiang Lu looked up at the elder suspended in the air, his golden hair streaming. What will astonish you is yet to come. Experience the might of this old man. Boy, the golden lion gazed down, his voice icy, his right hand extended, fingers curling skyward. Lion's might. Snap! Jiang Lu's expression shifted slightly as the stones beneath him began to tremble violently. Rumble! A deafening sound erupted as the ground quaked, rapidly converging towards the sky, vast expanses of earth and sand shifting swiftly. The land surrounding Jiang Lu trembled, rising in a whirlwind, visibly forming colossal lions. In an instant, 5 or 6 towering figures, nearly 100 meters high, heavy as mountains, exuding overwhelming presence, twisted their forms, shaking the manes upon their necks into existence. Roar! A deep roar echoed like thunder, deafeningly resonant. As the earth surged forth, transforming into majestic lions, bearing an unparalleled aura of terror as they charged toward Jiang Lu on the ground. Such remarkable momentum. Does the mighty lion still endure through the passage of time? Jiang Lu raised his head, a grin spreading across his face. This moment, the sunlight overhead was obscured by the massive lions, their dark forms blocking his line of sight entirely. He slowly bent his knees, the ground creaking under the weight, leaving deep impressions in the earth, and in the next moment, boom, like a cannonball, Jiang Lu soared upward to in the blink of an eye. He was before the first lion charging at him. The long blade shimmered with a purplish-red energy, and he swung it with force. Whoosh! The cutting wave howled, slicing through the air at incredible speed, cleaving a massive gash into the lion's body. Roar! Yet, in an instant, the other 5 lions shifted, already upon him, crashing into him with tremendous force. Jiang Lu pivoted, his arms raised defensively. Bang! It felt as though a mountain had collided with him, his body shuddering, bones vibrating in resonance, only to return to its original state in the next heartbeat. Yet the violent impact sent him flying. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled as Jiang Lu's robes billowed dramatically, twisting in the air. The 6 lion mountains thundered onward, their faces fierce, their momentum overwhelming, while the previously cleaved lion's form began to rapidly regenerate from the earth. The reality is vastly different from the anime, Jiang Lu murmured, observing the scene before him. In the theatrical version, the golden lion Shiki was easily defeated by the fledgling monkey Luffy. However, what lay before him now was an unimaginable force and presence, the true golden lion, even in his later years. having lost his legs, still unleashed a power that was awe-inspiring. Yet, this only makes it all the more intriguing. With a tremor in his right hand, a cherry blossom-like aura erupted from his blade, swiftly enveloping the sword, bestowing it with mysterious patterns. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blade quivered, sensing its master's excitement, fervent with the anticipation of a worthy opponent. Let us engage in a battle. Shiki, show me the might that once ruled the world. A roar erupted from Zhonglu, his long sword vibrating in resonance, ready to unleash a fierce strike. Whoosh! The radiant slash pierced through the air, transforming into a dazzling, purplish-red arc, colliding fiercely with the oncoming Lion Mountain. Dust flew, the 5 Lion Mountains trembled violently, a horizontal line cleaving through their bellies, tearing apart until their tails. Boom! Their bodies exploded, tumbling, shaking, crashing to the ground. The scene before him opened up dramatically, revealing the azure sky once more. Yet alongside it, the golden lion's wildly thrashing golden hair and the glinting blades of his dual swords emerged. Ha! I knew this move would not deter you. Zhonglu, the long sword sliced through the void, aiming down at Zhonglu with a fierce aura that shattered all in its path. Zhonglu's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his sword to defend. Clang! The sharp sound of metal ringing out was followed by blinding sparks and the immense shockwave that ensued from their clash. Rumble! At the center of their collision, a wave of energy surged outward, sweeping in all directions. The swirling dust around them was caught in the upheaval, distorting as it was thrust further away. Truly an experienced combat style. Shiki! Zhonglu raised his blade above his head, resisting the surging force from his opponent's long sword, and grinned. Concealed beneath the majestic aura of the lion, the subsequent strike was truly his lethal move. Against a man like you, I shall not afford the slightest carelessness. The golden lion Shurji laughed heartily, his eyes sharp and fierce. In a sudden motion, he retreated swiftly. At the same moment, Zhonglu also leaped back, his body floating gracefully in the air. Their gazes locked. Both of them once again swung their swords. Wave slash! Shurji bellowed, his right foot slicing through the air. Whoosh! A terrifying slash, imbued with an extraordinarily fierce sword intent, descended with a howling sound. Zhonglu mirrored the action, executing a soaring slash that cleaved through the air. Bang! The two strikes collided almost instantaneously, shattering each other, with the ensuing shockwaves radiating outward. Boom! Nearby, a pavilion was struck by the remnants of the shattered slashes, collapsing into ruins amidst a cacophony of gasps. Shurji's eyes flickered, his expression grave. This brief skirmish had already made him aware that the individual before him was not someone to be easily dealt with. Strength, dominance, swordsmanship. His opponent had achieved the pinnacle of mastery in all these aspects. Suddenly, his body dove downward, reaching Zhonglu in the blink of an eye, his feet dancing in a flurry, the blade's light dazzling in an instant. Zhonglu countered with his sword, accurately blocking each strike. Clang, 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 clang. A series of metallic clangs resonated, energy surging forth, howling as it swept in all directions. Then, at a certain moment, Shurji's figure shifted. He unleashed a series of kicks, golden slashes coalescing into a radiant array. Lion's thousand cuts. An even sharper onslaught descended upon Zhonglu, compelling him to abruptly raise his gaze and swiftly swing his long blade. Bam! 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 The strikes, more formidable than the wave slash, sent Zhonglu's blade trembling. His form continually propelled backward. Zhonglu, do not underestimate this old man. We have never clashed before, but I do not believe I am inferior to that pair of fellows. Roger and Whitebeard. Shurji unleashed a flurry of slashes, his vitality seemingly as pristine as that of youth. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was nearly blanketed by his strikes, glowing with golden radiance. Hundreds upon thousands charging toward Zhonglu. Boom! The relentless force sent Zhonglu hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing down into a dense thicket, shattering a dozen towering trees. Finally, he came to a halt, gazing up at the sky. Whoosh! 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 Golden slashes rained down, engulfing the entire forest. Such vigor hardly resembled that of a man over 70. Shurji, I am beginning to feel exhilarated, Zhonglu murmured, his figure engulfed beneath the blinding golden strikes. Rumble! The forest, spanning dozens of miles, was instantaneously reduced to ruins, with chips, severed limbs, and dust swirling into the air. Blood splattered. The ground trembled violently. Dust billowing upward, a vast expanse of forest was cleaved into countless fragments in the blink of an eye. Ha! The golden lion hovered above, gazing down. Amidst the swirling dust, the remains of numerous animals cleaved apart were visible. The ground was scarred with deep, bottomless ravines. Yet, Jiang Lu's figure was momentarily obscured, concealed by the fallen trees and swirling dust. Jiang Lu, how do you fare now? Is this the outdated, feeble power you speak of? The golden lion bellowed, his gaze sweeping through the dust-choked forest. Aging truly has its drawbacks. Resisting the passage of time is not a wise endeavor. Shurji, a clear voice resonated from the forest, reaching the ears of the golden lion and swiftly redirecting his gaze to a specific spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind swept through, dispersing the dust and revealing a figure standing resolutely. His robes were tattered, exposing his upper body, with 8 chiseled abdominal muscles clearly defined. His robust physique was barely covered by tattered remnants. While his trousers remained relatively intact, the man held a sword in his right hand. A smile gracing his face as he gazed upward at the golden lion in the sky. Jiang Lu, the golden lion's expression tightened, seriousness overtaking him, having endured such a relentless barrage of slashes. His robes were tattered, the forest reduced to rubble, yet the opponent remained unscathed. Such an assault holds no sway over me, Jiang Lu declared loudly, tilting his head upward. "Do, is that so?" The golden lion Shurji replied coldly, his right hand abruptly gesturing towards the sky. Boom! The ground within a radius of several dozen miles trembled violently, the earth convulsing as a colossal lion mountain emerged, encircling Jiang Lu at its center in an instant. A greater scale and momentum. You say? This earthen construct is but a trifle for my blade to cleave through. What use can it possibly serve against me? Jiang Lu gazed around, observing nearly a dozen lion mountains roaring and howling. A breathtaking spectacle as they charged toward him, speaking calmly. Unlike the last encounter, he stood there quietly, seemingly devoid of any intention to evade. Bare-chested, the wind tousled his tattered garments, swirling them into the lion mountains. His abdominal muscles and streamlined physique reminiscent of a powerful cheetah. Then give it a try. The brash young man, the golden lion roared, his fingers tightening into a fierce grip. Boom! In the next moment, more than 10 lion mountains surged toward Jiang Lu. A massive upheaval of earth instantaneously buried his figure. Tons of dust cascaded, swiftly accumulating into a colossal mountain of intertwined debris. Boom! 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 The dust quaked, shrinking in size as it was compressed multiple times, becoming denser. The wind whistled atop this bizarre, twisted mountain, stirring up a few wisps of dust as tattered black cloth was blown higher. Then, the golden lion seized it, his gaze sharp, looking down to an indestructible monster. Is it? Today, I shall see for myself whether you truly cannot be slain. A calm voice escaped his lips, the golden lion's expression icy. 20 years ago, it was said that the day tiger Jiang Lu was an undying monster, possessing an extraordinary and terrifying physique. Even in countless battles, not a single scratch would mar his body, making him the most formidable opponent in the world. The golden lion had heard tales of his clashes with Roger and Whitebeard, yet he had never had the opportunity to fight him. Now, he was finally able to witness the legendary figure of the previous era, once glorified to the utmost degree. Time flowed on, and the winds grew stronger. The spiral-shaped mountain, towering hundreds of meters high, occasionally stirred up some dust, yet remained utterly tranquil. "Is this where you meet your end?" the golden lion murmured. However, in the next moment, his form elevated, his gaze honing in on a point around the mountainside. Boom! The entire mountain trembled at this instant, stones flying and dirt erupting in a circle, scattering in all directions. What a joke! The golden lion Shurji's eyes narrowed, fixated on the scene. The massive twisted mountain weighed no less than several tons. He had never witnessed an enemy trapped beneath this technique escape unscathed. Boom! Yet again, the mountain quivered, dust swirling outward in larger ripples as stones clattered down toward the base. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the compressed mountain form. Boom! After 2 breaths, the Mahua mountain trembled once more, followed by a resounding rumble as the quaking intensified, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface. The golden lion, Shiki, raised his stature, his gaze gravely fixed below. his golden locks billowing in the wind. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Boom! The Mahua mountain was shattered, its midsection erupting with a thunderous crack, a cloud of dust billowing forth as the mountain split apart. Rocks flying out like bullets, the figure engulfed in burning green energy shot skyward, instantly arriving before Shiki. The fiercely burning green energy, coupled with a grotesquely distorted visage and an aura of terror emanating from the figure, sent a jolt of alarm through Shiki's heart. "You rascal!" He glanced down, observing the towering Mahua mountain, now collapsing amid a cacophony, tons of earth cascading to the ground. "You made your move, and I shall respond. Now, it is my turn, Shiki," a low growl echoed, reverberating through the void. As Jiang Lu's feet forcefully stomped the air, bang, his body surged forward like a cannonball, tearing through the air in an instant. "Here it comes." The golden lion Shiki trembled, his expression grave as he let out a low warning. Jiang Lu in this state appeared distinctly formidable. Whoosh! The green figure flickered rapidly in the void, weaving left and right, rendering it impossible to predict from which direction it would strike. In mere 2 breaths, the distance of 1,000 meters between them was abruptly closed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A fierce wind rushed toward him, causing the golden lion's skin to ripple, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The figure, enveloped in green energy, suddenly drew near, its form rapidly shifting. Left? No, right. A fist suddenly loomed large, sending shockwaves through Shiki's heart. As he distinctly perceived the airwaves generated by the fist's movement, his eyes flickered, his head tilting to the left. Boom! The fist, akin to an air cannon, grazed past his right ear, the sharp force even tearing through his skin. The golden lion's gaze contracted, his form shifting as his right foot thrust forward toward the emerging figure. However, swish! The opponent flickered, the long blade piercing through the illusion. So fast. Shiki was astounded, incredulous at the speed. In the next moment, a fist emerged from the left, swinging toward his cheek. Armament hockey. Shiki raised his left hand, eyes steely, reaching for the oncoming fist. His reaction and movement were swift enough, yet still a moment too late. As the fist struck his left cheek, bang! The impact jolted his head, causing the flesh on his cheek to sink inward, the force passing through to the other side of his face. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth, the terrifying power erupting in an instant. The golden figure plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Rumble! The explosive descent of the golden figure crashed into the earth, sending forth a long wave that extended for several thousand meters before finally coming to a halt. Was this the power that once epitomized monstrosity? Jiang Lu, you are indeed as ferocious as a beast. The golden lion Shiki raised his head, blood filling his mouth, his eyes cold and grave that he suddenly looked skyward. Whoosh! The figure ablaze with green energy dove down, breaking the sound barrier with a resounding boom, a conical shockwave trailing behind. Almost as soon as the sound reached him, Jiang Lu was already overhead. Peacock strike. Clenching his fists, flames erupted in an instant, transforming into countless fiery fists that howled downward. Wave slash. Shiki's eyes hardened as he slashed with his right foot. The sharp waves surged toward the sky. But Jiang Lu merely sidestepped, evading it with ease. Meanwhile, Shiki spread his hands, fingers curling toward the heavens. Buzz! The air and ground trembled violently at that moment. Distorting under the force, in the next second, he thrust his hands upward. Lion's might. Rumble! The ground fractured inch by inch, large stones and sand soaring into the sky, the area within hundreds of miles rising toward the heavens. Roar! A colossal lion took shape, thousands of them, their heads shaking. Manes billowing, alive and roaring as they charged toward Jiang Lu in the sky. The golden lion stood firm against the quaking ground, his golden hair swirling, his expression grave that I shall unleash my full strength to battle you. Jiang Lu, allow me to convey that the former me of the old era was not merely a name without substance. His deep voice resonated through the void, echoing amidst the tumultuous sky, stirred by countless lions. Reaching Jiang Lu's ears, time surges forward, yet those of us who once stood at the pinnacle shall not fade away. The roar of the lions reverberated, shaking the void, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Lu found himself facing an indomitable wall formed by thousands of lions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! His gaze narrowed, the green energy enveloping him igniting, releasing a brilliant aura of power. Open your eyes and behold. Witness the formidable strength still contained within this aging body. the golden lion's resonant voice conveyed. Rumble. Jiang Lu swung his fists. The lion mountains before him shattered into clouds of dust. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly beheld an utterly shocking scene. Boom, 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 boom. The island beneath him erupted, one after another, lions surging forth from the earth, breaking free, rushing toward him. Endless and boundless, it seemed that in the blink of an eye, a myriad of forces had arrived before him. Before this multitude of lion mountains, Jiang Lu appeared insignificant, nearly negligible. 20 years ago, I nearly obliterated Roger's entire crew that I once charged into Marine headquarters single-handedly, battling Sengoku and Garp. Compared to these titans standing atop the peak, what do you amount to? You dare to claim you can subdue me and make me your subordinate? The golden lion's deep voice reverberated through the void. Jiang Lu's entire being shuddered as he drew forth his long blade at his waist, swinging it out. Whoosh! The fierce slash cleaved through a dozen lion mountains before him. Yet soon after, the earth stirred again. More lion mountains re-emerging to encircle him. The sunlight overhead, the space around him, rapidly shrank at a visible pace, as Jiang Lu found himself on the verge of being crushed and overwhelmed once more. Is the entire island under your control? You truly have pushed the float fruit to its limits, Jiang Lu murmured, gazing upwards. The floating island and the surrounding small islands were all under Shiki's command. With his abilities, he could effortlessly keep the island suspended high in the sky. Similarly, he could manipulate the island beneath him to form powerful attacks, resisting the encroaching foes, and this, indeed, was the source of the golden lion Shiki's might. He could control every object he touched, with seemingly limitless quantity and weight. The legendary three great pirates, from this perspective, truly lived up to their reputation. Roar! The lion mountains closed in, causing the space above Jiang Lu to shrink inch by inch. Poised to envelop him, he swung his blade continuously, yet could only sever the foremost attacks. But soon, the surging earth would once again replenish the onslaught. It was an almost inexhaustible barrage. He was essentially battling the entire island. And this was the golden lion. This was lion's might. You underestimate me, Jiang Lu. To say I am lesser than Roger, Whitebeard, who told you such a thing? As a formidable force of that era, how could I, Shiki, possibly be inferior to others? A resounding and domineering voice echoed from above. Jiang Lu looked up to see the golden-haired, wild-maned Shiki the golden lion standing at the opening above, coldly gazing down at him. If your power is merely so, then remain buried here and repent, Shiki the golden lion declared, fixing his gaze on his opponent below, his right hand extending and gradually clenching into a fist. As he tightened his grip, a multitude of lion mountains surged forward, pressing towards Jiang Lu. Suddenly, Jiang Lu burst into laughter. The golden lion, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict. How could he still be laughing? The next moment, his right hand formed a fist, and countless lion mountains came crashing down, sealing off Jiang Lu's only escape and engulfing him entirely. How could he still be laughing? As Shiki stared down at the ground, an intense sense of foreboding surged within him. That smile ignited a persistent alarm in his heart. What fueled his anger further was the realization that this was his most potent and proudest power. Yet his adversary could still smile in the face of such an onslaught. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, and a brilliant blue light erupted. The compressing lion mountains detonated, shaking the very heavens. The seventh gate. The shock gate was opened. A deep voice resonated from below, reaching Shiki's ears and sharpening his gaze. There's still a trump card. Beneath millions of tons of dust, Jiang Lu opened his eyes, emitting a crimson glow. While a faint blue mist enveloped his entire being that moment, boundless currents of air ignited, generating an intense heat that enveloped him. Abruptly, his knees bent slightly, and in the next instant, he shot skyward. The immense weight of the earth was utterly ineffective, parting before him in an instant. With a whoosh, the sound of powerful airflow reverberated through the void, and his figure swiftly appeared before the golden lion. The terrifying aura sent shivers down the spine of this legendary pirate, Day Tiger. Jiang Lu's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. The roar of a fierce tiger resonated, and a white stream of air rapidly coalesced, forming the shape of a tiger's head before Jiang Lu. The air distorted, and the howling winds surged around him, emanating a fierce, menacing, and terrifying presence that rose unceasingly. Shiki, your power has exceeded my expectations. Allow me to show you why I am called the Day Tiger. At this moment, Jiang Lu's skin changed hue, fracturing and regenerating in an unprecedented display of overwhelming energy that was a long-lost sensation of fervor. Jiang Lu murmured, his gaze flickering with crimson light. I in the next heartbeat. His feet propelled him through the air. Roar, the tiger's roar echoed, rippling through the void that I hope you can indulge me for a few more seconds. This state, apart from Roger and Whitebeard, had never been witnessed by anyone else. An exhilarating, frenzied voice erupted, causing Shiki's entire being to prickle with countless goosebumps. He was actually running through the air. Day Tiger. What a vividly appropriate moniker. An aged voice, filled with gravity, escaped his lips as he swiftly retreated backward. Simultaneously, his hands trembled once more. Roar, the earth surged upwards again, and the colossal lion mountains rose, charging towards Jiang Lu. Roar, Jiang Lu continued his relentless advance, roaring defiantly. The tiger-shaped shockwave instantly expanded, sweeping through the air and forming an air cannon that crashed into the approaching lion mountains. Boom! Dust erupted as the lion mountains shattered. Twisting and collapsing into a cloud of debris, it was akin to a ferocious beast. Shiki growled. He had lost count of how many times he had evaluated his opponent in such a manner, and he now understood why, 20 years ago, people spoke of Jiang Lu in such terms. An indestructible monster, the most ferocious, maddened beast. The aura Jiang Lu radiated at this moment was so terrifying and menacing that it surpassed even that of wild beasts. Bang! 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 Jiang Lu, racing through the air, transformed into a brilliant blue specter, reaching Shiki in mere breaths. Don't you dare die, Shiki! Jiang Lu roared, his right fist crashing down. Buzz! Shiki's pupils constricted as he sidestepped. The terrifying impact grazed past him, unleashing a distorted, columnar shockwave that struck the mountain behind him, causing it to explode into a cloud of dust. So fast, so fierce, Shiki shouted in shock. The eighth gate, the seventh gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, combined with Jiang Lu's monstrous physique honed in this world, unleashed an unfathomable level of terrifying power. Speed, strength, reaction, every movement, every pure physical attack was sufficient to obliterate all adversaries before him. Bang! In the midst of shock, a dull thud resonated in his ears, prompting Shiki to whirl around. A figure, engulfed in a tempest of violent energy, with eyes glowing red like a beast, appeared before him. Jiang Lu. Shiki the Golden Lion roared. Roar, a fierce tiger apparition took shape behind Jiang Lu, roaring with ferocity. As the gale-like wind sliced through the air, Shiki's golden hair billowed, and his garments tore asunder. He gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide open. He had scarcely encountered such raw, terrifying physical power, a sight that was visually overwhelming. You truly are a monster, Shiki exclaimed. With a sudden tremor, his feet blurred into motion, striking out, Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Yet, Jiang Lu, merely swaying a few times, evaded this formidable strike. How is that possible? Shiki gasped, his mind reeling. They were merely 2 or 3 meters apart. At such a close distance, he had missed. However, Jiang Lu's energy ignited, his right fist tightening as he leaped into the air. Bang! With a single step, ripples radiated through the void, his form arriving before Shiki. Roar! The deafening roar reverberated through the skies, Shiki's golden hair whipping wildly as he witnessed a fist, adorned with the fierce visage of a tiger, rapidly closing in. Day Tiger. Boom! This punch struck Shiki with tremendous force, causing his pupils to dilate, and he nearly instantaneously spat blood. Crack! The ribs within his body shattered in that moment. His aged visage transformed, shock mingled with a trace of fear. Whoosh! His figure was flung away, soaring beyond Floating Island, crashing into a nearby floating isle, raising a cloud of dust. Whoosh! 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 The gale surged, twisting the space before Jiang Lu's fist. After a moment, calm slowly restored the highest point of Floating Island. Indigo, peering through a telescope at the battlefield, trembled, his face etched with fear and awe. Captain Shiki. Has he been defeated? That fellow is simply a monster. The other pirates, standing nearby, bore expressions of dread, gazing in reverence at the man engulfed in a pale blue mist, who had just moved again. Soon, a loud shout echoed through the air once more. People gazed towards the sky and immediately spotted a figure swiftly racing through the heavens that in just a few breaths, it had burst forth from the floating island. Gold Lion Shiki, you truly deserve your reputation as one of the 3 great legends of the past. Even though you have lost your legs, your combat prowess has diminished, and age has taken its toll, you still possess a physicality that ordinary individuals cannot hope to match. The theatrical version of you is nothing short of a jest. Jiang Lu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sped towards the dust-laden island ahead. Cough, cough, cough. On the shattered ground, Gold Lion Shiki staggered to his feet, his clothing stained crimson at the front, while blood continued to spill from his mouth onto the earth. Is this the day, Tiger? It truly leaves me in awe. Taking a deep breath, sweat streamed down Shiki's forehead and cheeks, and his breath became labored. But suddenly raising his head, the gold lion fixed his gaze upon the figure charging towards him, his expression contorting into a frenzied snarl. Who do you think I am? Do you think a single punch can make me concede? His form swiftly lifted into the air, and then, with a fierce thrust of his right hand, boom! The small island beneath him trembled violently, and with a resounding crash after 2 breaths, it surged forward, colliding with Jiang Lu's advancing figure, the pride and strength left over from a bygone era. I stake everything on this. Today, I shall make you see clearly. The gold lion roared, his right hand moving in swift gestures. Buzz, 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 buzz. The islands surrounding the floating isle began to tremble at that moment, accelerating towards Jiang Lu. Among them, even a vast lake spanning nearly 100 miles twisted and deformed into a spherical shape. What a breathtaking sight! At this moment, Jiang Lu halted his advance, gazing upwards. Darkening the skies, nearly 10 islands encircled a single lake, roaring and rushing forward. You wish to obstruct me? Then I shall shatter your islands. His eyes narrowed as he growled, clenching his fists tightly. The aura of Luing surged through him, causing his body to tremble, followed by an overbearing and disdainful presence that coiled around his arms. The conqueror's haki enveloped him. Buzz! Behind him, a phantom tiger rapidly expanded, growing to the size of a mountain, roaring ferociously before erupting with a blaze of crimson flames. Day Tiger Mountain Shatter. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Lu swung his fist. Roar! The sound of the tiger's roar reverberated through the void as the purple-red beast leapt forward, arriving before the first island in an instant. Then, lifting its head, it opened its mouth wide and roared, crashing forward with immense force. Boom! A colossal shockwave radiated outward, causing the swiftly moving island to come to a halt. Rippling waves spreading rapidly across its surface. Crack! Visible to the naked eye, the ground of the entire island fissured with numerous fine cracks, which quickly multiplied. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, it erupted into a cascade of rocks raining down from the sky. Whoosh! Amidst the endless debris, a figure ablaze with purple flames dashed forward, a streak of violet light twisting among the stones that in an instant. It arrived before the second small island. Raising a foot, it kicked out. Day Tiger Storm Slash. Boom! The island halted, a massive chasm splitting it apart, cleaving it into 2 halves that toppled to either side. In the sky, Gold Lion's pupils constricted, his expression grave, as sweat dripped continuously from his forehead and cheeks. Such a high-intensity battle would have posed no burden in his youth. Yet now, within his aging body, he felt he was nearing his limits. This moment, excruciating pain surged from the depths of his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Having endured such a direct blow, the gold lion had already sustained severe injuries, and he was now fighting solely on willpower. Boom! Before him, the purple-red rainbow shattered yet another island in an instant. He then saw his opponent swiftly maneuver through the air, creating multiple rainbows as each island crumbled and plummeted towards the sea below. This fellow's physical strength has surpassed the limits of this world. It even exceeds that of the giant race. The gold lion trembled internally. Faced with such a being, merely being in close proximity could herald defeat, for no one could withstand such unadulterated force. Whoosh! At that moment, the purple-red rainbow suddenly surged forward, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The gold lion moved his hands, intending to strike back, but at that instant, his body jolted. A wave of intense pain crashing over him, rendering him rigid. It's over. Shiki. Jiang Lu's voice resonated deeply. Then, a fist enveloped in purple flames, with a roaring tiger phantom behind it, rapidly expanded. Bang! This punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. The purple energy surged through him, causing the gold lion to double over, blood spilling from his mouth. Truly impressive, Jiang Lu. He grinned, yet his eyes were filled with desolation. If only I could be a few years younger. If only my legs were still intact. I will not be defeated. I will not be defeated. With that final declaration, the gold lion let out a thunderous roar, tears streaming from his eyes. Who knows how such things unfold? Zhang Lu replied calmly. He withdrew his fist, his aura gradually subsiding, his black hair returning to its original state. He then looked down at the gold lion, who had closed his eyes and was plummeting toward the sea. Now devoid of consciousness, once one of the three great legends of the world, the gold lion was defeated today at his hands. You must honor our agreement, Shiki, Zhang Lu softly declared as he dove downwards. Just as the gold lion touched the water's surface, Zhang Lu grasped him firmly. Zhang Lu, the gold lion, opened his eyes, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Then, from this day forth, I shall be the boss, Shiki. Zhang Lu grinned widely. You wretched little brat. The gold lion's emotions surged, but soon, he seemed to realize something, letting out a long sigh. Then, his eyes fixated on Zhang Lu, filled with complex emotions. Let me see what kind of chaos you can unleash upon this world. Zhang Lu's expression momentarily stiffened before bursting into laughter. Good. I shall never disappoint you. Ha! The gold lion's laughter resonated in his ears as he slowly closed his eyes. His feelings at that moment extremely complex. He never expected that after 20 years of hiding, upon attempting to make a comeback, he would encounter this individual. The single defeat would place him beneath the other's shadow. The whims of fate truly dishearten me, he muttered to himself as the gold lion began to reflect on his life, the youthful bravado when he first set sail, the trials and tribulations encountered on the Grand Line, and the countless battles fought alongside the likes of Rox, Whitebeard, and Roger after achieving fame. My life has been sufficient for remembrance. Let us see what can be accomplished in this final radiant segment of life. Surely, his word shall not let me down. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, on Bonero Island. My injuries have finally fully healed. I feel as if I have been reborn. The tall, burly man laughed heartily. Captain Teach, the next time I see Zhang Lu, I must give him a taste of his own medicine. Baji's laughter echoed in agreement. You are absolutely right. I will not spare that fellow, Marshal D. Teach's gaze instantly turned frigid upon hearing his crew's words. Let us depart from this island. We have pressing matters to attend to. The fact that we have seized Judicial Island will undoubtedly cause their bounty to soar. The group made their way down the street, heading towards the port. That Straw Hat Kid has certainly accomplished something remarkable. A rough voice echoed through the streets. Judicial Island, renowned for its maritime train connecting to the city of Water 7. Lafitte remarked softly, "It is not far from here." What a curious twist of fate. Fanoka spoke solemnly. "Tio think they are within our range. Those unfortunate souls," Poison Q added. "Let us proceed immediately and prepare for departure." Ha 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 ha. Marshal D. Teach laughed heartily. However, just a few steps later, a deep voice suddenly emanated from a nearby rooftop. Hey, wait, Teach. I've been looking for you. Marshal D. Teach turned around, and upon seeing the crouched figure on the rooftop, his eyes narrowed, but then he reacted with a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. It's you, Ace. Ace, perched atop the roof, wore a grim expression as he looked down at the group. That you've become quite the captain. Haven to you, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter once more. What a surprise, Ace. It has been quite a while since we last met. How did you know I was here? Ace crossed his arms, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Teach, let us skip the pleasantries. You, who have lived far longer than others, cannot possibly be oblivious to the current situation, right? Marshal D. Teach maintained his expression, then replied with a grin. I see that so. Would you care to join me as my companion? Together, we can seize the world. The era of Whitebeard has come to an end, and I shall claim the title of Pirate King. All we need to do next is eliminate that Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, as a gift for the government. Ace's expression shifted dramatically. Luffy, what are you saying? He is my brother. I cannot let you get away with this. Teach. At that moment, Fanoka and the others behind him stiffened, sensing the tension escalating between the two parties. Is that so? What a delightful twist of fate. The smile vanished from Marshal D. Teach's face. Turning icy, having just recovered from a grievous wound inflicted by Zhang Lu, he no longer possessed the good-natured demeanor depicted in the original tale. It seems that our conflict is irreconcilable. Ace's expression was frigid. Reconcile? That joke is far from amusing. The things you have done warrant my killing you 100 times over. In the next moment, flames erupted from Ace's body, igniting the rooftop beneath him. Ha ha ha. Then let us offer you as a tribute to the government, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. They will surely appreciate it even more. Marshal D. Teach laughed, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Compared to that straw hat kid, you make for a much better bait that can plunge the world into utter chaos. Ace slowly rose, flames dancing in his eyes, half of his body enveloped in fire. Dough, is that so? Then, why not share your ambitions with me? Your self-deluded aspirations. Just as he finished speaking, a dull gunshot rang out, and Ace's hat was singed by a burst of flame. Behind Blackbeard, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Don't waste bullets. Ace is a Logia user. Marshal D. Teach replied coldly, then turned his gaze towards Ace. There's no need to inform you of such matters. You will soon find out. Ace remained expressionless. Is that so? Then, both sides fell into silence. As if there were no further words to exchange, the gentle breeze swept through, causing the flames enveloping Ace to flicker. Suddenly, his hands transformed, mimicking the shape of a gun aimed downward. Fire gun, flaming bullets shot forth, raining down upon the individuals below. Get down, Marshal D. Teach shouted, and chaos erupted among his crew. Just as he looked up, a colossal fiery fist came crashing down. Ace had leaped high into the air, charging towards them. Fire fist. With a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted, and Beggars was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony as his comrades rushed to extinguish the fire. You are no match for him. Step aside. Marshal D. Teach bellowed, his expression contorted into a snarl as he growled. Allow me to show you the power I have painstakingly acquired over the years, Ace. It will surely astonish you. From behind Marshal D. Teach, a dark, formless shadow, like a malevolent spirit, surged forth, enveloping half the sky. In the presence of this fruit, your fate is sealed to defeat. Ace's eyes narrowed as the flames behind him swelled, also obscuring half the sky. Is that so? Your confidence is hardly cautious, unlike your personality. Teach. At this moment, Ace recalled Jiang Lu's words, unleashing his full power without hesitation. Could I possibly lose? No, against such a foe, failure was out of the question. His heart whispered, and his eyes hardened with determination. In the next instant, he charged forward, while Blackbeard roared in response. Boom! The clash of fire and darkness unleashed a powerful shockwave, radiating across the entire island and consuming the street. The two locked eyes, each filled with cold resolve and ferocity. The battle atop Bonero Island commenced, marking the beginning of the war at Marineford. What lay ahead would be an era of tumultuous upheaval, where the tides of fate would shift. No era in this world remains eternal. From the days of Roger to the present of Whitebeard, they will all fade into history with the passage of time. In the forthcoming era, as heroes contend for dominance, who among them will emerge as the ultimate victor? The vast ocean, teeming with ships, begs the question, who will leave an indelible mark upon the world? In the East Blue, on Floating Island, a raucous laughter echoed from the Golden Lion Shiki, who sat opposite Jiang Lu, cloaked in black with a smile upon his face. Nearby were Crocodile, wearing a grotesque mask, and the indifferent Enel. Several days had elapsed since their confrontation. Shiki, clad in layers of bandages, was swiftly healing from his injuries as he scrutinized the so-called allies before him. A Logia user of the Thunder fruit. Indeed, I have found a capable ally. His eyes flickered, shifting to Crocodile. The observation haki allowed him to sense that this masked figure was no ordinary individual. The others, however, seemed easily disregarded. So, what is your plan? Your current identity still appears to be that of a Marine, is it not? How absurd that someone like you is still part of the Navy. Shiki laughed heartily. Given the timeline, the seas should now be rife with turbulence. The Navy is set to launch an unprecedented war against Whitebeard, Jiang Lu stated softly. Shiki paused, then chuckled. You must be joking. Newgate is one of the 4 emperors. His power resides in the New World. How would the Navy dare to challenge him there? The fuse has already been lit. The battlefield shall be at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Jiang Lu spoke in a low voice. What did you say? This is utterly impossible. Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed in astonishment, his cup of wine suspended mid-air, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. What if his son, an immensely significant son, had been captured by the Navy? Jiang Lu replied calmly, his gaze sharpening slightly. Ace's stubbornness was destined to lead to his downfall when faced with Blackbeard, simultaneously setting the stage for the grand spectacle of the Marineford War, the capture of an important son? Shiki's expression grew grave. If such a calamity were to occur, it was indeed within Whitebeard's character to take drastic measures. What exactly do you know? He suddenly asked, fixing his intense gaze on the man before him. Curiosity swelled within Golden Lion. This individual was shrouded in layers of mystery, as if perpetually enshrouded in dark mist, obscuring his true nature. Next, you shall observe quietly. This vast sea is on the precipice of tremendous upheaval. Our opportunity will soon arise, Jiang Lu remarked softly. The banquet on Floating Island continued unabated. With the decision of the boss's battle concluded, Jiang Lu emerged victorious, determining Golden Lion's future as well, the pirates under his command. Seated in the hall, furtively cast glances at the man seated opposite Golden Lion, an existence even more formidable than Captain Shiki. Who could he be? I feel as though I've seen him in a newspaper before. Whispers circulated among the pirates. Hey, Jiang Lu. Suddenly, Golden Lion Shiki's eyes flickered, placing his cup of wine on the ground. Did you not once claim that you could restore my legs? As he uttered this, his expression turned exceedingly solemn. His legs, lost in the escape from Impel Down, had weakened his strength, a torment he had endured for 2 decades. Losing his legs and becoming disabled was far more sorrowful than aging. I can certainly do so, Jiang Lu replied, a smile breaking across his face. Have you forgotten? Besides my other titles, I am also known as the most incredible doctor in the world. Golden Lion's eyes glimmered. Though he did not rush to respond, you truly are a man of many talents. Ha! Jiang Lu laughed heartily. Following that, they raised their cups and drank deeply. Neither was in a hurry to broach the subject of restoring Golden Lion's legs. As a legendary figure, Shiki naturally understood that the other would not so readily grant him the restoration he sought. Moreover, Jiang Lu was acutely aware that a more powerful Golden Lion would likely be far less manageable. Less inclined to submit beneath his authority. In simpler terms, their mutual trust was still insufficient. What are your plans moving forward? Golden Lion inquired again. The Navy will soon make significant moves, Jiang Lu replied quietly. He then looked up at the helm atop Golden Lion's head. That helm makes you resemble a rooster. Golden Lion's expression darkened. If you intend to mock me, there is no need that I could remove it for you. To alleviate your suffering, Jiang Lu slowly rose, reaching toward the helm upon the other's head. Hey, moving that thing could jeopardize my life. Golden Lion's complexion paled slightly as he hastily cautioned, be careful. Shiki, very soon, Jiang Lu chuckled, and with a swift motion, he seized the helm. With a slight exertion, it shattered into countless wooden splinters, leaving a gaping hole atop Golden Lion's head. You wouldn't kill me just yet. Would you? Golden Lion Shiki stuttered. Regenerate. Jiang Lu murmured, ignoring the man's words. In the next moment, the wound atop Golden Lion's head, flesh and bone, began to rapidly regenerate, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Even the missing golden locks sprouted back, cascading down to the floor. Withdrawing his hand, Jiang Lu settled into a cross-legged position. After a moment of astonishment, Golden Lion trembled as he reached for his forehead. And upon discovering the absence of the helm, he excitedly turned to the man across from him. It's really gone. Of course. Jiang Lu nodded with a smile. Consider this a reward for acknowledging me as your leader. Golden Lion erupted with joy, rising to his feet and hurriedly moving towards another area, calling out excitedly along the way, where's a mirror? Bring me a mirror. For years, this unsightly helm had marred his appearance, making him resemble a golden-haired rooster, a frequent target of mockery from his foes. Now, at last, it was restored. The overwhelming joy had him trembling with excitement, a thrill surpassing even that of regaining his legs. Captain Shiki, your head. Indigo approached, astonished. Is it really gone? Golden Lion asked loudly. Yes, it's gone. You look even more majestic and imposing. Indigo nodded eagerly. Kik. Golden Lion laughed heartily. Bounding up the stairs to the second floor, he was certain that the helm had been removed by that young man. Yet he still wished to see the transformation with his own eyes. In the hall below, Jiang Lu sat silently, continuing to drink, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Blessings must be bestowed gradually. Trust is cultivated bit by bit in this process. His team had just been established, and its stability could not compare to the ethereal night of 20 years ago. Yet in terms of strength and potential, it far surpassed it. with Enel and Crocodile, along with Golden Lion Shiki, the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the soon-to-be captured Rob Lucci. Such a team could swiftly become the new sovereign of the seas, wielding terrifying power once they secured sufficient territory. "Foxy," Jiang Lu suddenly called out. "Yes, boss. I'm here." Foxy responded promptly. "That I heard the latest newspapers have been released?" Jiang Lu asked with a smile. "Oh, it seems so. I'll fetch it right away," Foxy exclaimed, momentarily stunned before dashing off. Soon, he returned, having found the latest newspaper in the hall, and he hurriedly presented it to Jiang Lu. After receiving the paper, Jiang Lu read through it quietly, his eyes shimmering with a profound light. The entire issue was dedicated to reporting the events surrounding Judicial Island, detailing the significant actions of the Straw Hat crew. However, there was no mention of Bonero Island, as if the matter was still simmering beneath the surface. Before the storm, there is always a period of calm. With a soft exhalation, Jiang Lu raised his freshly filled cup and downed its contents in one gulp. On the second floor, gazing into the mirror, Golden Lion trembled with excitement. It was truly gone. Jiang Lu, that young man, had managed to heal even such an injury. Taking a deep breath, Golden Lion repeatedly touched his head, recalling just moments ago when a helm had protruded from it. Yet now, he appeared no different from his former self. "That young man truly possessed the ability to restore my legs," Golden Lion murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the quiet marshal's office was heavy with tension. Sengoku scrutinized the documents of transgressions on the table, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with gravity, while the other officers and Navy personnel handling the documents wore serious expressions. The only sound was the crunching of paper from the sheet on the desk. "Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, you have indeed presented us with quite the conundrum. Not long ago, the infamous Blackbeard crew presented to the world government the formidable Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As a consequence of this event, he has now ascended to the status of a new warlord of the sea. Yet, for Sengoku, this undoubtedly poses a formidable dilemma. The world government is not one to squander such a rare opportunity. War, it seems, is on the brink of erupting. Portgas D. Ace, Sengoku murmured, the name echoing in his mind as his expression grew increasingly complex and grave. Kapu. And Jiang Lu. Sengoku was acutely aware of the connections between these two individuals and Ace. Furthermore, he understood the intricate relationship between Kapu and the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, who had recently wreaked havoc on Eni's lobby. This knowledge only deepened the turmoil within him. With his grandson captured, Sengoku could empathize with Kapu's sorrow and anguish. While the bond between Jiang Lu and Ace was even more complicated, Kapu could be reasoned with, but Jiang Lu, Sengoku whispered to himself, his gaze turning serious. Compared to Kapu, Jiang Lu was far more likely to be provoked into a frenzy. Nonetheless, he recognized that the capture of Fire Fist Ace was also a superb opportunity, an excellent chance to disrupt the current global order at present. The world is a delicate balance of powers among the 4 emperors: the Navy, the warlords, and the world government. Each opposing faction is unable to gain the upper hand. However, the eruption of the Ace incident has ignited the potential to shatter this equilibrium. The Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku exhaled softly, his expression darkening. Having held his position for over a decade, he felt the passage of time and the rise of a new generation within the Navy signaling that it was time for him to retire. Subconsciously, he aspired to achieve something significant, to leave a legacy for his tenure. The capture of Ace seemed to present that very possibility if he could eliminate one of the 4 emperors before stepping down. Shattering the balance between the Navy and pirates, the path for his successor would be significantly smoother. Moreover, Sengoku was certain that the world government would not easily let this opportunity slip away. They had long harbored a deep disdain for the so-called era of great pirates. Brew brew. At that moment, the transponder snail on the table sprang to life. It was a call from the world government. The officer standing by the transponder quickly announced, "It's coming through." Sengoku's expression shifted slightly as he inhaled deeply, his voice steady yet grave. "Connected." "Yes." The officer nodded and promptly positioned the transponder snail before Sengoku. The snail's expression transformed into one of solemnity, embodying the visage of an authoritative elder. "Sengoku," a deep, aged voice resonated. "You should have received news of Blackbeard's capture of Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain, Fire Fist Ace." Before us, that Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and he affirmed, "Indeed, Blackbeard and his crew were the first to hand over Ace at Navy headquarters. What are your plans moving forward? The elder's voice inquired nonchalantly. I am more interested in the thoughts of the five of you regarding this matter. Sengoku did not respond directly, but countered. What are your views on this situation? I must tread carefully, considering the feelings of both Kapu and Zhonglu. Making a hasty decision could lead to disastrous consequences. Deep down, he was reluctant to bear the burden of such a decision. However, he understood that the tides of fate had already been set in motion, leaving little room for alteration. Our thoughts, a cold chuckle echoed from the transponder snail, clearly reflecting dissatisfaction towards Sengoku's indecisiveness. Fire Fist Ace, as the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, serves as an excellent bait. He is the spark that could ignite the current global situation. Moreover, according to our recent intelligence. The elder's tone sharpened, suggesting that there was yet another shocking identity associated with Ace, Sengoku. You should be well aware that executing Fire Fist Ace in front of the world could serve as a bait to draw the Whitebeard Pirates into a grand conflict. The ramifications for the global landscape would be monumental, profoundly impacting the Navy's efforts to suppress piracy across the seas. Sengoku's brow furrowed as he clenched his fists, eventually gritting his teeth and declaring, war is not a trivial matter. We must remember that he is Whitebeard. Indeed, as the most powerful man of this era, with unassailable strength and influence, Whitebeard would not be easily vanquished. This would be a perilous gamble. The best-case scenario would see the Navy triumph, Whitebeard defeated, and the world order dramatically altered, thus allowing the Navy to gain the upper hand. Yet, there also loomed the possibility of failure. Whitebeard possesses the capability to unleash unimaginable chaos. Formulate your plans. We both know this is the best opportunity we have, the elder insisted. From this day forth, let the news of Fire Fist Ace's capture be broadcast openly. There is no need for subterfuge. The world must witness our strength, Sengoku. The voice was resolute and uncompromising. Sengoku inhaled deeply, his expression shifting as he ultimately sighed heavily. That I understand. Then, he added, it falls to you now that I will ensure that the world government fully cooperates with you in this war. The call ended, leaving the office enveloped in silence. After a period of contemplation, Sengoku finally raised his gaze, his voice hoarse yet firm. Where is Kapu? The officer, who had been standing quietly, promptly responded. Vice Admiral Kapu is currently in Water 7. Seemingly just having met with Admiral Akiji. Recall them. Sengoku sighed once more. He then turned his attention to the documents on the table, which contained detailed information about Fire Fist Ace, including his lineage as the son of the Pirate King. Gold to Roger that a formidable conflict was imminent. Slowly rising, Sengoku approached the window that a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the curtains to billow violently. Gazing down at the vast harbor of Marineford, his eyes glimmered with determination as his heart raced. This world has enjoyed a long period of tranquility, he murmured, his gaze drifting further afield. It is time for the world to see the might of the Navy. The fledgling pirates dare to assault Eni's lobby, and an increasing number of scoundrels wreak havoc upon these seas. This is an utterly unacceptable phenomenon. Meanwhile, in Water 7, you look rather disheveled. Kazan, Kapu, seated cross-legged upon the ground, regarded the approaching tall figure with a penetrating gaze. Vice Admiral Kapu, you know well that I encountered that fellow, Kazan replied, his eyes flickering towards the Straw Hat crew, gathered around a bonfire, celebrating their victory at Eni's lobby. Zhonglu, is it? Pray, enlighten me about your recent battle. Kapu's expression grew serious as he spoke. That guy remains as troublesome as he was 20 years ago. Kazan's expression turned grave as he spoke slowly. While time flows and the years bring about profound changes, there are indeed some individuals who remain untouched by such forces that it is as if they have traversed the ages, still radiant as ever, suspended high above, destined never to fall. That in Kazan's heart, Zhonglu undoubtedly embodies such a person. Over the 2 decades in Impel Down, he had kept an eye on this individual, and the information he received was hardly enlightening, merely tales of slumber or card games with inmates and guards. There was no evidence of any honing of strength or cultivation. Under such circumstances, it would be normal for anyone to regress, if not fail to progress. Yet, the other remained strikingly powerful, sending shivers down one's spine. That unique state of physical transformation evoked both awe and fear. In terms of sheer physical prowess, that man must be the strongest in the world. But enough about him. Let us speak of Admiral Karp's grandson. This time, he has accomplished something truly remarkable. Kazan's tone grew somber as his gaze drifted to the Straw Hat Pirates, who were dancing and singing around a bonfire. Luffy, is it? Carp fell silent upon hearing this. The Navy would not allow him to develop unchecked, becoming a source of chaos upon the seas. Enies Lobby had already touched upon some sensitive nerves. Kazan spoke nonchalantly. The look of distress gradually crossed Carp's face. His expression one of exasperation as he scratched his head incessantly. That little brat. I have long said he should join the Navy. Gritting his teeth, Carp growled. Furthermore, Kazan suddenly interjected, his eyes narrowing, his demeanor turning serious. There is another matter. What is it? Carp raised his head. A rumor. Kazan fixed his gaze on the elderly man before him, whose hair had turned white and whom he had admired since childhood. His expression subtly shifting. Speak up. This veiled talk is not like you, Kazan. Carp chuckled. It concerns Port Gas D.Ace. The rumor is that he has been captured by the Navy. Kazan hesitated briefly before divulging. The simple words caused Carp's smile to freeze instantaneously. His expression transformed, visibly shocked and enraged. Who did you say? He grasped Kazan's collar, his eyes wide and fierce as he whispered. Port Gas D.Ace. Kazan replied in a deep voice, remaining still under Carp's grip. He understood the reason for Carp's intense reaction. Having raised Ace himself, Carp's bond with him was undoubtedly as strong as that with his own grandson. How could this happen? Carp exclaimed in disbelief, releasing his grip, his face a mask of confusion as he repeatedly murmured to himself. Ace has been captured. What would become of that guy? He suddenly looked up, gritting his teeth. When had Ace been captured? Kazan shook his head. It is still unclear, but the headquarters will likely contact you soon. No sooner had he spoken than the transponder snail in Carp's possession rang out. Brew, brew, brew. The sound echoed, causing Carp to tense, his expression grave. He then pulled out the transponder snail and answered. Carp, return to headquarters. Has Ace been captured? Sengoku. Carp asked in a low voice. Upon your return, I will explain the situation in detail, Sengoku replied after a moment of silence. Carp hung up the transponder snail and immediately rose to his feet. He glanced in the direction of Luffy and the others. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Kazan inquired. There's no time to waste. We must depart immediately. Carp averted his gaze and hastened away. Kazan paused briefly, hesitated, then turned to walk towards another corner. Where are you going? Carp halted and asked softly. To bid farewell to Nico Robin. I will catch up shortly. Kazan waved his hand dismissively. The night breeze was refreshing, invigorating Carp as it swept toward him, yet his expression remained solemn as he stood at the bow of the ship. With Ace captured, he was no fresh recruit in the Navy. He could sense the impending storm lurking behind the scenes. What troubled him more was that, as a member of the Navy, he might be unable to offer any assistance in the forthcoming events. He could only watch helplessly as Ace was engulfed by the colossal waves of turmoil sweeping across the world. Where is Jiang Lu? What the hell? Where are you right now? What will you do upon receiving this news? Carp gritted his teeth. You are his uncle. In the eyes of the world, Jiang Lu is a mysterious and formidable figure. His actions often contradict his position and affiliations, yet they curiously align with his identity. His every move surprises many, defying all expectations. Faced with the capture of his nephew, would he come to the rescue? Or would he stand idly by? Such matters are beyond even Carp's ability to predict. A moment later, a white figure stepped onto the warship. Carp looked up, his eyes glimmering momentarily before he issued a solemn command. Set sail for headquarters. The warship surged forward, racing towards Marineford. Blackbeard Marshal D.Teep's capture of Ace had undoubtedly set the hidden currents of the world surging forth as the dawn broke the next day. A ship shimmering with golden hues gently descended from the sky, crashing onto the sea with a thunderous sound. Splash, water sprayed high, creating tumultuous waves. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lu, it has been far too long since I last set foot on this ocean. A booming laughter erupted from the bow, as golden hair danced in the wind, exuding an overwhelming, regal aura. Shiki, soon you shall ride the waves of this sea once more. Jiang Lu replied with a calm smile. Having traversed from the East Blue, passing through the calm belt, and finally arriving in this region, he surveyed the landscape from above, taking in many sights, including the ravaged state of Enies Lobby. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Buildings lay in ruins, and the entire island had been utterly devastated. This area was situated not far from Enies Lobby, in the sea near Water 7. I eagerly anticipate your plan. Shiki, the Golden Lion, grinned broadly from the ship's bow. Patience. For now, our priority is to recruit new allies. Jiang replied with a light smile. He then turned to Inaru, who was at the helm, and commanded, "Steer the ship towards the location of that small boat we spotted earlier." "The one fleeing on the sea?" Inaru's eyes narrowed as he questioned. "Precisely. That vessel carries our new comrades." Jiang chuckled. The Enies Lobby incident had just concluded, with the CP9 team suffering defeat, having been framed by Spandam, and now pursued by the world government. Currently, Rob Lucci's team found themselves in the gravest of crises. The small boat Jiang referred to was indeed carrying Lucci and his companions in the northeastern waters of Water 7. A small boat was slowly navigating through the sea. Despite its modest size, it was crammed with 7 individuals. The atmosphere felt rather tense, with not a single word spoken. Upon closer inspection, each person bore wounds, looking somewhat disheveled. Among them lay one individual, heavily bandaged in white, already unconscious and clearly gravely injured. "Damn Spandam. How could he betray us?" Gabra exclaimed in fury, his fists clenched and teeth grinding audibly. Following the events at Enies Lobby, they had embarked on a life of escape. Were it not for the presence of certain informants within the organization, they might have been obliterated by the agents of the world government before even having the chance to react. At the mere mention of Spandam, the remaining 5 conscious members felt a chill in their eyes. Perhaps it would be prudent to contemplate our next course of action. Lucci remains in a deep coma. His injuries far too severe. Without prompt medical attention, his condition is unlikely to improve, Kaku solemnly stated, gazing down at the barely breathing Rob Lucci, whose bandages were stained red with blood. It is not merely Lucci who suffers. You, Kaku, myself, Khalifa, Gabra, Weichi, Bruno, we all bear wounds. After fleeing under the cover of night while injured, we have now reached our limits. It has been days since any of us have eaten, and we are utterly exhausted." The eagle remarked, unzipping his mouth. Kaku fell silent, and at that moment, a soft cooing sound interrupted the stillness, prompting everyone to turn their heads. Khalifa bore some scars on her cheeks, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Yet, her demeanor remained poised as she adjusted her spectacles and spoke softly. "I am fine. I am not hungry." However, scarcely had her words left her lips when her stomach audibly protested once more. Her complexion flushed slightly, and she lowered her gaze. A heavy silence enveloped them. The situation was indeed dire. The world government had chosen to trust Spandam's words and oppose their covert capture. As members of the intelligence-gathering CP organization, their fate was all too evident. Yet, none of them wished to surrender without a fight, allowing their lives to conclude in such a manner. "What shall we do?" Gabra lamented, cradling his head in despair. "First, we must find a safe haven and awaken Lucci," Kaku advised. He then turned to the man rowing with his back to them, frowning. "Bruno." Yet, Bruno, gripping the oars, offered no response. "Bruno," Kaku raised his voice. At last. Bruno stirred slightly, his hands still maneuvering the oars. My apologies. I just dozed off. Bruno's weak voice came through. The small boat resumed its slow motion, deepening the prevailing silence among the group. This was truly the most harrowing moment of their lives. The future was bleak, with pursuers behind them. Danger could strike at any moment. Life is indeed fraught with difficulties. Kaku and the others sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Gabra's pupils dilated, and he urgently called out, "Hey, everyone, wake up. The enemy is closing in again." All heads snapped up, eyes directed toward the front. Following Gabras, a warship rapidly came into view, pursuing them with alarming speed. Instantly, Kaku and the others' expressions shifted. "It is the former CP9 team of traitors." A commanding voice echoed from the warship, carried by the sea breeze, prompting them to spring to their feet. "Bruno," Khalifa hissed. "I am already rowing with all my might." Bruno grunted, his hands trembling around the oars. The combination of his prior injuries and days of exhaustion had pushed him to his limits. He was merely hanging on by a thread. Damn it, these bastards are relentless. Do they intend to leave us no avenue of escape? Kaku gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. As the distance between them diminished, they could clearly discern a cold man in a black suit and a black hat standing at the bow of the warship. Undoubtedly, this vessel was manned by agents of the world government, intent on capturing them all. The failure at Enies Lobby cannot solely be blamed on us. Khalifa clenched her jaw. What good does that do now? We have already been disavowed by the world government. We are labeled as traitors. Let us first figure out how to escape this predicament, Gabra said, his expression grim. The warship drew ever closer, now within range. "Let us fight for our lives, then," the eagle declared through gritted teeth. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a cannon fired, the dark projectile whistling through the air in a parabolic arc before exploding beside them. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere as the small boat rocked violently from the cannon fire, and the group clung desperately to the edges of the vessel. Damn it! If we get hit, we will sink into the depths of the sea. Gabra shouted infuriated, and no sooner had he spoken than another thunderous boom echoed as the enemy fired again, this time launching 3 cannonballs. Aim accurately. Do not waste ammunition, a commanding voice bellowed from the warship. Shadows looming over them. Whoosh! The black projectiles arced through the air once more, 2 landing on either side, sending up vast plumes of water, while one hurtled directly toward the group on the boat. Kaku looked up, gritted his teeth, and sprang into action, aiming a kick at the incoming cannonball. Raging foot. In an instant, the cannonball detonated, the violent shockwave crashing into him. Kaku's expression shifted, and he cried out in pain as he fell from the air and landed on the small boat, where the others caught him. How are you, Kaku? Bruno turned and called out that my leg is broken. Damn it. If only I were not injured, and in better condition. Kaku gritted his teeth. Had it not been for the injuries sustained during the Eni's lobby battle, he would not have been so incapacitated by a mere cannonball. This is it. They are closing in, the eagle stammered. Califa bit her lip, a glimmer of despair flashing in her eyes. However, in the very next moment, whoosh, the air trembled. A sharp, massive slash suddenly flew in from the side, crashing into the warship before them with a thunderous roar. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the warship that had been speeding toward them a moment ago split in 2, visibly breaking apart. What is that? Kaku and the others stared wide-eyed. Who is it? They quickly turned their heads to the side. The water rippled as a colossal vessel, shimmering with golden light and surrounded by countless propellers, abruptly entered their line of sight. Blocking the shattered warship, at the bow stood an elderly man with wild golden hair, exuding an aura as fierce as a lion, his legs replaced by 2 blades. Gazing down at them, they appear to be nothing but a bunch of unremarkable little fellows. As the golden-haired, lion-like elder spoke, another figure soon appeared at the bow. Kaku and the others looked up, and upon seeing the man who had suddenly appeared before them, their pupils constricted in shock. At him. The man stood at the bow, looking at them with raised eyebrows, a smirk gracing his lips. What a coincidence, everyone. It seems you have run into a bit of trouble. S-Class classified file. Codename: Day Tiger, former Admiral of the Navy, Jiang Lu. The entire CP-9 team stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the figure that had appeared at the bow of the ship. They were all too familiar with this man. Not long ago, they had received orders from their superiors to launch a nighttime assassination attempt against him. Yet that night had become a nightmare in the years that followed. His overwhelming power had left them in awe and shock. Little did they expect that today, in their hour of peril, he would be the one to save them. You need assistance. Your situation does not seem very favorable. Jiang Lu observed the group on the small boat, glancing at the unconscious Rob Lucci, whose white bandages were stained with blood, and gently inquired, or would you prefer that I take this opportunity to exact revenge for our last encounter? As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of Kaku and the others changed drastically. The Admiral of the Day Tiger, we have already been disavowed by the world government. We are now branded as traitors. Gabra hastily exclaimed, his face pale and tensed. Is that so? Jiang Lu replied, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the group before him. That I have previously mentioned my admiration for each of you, and I wish to recruit you under my banner. If any of you are interested, I can assist you right now. Kaku and the others exchanged anxious glances, sensing the unspoken thoughts in each other's eyes. The sudden appearance of this admiral, speaking of recruitment and admiration, was laden with tension, as they were once enemies. Refusing his offer could lead to even greater peril than they had already faced. At this moment, their options were severely limited, especially given their already precarious situation. Then we shall trouble the Admiral of the Day Tiger. After a moment of contemplation, Kaku took a deep breath, glancing at the unconscious Rob Lucci, and spoke solemnly. Ha! Hearing this, Jiang Lu burst into laughter. Then please come aboard. I have prepared food, fresh water, fruit, and a ship's doctor for you. From now on, you need not worry about any troubles. Upon hearing these words, Bruno could not help but swallow hard, while Califa raised her head, her gaze fixated on the handsome, youthful man before her, as her stomach let out a grumbling sound. Subsequently, Kaku and the others boarded the ship. With Rob Lucci being carefully lifted and laid on the deck by the Eagle and the Lion, he has sustained quite serious injuries. Without timely treatment, his life could be at risk. Jiang Lu bent down, observing for a moment. Please, Admiral of the Day Tiger, save Lucci, Khalifa implored softly, biting her lip as she stood beside Jiang Lu. Slightly turning her head, Jiang Lu caught a whiff of her alluring fragrance. Undoubtedly, she was a seductive woman, exuding an air of maturity. I will certainly save him. Khalifa, you should go eat. You are injured as well. Leave Lucci to me, Jiang Lu said gently, turning his attention back to Lucci. Placing his right hand upon him. Recovery, he uttered 2 words, and an inexplicable force surged forth, enveloping Lucci entirely. In the next moment, the life-threatening injuries he bore were healed in an instant, and his once faint, erratic breathing became steady. Jiang Lu slowly turned, calling out to Foxy, "Change his bandages." "Yes, Captain," Foxy replied loudly. His pirate crew, while not the most skilled, did indeed have a ship's doctor capable of handling minor injuries. With Lucci's fatal wounds treated, only the non-life-threatening abrasions remained, and given his robust physique, he would likely recover in a matter of days. At this moment, Khalifa held items that others on the ship had passed to her. Her gaze wandering, fixated on the short-haired man not far away. The simple concern expressed a moment ago stirred emotions within her, bringing her to the brink of tears. No one had ever spoken to her in such a gentle tone throughout her life. This man, she bit her teeth, feeling a peculiar affection blossoming within her. Bispandum is far less worthy of my allegiance. With a fervent bite, she devoured a large portion of the food in her hand. This is delicious, Khalifa exclaimed excitedly. She had never before tasted such delightful food, and tears welled in her eyes, though she fought to hold them back. Looking around, the others silently consumed their meals, their expressions betraying no emotion. However, the tremors in their shoulders revealed the tumultuous waves of feeling within. In the depths of despair, a hand extended to them was an unfathomable shock for those who had long endured darkness. It was akin to being suddenly torn from unending blackness by blinding light, illuminating their world anew. And Jiang Lu had become their beacon. The 6 formed an arc, continuously swallowing food and sipping water, quietly observing the approaching ship's doctor as he treated Lucci's external injuries. Replacing his bandages, it seemed that his critical wounds had already been addressed by the captain, leaving only non-fatal abrasions. This guy has an extraordinary constitution. He will likely awaken by tomorrow. However, we must provide him with water at intervals to prevent dehydration, the ship's doctor said with a smile, casting a look of reverence at Jiang Lu before bowing and retreating. Upon hearing this, Kaku and the others exhaled in relief. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a figure surrounded by arcs of electricity, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. "You have sustained serious injuries." "Who was your opponent?" Enel inquired, gazing down at Lucci with curiosity. Since arriving from Sky Island, he had witnessed numerous formidable figures and awe-inspiring battles that left him in awe. Anyone who caught Jiang Lu's attention was undoubtedly not weak. And seeing Lucci in this state piqued his interest in their adversaries. It was the Straw Hat Kid. Lucci was defeated by the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy, Kaku replied solemnly. "The Straw Hat Kid?" Enel's mouth dropped open, his face contorting in disbelief. "Where is that guy?" In the next second, he bellowed, his entire body crackling with blue arcs of electricity. Kaku and the others were taken aback, puzzled by his reaction. "I have fought that guy as well." Enel's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Nearby, Crocodile, wearing his sinister mask, moved closer, intrigued by the conversation. "I am quite interested to learn more," he said in a low tone. "How coincidental. I have also faced him in battle." Kaku and the others stared in astonishment at the 2 peculiar men before them, but as they observed the grim expressions on their faces, they suddenly understood, feeling a silent camaraderie. "So, we have all been defeated by that kid." Shared enemies forged a sense of unity among the 9 present, and oddly enough, they began to converse. "That guy used blood as if it were water, countering my abilities. How infuriating. Can you imagine? He was immune to my lightning." Lucci still hasn't woken up. They continued their discussion, astonishingly engaging in conversation. Jiang Lu and Shiki squatted nearby, watching the scene unfold with a mix of amusement and disbelief. "You should be joining them in conversation." "Shiki," Jiang Lu remarked with a smile. "What nonsense. I have not been defeated by the so-called Straw Hat Kid." Shiki scoffed, a smirk on his face. From their dialogue, he gathered that these individuals had all been bested by the same group. A rather amusing twist of fate. Ha! Jiang Lu laughed heartily. Had it not been for me, you would be over there chatting about life with them right now. Shiki snorted dismissively, treating Jiang Lu's words as mere jest. I accept my defeat at your hands, but to claim I would fall to a rookie? Preposterous. I refuse to believe such nonsense. However, in the original work, the golden-haired man, who once stood atop the world and was celebrated as one of the 3 legendary pirates, similarly fell victim to the plot, vanquished by the hands of Luffy. Yet, the world had already undergone a wondrous and unforeseen transformation due to his arrival. Unexpectedly, the CP9 team quickly bonded with the notoriously ill-tempered Enel and Crocodile. Their camaraderie rapidly intensifying by the evening of that very day. The 2 parties even began to link arms, fervently berating the Straw Hat crew to vent their frustrations. This left Jiang Lu both astonished and amused, filling him with delight. Undoubtedly, such an atmosphere indicated that his team was gradually merging, with their bonds and understanding deepening. For instance, Crocodile now unabashedly commanded Fokushi to perform tasks, to which the latter responded with a beaming smile, eagerly complying. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they would be assigned numbers. Jiang Lu sighed softly, his gaze flickering. The undercurrents above were surging relentlessly beneath the ship, and none could predict when they might erupt. To achieve his aims in this battle, he needed the support of his companions, subordinates, and allies. Assigning numbers would signify that he would enhance their original strengths. Those who were clever and quick to comprehend would have the potential to elevate their powers to new heights in a short span of time. Leaning against the ship's railing, he listened to the banter of these individuals, smiling, before turning his attention to the golden-haired figure standing at the bow of the ship, facing away from the crowd. Let me quietly inform you. Do you see that golden-haired man? He is the legendary Shiki the Golden Lion, once ranked alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Fokushi whispered to the CP9 team. What? Shiki the Golden Lion? The legendary flying pirate crew, Kaku, and the others exclaimed in astonishment, then turned their gazes toward Jiang Lu. What kind of individual could gather this group of people together, and for what purpose was such a powerful assembly being formed? The Shichibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was already one of our allies. Kaku and the others were once again taken aback. Tianyacha, they sensed that this mighty admiral of the day tiger might be on the verge of undertaking an earth-shattering endeavor. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a multitude of strong individuals. Shiki the Golden Lion, Tianyacha, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and that masked figure with the devilish face. Though the identity of the fox-faced man remained unclear, it was highly likely that he was the former Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile, who had been imprisoned and impelled down, along with the formidable wielder of the Thunder Fruit, and our former CP9 team. Such a lineup. Such a number of powerful experts. Kaku's eyes sparkled, his heart racing to eye in the presence of such a formidable assembly. Even he felt his spirits uplifted and his emotions stirred. Could this be even more formidable than the legendary Yonko crews of the New World? At that moment, the golden-haired elder at the bow, resembling a lion, suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto them, his mouth curving into a grin. You little fox-faced brat, talking behind my back. I may not be deaf. Fokushi stiffened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and quickly exclaimed, Ah, Shiki-san, you can hear me. That's truly impressive. Jiang Lu also directed his gaze towards this interaction, smiling faintly as he remarked, Do refrain from carelessly divulging our ship's secrets. Fokushi turned to Jiang Lu, trembling, Ah, Jiang Lu-san, I swear I won't do it again. Witnessing his demeanor, both Shiki and Jiang Lu erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the sound of laughter echoed throughout the ship. And the others, hearing this mirthful noise, couldn't help but smile as well. Fokushi's rigid expression softened, a sigh of relief escaping his lips as he plaintively declared, You too, you've truly frightened me. Kaku and the others also displayed smiles, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation and tranquility in witnessing this scene. Time passed, and several days went by. The world seemed to remain tranquil. However, the incident of the Straw Hat crew wreaking havoc on Eni's lobby had shocked the globe, leading to a dramatic increase in bounty amounts at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Kapu, this is the world government's resolution. Simultaneously, it is the only opportunity to alter the situation across the seas, Sengoku stated with a grave expression, scrutinizing the man before him. Even so, I cannot accept this, Sengoku, Kapu retorted, his teeth clenched. That is my grandson, the one I raised with my own hands since he was young. Sengoku fell silent. I regret that I cannot assist you in this matter. Kapu clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon Sengoku. What about Jianglu? Can you guarantee that he will be as accommodating as I am? Sengoku. Upon hearing this name, Sengoku furrowed his brow, falling into a contemplative silence. I will compensate him. I will request the world government to recall him to headquarters and assign him an appropriate position. If he can prioritize the bigger picture like you, see through the truths of this world, and strive to be a good Marine, he could even regain his former rank, restoring his position as an admiral. Upon hearing this, Kapu suddenly broke into a smile. That guy has never understood the concept of prioritizing the bigger picture. Sengoku shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh, to confront the Whitebeard Pirates. We need his combat strength. I have no confidence in those 3 kids. Kapu, upon hearing this, could not refute. In terms of Whitebeard, having that guy respond is indeed the best plan. Thus, I will communicate with the world government to have Jianglu recalled to headquarters. Sengoku asserted solemnly. This carries immense risk, but I believe the risk is manageable and worth taking. He then looked at Kapu. However, that guy will still need you and me to keep an eye on him. Kapu, you must assist me in this. Kapu snorted coldly, turning away without responding. Sengoku was not overly disheartened by the departure of his old friend, for he was well acquainted with him and knew that Kapu would ultimately lend his support. Having spent the majority of their lives within the Marine ranks, their lives and sacrifices had long been dedicated to this sacred profession. Moreover, Kapu's character was one that he respected and trusted wholeheartedly. No matter what, he believed that Kapu would never betray the Marines to battle against Whitebeard. They must amass the strongest forces of the Marines to have any hope of achieving victory in the ultimate confrontation. With a serious expression, Sengoku's gaze flickered that he never underestimated his enemies, nor did he underestimate the strongest man in the world today. The Yonko powers occupied the New World, and Whitebeard was the mightiest among them. Once the news of Ace's capture spread, one could only imagine the fury that this monarch of the seas would unleash. That a great battle was inevitable. The Shichibukai, the headquarters combat strength, and Jianglu must all be present to ensure that this war would be flawlessly executed. Sengoku stated gravely, perhaps Jianglu's current stance, or rather his thoughts, had somewhat drifted to the fringes of the Marines. Yet, he believed that the bond between Jianglu and the Marines still remained. This war held the potential to reclaim him. However, as for the world government, Sengoku's expression darkened slightly as he furrowed his brows. That it would be challenging for the world government to allow Jianglu to regain power within the Marine system. 20 years ago, the strength and military might under Jianglu were formidable, with 3,000 elite troops that instilled fear in the hearts of pirates, although these individuals had since scattered across the globe. Once valiant soldiers have now aged, yet the echoes of their former might still resonate. The moment Jianglu returns to headquarters, even as a mere junior officer, his presence will undoubtedly incite an immense commotion. Bated breath, Sengoku remains deep in thought. After a brief pause, his gaze solidifies with determination. Summoning him back for the sake of victory in this war is indeed worthwhile. Moreover, with myself and Garp by our side, even if he were to rebel, we would surely be able to subdue him. The risks are substantial, yet they are worth taking. Nothing exists without risk. Capturing Ace and executing him before the world is, in itself, a colossal gamble. Since it is already a gamble, why fret about elevating this venture to another level? A single risk is still a risk, and 2 are no different. At this moment, Sengoku resembles a gambler. In confronting the Whitebeard Pirates, he is all in. Moments later, a connection is established with the world government. Sengoku, the plan regarding Ace has been finalized. Yet why have we not received any updates from around the globe? An elderly voice inquires, laced with a hint of reproach. To make a move against the Whitebeard Pirates. We must consolidate all forces at the Navy headquarters. That I also require time to recruit a significant number of elite soldiers from across the world. Thus, I must summon Jianglu back to headquarters, Sengoku states solemnly, his eyes narrowing as he gazes at the 5 elders on the screen. Summoning Jianglu back to headquarters? Upon hearing such a proposal, the eyes of the 5 elders sharpen, all fixated on Sengoku. In an instant, the immense pressure, even through the screen, envelopes the Admiral's office. The junior officers standing aside tremble, bowing their heads as sweat beads form on their brows. Before them stand the 5 elders, the most powerful and highest-ranking figures in the world. Such an intense gaze is truly psychologically daunting. Yet Sengoku remains unfazed. maintaining eye contact with the five elders. Speaking with unwavering resolve, Jiang Lu possesses formidable strength. He fought alongside Whitebeard and Roger 2 decades ago. His involvement in this war would serve to restrain Whitebeard's most potent forces and prevent unnecessary casualties among our troops. Furthermore, he is already a member of the Navy. You have no grounds to refuse. The five elders' expressions darken further, falling into silence for a considerable time before finally speaking, their tone grave. Do you understand what it means to summon Jiang Lu back to the Navy headquarters? Sengoku, if he were to instigate another great incident akin to that of 20 years ago, who would bear the responsibility? Sengoku's gaze remains unwavering, coldly locking eyes with them. That I will bear all consequences. He is already on the brink of retirement. In these final days of his service, he only wishes to see this war concluded successfully, and for that, he is willing to shoulder any repercussions. If Jiang Lu were to go rogue, can you stop him? The elderly voice questions. With the Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords, the 3 admirals, and myself alongside Garp, I am confident that Jiang Lu will not go rogue. Sengoku grits his teeth. The 5 elders fall silent once more, and after a moment, they coldly respond. The consequences of such a reckless action will rest solely upon your shoulders. That I hope you understand. Sengoku, following this, the projection insect disconnects, and Sengoku takes a deep breath. He remains seated for a considerable time before turning to the junior officer beside him, speaking in a low voice. Contact Jiang Lu immediately and summon him back to headquarters. Additionally, disseminate the news of Ace's capture worldwide. That we must begin preparations for the impending war. The junior officer is taken aback for a moment, then promptly responds, "Yes, Admiral," as the officer spins on his heel and rushes to convey the message. Sengoku's eyes flicker, his expression growing complex. I hope you do not let me down, Jiang Lu. Otherwise, even if this upcoming war entails immense risk, I will ensure you are captured. Conversely, Sengoku pauses, letting out a soft sigh. Should you pass this trial and attain significant renown within the Navy, you will have the opportunity to vie for the position of the next admiral. Given your capabilities, it is highly likely that you will become the one to command the Navy. Summoning Jiang Lu back to headquarters is not only a strategy to confront the forthcoming war against Whitebeard, but also Sengoku's test for him. Should he succeed, the new admiral will undoubtedly be Jiang Lu. This is the only thing Sengoku can do for him with his limited intellect before his retirement. The scene shifts to the Arc Maxim. Time has progressed to the following day. The CP9 squad has slept soundly through the night. Their bodies treated and bound in white bandages. The sun rises. When Rob Lucci opens his eyes, he sees a figure, back turned to him, seated on a chair, fishing. "Where am I?" Rob Lucci asks weakly. Propping himself up with his hands, his severe injuries have been mended, allowing him to move with difficulty. Looking down at himself, he sees he is meticulously bandaged, clearly having undergone proper medical care. Such treatment is beyond what Kaku and the others could manage. "You reawake, Lucci. I knew your physique would allow you to recover quickly." Jiang Lu sets aside his fishing rod and turns to smile at him. "It's you?" Lucci exclaims, astonished. "Yes, your comrades fortuitously encountered me at sea, and I invited them to join us. Now, we are a crew." Jiang Lu replies with a smile. "A crew?" Lucci blinks, momentarily taken aback. "So, does that mean I am now your subordinate?" Jiang Lu chuckles, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "You could say that. But I prefer the term partner. From this point forward, we are partners." Rob Lucci stands there, his eyes flickering as he gazes at his bandaged body, then toward the distant sea, murmuring, "Partners? Huh? That sounds rather nice." Jiang Lu extends his hand, smiling. "Well then, welcome aboard, Lucci." Lucci remains silent for a moment before extending his own hand. Their hands clasped together, glimmering in the sunlight, creating a dazzling spectacle. "Thank you." The azure sky is dotted with fluffy clouds, and the sea sparkles under the brightening sunlight, rippling with gentle waves. Occasionally, a few fish leap from the water, curiously observing the grand golden ship. Aboard the Maxim, the two sit quietly, gazing out at the vast ocean. One holds a fishing rod, casting bait into the water, while the other, wrapped in bandages, quietly watches. What truly transpired in your life 20 years ago? What events could lead to the Navy's most prodigious genius being incarcerated and impelled down for such an extended period? The sea breeze rustles as a solemn Rob Lucci asks. The intelligence he received from the world government did not detail this man's past, only providing a brief overview, with the chance for a face-to-face conversation now at hand. Lucci is naturally filled with curiosity. After all, their relations, positions, and allegiances have drastically shifted, granting him the opportunity to learn more. In response, Jiang Lu chuckles. What stories have unfolded in my life? A hint of nostalgia washes over his face. Tinged with memories. That is a tale from long ago. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Lu fell into a profound silence, seemingly ensnared in memories of the past. Rob Lucci's curious eyes patiently awaited his words. After a prolonged pause, a deep, resonant male voice finally emerged. 20 years ago, due to an unforeseen accident, I found myself in this world that I still vividly recall, that island, which had been ravaged by pirates. Now a desolate expanse littered with the bodies of innocent civilians, elders, women, and children alike. Blood pooled like rivers, staining the earth, while the acrid scent of carnage assaulted my senses. Jiang Lu recounted these events in a seemingly calm tone. Rob Lucci's eyes widened in intensity. From those unadorned words, he sensed an overwhelming atmosphere of dread, as if he had witnessed the horrors firsthand, standing amidst the carnage of that infernal island on that fateful day. The naval contingent from the West Luo Island was utterly annihilated, leaving me as the sole survivor. It was also on that day that I encountered Zephyr, who was then a vice admiral. Jiang Lu's expression grew complex as he spoke softly. His journey into the Navy was marked by serendipity and wonder, with the man who ignited his naval career being none other than Vice Admiral Zephyr himself. Everyone remarked upon my extraordinary talent, predicting that I would become the greatest Navy officer in history. Subsequently, I entered the naval training camp, where I honed my skills in swordsmanship. I mastered the flying slash in a mere day. In hand-to-hand combat, I grasped the 6 styles in a single day, subsequently developing new techniques from there. Within a month, I had attained the prowess to stand among the elite of this world. His unassuming manner belied the gravity of his words, causing Rob Lucci's pupils to constrict and his mouth to part in sheer disbelief, his expression morphing into one of utter shock. What a jest! To master the profound realms of swordsmanship and martial arts, the flying slash and 6 styles, in just a day, what sort of monstrous talent must one possess to achieve such feats? It is simply unfathomable. Transcending the realm of humanity. Of course, during that time, I was not yet among the ranks of the strongest in the world. Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kong were all immensely powerful. I still had some distance to cover in comparison to them. Jiang Lu then chuckled lightly. Yet, Rob Lucci's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. He understood well how long this man had been training. While the others had basked in their prestige for years, perhaps centuries, even he, a rare genius within the CP organization, felt a tremor of awe stirring within him. Thus, I embarked on my naval career as an intern, capturing numerous pirates, rapidly accumulating military achievements, and ascending the ranks. Gradually, I became a colonel, then a rear admiral, a vice admiral, and ultimately, a fleet admiral. Under my command, a cadre of elite soldiers, loyal and imbued with a sense of justice, rallied around me. After a brief pause, Jiang Lu's expression grew complex once more as he gently shifted the subject. However, Lucci, in this world, there are always matters that bring you distress, resentment, and even fury. As a fleet admiral upholding justice, I often found myself compelled to act against my own principles. Certain forms of justice, when crushed beneath the weight of mountains, become distorted. Rob Lucci's gaze sharpened, attentively listening. He sensed that a significant shift was about to unfold. The capture of the pirate king, Roger, heralded the dawn of the great pirate era. Above O'Hara, countless archaeologists and renowned scholars were engulfed in the flames of the Buster Call. That my dear friend, Sarone, perished in that conflict. My friends, mentors, and younger siblings were reduced to ashes alongside the Tree of Knowledge. Consumed by flames, Jiang Lu's tone grew increasingly somber, the cold fury in his eyes unmistakable. Rob Lucci's expression mirrored the gravity of the moment. He was well aware of the O'Hara incident, given his role as an intelligence operative. It became apparent that this man had been a participant in that war. Despite his allegiance to the new dark justice, he had grown accustomed to bloodshed and death. Yet, the mere mention of O'Hara stirred disdain within him. For it was merely a foolish act perpetrated by the world government that caused a commotion at O'Hara, sinking warships under my command as a vice admiral, while also inflicting grave injuries upon Kazan, Borsellino, and Sakazuki, who were then mere rear admirals. Indeed, this is why they continue to harbor resentment towards me to this day. Rob Lucci was taken aback. the three individuals mentioned had since risen to the rank of Fleet Admiral, becoming the strongest forces within the Navy, feared by countless pirates. But ultimately, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Kong arrived. Jiang Lu fell silent at this juncture. O'Hara was no more. After a moment, he exhaled softly. The Tree of Knowledge, renowned across the world, a repository of infinite knowledge and countless tomes, was eradicated in flames at the behest of the world government's command. Amid the hypocritical justice espoused by the Navy, all was reduced to naught. Rob Lucci felt the weight of these words settle heavily upon him. He opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet found himself at a loss. He could almost palpably sense the depths of the man's anguish. In that moment, he must have felt immense rage and sorrow. Then, he heard the man before him utter another phrase, causing his pupils to constrict and goosebumps to rise along his skin. And then, I attacked Mariewa. What? Rob Lucci's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the man before him. Under the morning sun, the side of his face glimmered with a golden hue, rendering him almost divine and blinding. You attacked Mariewa. This is an unfathomable act that no one, regardless of status, could ever conceive. What is Mariewa? Located on the Red Line. It is the dwelling place of the world's nobility, revered by humanity as a holy land. A realm entirely separate from the world, almost a different dimension altogether. For 800 long years, during which the world government has existed, such an event has never transpired. Never before has anyone dared to undertake such a feat. Even the pirate king, Roger, could not accomplish this. Lucci, a soft sigh emanated from nearby, snapping Rob Lucci back to attention, his gaze now filled with gravity and astonishment. At this moment, even he, filled with pride to his very core, could not help but admire the man standing before him. At the very least, he knew he could never achieve such a feat. In fact, he felt a deep-seated reverence for the world government. Commands from superiors like Spandam had to be obeyed. This only deepened Rob Lucci's admiration for Jiang Liu. In his heart, the man who had dared to challenge the world government was akin to a deity. This world is awry. There are too many injustices. Jiang Lu continued. I once had a friend named Don Quixote homing. Rob Lucci was momentarily taken aback, his expression bewildered. To befriend a celestial dragon. I resonate with the ideals he espoused. We shared a common ambition. All beings of this world, regardless of their differing races and wisdom, are entitled to equality. Yet, he paused, his voice growing grave, there should never be beings like the celestial dragons. Rob Lucci trembled, his pupils narrowing to mere pinpricks. At that moment, his gaze fixated on Jiang Lu, utterly astonished. After a few breaths, this astonishment morphed into a different kind of radiance, an awe that bordered on fervor and reverence. For the first time in history, someone had dared to voice such sentiments. There should never be beings like the celestial dragons. O'Hara, homing, and the so-called it, Jiang Lu declared, everything I have experienced and witnessed has only strengthened my conviction. I aspire to transform this world. Such seemingly simple words are imbued with a resolute will, rendering Rob Lucci breathless. It is not about becoming the pirate king, nor is it about fame, wealth, or status. It is about altering the very fabric of this world. The man's formidable presence and dreams before him are enough to make anyone in the world tremble with anticipation. So, will you join me in creating a new world? Lucci, Jiang Lu's voice soon floated over. Rob Lucci shuddered profoundly, a remarkable light flickering in his gaze as he fixed his eyes upon the other. Taking a deep breath, his tone became exceedingly solemn. I am willing to devote my utmost effort and sacrifice everything for your noble dream. After a pause, Lucci spoke with unwavering determination. Even my own life. This is not merely a matter of repaying a life-saving grace. It is also due to the respect and support he harbors in his heart for Jiang Lu's lofty ideals. The world nobles, the celestial dragons, have long been a looming mountain over the hearts of all in this world. Now, a person daring enough to upend that mountain has emerged. He will undoubtedly shine brightly, radiating heat, and will surely be followed by countless souls. There is no need for such heavy words, Lucci. From now on, we are comrades, united by shared aspirations, striving for our beliefs and ideals. Jiang Lu said with a smile, comrades. Rob Lucci's eyes flickered as he murmured those two words. At the same time, at the bow of the Moby Dick, stood Shiki the golden lion, his golden hair catching the light as a grin formed on his lips. At the helm, Enel rested his chin on his hand, eyes closed in repose, the lightning flickering across his form. Crocodile, leaning against the mast with his mask, had a glimmer in his eyes, his gaze lifting slightly towards the distant sea. The CP9 team, not far away, held hands that betrayed their restless emotions. Khalifa adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, gazing at the man with his back to her, rod in hand, a flicker of admiration and reverence crossing her eyes. Men with lofty ambitions are always so captivating, especially this man, who possesses such gentleness. Foxy clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement, trembling as he whispered repeatedly, "T.O. change the world. We shall change the world." Almost everyone aboard the ship heard the conversation between Jiang Lu and Lucci. As they spoke, the others began to rise one by one. Their simple exchange sent shivers through them, igniting their passionate spirits at that very moment. For a long time, none had known what Jiang Lu intended to do with such a gathering of formidable individuals, nor what kind of ambition he possessed. At this moment, they finally understood. His ambition would leave the entire world in shock, capable of overturning the seas. Such a man of grand aspirations is truly worthy of my allegiance. Crocodile murmured. Although uncertain of the exact plan, I can feel the blood within me boiling. Enno remarked with a grin. Ha ha ha. Let us see how far we can go. Roger, watch closely from below. My future accomplishments as the Golden Lion will undoubtedly rival yours. Shiki the Golden Lion laughed heartily. At this moment, the Arc Maxim glimmered with a golden radiance, its brilliance rivaling that of the midday sun. That day, in the afternoon, Brubru, the transponder snail in Jiang Lu's arms suddenly rang. The surrounding individuals paused, turning their gazes toward him. It's the Navy, Jiang Lu quickly realized, retrieving the transponder snail and answering by order of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In response to the imminent upheaval in the world situation, former Admiral Jiang Lu is summoned back to headquarters. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end grew exceedingly serious and grave. Furthermore, there will be an adjustment to your position. You are to be promoted from a trainee sailor to a colonel at Navy headquarters. Your appointment and military insignia will be issued upon your return to headquarters. A stern and weighty proclamation emanated from the transponder snail. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling, from the moment the order was received. You are to depart immediately, regardless of your location, and report back to headquarters. We await your return and welcome you back as an esteemed member of the Navy, Colonel Jiang Lu, the voice declared. And upon finishing, the line automatically disconnected on the Arc Maxim. The atmosphere turned somewhat eerie, enveloped in a peculiar silence. It seems something significant is afoot. Jiang Lu's gaze swept over the bow, peering out at the sea as he softly spoke. The storm heralding the battle at Marineford has begun to brew. The winds have already begun to howl. Such a grave summons from headquarters serves as the most direct reminder, the Navy's call to arms. Crocodile stated solemnly. The message relayed through the transponder snail was not concealed. Everyone present heard it. The implications were clear to all. Ha ha ha. You've been promoted, Jiang Lu, to colonel at Navy headquarters. Shiki laughed heartily, raising an eyebrow as he leaped down from the ship's railing to stand before Jiang Lu. So, are you going back to fulfill your so-called Navy duties? Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the crowd before smiling. Of course, I will return. Are you not curious why the Navy headquarters issued such a summons? Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of curiosity that a world-shaking event is about to unfold. Jiang Lu's gaze deepened as he addressed the crowd. Such a grand occasion, I must naturally partake in, and you will be fortunate to bear witness to the impending monumental shift in this era. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness history. After a brief pause, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Lu's face. It will also be etched into history, remembered by the world. Suddenly, birds flew across the sky, showering countless newspapers down upon them. Foxy scrambled to catch them, lowering his head to read. Fire Fist Ace captured. He instinctively murmured, reading the crimson headline, but quickly realized. Wait, Ace. He abruptly looked up, his voice trembling as he addressed Jiang Lu. Captain, is it really that Ace? Crocodile's expression hardened as he spoke gravely. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace. Shiki's eyes narrowed, his right hand beckoning as the newspaper in Foxy's grasp flew to him, which he swiftly read. The captain of that old man's crew, huh? He has quite the task ahead of him. His gaze shifted to Jiang Lu, his tone becoming playful. The world is about to become much more interesting. Jiang Lu maintained his composure. Even though the newspaper's subject was his own nephew, he had long been prepared for this moment. It seems you have been anticipating the eruption of this event, Shiki stated as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Lu. Indeed, The war between the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates will undoubtedly become the most spectacular scene of this era, marking the dawn of a new age following Roger's initiation of the Great Pirate Era. Jiang Lu declared solemnly that I believe I am beginning to grasp your forthcoming plan. Shiki grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. So, you plan to return to the Navy, using that identity as a launchpad into the new world. Jiang Lu nodded. I will return, but not as a launchpad. It will be a farewell. He then lifted his gaze to the sky, his voice becoming complex and ethereal. One must always bid farewell to their past. Mustn't one? At this moment, the individuals aboard the vessel found themselves enveloped in silence, their eyes gradually igniting with anticipation and excitement. Jiang Lu, the leader of this team, was on the brink of bidding farewell to his past. A gesture that signified the imminent embarkation towards a new realm. Only then would they truly confront the world and usher in a new era. Before my departure, however, there remained one more task at hand. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Lu turned to face the assembly once more, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. What is it? Inquired the Golden Lion, his brow furrowed in confusion. Crocodile appeared to grasp the significance of the moment. A flicker of exhilaration igniting in his eyes. I shall assign you all numbers. After a period of camaraderie, I deem you worthy of becoming the enumerators of Shuya. Jiang Lu stated softly. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, the Golden Lion widened his eyes, directing his gaze at Jiang Lu. Enumerators, you say? This enigmatic numerical designation has long been shrouded in peculiar significance. You shall soon discover the profound weight such a title carries. Jiang Lu replied with a subtle smile. He then inhaled deeply, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity and gravity. I am elated to gather with each of you here. Fate is a curious force. It has intricately united us into a collective, allowing us to strive towards a shared objective. However, the endeavors that lie ahead, the path we shall traverse, will also.